Chapter 1 I'm a policeman, what on earth is this skill? Itis often said that themed oft worldly as seen in job security. So lives to scoff at this notion, but no we find himself wishing to recite it daily. This is because has finaliza cordasta position, after graduating from the Police Academy, Huesa Saneto the Luncheon branch of Teshanansa Policy Department, where he began his journey as a probationary officer. Once his year-long probationary period as a civil servant concludes, he will be officially confirmed in his role. Today marks the day of his onboarding. Sule will cupierly determined not to balati on his first day until he had a good impression on his superiors. After completing his morning groudni and dressing neatly, he glanced at o'clock 7:20 a.m. He could grabakwat breakfast on the arriving at the station just in time. Keys, phone, ID card, keys, phone, ID card, okay, let's go. Before stepping out, Sule habitually checked his pockets to ensure he had everything he needed, then up and the Duran stepped outside. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, he heard a chime. The system has arrived. Detecting that the hostess about a report for duty at the police station, the god-level detective system has awakened. Will the Oleketo bindit? Having traversed this world for over 20 years, finally encountered the quintessential system that every traveler dreams of. Though it arrived a bit late, that inning could not be more perfect. Just as he was about to start this career at the police station, he received a god-level detective system like receiving a pillow when on a sleepy bind. Sule felt a surge of excitement. A god-level detective system sounded incredibly impressive. Binding off god-level detective system successful. Whenever they has to prehend a criminal or solve a case, random rewards will be granted. The system's functionality was straightforward, combat crime and rewards. Once the binding was complete, a lottery wheel interface appeared before Sule, visible and light to him. At the top of the wheel, the words beginner's gift pack were prominently displayed. Sule gazed at the spinning wheel with anticipation, his mind racing with thoughts of the potential words. Certainly, the most indispensable qualities for a police officer are intelligence and physical strength. These attributes are crucial for engaging with criminals and pursuing them. The basic synth beginner's gift pack would likely enhance on oft his qualities. Of course, there is also the possibility of receiving boosts for both attributes at once if my intelligence and physical strength both see significant increases. Wouldn't that become like Chubili Angriding Lubu? Sule mused happily. Ding, detective skill shave been extracted. Artist 100 authentic reproduction of real banknotes. You're just on a resignation letter away from becoming a billionaire. Young man, are you sure you don't want to make a bike score? Sule? Real currency, real currency. Am a policeman, for heaven's sake, you javi meskill for counterfeiting money? In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding counterfeiting flooded Sule's mind, simultaneously enhancing his drawing skills to their peak. As the system indicated, he was indeed just their resignation letter away from becoming a billionaire. Yet, who was also merely our resignation letter away from achieving silver bracelet accomplishment? What a stroke of misfortune was the strula extent of beginner's gift pack? Sule felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, he dismissed it as a mere glitch in the system, a rare occurrence. The next word would surely be normal. After all, this waste god-level detective system just the name alone suggested that their words would undoubtedly consist of skills beneficial to a police officer. Surely, it wouldn't continually provide skills as fuel and live for criminals? At the breakfast shop, the owner's daughter was busy copying a painting from her art textbook. Big brother, can you draw? Sule was a regular at this breakfast shop, and over time, he had become familiar with the owner's daughter. The little girl was charming, polite, and sweet-tongued, always calling him Big Brother. She was far better than those unruly kids would clever tuntly or auntie. They frequently approach them with questions about their homework. Sule would almost always shell for root after all, the questions from Akil Dwara simply could bear salveden just a few sentences without taking up much time. Copying a painting from the textbook posed no challenge for Sule, who had just acquired the artist skill. Without much thought, he agreed to assist her. Asha waited for his noodles, hegged at her hands. Drawing just quite simple, look, hold up and silicethis, take a glance at the paint in your textbook I thought you need torplicate, and thing you can begin. Sule demonstrated effortlessly replicating the illustration from the book with his pencil. Even note Dandra produced the minute imperfections present in the printed image. How's that, did you learn? The little girl gazed at Sule's freshly completed drawing, then looked at him, tilting her head slightly, her mouth agape, her big sparkling eyes blinking in confusion, Atlas forwards. She understood how to hold the pencil and glance out their fear some age, but she was completely lost when it came to a subsequent steps of the pencil touched the paper. She didn't even know where to start. It felt as if Sule had taught her something, yet simultaneously taught her nothing gatal. Ikways akintosamiyana talinjud warrior denote that the formula for anatomia bomba CMC in now gobildone. Absurd. A thejadjacentable, admittedly Gedman with slicked back hair and slight lid arc skin stared and ten layeth a painting Sule had just replicated from the book. The piece Sule had casually drawn was virtual identical to the examplain the textbook. Every detail matched perfectly, including the minute floss tot had been printed. Theman observed Sule for a few moments before he put his mouth with a napkin from thidable, slowly rising tully with a breakfast shop. Sule noticed that the Monskezu was peculiar but dismissed it entirely. After finishing his noodles, he exited the breakfast shop. However, he hadn't walked for when a black Mercedes pulled up beside him. The window rolled down and the middle Gedman hadn't counter-reddened the breakfast jopleened out. Hey there, I just saw your drawing gone thought your technique ways excellent, would you willing to help me replicate painting? I'm sorry, buddy have the gotta work I done thavatime. Sule replied without a second thought. Hestilny edit torport for duty being glad on his first day would be unacceptable. Unexpectedly Themon showed no signs of giving you after being refused. Helitely pressed the accelerator and followed Sule. Work isn't a problem I can take a leave of absence, don't worry, I want task you out a doit for free I can pay, and if our work is good enough I can pay you even more. It's not about the money I genuine lid on thava the time, please fin some me Niels. In the next moment Themon pulled a duta bun leaf needly wrapped $100 bills from the Corinne held it up for Suledo Cithro thruff window. 100,000. If I owe your application is convincing enough, I can pay you an additional 100,000. Are you trying to insult me with money? Sule thought would shout this at Theman. However, Thiefer was simply too generous. What do you need meta draw? Chapter 2 I want you to replicate this banknote. For a brief moment, Sule was indeed tempted. After all, earning 100,000 for replicating a painting was sure to resist. But soon he realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. How could an earn 100,000 just for replicating a painting? A moment's thought revealed that something must be miss. Theman before Heimway's either a con artist or Simeone intent on using Sule's artistic skills to forge famous paintings for profit. Either way, both actions were illegal. Whether it was scamming or counterfeiting art for sale, such activities were likely part of a larger criminal organization with all established network. If he could make a significant contribution to dismantling a crime syndicate. Sule's gaze is suddenly lighted with fervor. He was desperate for progress. These was an ordinary middle Gedman who was a walking opportunity for a third-class merit badge. Seeing the expression in Sule's face, Theman smiled. Indeed, Nunuku dresses the allure of extra cash. The saying money maketh world go round proved true. This place is stukrodi dites not suitable for conversation, let's get in the car. Without hesitation, Sule walked to the passenger door, opened it, and climbed inside. What exact lido went meta draw? Thuffa spoke casually, every fiber of Sule's being wastens. If this man was indeed a con artist, Sule was prepared to counter him at a moment's notice. After all, he had been trained at the Police Academy and had excelled combat training. Gaslangasha didn't encounter Simeone with extensive vet training if ordinary individuals would been a match for him. These was the confidence that allowed him to board this proverbial pirate ship. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Themon kept his eyes on the road, focused in driving. After Morethan and her, the Carexatethisian climbed the winding mountain road to a summit. There were no roads ahead, only a wing platform. Sule observed that the platform was quite empty, devoid of any other people, indicating that this man was likely not trying to deceive him into a kidnapping but rather ways involve in art forgery. Realizing that their upcoming conversation could serve as evidence of the man's criminal activities, Sule discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. The man parked the car, engaged the handbrake, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to Sule. Before he could speak, Sule interjected. If I'm not mistaken, you're involved in dinar forgery? No, I create hyper-realistic paintings that even the top experts cannot distinguish from the originals. I've been searching for a top-tier talent like you for a long time, and I never expected to find you after a simple breakfast. What's that saying? Searching far and wide, yet finding I effortlessly? Inuit, now under you for such a high price and worse a secretive, insisting in bringing Matosa Cluid place to reveal our intentions. So, which master's painting do you want metter placate? Femanapan disco den pula du to $100 bill, extendin jita word Sule. Didn't we agree in 100,000, weary only showing me own 100, with this little, it shard formato help ya. You misunderstood hatimiantis, I want out a replica to this banknote. Sule was momentarily stunned. His reaction was genuine. He was truly taken aback by his audacious request. He had initially thought this man was merely in the business of counterfeiting famous paintings for profit, but the reality was far more astonishing. This guy was actually a counterfeiter. Are you out of ornament? I don't want to do pin person. After a brief moment of shock, Sule shot back, opened at the car door, and turned to leave. As she processed the information, hesitantly counted himself, 1, 2, 3. Sure enough, just as she finished counting to 3, Theman opened the car door and hurried after him. He had anticipated Sule's reaction upon hearing his intentions and was not at all displeased with the insult. On the contrary, he was quite pleased with Sule's response. After all, an insane person would react similarly in the situation. Those Ohayajurly approached criminals upon first contact were a normal onies. Mori of 10th and not, the were police officers. From Sule's demeanor, it was clear he wasn't a typical officer. Themon had his reasons for bringing Sule to the mountaintop before revealing his intentions. The absence of people meant there was no fear of police intervention, which was a reason. Additionally, should Sule flee fear, Themon could Silipers Hyman persuade him to reconsider. In a bustling city, however, if Sule shed into a crowd, it would be challenging for the man to track him down. Don't misunderstand him, not like those are reckless counterfeiters. I'm a professional and have been in this business for over 20 years without a single slip up. You only need to help me with the production. I guarantee I won't be implicated in any way. You're perfectly safe. Safe, and I guarantee that. I don't even know your name. What can you for me as assurance? My name is Wukuan, a resident of Hong Kong. I've been in this line of work for over 20 years. Not only have I never been caught, but the police don't even know what I look like. Do you know we? Because I'm cautious enough. When I say or safe, you can be sure where. Sule Hada himself, I am the policino tonly know what I look like, but I also know your name. However, the name Wukuan was somewhat abstract. A man may like a house, money, war a partner, but he can't possibly like a proper identity. Taking advantage of Sule's silence, Wukong continued. Our counterfeits are extremely realistic and while little wholesale business with trusted clients, minimizing exposure risk even if were to be discovered, it will lead back to Yushiryu, you only need to assist with the production the rest is not our concern. We have Yakodov conduct those Ahora Katna verbitrate their partners. Your safety is a mething I can guarantee. From your appearance, you must Barris and colleague graduate. How much do you earn a month? 3,000, 5,000, or perhaps 10,000, is the not Olivian? Ash spoke. Wukun patted the hood of his Mercedes. If you work with them, I assure out at would he a year, y'all be swimming in wealth cars, houses, women, y'all have idle. You have incredible talent. Our at the best I've seen among all people I've encountered. You probably don't even realize our potentially yet, honestly, yen the ordalent. But a lentilonizantina yanid astigito showcase seat, I can revive that stage for you. Can you imagine it has sparks tat would fly when your replication skills and keen observation combined with me resources and team, what could produce counterfeits to rival real banknotes? Consider your options, either fade into obscurity or join, grow stronger and enjoy a lifeo luxury. Seeing the moment was ripe, Sule figned hesitation, then resolutely declared, portraying himself as agree full hovel money over safety, and an afford to deceive Wukuan. I can select trusty our words being caught for counterfeiting banknotes leads to imprisonment if I want medotech this risk 100,000 isn't enough I want an a million 5 million cash and it must be real money withdrawn from the bank you went to withdraw it mijilf. Wukun chuckled the zia unman was quite interesting. 5 million, you're a bit greedy, a renshu, but to lick pioplalikiu. While a greedy individuals might see a mouth-putting, Wukun enjoyed dealing with them. He understood that those who are indifferent to material possessions were a the most dangerous they were hard to control. Greed indicated that Sule had Winashi's weakness washes love for money and so kind individuals are easier to manipulate to just giveth them money. 5 million isn't out of the question, but you need to say your skills first. Get in the car will take you to a place. As expected, Theplis Wukun intended to take heim was likely their hideout Sule didn't waste any time immediately opening the passenger Duran taking Gasiat. Chapter 3 This young man dares to be late on his very first day, at the Longqing District Bureau. At precisely 8 o'clock, Director Zhang Weiman pushed open the door of his office and stepped out. His expression was particularly grim, clearly indicative of a foul mood. Zhang had arrived early, initially in good spirits, but was soon greeted by a scathing reprimand over the phone from a superior at the municipal bureau. The cause of his ire was a matter that had been troubling him for quite some time. Recently, a significant influx of counterfeit currency had surfaced in the market. The first report had come from a newlywed couple who, the day after their wedding banquet, took their received monetary gifts to the bank, only to discover that over 2,000 of the notes were counterfeit. Bank staff promptly reported the incident to the police. Upon arrival and after gathering some details, the authorities quickly realized that this was no small issue. The couple had hosted over 200 guests, and during their count of the gifts, they had mixed the notes, making it impossible to trace who had given what. However, one thing was certain, the counterfeit notes did not originate from a single individual but rather from multiple guests. Furthermore, upon comparison, the police discovered that these counterfeit bills were remarkably well made, almost indistinguishable from genuine currency, suggesting they were likely produced by the same counterfeiting ring. To dismantle this operation, it was essential to trace the source of the counterfeit notes, a task that, while straightforward in theory, proved exceedingly challenging in practice. The number of individuals involved was vast, with some likely unaware that they had received counterfeit currency, which they then circulated as wedding gifts. The initial report was merely the beginning. As the police continued their investigations, several additional calls reporting counterfeit notes flooded in, and the expertly crafted bills had already permeated the market, ensnaring countless small vendors. Many merchants, unwilling to invest in currency verification machines to guard against receiving counterfeit notes, were left with no choice but to refuse cash transactions altogether. This situation had drawn the attention of higher authorities, with the investigation into the counterfeit ring yielding no results after nearly half a month. The accountability calls from superiors had reached Zhang Weiman. As the district bureau chief, Zhang was deeply troubled. He yearned for a swift resolution, but, despite relentless efforts day and night, the bureau had come up empty-handed. The sheer number of people involved made tracing the origin of the counterfeit notes akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The municipal bureau had issued an ultimatum: one final week to solve the case. Given the vast sum involved and the severe repercussions of the counterfeit crisis, Zhang Weiman's concerns could be succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: expedite the investigation. The officers in the bureau, without needing to be told, were equally eager to resolve the case swiftly. After all, solving such a high-stakes counterfeit case would be a significant achievement, meriting at least a collective third-class commendation. In peacetime, such honors are not easily won. Opportunities like these are rare. After Zhang finished speaking, the officers prepared to set out. All right everyone, Director Zhang has spoken. Let us continue our inquiries. Alas, there are so many who have received counterfeit notes lately, and we are so few. How long will this take? Stop complaining. Director Zhang is already in a foul mood. Be careful, he overhears you. True, but we are indeed short-handed. By the way, isn't there a new recruit supposed to report today? Where is that kid? It's already 8:15, and he dares to be late on his first day. Typical, he's a post-00s. They don't marry, don't buy houses, and don't raise children. They carry no burdens, living life as they please. They see through it all. If only I had thought the same and avoided marriage, I might be even more carefree than they are now. Turning off his phone and placing it in the storage compartment of the passenger seat, he then donned a blindfold. In this line of work, caution is the key to longevity. Wu Kuan produced an opaque black fabric and handed it to Su Lai. Though he acted boldly, he was also remarkably cautious, a trait that had kept him out of trouble for so long. He decided to take Su Lai to the counterfeiting factory because he urgently needed an artist to create more intricate designs for counterfeit currency. However, until he fully trusted Su Lai, the location of the factory was not something he could disclose. Su Lai understood that failing to cooperate would hinder his chances of gaining Wu Kuan's trust. He promptly expressed his understanding, accepting the fabric and blindfolding himself. After confirming that Su Lai could see nothing, Wu Kuan started the car, the vehicle descended a winding mountain road, and soon they were at the base. You can remove the blindfold now. Having been blindfolded for an extended period, Su Lai felt discomfort as he removed the fabric. The bright sunlight stung his eyes. After adjusting for a moment, he squinted through the car window. Taking in the scene before him, a dilapidated factory loomed into view. The weathered walls bore the marks of time, and the rusted iron gate stood firmly closed, surrounded by overgrown weeds. No one would suspect that this seemingly desolate location was the stronghold of a counterfeiting gang. Under Wu Kuan's guidance, Su Lai entered the abandoned factory. Before stepping inside, he contemplated the possibility of taking action if the adversaries were few or lacked combat skills like Wu Kuan. However, he had underestimated the situation. Including Wu Kuan, the counterfeiting ring comprised 8 members, and the other 7 appeared to have been awaiting Wu Kuan's return with Su Lai. Assessing the individuals before him, Su Lai realized he was outmatched. Isn't he just a kid, boss? Can he handle this? As soon as they met, doubts arose among the group. Crafting counterfeit currency templates required meticulous skill. Merely being able to draw was insufficient, as patience was essential. And young people often lacked the focus for such detailed work. This was akin to jade carving, where renowned artisans are typically older, although younger individuals may possess better eyesight and physical attributes. They tend to be more reckless and consequently less reliable. Don't judge by appearances, rest assured. I brought him here because of his talent, Wu Kuan replied, leading Su Lai to a workbench equipped with all the tools necessary for creating counterfeit templates. Alongside a pristine genuine bill for reference, all the tools are here. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I can arrange to have it brought. No need. These should suffice. Then let us get started. Chapter 4. Then go ahead and kill me. Let us begin. As Wu Kuan finished speaking, Su Lai picked up a pen and began sketching the counterfeit template, with the skills rewarded by the system and his artistic foundation. Creating the counterfeit template posed little challenge for Su Lai. However, due to the intricate details present on the banknotes, the process required a considerable amount of time. As Su Lai began to work, the members of the counterfeiting gang watched closely. Although they lacked artistic knowledge, it was evident to them that Su Lai possessed considerable skill. His hand, steady as a machine, quickly established the basic framework. Before he proceeded to fill in the details, Wu Kuan, observing closely, became increasingly convinced he had made the right choice. Despite Su Lai's youth, his drawing and imitation skills were quite impressive, a natural at counterfeiting. With Su Lai on their team, the operation would undoubtedly be enhanced. Nevertheless, Wu Kuan, naturally suspicious, felt a nagging doubt. He could not shake the feeling that Su Lai might be an undercover cop. The coincidence of their meeting was too uncanny to ignore. After some contemplation, Wu Kuan lightly patted Song Changqing on the shoulder and gestured for him to speak in a different location. Once they had distanced themselves, Wu Kuan finally spoke, "Go take a photo of him. Then find someone to inquire whether this kid is sent by the police. I have a feeling something is off." Understood, I'll do it right away. The counterfeiting gang members each had their roles. With Song Changqing acting as the scout, he had extensive connections, knowing individuals from all walks of life, and was well informed. He approached Su Lai, stealthily taking a photo before sending it out. After completing this, he returned to Wu Kuan. "I've sent the photo, boss. If this kid is indeed working for the police, should we eliminate him?" Song Changqing mimed a throat-cutting gesture, his tone tentative. Wu Kuan remained silent, his expression neutral, and nodded slightly. For him, killing someone felt as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Most people would hesitate to act against law enforcement, not to mention killing. Even throwing a punch at an officer would require considerable courage. Assaulting a police officer was a grave offense. However, for outlaws like Wu Kuan and his cohorts, fear is a foreign concept, with countless debts and a plethora of counterfeit bills fabricated over the years. Even Wu Kuan has lost count of the total. If caught, the likelihood of facing a death sentence is almost certain, having already committed enough crimes to warrant execution. What concern is there over additional charges? It can be said that in their desperation to avoid capture, they would resort to any means necessary. Shortly after the photograph was circulated, information began to trickle in. As criminal Song Changqing had no means to access Su Lai's records. Thus, he resorted to the clumsy method of inquiring with petty criminals frequently apprehended by the police. This method may have been rudimentary, but it proved remarkably effective. The local low-level criminals, who found themselves in custody every few days, were far more familiar with the personnel structure of the police station than their own homes. They may lack other skills, but recognizing police officers is second nature to them. After gathering information, Song Changqing approached Wu Kuan and whispered in his ear, "Boss, I've inquired. It is highly likely that this Su Lai poses no threat. As far as I know, there is no one by that name in the police force of our Shannon City. No one has seen him at the station." "That's good to hear," Wu Kuan replied, nodding. "But do you think it's possible he might have been transferred from a police station in another region?" "Unlikely. This kid is still quite young. If you were a police leader, would you entrust such a cross-city or even cross-province task to a mere novice? Furthermore, his manner of speaking clearly indicates he is a local, with a slight accent to boot. That's a valid point." With his concerns allayed, Wu Kuan's demeanor visibly improved. After completing the front design, Su Lai did not rush to draw the reverse side but instead presented his work to Wu Kuan. "Take a look and see if it meets your standards." Wu Kuan extended his hand, receiving it with a magnifying glass, meticulously comparing it against the genuine currency, finding it to be indistinguishable with a fidelity of 100%. With Su Lai's hand-drawn template, their counterfeit bills would attain unprecedented precision. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You truly are talented." After reviewing, Wu Kuan urged Su Lai, "Keep going. The reverse side isn't finished yet." However, Su Lai had no intention of continuing. He focused intently on Wu Kuan. "Didn't you say you wanted to see my skills first? Now that you have, I wish to know if you can accept the price I quoted." "Of course, it's merely 5 million isn't it. Once you finish the master template, we'll commence production, and the moment the goods are ready, I'll transfer the funds to your account. I can't wait that long. And as I mentioned, I want cash, real bills that I can witness you withdrawing from the bank. I won't accept a transfer. The risk is too great, and a police inquiry could easily lead back to me." Wu Kuan fell silent. In an instant Song Changqing understood the implication. He drew the dagger from his waist and positioned it against Su Lai's neck. "You'll draw, and that's why all of us." Song Changqing had no intention of actually harming him, at least not before he finished drawing. Su Lai was certain of that. These men needed him to assist in creating even more precise counterfeit templates, so they would not dare to kill him. Song Changqing was clearly attempting to intimidate him on Wu Kuan's behalf. Su Lai had no intention of yielding. His insistence on witnessing Wu Kuan withdraw cash from the bank was not born of fear of receiving counterfeit bills, nor was it about evading police scrutiny through transfer records. These were mere pretexts. Su Lai's true intention was to lure them to the bank and figure out a way to alert the police for a direct apprehension. Seeing the dagger at his throat and yet displaying no sign of fear, Song Changqing's expression hardened. "Draw now, or I'll end your life right here. This place is secluded, and no one would ever know." "Then go ahead and kill me," Su Lai retorted defiantly, leaning his neck forward. "Hurry up. If I can't get rich, what's the point of living? How dare you?" Song Changqing was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that brute force was ineffective, Wu Kuan quickly intervened, intending to adopt a more conciliatory approach. "Enough. Put the knife down. Who taught you to threaten your own people?" Finally Song Changqing sheathed his dagger. Wu Kuan then assumed a posture of compromise. "All right, I'll take you to the bank to withdraw the money, but look at the time. If we leave now, we'll arrive just as they're closing for lunch, which would be pointless. Here's what we'll do. You finish the drawing, and by the time you complete the reverse side, the bank will be open for business again. How does that sound?" The words of an outlaw are the least trustworthy. Su Lai was acutely aware of this, realizing that the reverse side he had yet to draw was his bargaining chip. Once completed, he would lose the leverage to negotiate with Wu Kuan. After that, attempting to deceive them into going to the bank would be much more difficult, and his very life could hang in the balance. Relying on his important bargaining chip, Su Lai decided to play the rogue. Confident that Wu Kuan would ultimately relent, "Before I see the money, I won't draw. What if I finish and you refuse to pay me? Look, it's already noon. How about this? Get me something to eat. And after we finish, we'll go to the bank just in time for them to reopen. What do you think?" Su Lai, a newcomer who had never truly dealt with criminals before, was still naive regarding the ruthlessness and cunning of outlaws. "There is nothing these individuals would shy away from." Wu Kuan licked his lips, a cold smile creeping across his face. "You really won't draw?" "I won't, unless you take me to the bank for cash first." Changqing had cut off one of his fingers. "Oh no, not his fingers. Let us go for his toes instead. Just take your time, 10 minutes per toe. Once we finish with the toes and he still hasn't drawn, I'll toss him into the river to feed the fish." Su Lai Chapter 5, Can this kid really concoct color-changing ink? Su Lai was merely a recent graduate from the police academy. Having never even killed a chicken, let alone experienced such a scene. At this moment his mind was in a world. I've truly messed up. I thought that after years in the police academy, I would have the upper hand over criminals, only to find that I'm the one being manipulated. And now, he faced 3 paths. Point 1. Stand firm and refuse to draw, leading to mutilation and ultimately being tossed into the river. 2. Submit and become compliant, continuing to draw, with consequences ranging from house arrest to becoming a mere tool for counterfeiting, or worse, losing his life. Point 3. Fight back, attempting to take a few of them down with him, possibly being posthumously recognized as a martyr. Song Changqing had once again lifted the dagger. Su Lai's mind raced, ultimately settling on the second option. As long as I have my life, I can figure things out later. I'll draw, but we have an agreement. You must take me to the bank in the afternoon to withdraw cash. That's more like it. Hurry up and draw. Changqing put the knife away. Wu Kuan's previously fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by an innocent facade. I promise to take you to the bank in the afternoon. I'm a man of my word, but you must behave and not pull any tricks. As long as you're obedient, 5 million is a trivial matter. You could earn much more by sticking with me. Truth be told, Su Lai didn't believe a word of Wu Kuan's declaration. What trust could an outlaw possibly possess? I'll be right back. I have some business to attend to. Wu Kuan left with that remark, leaving Song Changqing and the others to keep an eye on Su Lai. Ensuring he wouldn't attempt any tricks sitting idly was not Su Lai's style. While continuing to create the counterfeit currency template, he pondered how to lure them all out for a collective apprehension. When it came to counterfeiting, he was an expert, fully aware of each step in the process in which materials were indispensable. For instance, color-changing ink. This could very well be the key to breaking the deadlock. By the way, I don't quite understand. Aren't you supposed to use a machine to print counterfeit bills in bulk? What's the point of having me draw from real currency? Hearing Su Lai's question, the others exchanged glances. Over the years, there had only been 2 fates for those Wu Kuan recruited. Either they became part of the team or they ended up dead. There were no exceptions. As long as Su Lai obeyed and diligently assisted them in producing counterfeit bills, he would eventually become one of them. Moreover, until he fully integrated into the group and earned their trust, he wouldn't be allowed to step foot outside the dilapidated factory, nor would he have any opportunity to communicate with the outside world. Thus, Su Lai's question was not unanswerable. Some things could be shared with both comrades and corpses. Song Changqing answered him. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. Before printing counterfeit bills, scanning is required. However, machines can't scan real currency directly, as doing so leads to, what was it again? M.O. something. Moyer patterns, chimed in another bespectacled man. When electronic photodetectors scan real currency, high-frequency interference stripes appear, known as Moyer patterns. Therefore, we need someone to meticulously render the details of the genuine bills. Right, Moyer patterns. So that means the more accurately I draw, the more realistic the counterfeit bills will be. If I can achieve a 100% reproduction of the currency, wouldn't the printed result be indistinguishable from real bills? Su Lai gradually steered the conversation. Impossible. There is so much nuance involved. Creating the master template is merely the first step. Verifying the authenticity of currency involves more than just checking for detail consistency. Watermarks and color-changing ink are crucial. And the paper used for printing is equally significant. If you can't find the right paper, it's all for naught. You'll be able to tell it's counterfeit just by touch. At this point, Song Changqing gestured toward a machine not far away. Certainly, the most crucial aspect lies here. Do not underestimate this seemingly unremarkable machine. It is, in fact, a specialized intaglio printing press for banknotes. Reserved solely for government use, our leader exerted considerable effort to procure a decommissioned one, which has now been restored and is fully operational. Su Lai received the answer he sought and promptly continued the conversation. I am familiar with watermarks and printing presses, but what exactly is color-changing ink? Song Changqing regarded him with an expression of incredulity. The name is quite straightforward. Interpret it literally. Color-changing ink is simply ink that changes color. However, it is exceedingly difficult to produce, and our supply is running low. Su Lai, possessing far greater expertise in counterfeiting than Song Changqing, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain as he imagined the scenario. You smile while asking a child what 1 + 1 equals. Only for them to roll their eyes and retort, "Are you really that clueless? 1 + 1 equals 2. This was precisely how Su Lai felt at that moment. He was well aware of what color-changing ink entailed. Known also as photochromic ink, it is one of the most effective high-tech security inks available today. Patterns printed with it exhibit a metallic sheen and display several different colors under natural light. Depending on the angle of view. Furthermore, this ink cannot be replicated using high-resolution scanners or color photocopiers, making it exceptionally secure. Thus, it is internationally recognized for its high anti-counterfeiting properties. The stringent control over color-changing ink renders it exceedingly difficult for the average person to acquire or produce. However, Su Lai is an exception. He possesses the means to formulate color-changing ink. If you can manage to obtain a printing press, how could producing a color-changing ink pose any difficulty? You misunderstand entirely. It's not merely a matter of whether it changes color. This is a rather unique type of ink, and the regulations surrounding it are incredibly strict. You wouldn't comprehend. The last artist. Never mind, why am I even explaining this to you? Just get on with your drawing. Sensing the topic had been sufficiently broached, Su Lai dropped a bombshell. What if I told you that I am confident I can formulate this color-changing ink? At this, everyone paused, momentarily stunned, struggling to believe their ears. This kid claims he can produce color-changing ink. Stop joking around and focus on your artwork. You don't look like someone capable of creating color-changing ink. I am not jesting. I speak the truth. Are you familiar with tetrachromats? I am 1.my perception of color is vastly superior to that of the average person. I can see hues that remain invisible to you. And what you deem impossible is not beyond my reach. A bespectacled man pulled out his phone to search for information on tetrachromats. He then handed his phone to the others, revealing, this kid isn't fabricating stories. Such individuals truly exist, and they perceive a far greater range of colors than we do. Although it is noted that tetrachromats are typically female, typically does not imply absolutely, Su Lai replied nonchalantly. Song Changqing, having read about the peculiar attributes of tetrachromats on the phone, glanced at Su Lai. If what the internet claimed was accurate, that tetrachromats possess heightened sensitivity to color, enabling them to perceive shades invisible to the average observer, then perhaps Su Lai could indeed produce color-changing ink. Without hesitation, he dialed Wu Kuan to report this development. Chapter 6, Everyone don't move, this is a bank robbery. What did you say? That kid can produce color-changing ink. What trick is he trying to pull? Wu Kuan, out on business, instinctively sensed deception upon hearing this news, suspecting Su Lai was attempting to pull a fast one. Having spent over 20 years in this field, he was acutely aware of the complexities surrounding color-changing ink. The regulations governing it are exceedingly strict. The batch of color-changing ink they currently possess was previously acquired through a heist abroad. Recognized globally for its high anti-counterfeiting properties, color-changing ink is utilized by numerous countries, presenting an opportunity for Wu Kuan and his team. Since acquiring it domestically proved challenging, they sought it overseas, where gun laws are more lenient, significantly increasing the likelihood of successfully seizing color-changing ink. The batch they were currently using had been pilfered 2 years prior during an armed robbery in the United States and was subsequently smuggled back to their homeland, remaining in use until now. The previous artist in their team had tragically lost his life during that very robbery. This incident was precisely why Wu Kuan approached Su Lai, as his team was in dire need of an artist. Should Su Lai succeed in formulating color-changing ink, Wu Kuan would prefer to avoid the high-risk endeavor of theft. After all, the bullets do not discriminate, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Yet, he had attempted to concoct it himself, making several unsuccessful attempts due to the ink's complexity. Uncertain of Su Lai's intentions, Wu Kuan pondered the implications of the latter being a tetrachromat, capable of perceiving colors beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Listening to the conversation on the other end of the line, Wu Kuan momentarily lost his train of thought, deep in contemplation. Boss, can you hear me? Is your signal poor? Song Changqing's voice interrupted Wu Kuan's reverie. I can hear you. Here's the plan. Bring the remaining color-changing ink for him to examine and inquire about what he requires for formulation. I will go buy the necessary materials and return. Alright, just a moment. Song Changqing retrieved their scant supply of color-changing ink for Su Lai to analyze. Su Lai dipped a piece of paper into the ink and began his examination, although he was ostensibly observing. This was merely a performance for the others. Thanks to system rewards, he was already well-versed in the formulation process and knew precisely what to do without needing to look. Nonetheless, he had to feign diligence. Song Changqing, feeling anxious, asked, "Can you do it? Don't rush me," Su Lai replied impatiently. After a while, he finally spoke again. "I am confident I can replicate it with absolute certainty." Upon hearing this, the others erupted in joyous exclamations. Even the usually composed Wu Kuan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Su Lai's voice on the phone. "Changqing, put it on speaker. Let him speak. Su Lai, tell me what you need." I will purchase it immediately. Su Lai listed the materials he required over the phone, deliberately omitting one item. Wu Kuan returned to the abandoned factory laden with supplies. Is this what you wanted? Su Lai glanced over the items before beginning to critique. This red is too faint. It may not achieve the desired outcome, and this green, you've purchased the wrong shade. What should I do? Should I go buy more? Let me try first, Su Lai suggested. Although you bought the wrong items, the color difference isn't too significant. With that, he began to formulate the color-changing ink using the supplies Wu Kuan had brought back. After a flurry of activity, Su Lai extracted a small amount of the newly created color-changing ink, spreading it evenly on paper and comparing it to the previously inked sheet, despite some discrepancies. The ink Su Lai formulated bore a striking resemblance to genuine color-changing ink. Without careful scrutiny, one would struggle to discern any differences. Alright, take a look. Point 2 colors were incorrect, so we can only achieve this result. If we had the right colors, it would be flawless. Wu Kuan took the 2 sheets of paper, examining them from various angles for an extended period, a near manic smile spreading across his face. Are you certain that if we procure the correct shades, we can create an identical product? Not identical, you've misphrased it. As long as the colors are correct, this is color changing ink. At that moment, Wu Kuan could not suppress his excitement. The ability to formulate color changing ink meant they would no longer need to risk their lives to seize it. Previously, the challenges associated with color changing ink had hindered their capacity to print counterfeit currency in large quantities. But now, with Su Lai's ability to create it, this obstacle would be surmounted. Moving forward, they could print as much counterfeit currency as they desired without concern for the availability of color changing ink. Su Lai truly was a gem. Not only was he an exceptional artist, but he had also resolved their most troublesome issue regarding color-changing ink. I admit, I may have raised my voice earlier when speaking with you, and my demeanor was less than pleasant. Please do not take it to heart. Wu Kuan's attitude towards Su Lai had undergone a complete transformation compared to their earlier interaction. What about the money? Su Lai inquired hastily. Wu Kuan hesitated before responding, weighing his options internally. Ultimately, he nodded. Let us proceed as you suggested. I will take you to the bank to withdraw cash, and we can stop by to purchase more paint on the way. This time, you'll choose the colors to avoid any further mistakes. Wu Kuan bore no suspicion that Su Lai had deliberately sabotaged the process, having witnessed the formulation of color-changing ink himself. He recognized that it was indeed very close to the real thing. It was clear to him that any discrepancies had arisen from his own purchasing errors. He had struggled to differentiate the colors in the store, even consulting the shopkeeper, who had been unable to provide clarity, leaving Wu Kuan with no choice but to select as Su Lai had advised. While he agreed to take Su Lai along, Wu Kuan remained cautious, planning to bring 3 additional individuals to closely monitor Su Lai, ensuring he did not attempt any tricks while they were out. Su Lai was undoubtedly talented, but Wu Kuan would not lower his guard until complete trust had been established. I intend to purchase a substantial quantity of materials required for the production of color-changing ink in one go, so that we can create a larger batch of it. You 3 should come along as well to assist with the lifting. Once we complete this significant task, we can take a year-long respite abroad, conveniently evading any potential troubles. Excellent, our leader is indeed wise. A vehicle is just sufficient to accommodate 5 individuals. Song Changqing will drive. Wu Kuan will occupy the front passenger seat, and Su Lai will sit in the center of the back row, flanked by 2 others, under their watchful gaze. Notably, this time, Su Lai's eyes are not covered. Perhaps due to the presence of more companions, Wu Kuan does not suspect that he could conjure any tricks. Or perhaps Wu Kuan has developed a modicum of trust in Su Lai due to his previous conduct. Upon reaching the bank, Wu Kuan unbuckles his seatbelt, intending to withdraw cash. I must accompany you inside. I need to watch you withdraw the money. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, Wu Kuan merely chuckled. You are quite cautious. We are already at the bank's entrance. What is there to be concerned about? Do you think I can perform magic and conjure 5 million in counterfeit bills out of thin air? Su Lai did not respond, yet his gaze remained resolute. Buoyed by the prospect of acquiring the color-changing ink, Wu Kuan remains in good spirits and refrains from losing his temper, instead gesturing dismissively. Very well, but you can only wait in the lobby. You 3 will accompany him. Wu Kuan strides ahead, while Song Changqing and the other 2 closely trail Su Lai, ready to thwart any deceit. Before approaching the VIP counter for the withdrawal, Wu Kuan deliberately glances back. At that moment, Su Lai is seated in the bank's lobby, closely observed by Song Changqing and the others, which finally allows him to relax. With 3 individuals watching him and his phone confiscated, he is undoubtedly unable to execute any tricks. Even if Su Lai were to cry out for help, bystanders might not heed him, and even if some busybody were to assist him in calling the police, it would take time for law enforcement to arrive at the bank. Engaging in idle chatter over the phone, verifying details, and inquiring about the address would consume at least half an hour. By that time, they would have long fled. Wu Kuan considers himself clever, confident in his calculations, believing that Su Lai surely cannot pull off any tricks beneath their watchful eyes. However, since Su Lai has lured them to the bank, he undoubtedly has his means to ensure they cannot escape. What the hell, a jade foot? The 3 instinctively inquired. At 7 o'clock, Song Changqing and the others unconsciously turned to look. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Su Lai suddenly strikes. Swiftly drawing the knife that was tucked at Song Changqing's waist, he then yanks Song Changqing's hair back with his left hand, while his right hand positions the knife against the latter's neck. Executing the entire maneuver with fluidity, as though rehearsed countless times in his mind. Even though Song Changqing is adept, he finds himself powerless to act. With the blade pressed against his throat, movement would mean death. However, there are more than just Song Changqing observing Su Lai. 2 others are present as well. Thus, Song Changqing remains composed, waiting for his companions to intervene. The 2 react quickly, rushing forward to assist without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Su Lai offers them no opportunity, shouting fiercely, "Don't move, this is a bank robbery. Staff, hand over 5 million, or I will kill him." Alone, Su Lai cannot instantly subdue 4 individuals. If even one among them were to flee, it would surely alert the others, prompting their hasty escape. The situation is rather precarious, yet Su Lai comprehends a fundamental truth: if he cannot resolve the issue by himself, he must magnify the problem. The greater the issue, the more likely others will intervene to resolve it. If the police receive other types of reports, their response time may not be swift, and by the time they arrive, the situation may have already deteriorated. However, in the case of a bank robbery, every second counts. Once such a report is filed, the police will arrive within minutes. Su Lai only needs to stall for a few minutes. Song Changqing? A bank robbery? Has this kid lost his mind? Is he going insane? Chapter 7. You're quite the character. The other 2 had intended to rush forward to rescue Song Changqing, and then the 3 of them would work together to subdue Su Lai as swiftly as possible before retreating. However, they did not anticipate that Su Lai had gone mad. Robbing a bank is one thing. Once the police receive a report of a bank robbery, they can arrive in just a few minutes. Moreover, it wouldn't just be 1 or 2 officers, they would come in droves, overwhelming the bank. Not only local police, but also armed police and special forces would arrive. When that happens, the trouble will escalate dramatically. The 2 stood frozen in shock for quite a while, unable to comprehend that Su Lai would instigate such a scene. The sudden turn of events caused their minds to overload. However, their stupor did not last long. Upon realizing their predicament, they turned on their heels and fled without a backward glance. As the saying goes, better to abandon a comrade than to lose one's own life. To hell with the accomplices. At this moment, their own lives were of greater importance. The bank is equipped with a 1-button alarm system. The alarm button connects to the bank's security department and also links to local law enforcement. Pressing the button is equivalent to placing a direct call for help. The activation buttons are located at the teller stations, and there are often several such buttons within reach, at hand, by foot, everywhere. In the event of an actual bank robbery, employees can discreetly alert authorities without drawing attention from the criminals. Don't just focus on yourselves and run away, damn it. Seeing his 2 accomplices abandon him in the heat of the moment, Song Changqing, drenched in sweat, cursed and then turned to communicate with Su Lai. Su Lai, are you out of your mind? Who told you we were here to rob a bank? Stop this nonsense. He then raised his voice to explain to the security personnel, who had already brandished their riot shields, we are not here to rob the bank. Truly, this is my brother. He has a few screws loose, please believe me. Hearing Song Changqing's nonsensical ramblings, the security personnel were somewhat bewildered. They had no knowledge of Su Lai's mental state, but they could clearly see that Song Changqing's mind was not functioning properly. You are the hostage. The robber has a knife pressed to your neck. And yet you still seek to exonerate him? While Su Lai maintained control over Song Changqing, he did not forget to deceive the security personnel wielding riot shields, urging them to keep an eye on Wu Kuan and the other 2. What are you 3 doing? Why aren't you acting? Hurry up and each take a hostage as a shield. Wu Kuan. Initially, he had planned to seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. However, before he could even reach the bank's exit, Su Lai's words had successfully drawn the security's attention to him. The security personnel acted decisively. Su Lai's intention was to have them monitor the three individuals, preventing their escape before the police arrived. To his surprise, the security personnel wielding the riot shields were exceptionally bold. Seeing that Wu Kun was unarmed, they charged forward without hesitation, pinning him against the wall with the riot shield. Rendering him immobile, they issued a stern warning, "Don't move, stay still." The fates of the other two were not much better than Wu Kun's. Neither of them had the habit of carrying knives, and in terms of physical prowess, they were no match for the most capable fighter in the group, Song Changqing. They were comparable to ordinary individuals faced with the security personnel wielding riot shields. They had no means of resistance and were easily subdued against the wall. For the bank's security personnel, the only remaining threat was Su Lai. However, the complication was that this individual was armed with a knife and had taken a hostage, which made the situation difficult. The security personnel were hesitant to act, fearing that any rash move might provoke Su Lai into taking drastic measures. Although Wu Kun found himself pinned and unable to move, he was uncertain why Su Lai had suddenly lost his composure. However, he was acutely aware that he was likely doomed this time, ensnared by a reckless youth, whether it was the pressure of the riot shield against his chest or the irritation caused by Su Lai. Wu Kun felt increasingly dizzy and tight-chested. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to unleash a torrent of expletives at Su Lai. Su Lai, you mother of a... Su Lai remained silent, merely listening quietly. When Wu Kun finally exhausted himself from cursing and prepared to catch his breath to continue, Su Lai seized the moment to counterattack. Rebound. Wu Kun? It felt as though he had struck a cotton wall. In an instant, he was even more furious. I rebound, you mother of a... Longqing District Police Bureau, what? A bank robbery? Upon learning that such a heinous crime had occurred within his jurisdiction, Zhang Weiman felt as though the sky were collapsing. What on earth is happening lately? The recent counterfeit money case remains unresolved, and now another bank robbery has surfaced. Is there no end to this chaos? Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Zhang Weiman quickly sprang into action. He instructed the nearest police station to dispatch personnel immediately to stabilize the situation and contacted negotiation experts to expedite their arrival, while also requesting reinforcements from the armed police and special operations forces. Hurry up! Those who would resort to bank robbery are invariably ruthless criminals, and local officers may not be equipped to handle such individuals. Thus, it is essential to seek support from allied forces to effectively prevent the situation from escalating further. In an absolute worst-case scenario, they would enable snipers to neutralize the assailants directly. After deploying these measures, Zhang Weiman rushed to the scene himself. This incident unfolded within his jurisdiction, and should any significant trouble arise, he could not evade responsibility. The nearest police station had already responded. In order to reach the scene as quickly as possible, the police vehicle activated its flashing lights and sirens, racing through red lights. They arrived at the scene in just 5 minutes. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered that the situation had been largely subdued by the bank's security personnel. 3 assailants had been restrained by the bank's security staff using anti-explosive forks, leaving only one knife-wielding criminal, who was still desperately resisting. Fortunately, there were no casualties on site. The officers were perplexed to observe that this gang of bank robbers seemed to be embroiled in internal strife, hurling insults at one another with utter disdain. However, such details were of little consequence. The primary objective now was to stabilize the emotions of the knife-wielding assailant and prevent him from harming the hostage. You take the other 3 criminals outside. I will attempt to calm this young man down, declared a seasoned officer, turning his attention to de-escalate the situation with Su Lai. Please, do not be agitated. Let us converse calmly. If you have any demands... Before he could finish his sentence, Su Lai interrupted him. Hold your words, allow me to speak first. I am Su Lai, a probationary officer from the Longqing District Bureau, currently engaged in an arrest operation. The 3 individuals subdued by the security personnel, including the one I have here, are all members of the same counterfeit currency ring. There are 8 members in total. I have lured 4 of them out, while the remaining 4 are currently hiding in their counterfeiting den. I know the location of that den. However, time is of the essence. If we delay too long, the remaining 4 members will surely flee. I require your cooperation. As he spoke, Su Lai freed one hand to produce his identification card, which he had pocketed earlier for his employment registration, and tossed it over. This is my ID, you may verify my identity. The officer, momentarily taken aback, picked up the card and handed it to a colleague behind him. Go check this out. It was only at that moment that Wu Kun realized Su Lai was indeed a police officer. Urea cop, indeed, surprised, aren't you? Honestly, I didn't expect to encounter criminals eager to hand me performance metrics on my first day either, thank you, you're rather accommodating. Meanwhile, Su Lai's superior Zhang Weiman was en route to the scene. The recent counterfeit currency cases had already drained him, leaving him unable to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep for quite some time. The recent bank robbery incident was undoubtedly adding to his woes. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Chapter 8, Isn't this using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Hello, this is Zhang Weiman, speak Director Zhang, this is the Zhangqiao Road Police Station. We have arrived at the bank where the incident occurred. Before the caller could finish, Zhang Weiman interrupted, urgently inquiring, what is the situation? Is the situation under control? Were there any casualties on site? The scene is largely under control, and there are no casualties. However, there is one matter I need to confirm with you. What matter? Is there a probationary officer named Su Lai at your precinct? Su Lai? Zhang Weiman could not recall anyone by that name in his bureau. I'm not sure. Please hold on while I verify. As the head of the precinct, he had too many responsibilities to remember every officer's name, especially that of a probationary officer. Moreover, the recent counterfeit currency cases had left him overwhelmed, leaving little room for concern over a probationary officer's name. Putting down the phone, he covered the receiver and asked a few trusted aides accompanying him in the vehicle, do we have a probationary officer named Su Lai? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Su Lai, I remember. There's a young lad who was supposed to report to the station today. His name is Su Lai. We discussed him earlier this morning. He was quite audacious to arrive late on his first day. But why are you suddenly asking about him? Zhang Weiman himself was unsure why he had inquired about a probationary officer. He promptly spoke into the phone. Yes, we do indeed have a probationary officer named Su Lai. What about him? He claims to know the location of the counterfeit currency gang's hideout and is asking for our cooperation to apprehend them. Director Zhang, since he is one of your officers, should we assist him in taking action? No, wait a moment, weren't we discussing the bank robbery? How did we end up on the topic of the counterfeit currency gang? It's like this. Director Zhang, the bank robbers are actually those who were deceived by your officer Su Lai. He said he was executing an arrest operation, and the individuals who robbed the bank with are members of that counterfeit currency gang. It appears they were lured into the bank without any knowledge of the robbery. Zhang Weiman was taken aback. This is quite a lot to process. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. So, the bank robbery was a ruse. This rookie named Su Lai came up with this plan on the fly, intending to prompt a swift police response to help control the members of the counterfeit currency gang he had deceived into the bank, and then subsequently capture them all in one fell swoop. No, something doesn't add up here. It was highly unreasonable that a rookie could outmaneuver the many seasoned officers at the precinct when it came to a gang that had eluded them. This was exceedingly improbable. It was almost as if a drama unfolded before them. Zhang Weiman was momentarily lost in thought. His colleagues nearby noticed his distraction and inquired, what is wrong? Director Zhang, this matter cannot be explained in a sentence or two. How long until we arrive at the scene? Approximately 3 more minutes, drive faster. With that, Zhang Weiman spoke into the phone, don't worry, I'll be there shortly, let us discuss everything once I arrive. Before long, Zhang Weiman and the officers from the precinct arrived. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he alighted and called out, where is Su Lai? Where is Su Lai? Assessing the newcomers, Su Lai noted that one of them bore the insignia of a silver olive branch and a silver 4-pointed starflower, indicating that he was the deputy director of the Longqing District Bureau. He promptly saluted, reporting, sir, I am here, you are Su Lai, what on earth is happening here? Su Lai organized his thoughts and quickly relayed the events of the day to Zhang Weiman, omitting any mention of the system-related matters. After all, discussing the awakening system might invite disbelief. It was better left unsaid. Upon hearing Su Lai's account, Zhang Weiman felt momentarily bewildered, as did the officers accompanying him. The situation seemed utterly absurd. So you encountered the leader of the counterfeit currency gang on your way to work, and he brought you to their lair, where you assisted in creating the counterfeit currency templates, and you managed to lure 4 of the criminals to the bank. That is correct, Su Lai affirmed with a nod. Explaining, however, I could not subdue all 4 of them at once. I could only rely on stealth to incapacitate the one who was the most skilled and armed with a knife. I end that situation. If I had revealed my identity and called for help, no one would have dared to intervene. Thus, fabricating a bank robbery was a last resort. The principle of employing extraordinary measures in extraordinary circumstances was understood by all present. In emergencies, officers might disregard traffic regulations, issue warning shots, or even resort to lethal force against completely uncontrollable criminals, acting first and justifying later. While such practices were entirely standard, Su Lai's approach was decidedly unconventional. To falsely claim a bank robbery was quite audacious. Not even a seasoned officer like Zhang Weiman had ever encountered such a scenario. In fact, Su Lai's actions were undoubtedly violations of protocol. And indeed serious ones at that. Yet, had he not swiftly devised the ruse of a bank robbery at a critical moment, the criminals would have escaped by now. Allowing them to slip away today would complicate future apprehensions. The counterfeit currency produced by this gang was nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article, and their existence posed a severe threat to societal stability. Dismantling this gang would be a significant achievement. Su Lai's actions had both merit and fault. The merit was indisputably substantial, while the fault was equally undeniable. Thus, whether the merits outweighed the faults or vice versa remained a complex question. However, it was fortuitous that not long ago, the Bureau had planned a bank robbery drill aimed at effectively maintaining public order, enhancing bank security, and improving the coordination of basic police, armed police, and special forces in counter-terrorism and riot control scenarios, as well as testing the police system's emergency response capabilities. Due to the recent overwhelming counterfeit currency cases, Zhang Weiman had been compelled to indefinitely postpone the drill. In light of this, whether Su Lai's actions could be deemed a transgression hinged entirely upon Zhang Weiman's perspective. If he chose to view it differently, Su Lai's actions could be seen not as violations but rather as a police exercise. The pretense of robbing a bank was merely a task assigned to Su Lai. There was no doubt that Su Lai was a talent. This was evident from his infiltration into the criminal gang and successful identification of their hideout, though they had only met briefly. Zhang Weiman found himself favorably impressed by this decisive and quick-witted rookie who did not adhere strictly to convention. In a matter of moments, the protective Zhang Weiman had made up his mind. After mentally rehearsing his response, he turned toward the onlookers gathered at a distance and declared, "I am Zhang Weiman, the director of the Longqing District Bureau. What you are witnessing is a police exercise designed to address special circumstances. This exercise was conducted without prior notice or indication to provide a more direct demonstration of our methods in dealing with similar situations. The details of the drill were known only to a select few, including myself. Frankly speaking, I am quite satisfied with the outcome of this exercise. As we witnessed, the performance of our Longqing District Police Force was commendable. Within mere minutes, they managed to regain control of the situation. Despite being entirely oblivious to the circumstances, upon hearing Zhang Weiman's remarks, the onlookers suddenly realized the truth. It was merely a drill. I had been puzzled as to why the robber brandished a knife to rob a bank. As if it were a joke, naturally, how could one procure a firearm? It was stated that this was a simulated exercise conducted under the most realistic standards imaginable. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the rapid response of the police. Within just a few minutes, all the robbers were subdued. We ought to commend our diligent officers. Had I known it was a drill, I would have recorded a short video to share online. It would surely have gone viral. Not only the onlookers, but several officers also only just realized that this was indeed an exercise. What a clever ruse by the chief. He had revealed nothing, only the parties directly involved, Su Lai and a few of Zhang Weiman's trusted aides, were aware that this was not an exercise at all. In fact, seasoned officers possessing their own unique methods of judgment had discerned that Zhang was leveraging this drill as a pretext to assist the newcomer. Su Lai, those familiar with Zhang Weiman, knew he was fiercely protective of his own. Given this context, it was no surprise he would take such action. Once the drill concluded successfully and the curious crowd dispersed, Zhang Weiman turned his attention to Su Lai, who was also looking at him. "Thank you, Chief Zhang. I've no need for pleasantries. Quickly get in the car. Lead the way to the hideout of the criminal gang." No sooner had he finished speaking than a fleet of vehicles arrived at the bank. Reinforcements from the armed police and special forces had arrived simultaneously. Initially, Zhang Weiman had called for backup to ensure safety during the operation. However, little did he know that the bank robbery was nothing more than a misunderstanding, a stir created by their own personnel. "What is the situation inside?" inquired Xing Jun, the leader of the armed police. As he stepped out of the vehicle, the two had previously collaborated, hence their acquaintance. Zhang Weiman opted not to continue with the drill narrative to deceive his old friend, considering the latter was the head of the armed police. If there were indeed a joint exercise, Xing Jun would certainly be in the loop. A few words wouldn't suffice to clarify. In essence, this was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What do you mean? I'll explain later. I have further actions to take. We need to apprehend some individuals. Hey, now that you're here, why not join us? It would save us the trouble of bringing the brothers out for nothing, and I can elaborate on the way. That sounds good. We can assess how the little ones have been training lately. Thus Zhang Weiman integrated the newly arrived armed police and special forces into the team. A convoy of around 200 personnel, With dozens of vehicles set forth with great momentum of their destination, the lair of the counterfeiting gang, this grand assembly, comprising both ordinary grassroots officers and armed police, imparted to Su Lai an overwhelming sense of using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito. There were only 4 individuals at the gang's hideout. Did it truly warrant such a show of force? It was akin to organizing over 200 adults to assault 4 elementary school children. Meanwhile, in the abandoned factory, the 4 unsuspecting individuals were dreaming of the future. Who would have thought that the newcomer could actually get the color-changing ink sorted? Indeed, once we have the color-changing ink, we can print as much as we desire. Exactly. Once the machine starts, we'll be rich. Just wait until we get the boss to give each of us an AK. Let's make it big and glorious. What is this about making it big? I've decided that once this job is done, I'll retire and settle down with a wife. Chapter 9. So it was you who lured the police here? In order to clarify this misunderstanding, Jiang Weimin shared a vehicle with the 2 commanders from the armed police and special forces involved in the operation, taking Su Lai along for good measure. As the counterfeit case neared resolution, a long-lost smile returned to Jiang Weimin's face. After listening to Jiang Weimin's account, both Xing Jun and Zhou Tianqi, who had come to support with their respective teams, cast appreciative glances at Su Lai. So you're saying this kid single-handedly played the entire criminal gang like puppets? Xing Jun turned to Su Lai, pretending to rob a bank. You certainly have some audacious ideas. Xing Jun did not hide his admiration for Su Lai. In contrast to Zhou Tianqi, who had brought the special forces for support, adopted a more diplomatic approach. Your mind is indeed sharp. However, this approach is still against the rules. Robbing a bank is no trivial matter. If you dare to do this during your internship, who knows what else you might do in the future? Old Zhang, are you sure you want to keep this troublemaker around? You can handle him this time, but what if he stirs up a bigger mess down the line? Before Jiang Weimin could respond, Zhou Tianqi continued, you can't manage this kid. Listen to me, hand him over to me. And I can handle him, Jiang Weimin interjected. What a coincidence. So you've said all this just to try and poach him from me? Jiang Weimin was not about to relinquish Su Lai. Having already witnessed his capabilities, your intentions are rather transparent, aren't they? Like Zhou Tianqi, Xing Jun was equally intrigued by Su Lai. However, he did not intend to be as indirect as Zhou Tianqi. Instead, he directly broached the topic in front of Jiang Weimin. Su Lai, would you be interested in joining the armed police? With your talents, remaining in the police station would be a waste. Compared to the precinct, my team would be a better fit. Hey, old Xing. What are you doing? I'm still sitting right here. Are you treating me like air, trying to poach my personnel in front of me? Jiang Weimin was displeased and interrupted Xing Jun. Let Su Lai decide for himself. Having just been put in his place, Zhou Tianqi chimed in. Yes, old Zhang, let Su Lai make his own choice. Can we all stop arguing? Under the scrutiny of the 3 powerful figures, Su Lai suddenly felt as though he were in a dramatic scenario where several male leads were vying for the female lead's affections. Su Lai was decidedly inclined towards Jiang Weimin, especially since he had just received substantial assistance from him. I am not one to forget a favor. So, Su Lai did not finish his sentence. But his intent was clear. He chose Jiang Weimin. Jiang Weimin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had not misjudged Su Lai, who was not only astute but also courageous and loyal. He shrugged his shoulders in a victorious manner. So do you two have anything else to say? Due to the unique functions and characteristics of the armed and special police, Xing Jun and Zhou Tianqi preferred Su Lai's maverick nature over the more conventional subordinates. Learning that Su Lai acted decisively and unconventionally, yet was also quite loyal, only increased their fondness for him. However, Jiang Weimin was resolute, and Su Lai was unwilling to part ways with the man who had just helped him navigate a tricky situation. The idea of poaching was off the table. I swear, the police are here. What the hell are you doing? Run, out the back. No wait, the back is blocked too. We're surrounded. What is going on? How could the police know about this place? What does it matter at this point? Grab your weapons and fight. Realizing they were cornered, the 4 made up their minds to confront the police head-on. They hastily grabbed a few knives, preparing to ambush from behind the door. However, in the next moment, a sharp sound rang out. The factory's glass shattered as a smoke grenade crashed through, followed by a second and a third. The thick smoke stung their eyes, and amidst a deafening bang, the factory door was kicked open. A fully armed special police and armed police streamed in. The individual who had just declared their intention to fight against the police rubbed their eyes and, through the door, witnessed a scene they would never forget. Ordinary police, special forces, and the armed police had all arrived, no fewer than dozens of vehicles and over 100 personnel. The crucial point was that the armed and special police were all heavily equipped and armed. This was no mere arrest, it was clearly an anti-terrorism operation. And fight? What a joke! Even if they were wielding knives, they could never match up. compared to the well-equipped and highly trained police, the four of them were merely insignificant. They hardly offered any resistance before being captured entirely. The smoke and tear gas in the abandoned factory left them in tears, and once the officers dragged them out, they finally found some relief. So it was them. Are there any others? Yes, it's them, but I'm not sure if there are others. As far as I know, this gang only consists of 8 members, and the other 4 were caught at the bank. Sulai replied, following the familiar voice. The 4 were taken aback. The speaker was none other than Sulai. Sulai, we meet again, but I'm afraid I must inform you that I'm a police officer. The 4 were left dumbfounded. Sulai is a police officer, so it was you who lured the police here? Boss, what were you thinking? How could you bring a cop back here? With the assistance of armed police and special forces. The operation to apprehend the suspects was successfully completed. The 4 criminals were utterly powerless, easily subdued by the highly trained and formidable law enforcement officers, who handled them as one would a mere chick. It was accomplished with remarkable ease. Once the individuals were brought back to the police station, Zhang Weiman promptly assigned officers to interrogate the members of the criminal gang, led by Wu Kuan. Not long after settling down, Zhang Weiman's phone rang. When he had received a call from this number that morning, his expression had been one of concern. However, now a smile graced his face, and he unconsciously straightened his posture. Exuding confidence, he even found himself anticipating a call from his superior to review his work. At that moment, Zhang Weiman resembled a schoolboy who had completed his summer homework on the last day of vacation. Eager for his teacher to check his assignments, as expected, the first words from the leader were, "What is this about a bank robbery? It was merely a drill, which has now concluded. Do you still have time for drills? Have you finished the counterfeit money case before embarking on a drill?" Zhang Weiman responded calmly, "It has been resolved. We have apprehended all 8 suspects, including the gang leader, dismantled a counterfeiting den, and seized various materials used for producing counterfeit currency, including paper and color-changing ink, as well as a gravure printing press." Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, the officer began, "Name, Wu Kuan, age, 42. Gender, can't you read it yourself?" The officer in charge of questioning slammed the table. "I warn you, this is a police station. Answer my questions seriously. Gender." If the sentencing were based on the amount of counterfeit money Wu Kuan had produced, he would likely face the death penalty. Even if he avoided execution, he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape prison for the rest of his life. He was acutely aware of this, which is why during the police interrogation he did not exhibit the usual panic seen in other criminals. Instead, he wore a smile, appearing quite nonchalant. The officers, at a loss for words, chose not to dwell on such trivialities, and the recording officer simply filled in the gender field with male. The questioning officer continued. "Why did you counterfeit money? I can't produce real currency, so of course, I can only make fakes." Wait, don't leave, officer. I'll talk, I promise. Just one last request, could I have a cigarette? I know I probably won't live long, and I just want to smoke one before I go. If you can grant me this wish, I'll confess everything." Similar requests are quite common in interrogation rooms. Without hesitation, the interrogating officer produced a cigarette, lit it, and handed it to Wu Kuan. Taking a deep drag, Wu Kuan leaned back in his chair, visibly relaxed, and began to recount everything in detail. My name is Wu Kuan, I'm from Shangjiang, and I've been in this line of work for over 20 years. Chapter 10, Is it reasonable for a police officer to counterfeit money? As Wu Kuan spoke, the entire process of the counterfeit case gradually came to light. Although Su Lai had provided a brief overview, it was not as detailed as Wu Kuan's account. It was through Wu Kuan's words that the interrogating officer learned something important. Su Lai, the new recruit in the bureau, possessed an extraordinary talent for counterfeiting. So much so that Wu Kuan, a veteran in the field for over 2 decades, described him as the most gifted person I've ever met, and a natural master of counterfeiting. Is it reasonable for a police officer to have such a talent in counterfeiting? Absolutely it is. In response to his colleague's bewilderment, Su Lai explained, "I studied drawing for a while, and creating a counterfeit banknote is essentially sketching, with the real banknote as the subject. Is it unreasonable for someone who studied art to be able to sketch? As for the color-changing ink, Wu Kuan mentioned that I am a 4-color visualizer, so my perception of color is far superior to that of an average person. Thus, recreating color-changing ink is quite reasonable." After a pause, Su Lai continued, "It's also fortunate that I learned a bit about painting, otherwise I wouldn't have expected to encounter a criminal just by having breakfast." Though it was his first day at the police station, Su Lai had already become something of a sensation, as this newcomer had effortlessly taken down a criminal gang that had long been a thorn in everyone's side. Such an achievement was undeniably impressive. The veteran officers, filled with curiosity, naturally gravitated towards him, especially since the counterfeit case had just been solved. With no pressing matters at hand, they gathered around Su Lai to hear tales of his solo infiltration into the criminal organization and the intellectual battles he fought against the criminals. Captivated by his narrative, Jiang Weiman observed this scene and chose to remain silent. Not only did he refrain from intervening, but he also announced that he would treat everyone to dinner that evening. The team had been tirelessly working on cases, and with a new colleague in their midst, it was a perfect occasion to celebrate the resolution of the counterfeit case. If anyone has time to join tonight, just let me know so I can reserve a place in advance, Zhang stated. We absolutely must make time for Director Zhang Street. Indeed, count me in, I'm going too. With the counterfeit case resolved and all members of the counterfeiting gang apprehended, Su Lai, sitting at his workstation gazing out the window, suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Congratulations, host, for solving the counterfeit case. You are eligible for a random reward. Detective skills are being extracted. Here it comes, the reward has arrived. Su Lai's heart raced with anticipation. Fly rubbing hands.jpg, skill extraction complete. Here comes the little flying stick. After activating this skill, you can stealthily appear behind your target and deliver a stunning blow, with the first strike guaranteed to be a critical hit that knocks them unconscious. At this moment, you suddenly notice the abundance of black stockings on the street, and a bold idea must surely be forming in your mind. Su Lai, what? Initially filled with excitement, his handsome face instantly fell. Is this some kind of joke? When he first bound the system, he received a skill for counterfeiting money, yet he accepted that, after all, it was a free gift from the system. Some free skills are better than none, right? But what in the world is this? Here comes the little flying stick. Isn't that just a sneak attack with a club? And what else with the mention of black stockings and bold ideas? He is a police officer. What kind of bold ideas could he have? Su Lai seriously doubted the system's integrity. What kind of so-called super detective system is this? With rewards like this, it's more akin to a super criminal system. As he mentally complained, a wealth of techniques related to delivering stealthy blows flooded into Su Lai's mind. He learned how to approach his target unnoticed, the optimal posture to engage all muscle groups, applying 3/10 of his strength to achieve the effect of 10 or even 20. He absorbed knowledge about which areas to strike to render someone unconscious without causing fatal harm or lasting effects. He considered the various materials of clubs and how their length and thickness affect handling. Su Lai felt as though he could compose an extensive thesis on the art of stealth attacks right then and there. Possible titles included, On Stealth Attacks, My Years as a Trickster, What Does a Young Man Know of Martial Virtue, and Learning the Art of Bludgeoning in the Police Station. In Su Lai's mind, the image of a police officer was one of justice, bravery, and righteousness, with piercing eyes and a proud stature. The skill of delivering stealthy blows seemed entirely incongruous and out of place. Who would expect a good person to sneak up on others? Just imagine it. While others confront criminals, Su Lai, with his thick brows and striking features, stealthily approaches a criminal from behind, slowly pulls out an 80-centimeter club, and knocks the criminal down with one strike. Wouldn't that be pure trickster behavior? If seen, it would severely tarnish the image of the police force in the eyes of the public. As a dignified police officer, how could he be asked to resort to such underhanded tactics? Sorry, but system, you've mistaken me. Su Lai, will never stoop to such lowly methods. Later that evening, Zhang Weiman made good on his promise and treated everyone to dinner. Throughout the meal, Su Lai remained the focal point of conversation. Despite his youth, he was remarkably articulate, able to engage on any topic. By the end of the dinner, he had significantly strengthened his rapport with his colleagues. Many seasoned officers were eager to mentor the new recruit. But ultimately, it was Han Fei, who had been with the police department for over a decade, who was granted the opportunity. Starting tomorrow and throughout the upcoming year of his internship, Han Fei would guide Su Lai in familiarizing himself with the police station's environment and the methods of police work, helping him integrate into the team swiftly. After the dinner concluded, Su Lai returned home. Just after taking a shower and settling into bed, the phone rang. Son, are you asleep? Not yet, I just got into bed. How was your first day on the job? It was all right. The leadership seems to value me, and my colleagues are easy to get along with. You're just bragging. It's only your first day. Why would the leaders value you? By the way, do you have time off this week? You're getting older, and your mother has found a blind date for you. You should. Mom, what are you saying? I said I found a blind date for you, and you should meet her while you're off this week. Not that part, the part before it. Are you asleep yet? Having gone to bed? He bid goodnight and hung up decisively. The prospect of blind dates was exceedingly tiresome, yielding no results whatsoever. Nevertheless, his mother appeared undeterred. scarcely had the call ended when she promptly sent several messages. This young lady was rather commendable in many aspects, albeit somewhat petite at 155 centimeters, yet, when she jumped, she reached a height of approximately 170 centimeters. You should take the time during your break to meet her. Furthermore, now that you have a job, your father and I were considering purchasing you a car. Do you prefer a Mercedes-Benz E-Class or a BMW 5 Series? Su Lai replied, has our family struck it rich? Su's mother responded, no, the latter message was merely a ruse to confirm whether you had seen my texts. It's good that you have. Su Lai retracted a message. Chapter 11. Your presence is our blessing. The notion of blind dates was utterly out of the question. It would never materialize in this lifetime. Faced with his family's relentless pressure, Su Lai chose to adopt a nonchalant attitude. Whenever he sensed the slightest hint of marriage pressure during conversations or calls, he would swiftly concoct an excuse to terminate the discussion. What's wrong, Su? You cracked a major case right after starting your job, yet you still wear a perpetual frown. Noticing Su Lai's gloomy demeanor for several consecutive days, Han Fei, his mentor, could no longer restrain his curiosity. My family is pushing for marriage, Su Lai sighed, waving his hand in dismissal. He then briefly showed Han Fei the chat history with his mother. Every day she insists I go on blind dates. Over the past week, she has scouted no fewer than 30 potential matches for me. What do you think, master? Clearly Su Lai had chosen the wrong confidant. Han Fei, being of a similar age to Su Lai's parents, possessed a better understanding of their concerns. He even attempted to offer a few words of encouragement. What's the issue with that? Your family only wants what's best for you. Now that you're employed, it's indeed time to consider marriage. You young people tend to overthink, fearing that marriage will bring troubles. Personally, I believe marriage is quite wonderful. What's so wonderful about it? I see no benefits to marriage at all. What kind of talk is that? Marriage undoubtedly has its advantages. The benefits of marriage are. Han Fei found himself at a loss for an answer. The benefits are. Well, it's that thing. Han Fei smacked his lips and scratched his head, squinting as he pondered deeply, yet his brain seemed to falter, failing to conjure a single advantage of marriage. Just then, Zhang Weiman emerged from the office with a smile plastered across his face. He clapped his hands and declared, everyone, halt your tasks for a moment. I have something to say. Instantly all eyes in the precinct turned to Zhang Weiman. It had been only about a week since the counterfeit money case. And at this juncture, whatever news Zhang Weiman was about to share, it was almost certain to be an announcement of commendation. Naturally, the object of this commendation would be Su Lai, the newcomer, after all. He had played a significant role in dismantling the troublesome counterfeiting gang. The others regarded Su Lai with envy. Many of them had served for years without receiving any accolades, yet here was Su Lai, a newcomer, being honored right out of the gate. A few officers seated close to Su Lai approached him, playfully tapping their fists against his chest in a congratulatory manner. I told you a couple of days ago that your commendation was imminent. Look at how delighted Director Zhang is. His smile could reach his ears. Hey, once you receive your medal, can I touch it? I've never had the chance to do so before. Seeing the exuberant reactions of his colleagues, Zhang Weiman decided not to prolong the suspense. It seems everyone has guessed what I'm about to say. There are two matters to address. First, let us congratulate our new comrade Su Lai for his significant contributions in combating the counterfeiting gang, earning him a second-class personal merit, along with a bonus of 10,000. Wait, a second-class merit? Upon hearing Zhang Weiman's announcement, an officer could not contain his astonishment. They had anticipated that Su Lai would receive some form of recognition, but no one expected it to be a second-class merit. Not to mention, even third-class merits were hard to come by in peacetime. Many officers who had served for several years had not managed to achieve such an honor. In stark contrast, Su Lai, having only just started, had already dismantled a criminal gang and received accolades that many veterans could only dream of. The incredible Su Lai, a second-class merit, that's a reward of 10,000 yuan. And you've just started working, your salary hasn't even been disbursed yet the bonus arrives first. The bonus is trivial. Are you that superficial? The honor is what truly matters. I thought you'd only receive a third-class merit. How surprising. How could it be merely a third class? The impact of that counterfeiting gang was so severe. It stands to reason it would be more than just a third-class merit, as everyone reveled in the shock of Su Lai receiving a second-class merit. Han Fei, Su Lai's mentor, remained deep in thought, pondering the benefits of marriage. Having concluded his announcement regarding Su Lai's commendation, Zhang Weiman continued, quiet down, everyone, there's another matter. The higher-ups have been observing the efforts of all personnel in our precinct during this period. Our precinct has been awarded a collective third-class merit, along with a bonus of 10,000. Really, Director Zhang? do we get a share too? Of course, would I deceive you? The dismantling of the criminal gang led by Wu Kuan was largely attributed to Su Lai's efforts. While the contributions of other officers were minimal, however, since the collective third-class merit was a shared achievement, it was only fitting that the Longcheng District Bureau received this honor, thus benefiting from Su Lai's success. Upon realizing this, Su Lai's colleagues looked at him not only with envy but also with gratitude. Collective merits were still honors worth boasting about. Su Lai, your presence is indeed a blessing for us. An officer of similar age to Han Fei approached Su Lai, patting him on the shoulder. He then nudged Han Fei, who was still deep in thought. Old Han, what are you pondering? Your disciple has just earned a second-class merit. And we all benefit from the collective third-class merit. Why are you silent? Han Fei lifted his gaze to glance at his colleague. I'm contemplating the benefits of marriage. Why on earth are you thinking about that? Besides, aren't there plenty of benefits to marriage? If you can't even think of a few, I'll give you some examples, such as, due to the commendation, the atmosphere in the precinct was particularly jubilant. With smiles adorning nearly every face, however, the good times were short-lived. In the afternoon, the precinct received a report of a bank robbery. Coincidentally, this was not a false alarm or a drill, it was a genuine heist. The officers wasted no time and rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, they soon realized the complexity of the situation far exceeded their expectations. The robber was armed with a homemade firearm, having taken over a dozen hostages. Additionally, he was strapped with explosives, and it appeared to be a considerable quantity. The remote detonator was in his hand. A slight press of his finger could obliterate the bank, taking the lives of all the hostages with it. Upon arrival, Zhang Weiman immediately arranged for someone to communicate with the robber, attempting to stabilize his emotions. Simultaneously, they swiftly evacuated the surrounding crowd and established a security perimeter. Chapter 12. This skill of persuasion proves useful. The assailant, armed with explosives and a homemade firearm to rob the bank, had evidently conducted meticulous planning in advance. Attempting to negotiate with him to cease his actions was utterly futile. After a brief discussion, the negotiation expert returned to Zhang Weiman and relayed the robber's demands. He insists we provide him with a car and 50 kilograms of gold bars, with a strict time limit of half an hour. If he does not see the gold within that time, he will detonate the explosives, taking the hostages with him. Nearby officers gasped in disbelief. 50 kilograms of gold bars, what an audacious demand. Indeed, 50 kilograms of gold bars amounted to a substantial fortune. Yet regardless of the sum, when agreement needed to be reached, stabilizing the robber's emotions was paramount, especially with the lives of over a dozen hostages at stake. It was crucial not to provoke the assailant. Zhang Weiman hardly hesitated before agreeing. Turning to the negotiation expert, tell him we can provide the car and the gold bars, but half an hour is insufficient. That is far too short. We cannot acquire that much gold in such a brief period. We'll need at least an hour. At this point, reinforcements were already en route and would arrive within the hour. Zhang Weiman's intention in stating this was purely to buy time. However, the robber was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing the negotiator's message, he roared, "An hour? You think you can stall me? Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. Half an hour it is. If I don't see the gold by then, I'll detonate the explosives, and you all better step back at least 20 meters, or I'll kill a hostage right now." With that, the robber seized a hostage and pressed the homemade firearm against her temple. To prevent the police from deploying a sniper to eliminate him on the spot, the criminal cunningly concealed his body behind the hostage, using the latter as a human shield, with the hostage in his possession. The police were left with no choice but to compromise. Zhang Weiman reached out once more to the reinforcements, urging them to expedite their arrival, ideally within half an hour. If reinforcements could indeed arrive within that time frame, infiltrating the bank to subdue the assailant or even neutralizing him on the spot would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome. However, Zhang Weiman was acutely aware that expecting the reinforcements to arrive within 30 minutes was unrealistic. The time was too short, such a feat was nearly impossible. Consequently, Zhang Weiman did not place all his hopes on the sniper but instead devised an alternative plan. He immediately issued orders for officers to clear all vehicles and pedestrians from the nearby main roads at the fastest pace possible and to set up checkpoints along the route. This was the worst-case scenario. Should the reinforcements fail to arrive within half an hour, they would need to comply with the criminal's demands for gold bars and a vehicle to ensure the hostage's safety. Once the assailant attempted to flee in the vehicle, they would then utilize the pre-established checkpoints to capture him, a classic trap. As long as the criminal could not fly, there was no doubt he would not escape that day. Yet, the police would inevitably have to pay a price for this strategy. Those who dared to rob banks were often desperate individuals who would never surrender easily upon encountering the police at the checkpoints. They would surely fight fiercely, armed with explosives and firearms. Bloodshed was unavoidable. Having served over a decade at the police station, Han Fei realized that relying on reinforcements was likely futile. Their only recourse was themselves. He immediately turned to Su Lai, the rookie he was responsible for mentoring, and said, "I suspect we won't be able to count on the reinforcements. Remember, when we set up the checkpoints to apprehend the criminal. Don't rush too far ahead. Always prioritize your safety before thinking about capturing the criminal. He is extremely dangerous, armed with both a gun and explosives." Han Fei felt compelled to remind Su Lai because he understood that newcomers often displayed reckless bravado. Fearlessly charging into danger. Su Lai did not respond verbally but instead calculated the probability of stealthily infiltrating the bank and incapacitating the criminal with a single blow. The probability was 100%. The skill, little flying stick is here, that the system had recently rewarded him with was no mere trifle. Activating this skill allowed him to appear behind the target undetected and deliver a powerful strike that would ensure the first blow rendered the target unconscious. When Su Lai first acquired this skill, he had been perplexed, wondering what use a police officer had for such a capability. However, he had not anticipated that this skill would prove invaluable at this moment. Now was indeed the perfect opportunity to utilize it, infiltrating the bank, knocking out the criminal, and rescuing the hostage. Though it appeared immensely challenging, it was not at all daunting for him. He merely lacked a suitable implement for the task. "Do you have a police baton, master?" Su Lai inquired, gesturing to illustrate. "You know, the kind that's black, about this thick and long." "No, what would I need that for?" "Wait, what are you planning?" Han Fei asked. Confused, "Did you hear what I just told you?" I heard you loud and clear." "Both ears heard it," Su Lai replied nonchalantly. Han Fei was incredulous. "I see you didn't absorb a single word. Repeat back to me what I just said. Where did that kid go?" In the midst of their conversation, Su Lai had already vanished upon learning that Han Fei did not have a baton. Su Lai had shifted his focus elsewhere, searching for an alternative weapon. His first target was the brooms and mops displayed by a street vendor. However, after a quick glance, he dismissed them. The vendor's tools were hollow and made of thin steel. Lacking sufficient impact, next, Su Lai turned his attention to the trees lining the street. He found that he could not break the thicker branches, while the thinner ones were inadequate for knocking someone unconscious, leading him to pass on that option as well. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze ultimately landed on a machine in a nearby adult store. Here, he discovered exactly what he needed: an inflatable rubber novelty. Made of rubber, this item was not only resilient but also possessed considerable impact strength. Moreover, its grip was remarkably suitable, making it an ideal substitute for a police baton. At that moment, only 10 minutes remained until the criminals imposed 30-minute deadline. Su Lai dashed into the adult store, browsed the vending machine, and finally selected a rubber novelty approximately 50 centimeters in length, given the distance of over 200 meters from the adult store to the bank. It seemed somewhat absurd for a police officer to be running down the street with such an item, a potential embarrassment to the force. After a brief consideration, Su Lai decided to tuck the newly acquired 50-centimeter rubber novelty into his pants. Securing it with his belt, perfectly concealed, utterly undetectable, he thought to himself as he sprinted towards the bank. Chapter 13. What are you holding in your hand? I ask you, what are you holding in your hand? As Su Lai ran, the highly suggestive weapon he had just purchased swung back and forth within his trousers. Through the fabric, its outline could even be discerned. What the heck? Is this guy hiding a piece of sugarcane he stole from a fruit store in his pants? The first to notice something unusual about Su Lai's trousers was a man who had been watching the bank robbery from a distance. However, upon catching a glimpse of Su Lai's peculiar bulge, he was immediately captivated, finding the bank robbery suddenly mundane in comparison. While bank heists were rare sights, individuals as uniquely gifted as Su Lai were even rarer. A true marvel, being a man himself. He couldn't help but wonder why this young man stood out so remarkably. Hearing the man's exclamation, those around also turned to follow his gaze. Stole a piece of sugar cane and hid it in his pants? Initially, some did not grasp the meaning of this phrase. However, upon glancing at Su Lai, they quickly understood, their astonishment rendering them speechless. The men turned red, and the women blushed. Meanwhile, Han Fei was still scanning the area, anxiously searching for Su Lai's figure. He had just cautioned the young officer not to act recklessly, yet in the blink of an eye, Su Lai had disappeared, although he was uncertain of Su Lai's whereabouts. An old officer's finely honed intuition told him, Su Lai was undoubtedly up to something. "Old Han, what are you looking for?" Zhang Weiman remarked. noticing the anxious expression on Han Fei's face, his tone laced with mild reproach. You're an experienced veteran in the department. At such a time, you should remain calm and set a good example for the younger officers, showing the public the caliber of our police force. You're reacting like this, what does that say? It's not what you think. Han Fei attempted to explain. It's Su Lai. He suddenly disappeared after asking me for a baton. I told him I didn't have one. And then he just vanished. I suspect he is planning something foolish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman was taken aback and immediately scanned the surroundings. However, he saw no sign of Su Lai. A sense of dread washed over him. He had no doubt about Han Fei's assessment. Su Lai was indeed likely scheming something. After all, he had a history. A person who had the audacity to accompany criminals on his first day and infiltrate their lair to combat crime. What wouldn't he dare to do? It was noteworthy that Han Fei mentioned Su Lai had sought a baton before disappearing. This tool was meant for close-quarters combat, while its range was limited. Its power was substantial. A well-aimed strike could lead to numbness in the struck area, rendering it temporarily unusable. A blow to the head could even result in instant unconsciousness. Wait, incapacitate? Zhang Weiman was taken aback. Could Su Lai possibly intend to knock the criminal unconscious with a baton? Surely he wouldn't. Right, that would be absurd. A single strike, if it could indeed render the assailant unconscious or at least incapacitate him temporarily, would be one thing. However, if it failed, that would be a grave problem. The criminal was armed with a remote control for explosives. If he pressed the button, the bank would be obliterated in an instant. The dozen or so hostages under his control would also perish as a result. With this thought, Zhang Weiman pointed to Han Fei's pocket. Call Su Lai, quickly, no matter what he intends to do. Tell him to stop immediately. Han Fei remained rooted, his gaze fixed intently on the bank's glass door. Through the glass, he spotted an all too familiar figure. It was none other than his recently acquired apprentice, Su Lai. Call now, Zhang Weiman urged. Had he possessed Su Lai's phone number, he would have called himself instead of relying on Han Fei. No, don't call. It might be too late, Han Fei stammered, gesturing towards the bank. Look, Director Zhang. Following Han Fei's, Zhang Weiman felt a chill run down his spine. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Su Lai had somehow infiltrated the bank. At that moment, he was crouched low, inching closer to the criminal from behind. The distance between them was a mere 5 to 6 meters, yet the assailant remained blissfully unaware of the presence behind him. Han Fei was right, it was indeed too late to make a call. As no one knew whether Su Lai had silenced his phone. If it rang now, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Weiman felt as if his heart had leapt into his throat. However, at this juncture, it was too late for regrets. The die had been cast. Su Lai had stealthily approached the criminal's rear. Now Zhang Weiman could only pray that Su Lai would not falter. He removed his hat and ruffled his hair. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. This feeling of anxious helplessness was profoundly unsettling. The assailant had concealed most of his body behind the hostage, one hand gripping the hostage tightly while the other clutched the detonator. He had waited for an extended period, yet there was still no sign of the police delivering the golden vehicle he demanded. Growing increasingly impatient, he glanced at the time and then bellowed outside. There are only 5 minutes left. If I do not see the gold bars in the car in 5 minutes, I will detonate the bomb and take these people with me. We have sent someone to retrieve the gold bars. They will arrive shortly. You are also seeking wealth. There is no need to risk your life and those of so many innocent people. Please, remain calm, do not act impulsively. The negotiation expert hurriedly attempted to soothe the assailant's emotions, fearful that a moment of agitation might lead him to accidentally press the detonator. At this moment, Su Lai had stealthily approached within 2 meters of the assailant. A few more steps forward, and he would be able to strike. Su Lai came to a halt, slowly reaching into his trousers with utmost care. In the next second, he began to draw forth a weapon that could inflict not only physical harm but also magical damage. Zhang Weiman? Han Fei? The officers? What are you holding? I ask you, what is that in your hand? The hostages in the bank had also noticed Su Lai, but they were all tightly bound and gagged with several layers of tape. Moreover, these hostages had been struggling the entire time, so the assailant had not detected anything amiss. He occasionally checked the time, glancing outside. He was contemplating whether, once the time was up, he should decisively press the detonator or grant the police a little more time. Su Lai, now armed, was less than half a meter behind the assailant. This distance was now optimal for action. With both hands firmly gripping his trusty weapon, Su Lai began to raise it. The bank's overhead spotlight illuminated the transparent rubber weapon, making it glimmer and shine brilliantly. Stop with the nonsense. I am giving you only 5 minutes. After that, I will. the assailant was completely unaware of Sulai's presence behind him, still issuing threats to the negotiation expert. At that moment, the hand that held the detonator relaxed slightly. This was the moment Sulai seized the opportunity, swinging his weapon with great force. The rubber object became a blur. It struck the assailant's neck with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 14. You're a police officer, and you're just pondering how to knock someone out. As Sulai raised the weapon, Jiang Weiman's heart raced. He was a staunch materialist, yet just moments ago he found himself fervently praying to every deity he knew, hoping that Sulai would not misstep. It must be said that Jiang Weiman had underestimated Sulai, and even more so the power of that rubber weapon in Sulai's hands. However, his opinion mattered little. Sulai was confident in his technique for incapacitating the assailant, let alone this criminal. Even if Tyson himself were present, he would certainly suffer defeat, coupled with the skill. Little flying stick is coming. One swing would surely render the assailant unconscious. As Sulai's transparent rubber weapon descended, the assailant's voice cut off abruptly. His eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing heavily to the ground. Sulai quickly snatched the detonator from the now unconscious assailant's hand. He then turned to assist the hostage, who had been used as a human shield, untying her ropes and tearing off the tape from her mouth. The rescued hostage burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. While the assailant had held her captive, she had been too frightened to cry, but now that she was safe, her emotions exploded forth. As she sobbed, she instinctively clung tightly to Sulai. The past half hour had been the most excruciating, helpless, and terrifying of her life. In that moment, she desperately needed a warm embrace. Sulai understood this reaction born from extreme fright. So he did not push her away. Although he struggled to breathe under her tight grip, he had no intention of wriggling free. As a police officer, he possessed a certain level of resilience. He gently patted the girl's shoulder, soothing her. It's okay, don't be afraid, you are safe now. The young girl inadvertently caught sight of the object Sulai was holding. For a moment, she forgot to cry. She did not fully comprehend, yet she was profoundly astonished. Did you just use that to knock him out? No, it's more accurate to say to incapacitate him, Sulai clarified, tossing the rubber weapon he had just purchased from an adult store onto the ground. The rescued girl looked up at Sulai, her eyes slightly red, tears glistening on her round face, her big expressive eyes filled with panic, resembling a startled little rabbit. Is there a difference? Certainly, there is a significant difference. To incapacitate someone means to simply render them unconscious, while to knock someone out implies something entirely different, Sulai explained. Upon hearing his words, the girl instinctively glanced at the object Sulai had discarded. Her cheeks flushed as she seemed to envision something inappropriate. The fear that had once gripped her dissipated significantly. She reluctantly loosened her tight embrace around Sulai. I'm sorry, I think I got your clothes dirty with my tears. Do you need? It's merely clothing. It's nothing, just a small issue. Before she could finish her sentence, Sulai waved his hand dismissively, wearing an air of indifference. With the assailant subdued and the detonator secured, the crisis was entirely resolved. Upon Jiang Weiman's command, the officers rushed into the bank, swiftly rescuing the hostages bound and left in the bank's lobby. Jiang Weiman entered alongside the officers, surveying the assailant, who lay on the ground entangled in explosives, and the dozen or so rescued hostages. He then turned his gaze to Sulai. There was no doubt, Sulai had once again achieved a commendable feat. One swing infiltrating the bank to topple the assailant and save countless hostages, an immense accomplishment. Although the process had been somewhat absurd and the weapon he used was difficult to describe, none of that mattered. Simply put, he had succeeded. Thanks to Sulai, the situation was resolved. Without him, the assailant would have proven far more difficult to handle. After all, he was not only armed with a homemade firearm but also wrapped in explosives, making him exceedingly dangerous. Even if he was provided with the gold bars and vehicles he desired, it would only guarantee he would not detonate the bomb within the bank. When the time came to apprehend this perilous individual, the police would still face considerable challenges, risking injury or even loss of life among the officers, something Jiang Weiman fervently wished to avoid. You've done well, Han Fei lightly patted Sulai's chest. You've achieved another success. After praising Sulai, Han Fei glanced at the unmoving assailant on the ground. This guy isn't dead from a single blow, is he? He squatted down to check if the assailant still had any vital signs. Not at all, he is merely unconscious, not dead, Sulai confidently replied without even looking at the assailant. As he spoke, Jiang Weiman approached and confirmed that the assailant was still breathing, looking over at Sulai. Are you so certain that you could knock him out without killing him? Have you not considered what would happen if you failed to render him unconscious? Impossible, one swing, and he would definitely be out cold. Zhang Bureau, you see, I struck this area. Su Lai proceeded to enlighten Zhang Weiman with some tips on his technique for incapacitating individuals. His tone and phrasing remarkably professional. Zhang Weiman could only find the conversation increasingly absurd. This young man seemed incredibly knowledgeable about the art of incapacitating someone. He had no doubt that if a major in incapacitating techniques were established at a university, Su Lai would undoubtedly be its most outstanding student. Without a doubt. No, he might even become a professor. It was astonishing. Su Lai effortlessly discussed the specifics of where to strike, the required force, the technique of delivering the blow, and the influence of the weapon's material and length on the effectiveness of incapacitation. If it were anyone else, it might be acceptable. However, the key point was that Su Lai was a police officer with such profound knowledge on the subject. Was that reasonable? Not only Zhang Weiman but even Han Fei was taken aback by Su Lai's insights. Promptly asking, "Where did you learn all this?" "The police academy." Before Su Lai could respond, Zhang Weiman firmly declared, "Impossible. The police academy would never teach students such things. Indeed, the police academy does not cover these topics." Su Lai scratched his head, unable to disclose the system's influence, so he took the blame upon himself. "I figured this all out during my free time." Zhang Weiman? Han Fei? You're a police officer. And you're just pondering how to knock someone out. Doesn't this seem odd? Who in their right mind would study this? Although it remained unclear what had influenced Su Lai to enroll in the police academy and ultimately become an officer. However, what he could ascertain was that the individual influencing Su Lai must possess remarkable virtues. This young man, Su Lai, was indeed quite extraordinary. Zhang Weiman had served as a police officer for decades, gradually ascending to the position of chief of the Longqing District Bureau, and he had encountered a myriad of newcomers, yet someone like Su Lai was truly a first for him. The young man's innate talent for criminal activities was astonishing. Recently, in a counterfeit currency case, the mastermind of the forgery gang, Wu Kuan, had remarked that Su Lai was the most gifted individual he had encountered in over 20 years of his career, without exception. Although Wu Kuan resented Su Lai for putting him behind bars, he loathed himself more for failing to recognize this talent sooner. Had he discovered Su Lai a few years earlier, he would have been confident in producing counterfeit bills indistinguishable from real ones. This lad had resolved two of the most formidable challenges in the counterfeiting process in merely half a day. Not only could he meticulously sketch a counterfeit bill template with impeccable precision, but he could also concoct anti-counterfeiting ink that perfectly mimicked the properties of color-shifting ink using readily available materials. It should be noted that color-shifting ink is one of the most effective high-tech anti-counterfeiting inks in the world. Renowned for its robustness, something not everyone could replicate with ease. At that moment, Zhang Weiman mused, it was fortunate that Su Lai had chosen the path of law enforcement. If he had strayed into the realm of counterfeiting, the consequences would be dire. Initially, Zhang Weiman believed Su Lai possessed merely a talent for counterfeiting, yet today, he gained further insight. Su Lai's technique for incapacitating individuals was equally exceptional. If he were to join an organization involved in human trafficking and disseminate his methods for incapacitation, the repercussions would again be unthinkable. Just as Zhang Weiman was lost in thought, a relatively young officer approached. Su Lai, those techniques you mentioned earlier sound intriguing. Could you teach me? I wish to learn. Before Su Lai could respond, Zhang Weiman lightly tapped the young officer on the back of the head in warning. Learn. Acquiring such skills will only lead to your downfall. What do you, as a police officer, intend to do with this knowledge? Are you planning to change careers and become a trafficker? After admonishing the officer, Zhang Weiman turned to Su Lai, speaking earnestly. Young Su, it would be best if you refrained from sharing your research. If such knowledge were to fall into the wrong hands. I understand, Chief Zhang. Rest assured, I will keep it confidential. With your word, I find solace. Zhang Weiman exhaled deeply. Oh, by the way, since you are new to the station, if you encounter any issues in your personal or professional life, feel free to approach me. I will assist you with anything within my power. He said this primarily to ensure Su Lai felt the warmth of the police department. Su Lai was undoubtedly a talent, but the crucial aspect was that he was not only a talent within the police force but also a formidable figure in the world of crime. Such an individual must remain within the precinct. Letting him roam free would spell disaster. To instill a sense of belonging in Su Lai, it was imperative to show him more concern and preferential treatment. Thank you for your concern, Chief Zhang. No need for formalities. It is my duty, Zhang Weiman replied with a smile. He then pulled aside the veteran officer Han Fei, reiterating his instructions. Old Han, you must pay close attention to Su Lai. Monitor his emotions, and report any issues to me promptly. Additionally, when you guide him, be gentle in your approach and tone. harshness or reprimands are not permitted. Understood, understood. Don't worry, Chief, even without your instructions, I would treat him that way. I quite like Su Lai, he reminds me of my younger self. Sharp-witted and bold Jiang Weiman merely rolled his eyes and walked away, not engaging further with Han Fei. Congratulations, host, for capturing the criminal. You have earned a random reward. Detective skills are being extracted. Skill extraction complete. Working is not an option. With your abilities, there is no lock in this world that can challenge you, young man. Are you sure you don't want to engage in a thrilling zero-cost acquisition? That year, with your hands in your pockets, merchants trembled in fear. The electric bike parked by the roadside looks appealing. Want one, young man? No need for 4888, 3888, or even 1888. It's all free, completely free, don't miss out. Su Lai, what is this ridiculous skill again? First counterfeiting, then incapacitating, and now lockpicking. I am a police officer. What use are these trivial skills? Well, they might have some utility, although the skills awarded by the system are somewhat dubious. It must be said that they often prove remarkably effective in critical moments. For instance, during today's bank heist, Su Lai's infiltration and incapacitation of the criminal with a swift blow was undoubtedly the most appropriate course of action, preventing any casualties. While mentally grumbling, a wealth of lockpicking techniques flooded Su Lai's mind. There was no lock with a keyhole that he could not unlock. Compared to the previous two skills, this particular skill offered the greatest advantage of being applicable in everyday life. At least he would no longer have to worry about forgetting his keys. The door lock of his current residence could be easily opened with a packet of instant noodles. After rescuing the hostages and apprehending the bank robbers, the officers promptly returned to the precinct. Jiang Weiman instructed Su Lai to ride with him, bringing Han Fei along as well. On the way back, Su Lai felt a surge of curiosity and wanted to test the lockpicking skill awarded by the system. Therefore, he asked Han Fei for the handcuffs. Han Fei, assuming Su Lai was merely curious, did not hesitate to remove the handcuffs from his waist and handed them over. He even offered a brief explanation. Our current police handcuffs are made of manganese steel, also known as manganese alloy steel. They are highly durable and extremely difficult to break free from by force. Is that so? I always thought handcuffs were just made of ordinary iron. Su Lai remarked as he secured the handcuffs around his wrists. Upon seeing this, Han Fei chuckled. If you're testing the safety of the handcuffs, I advise you to save your effort. You won't succeed. Not even the petty thieves we've caught, who can steal an electric bike in mere seconds, can manage to, huh? You actually opened them? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Lai had already unlocked the handcuffs as if performing a magic trick. Jiang Weiman, who witnessed the entire scene, was left speechless. Su Lai can pick locks too. Just who was this young man, Chapter 16, who allowed him to become a police officer? Jiang Weiman stared in astonishment at Su Lai, who had effortlessly freed himself from the handcuffs in mere seconds. Su Lai can indeed pick locks. Or was it the case that Han Fei's handcuffs were defective and incapable of holding anyone? To ascertain which was true, Jiang Weiman reached out towards Su Lai. Is there a problem with the handcuffs? Let me take a look. After receiving the handcuffs from Su Lai, he personally examined and tested them. When he looked back at Su Lai, his expression had changed. He had figured it out. The handcuffs were perfectly fine. The issue lay with Su Lai. He truly could pick locks. Moreover, his lockpicking skills were extraordinarily refined, far surpassing those of the petty thieves caught in the precinct. Officers had previously tested the handcuffs by allowing captured thieves to attempt to unlock them, but none had succeeded. Han Fei, unwilling to accept defeat, took the handcuffs and inspected them himself. He then secured Su Lai in handcuffs once more, ensuring that Su Lai was indeed restrained before asking, "How did you do that? Show me again." As soon as he finished speaking, the handcuffs that had been securely fastened around Su Lai's wrists moments ago were now hanging from his fingers. Is that how it works, Han Fei? Counterfeiting, incapacitating, lockpicking. Su Lai's abilities were utterly beyond Han Fei's expectations. How could a police officer possess such skills? Who allowed him to become a police officer? Where did you learn to pick locks? Did you figure it out on your own? Yes, Su Lai nodded, casually fabricating an excuse. I often forget my keys, so I would call locksmiths to help me open the door, and after a while, I learned how. But these are police handcuffs, not the lock on your front door. They are entirely different, Han Fei insisted. In theory, you shouldn't be able to unlock them. True, they are different, but the basic structure and principles of locks are quite similar. Once you master the method, you can open any lock. Han Fei frowned. Though Su Lai's explanation was somewhat reasonable, he still felt something was off. I understand the logic, but your lockpicking technique seems a bit too professional. After pondering for a moment, Su Lai replied, There is nothing to it, just practice makes perfect. I often forget my keys. Han Fei remained skeptical, but before he could voice his concerns, Zhang Weiman interrupted. Alright, enough with the interrogation. Young Su was one of us at the precinct. Let's not treat him like a suspect. Young Su, don't take it to heart. Your mentor means no harm, just a habit of the job. The latter part of his statement was directed at Su Lai. Zhang Weiman had decided during the bank incident that he wanted Su Lai to feel the warmth of the police department, to quickly integrate and become a part of this family. It was essential to prevent Han Fei from treating Su Lai like a criminal suspect. Even though he knew Han Fei bore no ill intentions, he was concerned Su Lai might misunderstand. Fortunately, Su Lai did not take offense. He smiled and replied, I understand. Chief Zhang. As Su Lai and Zhang Weiman shared a vehicle on their return to the police station, the other officers were left without the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Thus, upon their arrival, Su Lai once again became the center of attention. Incredible. Su Lai, that strike you delivered was simply magnificent. I truly did not anticipate that you possess such strength, with just one blow. You managed to take down that hulking figure. How did you cultivate such power? Could you possibly share your training methods? Su Lai, smiling, responded to the officer who had inquired about his training techniques. It is not merely about strength, it's about striking the right point. As long as the target is correct, even a 10-year-old child could incapacitate him. Size is of no consequence. Moreover, he added with a playful nod. As police officers, we all possess considerable strength, especially you, old Zhou. Just look at those robust arms of yours. Do you really need to seek my training methods? Upon hearing this, old Zhou was elated, his lips curling into a smile. Oh, what are you saying? This is hardly a remarkable physique. I'm merely a bit stronger than the average person. Your words are making me blush, having only been on the job for about a week. Su Lai had already successfully resolved 2 heinous cases, earning the admiration of the entire precinct. His eloquence made it difficult for anyone not to like him. The police department housed both male and female officers. In contrast to the high-intensity and perilous nature of fieldwork, the administrative roles were considerably safer and more relaxed, leading most female officers to be assigned to such duties after receiving a report of a bank robbery. It was solely the male officers who responded, leaving their female counterparts in the station, completely unaware of the events that had transpired within the bank. As they listened to the discussions among the male officers, the women realized that Su Lai had once again achieved a significant feat. Little Su, you're quite remarkable, just a week into your tenure, and you've already accomplished 2 major feats. This situation was far more dangerous than the counterfeit case. I dare say little Su might even earn a first-class merit this time. Absolutely, rescuing more than a dozen hostages while facing such a dangerous criminal, who not only wielded a homemade firearm but was also strapped with explosives. Failing to award him a first-class merit would be unjust. As the officers discussed Su Lai's heroic deeds, Officer Xiaoye from the Household Registration Department realized that Su Lai could potentially assist even more individuals. As long as the striking point is correct. Even a 10-year-old child could incapacitate him. Size is of no consequence. This was a statement Su Lai had just made. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoye immediately thought of the victims in recent molestation incidents. Among these victims were adult women, young girls, and even young boys. Their commonality lay in their lack of strength, rendering them powerless to resist during such incidents. If Su Lai asserted that with the right targeting, a child could bring down a larger opponent, did that not imply he possessed the ability to aid those victims who felt helpless against such assaults? At the very least, he could empower them to resist and prevent harm. Xiaoye promptly proposed her idea. The police could organize a self-defense class, with Su Lai as the instructor. As soon as this suggestion was made, others quickly expressed their support. Xiaoye, that's a brilliant idea. It takes a keen mind to think of something like this. I hadn't even considered it. I believe this concept is feasible. What do you think, Su Lai? Naturally, Su Lai was in agreement. This is a wonderful initiative. I am absolutely on board. However, such matters must be reported to Director Zhang. I'm glad to hear that. I will head to see Director Zhang immediately, Xiaoye exclaimed, rising and making her way towards Zhang Weiman's office. Zhang Weiman, possessing decision-making authority, approached matters with a level of complexity that Xiaoye did not. While the proposal's intent was undoubtedly commendable and significant, promising positive societal feedback, he also had to contemplate its potential drawbacks. The force behind Su Lai's strike was considerable. The criminal had yet to regain consciousness after receiving that blow. If such a technique were to fall into the wrong hands, despite his reservations, Zhang Weiman was not one to embrace an overly simplistic approach. He would not abandon a beneficial initiative merely due to its potential pitfalls. After a moment of thought, he called Su Lai into his office for a consultation. If Su Lai could offer self-defense methods that were effective yet not overly lethal, sufficient for self-protection without the risk of fatality, then the idea of conducting self-defense classes could indeed be worth considering. Su Lai possessed numerous techniques that, while not excessively damaging, were effective for self-defense. When it came to stealth attacks, he was a true expert, fully aware of how to maximize impact with minimal effort. He promptly demonstrated several techniques for Zhang Weimin, observing the methods Su Lai showcased, which were effective yet not excessively harmful. Zhang Weimin's concerns dissipated entirely, and he made the decision to proceed with the initiative. 5 days later, the police organized an in-person self-defense training session at the Citizens Cultural Square. Due to prior promotion and the location's heavy foot traffic, a significant number of participants attended, notably, among the crowd. Su Lai spotted a familiar face. "Hello, Officer Su Lai. What a pleasant surprise to see you again." The one greeting him with a smile was none other than one of the hostages he had rescued from the bank just days prior, the young woman who had wept in his arms. "It's you. I didn't expect to run into you again. What a coincidence," Su Lai replied, recognizing her. During the chaotic incident, he hadn't had the chance to truly observe her, but now he found himself captivated by her beauty. Today, she wore a white off-shoulder knitted top, her dark, flowing hair cascading gracefully over her fair shoulders. She paired it with a denim mini skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs. Her round face radiated warmth with a bright smile. Her high nose bridge complemented by a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, exuding both gentleness and approachability. Noticing Su Lai's gaze lingering on her, the girl smiled playfully and asked, "Do you find me attractive? Indeed, you are quite beautiful. So, are you here to learn self-defense techniques?" "Yes. After that incident, I specifically bought several cans of pepper spray online to carry with me whenever I go out. Otherwise, I feel quite uneasy, and hearing that the police were hosting a self-defense event today, I thought I'd come and learn a few techniques. Perhaps next time I could take down an assailant like Officer Su Lai did, with one decisive strike." Her words reminded Su Lai of the weapon he had used that day, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. He quickly shifted the topic. "How did you know my surname is Su? I heard your colleagues calling you that the other day. They referred to you as Little Su, so I decided to call you Officer Su Lai. We've met twice now. Don't you think it's time for an introduction?" Su Lai, with the gentle breeze that comes from the east. "Your name is quite memorable as well. I'm Yukiki, with Kiki meaning cute. Yours is equally easy to remember." Su Lai chuckled, "But I must excuse myself. I have some tasks to tend to, so I'll be over there for now." "Alright, go ahead." Once the venue was set up, the self-defense training session commenced. Unlike the dubious self-defense tutorials often found online, Su Lai's methods were refreshingly straightforward. The vast majority of online self-defense techniques were unreliable. Many resembled dance routines, difficult to learn and lacking any real impact. After attempting them, whether they could inflict harm on an assailant remained uncertain, but they could certainly excite the criminal. As for the remaining techniques, they were even more ludicrous, with some instructing vulnerable women to attempt throws against burly men. Absurd. "Did everyone manage to grasp what I just demonstrated?" Su Lai inquired after his demonstration, only to be met with a chorus of shaking heads from the audience. "The techniques I just showcased were merely 2 examples I found online. The first resembled a dance, while the second involved a shoulder throw. It's no surprise you couldn't learn them. They were incorrect demonstrations. And I must confess, I believe it would be more effective to simply scream, 'Hey, big guy, don't mess around, I'm a guy too,' if you encounter an assailant." A chuckle erupted from Yukiki. Unable to contain her laughter at Su Lai's amusing remark. At that moment, someone from the audience called out, "Officer, what if saying that only excites the assailant further?" Su Lai replied, "Excellent question. Therefore, today we will teach you several simpler and more effective self-defense techniques. If the assailant becomes more excited, you will follow my instructions." Let us begin with the first technique. It's the simplest and most intuitive. Now imagine he is the assailant. How should we respond when confronted by an assailant? Yukiki listened attentively, almost ready to jot down notes. However, to her surprise, Su Lai suddenly turned and ran, seemingly with no intention of engaging. While shouting, "Help, police," Yukiki was left bewildered. She had been prepared to follow along, only to discover that Su Lai's first lesson was to run. Yet upon reflection, this was indeed the simplest technique, one that could be learned in an instant, and under the right circumstances, it was far more effective than any other approach. Once again returning to the stage, Su Lai summarized the first technique he had just taught. It was quite simple. To run. He emphasized that when one is capable of fleeing, hesitation should be avoided. One must run with determination and never confront an assailant head-on. A voice from the audience inquired, "What if one cannot escape?" In such circumstances, Su Lai replied, the second technique must be employed. He requested a female volunteer to assist him. As it would make the demonstration clearer, who would like to come up, he asked. Alright, Yukiki stepped forward, and Sulai promptly chose her without delay. Following this, with Yukiki's cooperation, he proceeded to teach 5 different methods to fend off assailants. However, rather than techniques, it was more accurate to describe them as 5 vulnerabilities of the human body. The greatest advantage of the self-defense techniques Sulai taught was that there was no need to learn so-called moves. It was not about that at all. One simply needed to strike the designated areas. He demonstrated with force just once to temporarily incapacitate the assailant. If one could not precisely identify where to strike, it sufficed to remember the general locations and strike as swiftly as possible. One would eventually land a hit. As long as a strike connected, escape would be possible. It recorded, Sulai inquired as he descended from the stage. Checking with the colleague responsible for filming. Yes, everything has been recorded, thank you for your hard work. Just as he finished speaking, he overheard a conversation between a couple nearby. Did you drag me here just to see this? The wife asked. Yes, I find it quite meaningful. You could learn something, even if it may not be useful. It's better to be prepared. If you ever encounter a villain, you can use what the police just taught to protect yourself. What nonsense! If I encounter a bad person, I should protect myself. What do I need you for? Useless. I regret listening to my parents and marrying you. The husband's eyes briefly flashed with a glimmer of anger at being called useless in front of so many people. But it quickly vanished. He composed himself and immediately donned a smile, chasing after her. Honey, don't leave. I never said I wouldn't protect you. I will certainly rush to your side to protect you. What I meant was, if you encounter an assailant when you're alone, humanity's inherent nature is to enjoy watching drama, and Sulai was no exception. Upon witnessing the couple's quarrel, he couldn't help but steal a few glances until they departed. At which point he returned his gaze. Chapter 18. Are you somewhat related to Director Zhang? Just after Sulai had finished observing the commotion, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Yukiki. You saved me at the bank last time. I haven't had the chance to thank you. May I treat you to a meal? Is that convenient? There is nothing inconvenient about it, but not now. You'll have to wait until I finish work at 6. Then I shall see you tonight. Shall we exchange contact information? Yukiki presented her QR code card. Sulai pulled out his phone and scanned it, and they added each other as friends. After adding each other, Yukiki modified her contact details before preparing to leave. Well, I'll take my leave now. See you tonight. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you tonight. Just as Yukiki departed, Sulai's colleague Xiaogu approached him. Who was that? When you had her come up to assist with the self-defense demonstration, I sensed something was off. Hurry, tell me your relationship. She can't be your girlfriend, can she? What are you thinking? No, she is not. Sulai shook his head. She is one of the hostages I saved at the bank a couple of days ago. We just happened to run into each other and chatted for a bit. Xiaogu glanced at Yukiki's departing figure and then turned back to Sulai, speaking with a tone of certainty. She likes you. I can sense it. That girl is truly beautiful. You must seize the opportunity. Nonsense. Sulai brushed off Xiaoji's hand on his shoulder. This is only the second time we've met. What do you mean by like? You wouldn't understand. Liking someone isn't solely based on how many times you've met. Women primarily focus on feelings. Don't forget, you saved her. That's what's called a hero saving a beauty. In dramas, the female lead often repays the male lead's life-saving grace with her body. You should watch fewer dramas. Come on, let us tidy up. We still need to edit the video back at the bureau. Upon returning to the bureau, Sulai began editing the video that had been filmed that day. This video would later be uploaded to the official account with the aim of teaching more people self-defense techniques. Sulai had seen the videos on the Longqing District Branch's account, and the one with the most likes only had a few hundred, while some videos had a mere single-digit count of likes. It could be said that the situation was quite dismal. Ultimately, the reason was that the videos released on the official account were predominantly serious and formal, rendering them rather dull and unappealing to young people. Young people are the main force in the online world. Content that does not interest them is unlikely to gain traction. To ensure the video would reach a larger audience, Sulai intentionally edited it in a trendy and lively style to attract younger viewers. As soon as he finished editing, he showed it to Xiaogu nearby. What do you think? I think it's fine. It's quite interesting. Xiaogu added a caveat. However, Director Zhang won't agree to let you post this video on our official account. After a pause, Xiaogu continued, Director Zhang is older and has a generational gap with us. He thinks the official account should maintain a serious demeanor and cannot post such content. We've tried editing videos like this before, but they were all rejected by Director Zhang. That can't be true. Director Zhang seems quite easygoing. I believe he will agree. Easygoing? How did you come to that conclusion? But it's normal since you just arrived and don't know Director Zhang yet. After some time, you'll understand. As someone who has been around, I advise you not to bring this video to him. You'll only find trouble for yourself. However, if you're feeling adventurous, you can certainly give it a try. Just don't come crying to me if you get scolded. I've warned you. To be honest, Su Lai did not quite believe in this superstition. He thought it was Xiao Guo's communication style with Director Zhang that led to the latter's disapproval of such lively videos. As long as he laid out the benefits clearly, he believed there wouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, he immediately stood up to find Zhang Weiman. The office door was ajar. But instead of barging in, Su Lai gently knocked 3 times. That you Xiao Su, come in. Director Zhang, I finished editing that video. Could you take a look? Send it over. Su Lai sent the video, and Zhang Weiman endured to watch it until the end. Honestly, if it had been anyone else, they would have already been scolded and told to redo the editing. What is this mess? Is it appropriate for the official account to post such content? This is far too casual. Do you think it's not suitable? Director Zhang, Su Lai sensed Zhang Weiman's dissatisfaction. The videos we post represent the police. They should maintain a degree of seriousness. This isn't appropriate. Director Zhang, I believe that. Su Lai attempted to persuade Zhang Weiman. His motivation for persuading Zhang Weiman to accept a new perspective was not merely to enhance the operation of the official account but rather because editing videos was genuinely tedious. He did not want to edit it a second time. To avoid extra work, he thought it best to convince his superior. The videos we post on the official account should indeed be serious. But the current mainstream demographic online consists of young people, and they tend to dislike overly serious content. I've observed the previous videos posted on our District S account. They were well edited, yet they garnered almost no views due to their seriousness. We could try making some changes. Perhaps it would increase our viewership. After all, our initial intention in posting these videos is to allow more people to see and learn. Right, rather than posting serious content that no one watches, it may be better to attempt some compromises. What do you think, Director Zhang? If anyone else had said the same thing, it would have been futile. However, Su Lai was different. In Zhang Weiman's mind, Su Lai was a young man with unconventional ideas, often coming up with creative notions that surprisingly proved useful. Thus Zhang Weiman had to consider Su Lai's proposal carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right, we'll proceed as you suggest. Let us give it a try and see how it goes. Okay, Director Zhang, I'll take my leave now. Don't rush off. Zhang Weiman gestured. You've worked hard today. There's a box of unopened tea on the table. Take it with you. Thank you, Director Zhang. Upon returning to his seat, Xiao Gu approached Su Lai. Did you get scolded? Nope. Director Zhang approved the video I edited, and this is the tea he gave me. Xiao Gu was taken aback. Director Zhang approved your video, and he gave you a box of tea. That's right. He agreed. I feel that Director Zhang is quite nice. He is not as difficult as you said. He approved the video and even gave me tea to drink. Where else could I find such a good boss? As he spoke, Su Lai uploaded the freshly edited video to the official account. Xiao Gu was left dumbfounded. Su Lai didn't get scolded. He actually didn't get scolded. Xiao Gu had faced reprimands every time he edited videos in a similar style, ultimately being forced to learn the middle-aged and elderly video editing style. Who knows, if it were Su Lai handling the same situation, he would not only escape criticism but also receive a box of tea leaves. What a difference in treatment. Su Lai, tell me honestly, are you perhaps related to Director Zhang? Chapter 19. Pretend couple. Su Lai, tell me honestly, are you perhaps related to Director Zhang? No, then why does Director Zhang treat you differently than the rest of us? If any of us had edited that type of video, we would surely have faced reprimand. Yet, not only did you escape unscathed, but Director Zhang even gifted you a box of tea leaves. To this, Su Lai merely shrugged, offering no response. Instead, an officer nearby reminded Xiao Gu, what are you comparing yourself to Su Lai for? He accomplished merit twice shortly after joining the force. It's only natural that Director Zhang values him. If I were Director Zhang, I would act the same way. After hearing this, Xiao Gu fell silent. Though the words stung, they were indeed the truth. Director Zhang had treated Su Lai preferentially, but who could blame him for being exceptional? The approach to handling talent is certainly different from that for ordinary individuals. In recent days, the police station had been relatively quiet, with no significant cases, allowing for a normal work schedule. At 7 in the evening. After finishing dinner, Zhang Weiman opened their precinct's online account and took a glance. Since Su Lai had posted the video he edited, nearly a few hours had elapsed. In that brief span, the video had amassed over 10,000 likes, 9,000 comments, and its view count had surpassed 100,000, with follower numbers skyrocketing from 3,000 to 10,000. This was the most popular video since their Longcheng district precinct had created an account. The likes on this single video exceeded the total of all previous videos combined. Zhang Weiman found it incomprehensible and watched the video multiple times, attempting to discern the reason for its virality. However, even after several viewings, he remained baffled. The genuine educational content seemed to garner little attention, yet this humorous video had received such acclaim. What on earth do young people enjoy these days? To Zhang Weiman. The absurdity of it was akin to an alien traversing light years to Earth merely to steal his grandfather's red underpants for the year of birth, only to return home and hang it on the wall for display. He could not fathom the young people's mindset, yet it did not hinder his appreciation for Su Lai. One had to admit, this young man was indeed talented, seemingly capable of excelling at anything he undertook. However, each method he employed left Zhang Weiman astonished. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, I never expected you to be quite so interesting. I always thought police officers were rather serious and stern. After spending some time with Su Lai, Yukiki discovered that he was quite the character, entirely different from her preconceived notions of police officers. That's merely a stereotype. Su Lai chuckled. No one dictates that police officers must be serious. That's true, I was biased from the start. By the way, aren't you worried that your girlfriend will be upset if she finds out you're dining alone with a girl? Not at all. For I have no girlfriend whatsoever. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. Su Lai glanced at it and felt an instant headache. It was his mother calling, most likely to introduce him to another potential match. Su Lai hesitated to answer. However, his mother had no intention of letting her son off the hook, calling again immediately after he missed the first. With no other option, he reluctantly pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom, what's up? What? I didn't hear you, the signal is poor on my end. It's all choppy. Upon hearing that his mother was once again attempting to set him up with a blind date, Su Lai began feigning signal issues. Eventually he even switched his phone to airplane mode, forcibly ending the call. Your mom calling you, wouldn't it be to set you up with someone? As Su Lai hung up, Yukiki asked, indeed, she has been hounding me to marry ever since I graduated, constantly urging me to go on blind dates, but I've never gone on a single one. I'm all about rebellion. What a coincidence, my mom does the same thing, constantly trying to set me up on dates, and I've never gone on one either. Misery loves company, huh? So what tricks do you usually use to dodge blind dates? I think we could discuss and learn from each other. Yukiki set down her chopsticks and began counting on her fingers. Busy with work, poor signal, stomachache, too much pressure. Initially, Su Lai had hoped to learn some new tactics to deal with his family. But his plans fell through, as he was already familiar with these excuses. Well, we're quite similar. I've used all those excuses too. Actually, I have one more trick that could provide a permanent solution. Oh, do share. Simply find a fake partner to bring home and silence my parents. Yukiki's face lit up with a subtle smile. Unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable candidate yet, so I haven't been able to use that tactic. Upon hearing this, Su Lai pondered thoughtfully. As Yukiki had suggested, this was undoubtedly a brilliant strategy. If he brought home a pretend partner, his parents would surely cease their matchmaking efforts. It was indeed a good plan. Their gazes met, and after a few seconds of silent understanding, they spoke in unison. What do you think of me? I think it's feasible. My parents would certainly like you. So shall we give it a try? Yukiki said playfully, raising an eyebrow at Su Lai. I have no objections. I believe my parents would like you as well. Then it's settled. I'll help you with your parents, and you help me with mine. In the span of a single meal, they had solidified their agreement. The anti-arranged marriage alliance was officially established. After their meal, noticing the time was still early, Yukiki suggested catching a movie. It's still early. Shall we go watch a film? Watch a movie? Aren't we pretending to be a couple? Indeed, it is a pretense, but since neither of us has ever been in a relationship, we should rehearse a bit. What if we slip up when meeting the parents? Su Lai considered this and found Yukiki's reasoning quite sound. Since he had no plans for the evening, he agreed to her suggestion. They headed to a nearby cinema and selected a romantic film. Halfway through the movie, Yukiki suddenly leaned closer to Su Lai's ear and whispered, I feel like we don't resemble a genuine couple at all. It feels forced. Look at that couple over there. Su Lai could distinctly feel Yukiki's warm breath, tickling him, while the faint fragrance from her presence wafted into his nostrils, following the direction of Yukiki's finger. He noticed a couple seated in front of them. Encouraged by Yukiki's gaze, he took her delicate hand in his. Like this, yes, though Su Lai had never been in a relationship. He had absorbed plenty of romantic theories from Yukiki, a self-proclaimed expert in relationship dynamics. Unfortunately, despite her extensive knowledge of flirting, being a girl herself left her no opportunities to practice. However, that was not a significant issue. Those tactics could very well be reversed and applied from Sulai's perspective. He could see the corners of Yukiki's mouth lift slightly, clearly in high spirits. Chapter 20. Sulai, have no interest in money as the movie concluded. The hour was late. Sulai prepared to escort Yukiki home. It's getting late. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride to it on your way. I live in Times Garden. But if it's not convenient for you, don't worry about it. I can go back by myself since it's not too far. As it happened, Sulai also resided in Times Garden. Nodding, he replied, it's on my way, quite convenient indeed. Which building do you live in? You live in Times Garden too. I'm in building 1, and you? I'm in the adjacent building, building 2. I just moved in not long ago. It's close to the police station. Making commuting easy. Same here. I just moved in as well. Will we have to hold hands like this every time we meet? Yes, this is a rehearsal, to avoid giving the impression that we aren't a couple when meeting the parents. As night enveloped them, the two walked side by side, hand in hand, engaging in casual conversation that, at first glance, resembled a genuine couple. The overhead streetlights shone brightly, casting long shadows of the pair as they strolled onward. When they reached the next streetlight, their shadows converged at their feet, only to elongate once more as they continued their journey, repeating the cycle. Here we are. I'll head up now, okay, by watching Yukiki enter her building. Sulai turned to walk into the adjacent one. After returning home, he took a shower, then lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone while gradually succumbing to drowsiness. During dinner, Sulai had pretended to have a poor signal to avoid answering his mother's call. Logically, she should have called back by now, yet, despite waiting, he received no such call. He decided to set aside his phone and drift off to sleep. After all, if she didn't call today, she would surely call tomorrow. And he could always mention that he had found a girlfriend then. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped by. 3 full days, and my mom hasn't called me even once? Staring at his phone, which had remained silent for 3 consecutive days, Sulai fell into contemplation. Before he had met Yukiki, his mother had virtually called him every day, urging him to go on blind dates. Yet after finding a pretend girlfriend, she hadn't called him at all. It was rather absurd. What expression is that? Have you been troubled by something lately? Noticing Sulai's unusual demeanor, Han Fei patted him on the shoulder. Well, my mother hasn't pressured me to go on a blind date for 3 whole days. It's been a full 3 days, and she hasn't even called me once. Han Fei, is this guy out of his mind? Not long ago, he was frowning because his parents were pushing him to go on blind dates. Now, he's frowning because they aren't pushing him anymore. What on earth is this? Han Fei expressed his bewilderment at Sulai's thought process but was deeply shocked and suggested that Sulai should visit the psychiatric department of a top-tier hospital. The video released 3 days ago through the official account has gone viral. It has garnered unanimous praise from netizens, with over 3 million likes, 260,000 comments, 190,000 saves, and more than 430,000 shares, accumulating nearly 40 million views. As a result, the account gained over 110,000 followers. Although the content of the video is not in line with the serious style of the police, it has indeed attracted more viewers due to this incident. Zhang Weiman received accolades during yesterday's meeting, which brightened his entire day. Ever since Sulai joined the police station, it seems that all his worries have vanished. The issue of overtime has not arisen again. As all the troublesome matters have been handled by Sulai alone, such as the recent counterfeit currency case, the married officers were eager to support Sulai before Sulai joined the police force. Working overtime was the norm. Sometimes, he couldn't return home on time for half a month, and when he did, he had to face his wife's discontent, leading to daily quarrels. After Sulai joined the police force, their time with family increased, resulting in much more harmonious households. Speaking of Sulai, Zhang Weiman recalled that he had an announcement to make. In the recent bank robbery case, Sulai remained calm and composed under extreme danger, decisively taking down an armed assailant with explosives, rescuing over a dozen hostages, and making a significant contribution to maintaining public order in Shannon City. Consequently, the higher-ups decided to award Sulai a first-class personal honor, along with a bonus of 20,000. Additionally, considering his second-class honor from the counterfeit currency case, Sulai has now achieved significant merit twice consecutively. After discussion, it was decided to terminate his 1-year probation early and promote him directly to a permanent position. According to regulations, upon being confirmed, Sulai's rank would be 1 stripe and 1 star, equivalent to a third-level police officer. Once this news was announced, the police station erupted in excitement. Everyone gathered around Sulai, some congratulating him on his early promotion, while others envied his first-class honor. Congratulations, you've been promoted early. Promotion is trivial. As long as you don't mess up during the probation period, anyone can be confirmed. A first-class honor is truly impressive. I've been working for 4 to 5 years and haven't seen many who can achieve a first-class honor, let alone Sulai, who is still a newcomer. That's remarkable. There is an unwritten rule in the police station. Newly confirmed officers must treat their colleagues. However, this does not involve a lavish meal, considering the financial constraints of freshly promoted officers. It suffices to buy a drink for each senior officer. Sulai promptly took his assistant Xiaogu and set out. Having been employed for less than a month, he hadn't received his first paycheck. Yet he had already earned a bonus of 30,000. How does that feel? To be honest, Xiaogu felt a twinge of envy. When he first started, he was utterly broke. In contrast, Sulai had already made 30,000 in less than a month. What you're saying is irrelevant. It's not about the money, the main thing is honor. Money is just a number, and I have no interest in it. Not interested, huh? Then you might as well give your bonus to me. I am interested. Sulai, I can't give it to you, watch out, or I might hit you. Oh, Officer Su, you have quite a presence. You've only been here a few days, and you already want to hit me. At this rate, in 2.5 years, you might not even regard Director Zhang. Hey, what are you doing? Are you really going to hit me? The two of them playfully bickered as they approached a nearby convenience store. At the counter, a man had just finished his purchase and was preparing to check out. The cashier was scanning the items the man had placed on the counter upon seeing 2 officers in uniform walk directly into the store. The man's face turned pale, and his expression became extremely stiff. I don't want these items anymore. He uttered this line, lowered his head, and swiftly exited the store. The cashier was momentarily taken aback, then muttered under his breath, "What a lunatic, why take so much if you don't want it?" Sulai noticed the unusual expression on the man who had just brushed past him, and he felt that the man looked somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but pause and glance back. What's wrong? Xiaogu inquired. Did you notice something odd about that man? He seemed terrified of the police. He didn't even want to buy anything when he saw us and just turned to leave. Isn't it normal to be afraid of the police? 2 guys in uniform walking straight toward you. Anyone would be scared. Xiaogu patted Sulai's shoulder. You're overthinking it. When I first joined the police, I thought everyone was a criminal. Just give it a year, and you'll be fine. Despite Xiao Ji's reassurance, Sulai's suspicions lingered. No, his fear isn't the kind you're describing. This man definitely has something to hide. Saying this, he jogged ahead, intending to stop the man for questioning. Seeing the officer pursuing him, the man, without hesitation, took off running. Chapter 21. Are you possessed by a thief? Stop running. Initially, Sulai merely felt that the man might be suspicious. However, once the man ran away, he was almost certain that the man had committed a crime. Not only Sulai but even Xiaogu shared the same feeling and quickly gave chase. As officers, both Sulai and Xiaogu were physically fit. In no time, they apprehended the panicked man. Ouch, ouch, let me go. Are you out of your minds? Why are you arresting me instead of catching real criminals? You ran upon seeing us. Who else should we pursue? Who ran? You were the ones chasing me. Of course, I had to run. Sulai didn't engage in pointless arguments with the man. He suddenly recalled where he had seen this individual before 3 days ago at the Civic Cultural Square. He had also seen the man's wife there. That day, the couple had a quarrel, and Sulai was merely an onlooker, which left him with a vague memory of them. Reflecting on that day, Sulai suddenly realized that when the man looked at his wife, there seemed to be a flash of malice in his eyes. At the time, Sulai had thought nothing of it. After all, it's not uncommon for couples to argue heatedly. However, now, in light of the man's odd behavior upon seeing the police, Sulai began to connect the dots. Where is your wife? The moment he asked, the man's expression froze, and his gaze became evasive. Though he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head, he replied, I don't know. Xiao Ji's eyes widened, and he frowned. This man was suspicious, but Sulai was even more so. What kind of officer asks about a person's wife right off the bat? Are you possessed by a thief? Xiaogu tugged at Sulai's sleeve, intending to remind him that questioning isn't conducted in this manner. When police officers encounter suspicious individuals, they have the right to question them on the spot. However, they need to present their identification first. Moreover, during questioning, they can ask for the person's name, age, residence, recent activities, and may request to see their ID. All of this is acceptable, but to jump straight to asking about someone's wife, that's somewhat inappropriate. Who taught you to ask like that? However, before Xiaogu could offer his advice, Sulai continued, your reaction is suspicious. A normal man, upon hearing a stranger ask about his wife, would likely respond with, what business is that of yours, rather than saying he doesn't know. As you have. The man hesitated, then retorted, what does my reaction matter to you? I can answer however I please. It's none of your business. It may not be my business, but where is your wife? Haven't I already told you? I don't know. When did you last see her? 3 days ago. Is she missing? Did you report it? I don't know. Haven't you tried to contact her? No, can I leave now? At this point, it was unnecessary for Su Lai to speak. Xiao Ge had also realized the issue. He interjected, why didn't you report it? You haven't seen your wife for 3 days. Aren't you worried something might have happened to her? Her disappearance for 3 days wouldn't have anything to do with you. Would it? She often goes missing for several days at a time. I'm used to it, eventually she'll come back, so why should I report it? The man in front of them definitely had something off about him. And both Su Lai and Xiao Ge were in agreement, yet his responses did not reveal any significant flaws, leaving Xiao Ge at a loss for what to do next. He leaned closer to Su Lai and whispered, what should we do next? Su Lai didn't answer but extended his hand toward the man. Please show me your ID. The man rummaged through his wallet and pulled out his ID card. After comparing the photo on the ID with the man's appearance, Su Lai took a picture of the ID with his phone. Do you have any further questions? If not, can I leave now? No more questions, you can go. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Lai shrugged and stepped aside to let the man leave. Just as the man walked out, Xiao Ge turned to Su Lai. You're just letting him go like that? I feel like his wife's disappearance is definitely related to him. What else could we do? You also said it's just a feeling, and we have no evidence. The only option left is to let him go. Right, are we going to forcibly take him back for interrogation? Xiao Ge felt deflated. To detain someone for interrogation, evidence is required. Even in the absence of evidence, there must be considerable suspicion. It is evident that relying solely on conjecture and intuition, the two could not apprehend the man. Such an act is a violation of protocol. Su Lai shook his phone, which displayed the identification card he had just taken a photograph of. I captured his ID. We should investigate it later, it might yield some clues. This is all we can do for now, Xiao Ge, puzzled, interjected. However, I still don't understand why you immediately asked about his wife. Do you know her? Not personally, but I have seen her 3 days ago at the Civic Cultural Square. Do you recall the couple who were arguing? Oh, I remember now, his wife is the one who publicly berated him as a good-for-nothing. Right, yes, that's her. Goodness, I see it now. After being insulted, this man harbored resentment and subsequently murdered his wife. This is a homicide case. Let us hurry back. Upon returning to the police station, they were met with an inquisitive Han Fei, who asked, where are the drinks you were supposed to buy? We didn't buy any. We encountered a rather suspicious individual on the way, and I quickly took a picture of his ID before returning. We suspect. Before Su Lai could finish his sentence, Xiao Ge eagerly interjected, this man likely killed his wife. The gravity of this revelation instantly shifted the expressions of those present to one of seriousness. Please elaborate on the details. Su Lai glanced at Xiao Ge, preferring to let him take the lead in this matter. Xiao Ge promptly recounted the incident in its entirety. It unfolded like this. We entered the convenience store to buy water. And as soon as we walked in, Han Fei leaned back in his chair and, after listening to Xiao Ji's account, finally spoke. So, you surmise that 3 days ago, this Tianjun, after being publicly humiliated by his wife, harbored a grudge and killed her, which explains his fear upon seeing you. Indeed, it may sound absurd to kill one's spouse over an insult, but there are countless more ludicrous cases out there. There are those who have committed murder over a mere dollar. In contrast, the suspicions held by Su Lai and Xiao Ge appeared considerably more rational. In police investigations, the methodology has always been to boldly hypothesize while cautiously verifying. Now that the hypothesis was established, homicide of a spouse, the next step was verification. If Tianjun's wife was indeed missing, then his culpability would be significantly heightened. Verification was straightforward in this era of big data. Personal investigations are quite manageable. The officers, utilizing the ID Su Lai captured, uncovered information regarding Tianjun's wife. They subsequently examined her call logs, spending records, and the surveillance footage from the entrance of their residential complex. The results indicated that her most recent call was made 3 days ago, with her last recorded expenditure also occurring 3 days prior, and her final exit from the community was likewise 3 days ago. It appeared she had truly vanished exactly 3 days ago, the same day she publicly berated Tianjun at the People's Cultural Square. Chapter 22, the initial crime scene. Tianjun's wife had disappeared 3 days ago, coinciding with the day she publicly humiliated him. An apparent coincidence, his instinctual reaction to flee upon encountering the police further substantiated this notion. Just as we suspected, this man, enraged by being publicly shamed, directly murdered his wife. The previous assertions were validated. Xiao Ge tapped his fingers on the table twice, visibly excited. From a logical standpoint, it certainly appears to be the case. You both have done well, Han Fei commended, patting their shoulders encouragingly. Su Lai was undeniably a novice, and Xiao Ge had only recently been confirmed in his position, making them both relatively inexperienced. their ability to reach this conclusion was commendable and merited praise. As a veteran officer with extensive experience in solving numerous homicide cases and serving as the squad leader, Han Fei promptly directed the officers in their duties. You all check the surveillance, ascertain where Tian Jun and his wife went that day. Additionally, Xiao Zhang, you take a small team to investigate Tian Jun and his wife's social circles, interview their colleagues and friends to uncover any useful leads. Old Zhou, visit Tian Jun's residence. Bring him in and enlist the forensic team to search for any pertinent evidence. Don't forget to conduct interviews with their neighbors as well. Understood. Once the tasks were assigned, the officers immediately set off. Noticing that Han Fei had organized everything without involving himself and Su Lai, Xiaoge became anxious. Captain Han, what about us? What should we do? Just follow me. Observe and learn, Han Fei replied, his gaze resting on Su Lai. Director Zhang had entrusted Su Lai to him with a singular purpose, to cultivate Su Lai as much as possible. This was Su Lai's first encounter with a homicide case, and Han Fei aimed to ensure he grasped the entire investigative process rather than relegating him to the tedious tasks of reviewing footage or conducting interviews. Captain Han, look here. This is the last footage of Tian Jun's wife, Huang Jie, captured on surveillance, time stamped 3 days ago at 8:47 in the evening. After that, she has not appeared on any footage. As the officer responsible for reviewing surveillance presented the last recorded image, it became clear that Huang Jie had vanished from that moment onward. The footage depicted her walking alongside a man, their demeanor suggesting a close relationship. Su Lai recognized the background of the surveillance footage. It was West City Pedestrian Street. He had been there that day. Did you encounter her? Han Fei turned to Su Lai. Su Lai shook his head. Not at that time. I was at the cinema around 8. However, the man beside Huang Jie is not her husband, Tian Jun. Observe his right hand. Tian Jun has no tattoos. Indeed, I recall that Tian Jun is unmarked. Xiaoge concurred. If that is the case, it suggests that Huang Jie may have been unfaithful, and this man could very well be her affair. Tian Jun's culpability appeared to intensify. Suddenly, Su Lai seemed to have a revelation. Wait, West City Pedestrian Street has no forks. It's a straight path with surveillance cameras positioned at intervals. Judging by the background, this camera must be among the second or third from the west side of the pedestrian street. Huang Jie is seen walking forward. Logically, she should have been captured by the remaining cameras. What about the subsequent footage? The officer responsible for the surveillance shrugged. There is nothing. We cannot retrieve footage from the end of the pedestrian street. I suspect that camera is broken. Moreover, the end of the pedestrian street leads to the old city district, where there are no main roads, only narrow alleys, creating a surveillance blind spot. Han Fei took the mouse from him and brought up a map. The map indicated that the old city district had only 3 entrances, all narrow alleys, one connected to the pedestrian street, and the other 2 linked to main roads, while there was no surveillance in the old city district. There would certainly be cameras on the roads connecting these entrances. Han Fei pointed to the intersections of the 2 alleys leading into the old city district. These 2 locations have surveillance. Correct. Yes. Is the footage operational? Yes, it's functioning properly. When Huang Jie last appeared on the surveillance footage, she was walking toward the west side of the pedestrian street, with the old city district ahead. However, neither of the 2 surveillance cameras at the entrances of the old city district captured her departure. Han Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully. This means that Huang Jie vanished within the last few hundred meters of the pedestrian street and the old city district. The multitude of cameras along the road facilitated the police's investigation. Through mere surveillance checks, they could ascertain the specific area where Huang Jie had disappeared. Next, let us check if Tian Jun was in the vicinity during that time frame. Han Fei continued. The officers wasted no time and commenced their search as instructed. 3 days prior, at 8:47 in the evening, the last footage of Huang Jie was recorded on West City Pedestrian Street. Coincidentally, at 8:51, just 4 minutes later, Tian Jun also appeared on the same camera. Tian Jun was following Huang Jie. At 8:09:02, Tian Jun reappeared on the camera, but this time he was walking back. However, Huang Jie and her companion had not returned. From 8:51 to 9:02, a mere 11 minutes had elapsed. He killed her in just 11 minutes, then left as if nothing had happened? Xiaoge remarked, bewildered. If it was only 11 minutes, he likely did not have much time to dispose of the body. Han Fei called Su Lai and Xiaoge. Let us head to the scene. Upon arriving at West City Pedestrian Street, Han Fei made a beeline for the old city district, firmly believing it to be the primary crime scene where evidence could be uncovered. Although the area of Huang Jie's disappearance was confined to the last few hundred meters of the pedestrian street in the old city district. The bustling atmosphere of the pedestrian street at 8 or 9 in the evening made it implausible for Tianjun to commit murder amidst the throng. Thus, Han Fei disregarded the last few hundred meters of the pedestrian street. Suddenly, Su Lai halted him. "Captain Han, yes, what is it?" If Tianjun did commit murder, the primary crime scene would not be the old city district. Su Lai pointed to the pedestrian street beneath their feet. But right here, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively glancing around, the bustling pedestrian street was teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Unless Tianjun had completely lost his mind, it was inconceivable that he would commit such an act of violence here. Moreover, even if he were truly deranged enough to murder in public, would not the witnesses immediately report it? The police should have received a call much earlier. This was precisely why Han Fei had headed straight for the old city upon his arrival. Rather than searching for traces of the crime on the pedestrian street, it was simply implausible, yet he had overlooked another crucial factor. Chapter 23. I know where the incident occurred. Han Fei had rushed directly to the old city. Convinced that Tianjun would not dare to commit murder in broad daylight, the absence of any emergency calls to the police that day further corroborated this belief, indicating that the crime must have taken place in some secluded corner of the old city. However, Han Fei had neglected one crucial element: time. The journey from the last surveillance camera that captured Huangjie to the old city, followed by the murder, disposal of the body, and returning, all required a considerable amount of time. Tianjun had only 11 minutes. He could not possibly accomplish all of that. Han Fei did not immediately counter Su Lai's assertion. There must have been a reason behind Su Lai's statement. Meeting Han Fei's gaze, Su Lai articulated his reasoning. There simply wasn't enough time. Previously, Han Fei had not considered the issue of time. He had instinctively placed himself in the shoes of the suspect. Seeking the most suitable and discreet location for committing the crime, undoubtedly, the old city, located in a surveillance blind spot, was the most appropriate venue for such an act. However, prompted by Su Lai's reminder, Han Fei realized that Tianjun had only utilized 11 minutes from start to finish, rendering the timeline untenable. By calculating the time, it became evident that the only possible crime scene for Tianjun was on the pedestrian street, which was evidently even more implausible. If Tianjun had indeed committed murder on the pedestrian street, the police would have undoubtedly received reports from witnesses that same day. Han Fei removed his hat and ran his fingers through his hair. Viewed from this perspective, Tianjun lacked the conditions necessary to commit the crime. The case was far more complicated than he had initially imagined. Feeling a headache coming on, he turned to Su Lai. "Do you have any further thoughts? Anything at all?" Su Lai simply shook his head, remaining silent. At that moment, Han Fei's phone rang. The officers he had dispatched for investigation had returned to the precinct. After compiling the information, the two teams promptly called Han Fei. "Any discoveries?" Han Fei inquired as he answered the call. "We have apprehended Tianjun. I had the forensic team examine his residence, and there were no anomalies." Neighbors of the Tian couple reported frequently hearing them argue. The arguments stemmed from Huangjie's infidelity, and on several occasions, she even brought her male companion home. Aside from that, the Tian couple had little interaction with their neighbors. "So there are no motives of vengeance involved." "I see. What about Xiao Zhang? Has he returned?" "I'm here," Captain Han.Asu instructed. "I investigated Huangjie's social circle. She is a housewife who has never held a job. So she has no colleagues. However, she does have several friends, albeit with shallow connections, and there have been no conflicts. The person she was closest to is a male named Zhang He, whom I suspect to be her affair partner. We have obtained records of their hotel stays." After hearing both reports, Han Fei could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration. Huangjie was merely a housewife without a job. Besides her affair partner, she had no close friends and had never had disputes with her neighbors. Given this, Tianjun remained the primary suspect, yet the problem lay in the fact that the prime suspect, Tianjun, did not have the time to commit the crime. Ending the call, Han Fei looked once more towards the old city at the end of the pedestrian street. He was not ready to give up. He still wanted to investigate further. He took Su Lai and Xiao Gu with him, following the narrow alleyway connecting to the old city. The old city was comprised of a labyrinth of narrow alleyways, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The cobblestones underfoot were worn smooth, with moss growing at the edges. Due to the narrowness of the streets, it was difficult to install cameras or even streetlights, leaving it in darkness at night. Ideal conditions for committing a crime. However, after a thorough search, Han Fei found no signs of the crime. His furrowed brow deepened, with no evidence in the alleys of the old city. It was even less likely that the pedestrian street was the crime scene. Now, it was not only a question of whether Tianjun had committed murder, there was also the mystery of how Huangjie and Zhang He had seemingly vanished into thin air. Han Fei pondered. If Tianjun had not killed the two, where could Huang Jie and Zhang He have gone? If he had indeed killed them, where had the act taken place? Yet he could not clarify either of these questions. Having arrived with confidence in search of clues regarding Huang Jie's disappearance, he had found not a single usable lead. There remained only one final option: return and interrogate Tianjun. Let us head back and see if we can extract anything useful from Tianjun. Han Fei sighed. The three retraced their steps. As they passed the malfunctioning surveillance camera on the pedestrian street, they happened upon the street management staff engaged in a heated discussion with an employee from an escape room. They were trying to negotiate repairs for the street-side camera, though it appeared their talks were anything but amicable. Our boss is truly unavailable. What good does it do to argue with a mere employee like me, who isn't an employee? We don't want to make this difficult for you. Just call your boss again and have him cover the cost of the camera. This matter has been dragging on for 3 days. If it isn't resolved today, your shop won't operate normally. A crowd had gathered at the shop curious about the commotion. Su Lai recognized the establishment. It had only opened 3 days prior, with a grand opening that featured a red carpet and floral arrangements. He and Yukiki had strolled through the pedestrian street while waiting for their movie to start and had intended to visit the escape room, had time allowed. Captain Han, it seems there is a dispute over there. Should we intervene? Xiaogu suggested, pointing. Han Fei merely glanced over and shook his head. He had no interest in dealing with such trivial disputes. Let it be. If it escalates, they'll call the police. The closest precinct will send someone to handle it. We still haven't unraveled the case regarding Tianjun. There is no time for these unrelated matters. Han Fei's offhand remark sparked a realization in Su Lai. The escape room had opened 3 days ago, coinciding with the time of Huang Jie's disappearance, and the location was also nearby. Coincidentally, from the conversation between the street management staff and the escape room employee, it seemed they had inadvertently damaged the camera at the entrance on the day of their opening. Furthermore, Tianjun's window of time was a mere 11 minutes, suggesting that the crime scene could only be on the pedestrian street. Su Lai glanced at the new escape room's storefront and then at the conveniently damaged camera at the entrance. This shop might indeed have a connection to the case. Captain Han, I may have figured out where the incident occurred. Chapter 24, You've got potential. Hearing Su Lai's words, Han Fei immediately turned to look back, where Su Lai pointed towards the escape room. Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped Su Lai's reasoning, calculating based on Tianjun's 11-minute timeframe. If he had indeed committed murder, the only plausible location for the act would be on the pedestrian street, not in the more concealed and suitable old city. He simply did not have the time. Of course, this hypothesis seemed far-fetched. It was inconceivable that Tianjun would commit murder amidst the throngs of people on the pedestrian street, which was why Han Fei had initially dismissed the possibility. However, the pedestrian street was not merely a thoroughfare. It was lined with various shops. Due to conventional thinking, Han Fei had only contemplated the street itself, neglecting the stores on either side. If the crime scene were indeed within one of the shops on the pedestrian street, then it would explain why the police had received no reports from witnesses if Tianjun had committed the act there. Han Fei surveyed the establishments surrounding the escape room: fruit stands, clothing stores, bubble tea shops, hot pot restaurants. He placed himself in the mindset of the perpetrator. If he were the one committing the crime, the escape room would undoubtedly be his venue of choice. The lighting, music, and ambience were all conducive to such an act. Even if he were to be seen, the likelihood of raising suspicion would be low. Onlookers would likely mistake him for a character from the game. Moreover, there was the most critical point: the camera at the entrance of the escape room had been conveniently damaged. 3 days prior, on the very day of Huang Jie's disappearance, it had captured nothing impressive. I hadn't thought of that. Han Fei said, looking at Su Lai with newfound respect. Let us go check it out. With that, he led Su Lai and Xiaogu towards the escape room. The employee and the street management staff were still embroiled in their argument over compensation. The employee attempted to make several phone calls to contact the boss, yet none were answered. Observing this, the street management staff suggested that the employee should cover the repair costs up front, with one side wanting to settle and the other unwilling to pay. They were at an impasse. The crowd gathered around the store continued to grow, all eager to witness the spectacle. Everyone, step aside. Police. Han Fei and his companions pushed through the crowd gathered to watch the commotion and entered the scene. Upon noticing the arrival of the police, both parties instantly felt reassured, taking the opportunity to voice their grievances. Officer, we are not the troublemakers here. It was they who damaged the surveillance cameras on the street and now refuse to compensate. Please adjudicate this matter. Who damages property without bearing responsibility? One individual protested, "What does this have to do with me? I am merely a worker. If anyone is to pay, it should be my boss. I certainly cannot cover the costs myself. I have already tried to reach my boss, but I couldn't get through. Can you blame me for that?" Another retorted, "How do we know you aren't colluding with your boss to avoid compensation?" "Enough, let us cease this bickering," Han Fei interjected. He was not there to mediate their disputes. He sought to confirm one thing, whether Huang Jie had visited the store 3 days prior. "I would like to review the surveillance footage from 8:45 onwards 3 days ago," he requested, pointing to the camera positioned in the store. The staff, confused but compliant, obliged. The management of the pedestrian street wore equally perplexed expressions, questioning why they were examining the store's footage when the issue at hand was the damaged street cameras. Han Fei, Su Lai, and Xiao Gu scrutinized the surveillance records from 8:40 to 9 o'clock that evening, but found no trace of Huang Jie entering the establishment. However, they did spot a familiar figure. "Tianjun, do you know him? What was he doing there that day?" Han Fei inquired of the staff. "Tianjun, I don't know him. I've never heard that name," the staff member replied. "This person visible in the footage was clearly conversing with you." "You still claim not to recognize him?" Han Fei pressed. "Oh, you mean this individual? He is our boss. I only know his surname, Tian," the staff member clarified. Su Lai then chimed in, "So it was Tianjun who damaged the street cameras?" "Correct," the staff member nodded. "Yes, when we opened in the morning, Boss Tian was setting up outside, and somehow he accidentally broke the street cameras. I'm not sure how exactly." Upon hearing this, the 3 investigators exchanged knowing glances. This escape room business belonged to Tianjun, and he was indeed responsible for the damaged cameras, confirming their suspicions. Although the street surveillance had not captured Huang Jie entering the shop, Han Fei surmised that Tianjun must have tampered with the internal footage. While he was powerless to alter the street cameras as the owner, he certainly had the means to manipulate the store's cameras. Han Fei replayed the segment of footage they had just reviewed. But this time he slowed it down for a more detailed examination. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a disturbance in the video. At 8:50 on that fateful night, the footage exhibited a brief shake. This segment had been edited. Although Han Fei was not a professional in video restoration, his years of experience as a police officer had acquainted him with the signs of tampering. He was now certain that this establishment was indeed the crime scene. Without hesitation, he contacted the department, requesting the presence of forensic experts. Turning to the staff member, he instructed, "We suspect Tianjun is connected to a missing persons case. Please cooperate by clearing all customers and NPCs from the premises. And deactivate any horror music, ambient lighting, or other contraptions. Turn on the main lights." The staff member, taken aback, promptly complied, although Han Fei still had some lingering questions, such as how Tianjun had known his wife would enter the escape room that day. These were secondary. The immediate priority was locating and securing the crime scene. Given that Tianjun had only taken 11 minutes, he likely did not have sufficient time to clean up after himself, leaving behind crucial evidence. As the trio scoured the store for any abnormalities, they found nothing out of the ordinary. "This is strange," Han Fei muttered, scratching his head. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from behind a cabinet. "Is anyone there? Help me." The voice was weak, reminiscent of a dying person's plea. "Is anyone there? Help me." The 3 turned towards the cabinet in a functioning escape room. Hearing cries for help would be typical. Startled visitors often made such noises. However, with the horror ambience and traps now deactivated, and all NPCs and guests evacuated, this sound was decidedly out of place. There was indeed someone behind the cabinet. Han Fei exchanged glances with Su Lai and Xiao Gu before swiftly moving to shift the cabinet aside. Upon doing so, they revealed a hidden door behind it. The sound they had heard originated from beyond that door. Just then, a contingent of police officers arrived, the very personnel Han Fei had summoned. Among them were forensic experts as well as technicians tasked with recovering the surveillance data. "Captain Han, we arrived." Initially, Han Fei had hoped to find and secure the crime scene before the forensic team arrived. However, it seemed there might not be a crime scene at all, for Tianjun had not committed murder. Instead, he had locked Huang Jie and Zhang Yi inside a room in the store, intending to let them perish within. This method was far more cruel than a direct killing. The newly arrived officers also heard the commotion from behind the door. Huang Jie has not been harmed? "We can bring her back to testify against Tianjun," one officer exclaimed. "I'll go fetch a locksmith." However, before the officer could leave, Han Fei called him back. No need to find a locksmith. At the same moment, Su Lai interjected, "There is no need to search. I can open this door, but I require a wire." Han Fei turned to Su Lai, shaking his head. "You won't be able to unlock this." Don't bother looking for a locksmith, this lock is a sea level, and it's highly challenging to pick. It's better to get some power drills and hammers to break down the wall and rescue them quickly. We can't waste time, those inside have been trapped for 3 days. Han Fei was well aware of Su Lai's skills, having witnessed him deftly free himself from police handcuffs, yet, the lock on this door was an entirely different matter. It was a sea-level lock, notoriously difficult to breach. Han Fei knew this from the Public Security Ministry's evaluations of various lock security levels. Most households utilize A or B-level locks, with A being the simplest and easiest for professionals to break. B-level locks offer slightly better security but can still be compromised with enough force. However, C-level locks are a different beast altogether. According to the ministry, they cannot be opened technically in under 270 minutes. And attempting to force them open could lead to the lock jamming irreparably. Han Fei understood that Su Lai would struggle with this lock. He preferred the idea of breaking through the wall rather than trying to pick the lock. It would take at least 4 or 5 hours to find a locksmith, and any complication could lead to the lock breaking completely. Conversely, breaking through the wall would take about an hour. Or perhaps even less. Time was of the essence. They needed to act quickly to rescue those trapped inside. Little Li hesitated, glancing from Han Fei to Su Lai in his eyes. Both Han Fei, a seasoned officer, and the newly appointed Su Lai held equal weight and authority. In fact, Su Lai's opinion seemed to carry slightly more weight. Captain Han, how about I find a wire for Su Lai to try? Han Fei was taken aback. He had just realized that his apprentice's words carried more influence than his OWN. In the meantime, an officer had procured a wire and handed it to Su Lai. Without hesitation, Su Lai took the wire and began to work on the lock. Han Fei merely glanced at him before turning back to Little Li, urging, "Hurry and fetch the power drills and hammers. Don't rely on that wire to open the door." It's a sea-level lock, and without the key, even professional locksmiths would struggle. Before he could finish his sentence, a distinct click resonated. The lock had opened. In mere seconds, Su Lai had successfully unlocked the sea-level security door. The sudden silence was almost deafening, and Han Fei found himself swallowing the words he had yet to finish, opting for silence instead. All eyes turned toward Han Fei, who looked at the now open door and then at the wire in Su Lai's hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, just moments after declaring that the door was nearly impossible to open. Su Lai effortlessly pried it open with a mere piece of wire. Remarkably, he accomplished this feat in just a few seconds, the speed of which surpassed even that of using a key. Before Han Fei could finish his sentence, the door swung open. What difference was there between this and a public slap to his face? "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry inside and rescue the people." At that moment, Han Fei could only resort to shouting loudly to mask his embarrassment. The officers, wishing to avoid aggravating Han Fei further, rushed into the room. Inside the dimly lit space lay a man and a woman. Both sprawled at the entrance. The woman, of course, was Huang Jie, the wife of the still-missing Tian Jun. The other man was Zheng Halai, Huang Jie's illicit partner. However, after being confined for several days without food or water, both were in a dire state. Particularly, the frail Huang Jie was at her weakest. Zheng Halai, possessing a sturdier physique, fared slightly better. He had not yet lost consciousness, and it was his cries for help that had alerted them. Yet he too was in a poor condition, having gone days without a drop to drink. Upon seeing their rescuers, he immediately clutched one of the officer's pant legs. "Water, water." The officer quickly exited to fetch 2 bottles of mineral water. Handing one to each of them, Zheng Halai seized the bottle, gulping down its contents in mere moments, but it was far from sufficient to quench his thirst. He immediately set his sights on the half-full bottle still in Huang Jie's possession. Reaching out to snatch it without a second thought, Huang Jie, equally parched, was unwilling to part with her water and resisted fervently. "How dare you still have the audacity to drink water? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Zheng Halai, already harboring resentment from their recent ordeal, felt provoked by her refusal to share even a sip. He increased his grip and forcefully shoved Huang Jie aside. Successfully seizing the bottle from her hands, the weak Huang Jie was pushed so hard that her head struck the doorframe, causing her to collapse instantly. Han Fei had intended to intervene as the two squabbled over the bottle, but the events unfolded too rapidly for him to act. By the time the ambulance arrived, Huang Jie had already lost her life. As for Zheng Halai, who had committed an offense right under the officers' noses, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. As the ambulance departed, Han Fei turned to Su Lai beside him. "Pray tell, where did you acquire the skill to pick locks? You managed to open a sea-level lock in just 5 seconds. Before Su Lai could respond, Xiao Gu interjected, holding up 3 fingers to correct Han Fei. 3 seconds, Han Fei? Chapter 26. Is it possible that as a police officer, your talents are entirely devoted to criminal endeavors? Opening locks requires official documentation, and providing lockpicking services without prior registration with the Public Security Department constitutes an illegal act. Having served in the police force for over a decade, Han Fei had interacted with locksmiths numerous times. He had encountered highly skilled locksmiths, some of whom could create keys with just a glance at the lock, yet he had never come across someone like Su Lai. The idea that a mere piece of wire could open a sea-level lock in 3 seconds was utterly beyond his comprehension. So, locks are rendered utterly ineffective in Su Lai's presence. Han Fei scrutinized Su Lai from head to toe. He simply could not fathom how a police officer could possess such expertise in these dubious skills. Is it reasonable for a police officer to have their talents wholly invested in criminal activities? Without further delay, Han Fei led the officers back to the precinct. He had largely unraveled the case, though a few minor uncertainties remained that could only be clarified by interrogating Tianjun. Upon returning to the station, Zhang Weiman expressed his desire to inquire about the case's progress. However, Han Fei promptly stated that the case was essentially resolved. The details had been clarified. Huang Jie and Zhang Halai had not been victims of a crime, rather, they had been locked in a room at the escape room for 3 days. And they were alive when we arrived. That's good to hear. Upon learning that the case was solved, Zhang Weiman ceased to press for further details, knowing he could review the case report later. Well done, old Han. It's impressive how swiftly you resolved the case. He then turned his attention to Su Lai and Xiaogu. I trust you both learned a great deal from your mentor today? Before Su Lai and Xiaogu could respond, Han Fei waved his hand dismissively. What's there to learn, Director Zhang? You may be unaware, but this case was resolved so quickly entirely due to Su Lai's efforts. With no credit to me, all the key clues were his ideas. Without him, it would have taken far longer to solve the case, and by then, Huang Jie and Zhang Halai might have faced dire consequences. Is that so? So, it seems young Su has once again accomplished something noteworthy. Indeed, not only does he consistently uncover crucial leads, but he also played a significant role in the rescue. Tianjun had specifically employed a sea-level lock to ensure that Huang Jie and Zhang Halai could not escape. Even professional locksmiths would find such a lock daunting. I recall our department testing the sea-level lock. Even seasoned locksmiths require nearly 5 hours to open it. Your entire operation from departure to return didn't take 5 hours. How did you manage to rescue them? Han Fei glanced at Su Lai beside him. I initially considered breaking down the wall to rescue them, but Su Lai took a wire and opened the door in 3 seconds. Zhang Weiman, a sea-level lock in 3 seconds? Using a piece of wire? Zhang Weiman was already aware of Su Lai's lockpicking abilities, having seen him free himself from police handcuffs before their very eyes. But who could have anticipated that Su Lai's skills were this extraordinary? Professional locksmiths would be stumped by a sea-level lock for hours, yet Su Lai managed it in just 3 seconds? No, that can't be right. I must have misheard. Zhang Weiman thought there must be an issue with his hearing and asked again. 3 seconds? Yes, 3 seconds. Director Zhang, you heard correctly, Han Fei reiterated. The look on Zhang Weiman's face mirrored a familiar expression. It was the same astonishment he had exhibited when witnessing Su Lai successfully pick the lock with a piece of wire. Even after confirming that his hearing was intact, Zhang Weiman's expression remained one of disbelief. This is utterly absurd. After briefing Zhang Weiman on the situation, Han Fei prepared to interrogate Tianjun himself. Having been closely involved throughout the case, he intended to conduct the questioning personally, bringing Su Lai along to assist with documentation. In the interrogation room, Tianjun initially maintained a defiant stance, refusing to admit any intent to harm his wife or her lover. However, the tide began to turn when Han Fei presented a segment of surveillance footage. This video had been captured from the escape room's cameras. Although Tianjun had tampered with the footage, cutting out the moment Huang Jie and Zhang Halai entered, the technical department of the police managed to restore the lost content. We've retrieved the surveillance footage from your establishment. These 2 individuals are your wife, Huang Jie, and her lover, Zhang Halai. They entered your escape room 3 days ago, and the cameras only recorded their entrance, not their exit. Additionally, we discovered a hidden room behind one of the cabinets in your establishment. I trust one need not elaborate on the circumstances within that room. Upon hearing this, Tianjun understood that any further attempts at deceit would be futile. The police were already fully aware of the situation, and he had no choice but to confess. Yes, I intended to kill them. Tianjun and his wife, Huang Jie, had met through an arranged marriage, and both sets of parents were extremely pleased with the union. Thus, it wasn't long before they wed. However, after their marriage, Tianjun discovered that Huang Jie had been carrying on with an old boyfriend. whom her parents disapproved of, forcing her to marry Tianjun instead. Tianjun, being magnanimous, thought that since they were now married, he could overlook the past. To his dismay, Hu Yingjie continued her affair, sneaking around behind his back. Upon learning of this, Tianjun contemplated divorce, but he was reluctant to part with their shared assets, knowing that his parents had sacrificed a lifetime to provide for him. He confronted Hu Yingjie in hopes of rekindling her sense of loyalty, urging her to leave her lover. Instead, Hu Yingjie became increasingly defiant, even bringing her lover into their home and treating Tianjun with disdain. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Tianjun's anger boiled over, and he resolved to kill them. The death of a spouse would eliminate the need for divorce and prevent asset division. After hearing Tianjun's motives for murder, Han Fei raised a lingering question. I find myself perplexed. How are you so certain that Hu Yingjie would enter that escape room 3 days ago? Moreover, if you had already decided to kill them, why resort to such an indirect method as locking them in a room? Were you not concerned about being discovered by other patrons? Given that the police had already uncovered his criminal actions, Tianjun had little left to conceal. He promptly answered both questions. That wretched woman is still my wife, and I know her well enough to predict her actions. That day, I deliberately lured her to the People's Cultural Square. She has a habit of calling her lover to accompany her whenever we have a disagreement, and that day was no different. The pedestrian street was nearby, and they would undoubtedly go shopping, likely stumbling upon the newly opened escape room, where they would certainly enter. As for why I didn't simply kill them, it's because I have a peculiar issue. I faint at the sight of blood. Therefore, I intentionally left an empty room in the establishment, disguised myself as an NPC to lead them there, then locked the door and barricaded it. I've heard that a person can only survive without food or water for 3 to 7 days, and if all goes well, in a few days, I will witness their corpses with my own eyes. I just didn't expect you to act so swiftly, and I have no idea if they are dead or alive. Meeting Tianjun's inquiring gaze, Su Lai recounted an incident he witnessed in the escape room. After we rescued Hu Yingjie, she died, killed by Zhang Yi. The interrogation process went relatively smoothly, and with Tianjun's account, this case was, for the most part, resolved. In Su Lai's mind, the familiar system notification sound echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for solving the wife murder case. You are eligible for a random reward. This time, the reward is in a 2-choice mode, and random reward extraction is in progress. Chapter 27. Who can resist a wild calabash boy? Congratulations, host, for solving the wife murder case. You are eligible for a random reward. This time, the reward is in a 2-choice mode, and random reward extraction is in progress. This time, the system's reward mode was different from before. In previous instances, Su Lai had no option to choose. The system randomly selected for him, and whatever he got, he accepted, but this time it was a 2-choice mode, allowing Su Lai to select one of the 2 rewards randomly extracted by the system, originally devoid of any hope regarding the system rewards. A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited within Su Lai. With a choice, there was a chance that one of the options was a legitimate detective skill, something truly useful for him as a police officer. For instance, enhancements in intelligence and physical strength, or proficiency in firearms, rather than skills like painter, little flying stick is coming, or working is impossible. Reward extraction completed. Please choose host. Option 1, Wild Calabash Boy. 6th Boy. The 6th boy possesses the ability of invisibility and is an excellent tracker. However, it is not ruled out that the 6th boy may have his own ideas, thus there is a certain probability that the host may not see the reward upon selection. Option 2, I am not a gambling god. Once Chindeazai turned $20 into 37 million, but he was not a gambling god. However, you, my friend, are the true gambling god who wins every bet. Go forth and showcase your skills at the gambling table, for that is your stage. Which man could refuse a wild calabash boy, especially one with the ability to become invisible? Invisibility is extraordinarily advantageous. Su Lai could not refuse. If this thing landed and vanished, how would he justify it? Choosing the 6th boy equated to choosing solitude. After hesitating for a mere 0.001 seconds, he decisively chose the second reward. I am not a gambling god. As soon as he made the choice, a plethora of cheating techniques and methods flooded Su Lai's mind. In addition, there were theories of gambling, psychology of gamblers, and the wisdom behind all-in bets. Among other insights, the system also enhanced Su Lai's hand speed. For one must possess swift hands to cheat at a gambling table without being detected. Within a matter of seconds, Su Lai transformed from an ordinary individual who had never gambled into a top-tier con artist. He mastered various cheating methods. It could be said that as long as Sulai wanted to win at the gambling table, no one could make him lose. This time, Sulai found himself at a loss for words regarding the system's rewards for him as a police officer. After all, this reward was one he had chosen himself. Typically, when encountering a homicide case, police officers are highly likely to work overtime. However, this case unfolded swiftly and concluded just as quickly within mere hours. Tian Jun was apprehended, and knowing the police had already gathered crucial evidence, he confessed without hesitation, without any dilly-dallying. For the officers at the Longqing District Bureau, encountering a homicide case without needing to work overtime was akin to a maiden riding in a flower sedan. It was a first. All of this was thanks to Sulai. After all, Han Fei had also stated that all the key clues in the case were discovered by Sulai. Were it not for him, the case would not have been resolved so expediently. As a key contributor to the case, Sulai garnered a wave of goodwill from his colleagues. No sooner had he finished work and returned home than he received a call from his mother. Lai Wenling, without needing to guess, he knew it was yet another attempt to introduce him to a potential romantic partner. However, this time, Sulai did not choose to evade as he had in the past. Instead, he pressed the answer button directly. Having already devised a strategy to cope, Sulai straightened his back unconsciously as he answered the phone, his voice steady and confident. He even felt a flicker of anticipation for the ensuing conversation. Have you finished work? Have you eaten? Yes, just finished work. Haven't you eaten yet? Have you and Dad eaten? We're eating now, at home. How about you? Are you planning to grab a quick bite at the fast food joint downstairs? One of Sue's mother's talents was her ability to associate any topic with marriage. Before Sulai could respond, she expanded on the topic of what to eat for dinner. Those street-side fast food places are so unsanitary. Eating there occasionally is fine, but if you go every day, your stomach will eventually give in. Not if you were married, you wouldn't have to suffer this way. You could come home every day to healthy and hygienic meals. Just look at your dad, he comes home from work to a meal. What a blessing. In the past, upon hearing similar remarks, Sulai would deftly redirect the conversation to his father's cooking skills, diverting attention from his reluctance to marry. At that point, Lai Wenling would likely abandon her inquiries about her son's marital intentions, instead blaming her husband for not being considerate. However, today, Sulai was unusually compliant. Yes, Mom, you're right. Sulai's rare agreement left Lai Wenling feeling somewhat insecure. Had the sun risen from the west today, this boy was actually not being obstinate. She thought she must have misheard. What did you say? I said, Mom, you're right. Have you come to your senses? That's great. Tomorrow is the weekend, and you should be off. Let me introduce you to a young lady. You can invite her out for dinner and chat. Mom, actually, I already have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? When did this happen? Just a little while ago, but I haven't had the chance to tell you. You're not making this up to trick me. Are you? How could I? I would never deceive you. I don't believe it unless you bring the girl home for me to see. There's no time like the present. How about tomorrow? It's the weekend, Mom. Hold on, I need to check if she is free tomorrow. Not if she is, I'll bring her home to meet you. The call ended. Sulai sent a message to Yukiki, inquiring about her availability for the next day. This faux girlfriend of his could finally come in handy. Yukiki quickly replied, I'm free tomorrow, but I'm a bit nervous and afraid of being exposed. How about we rehearse a bit today? Sulai, sure. Should we do the same as last time, dinner and a movie? Yukiki, no, I'll invite my best friend out instead. I'll introduce you as my boyfriend. If she doesn't figure out that we're pretending to be a couple, then meeting the parents tomorrow should be fine. Sulai found this method quite clever and promptly agreed. At 7:30 in the evening, Sulai and Yukiki met downstairs and set off for the designated restaurant. Yukiki's best friend had already arrived early, but she hadn't brought along her boyfriend as promised. Upon meeting, Yukiki curiously asked, Where's your boyfriend? Didn't you say he was coming too? He got a call from work halfway through and had to go back to work overtime. He is great in every way, but that is the one thing I dislike the most, always working overtime. It seems like he has to go back every time he gets a call, even after finishing work, but I've gotten used to it. Police officers are like that, you should understand this too. After listening to her best friend's grievances, Yukiki turned to Sulai. Is that how it is? My boyfriend seems to have never worked overtime. Never worked overtime? Your boyfriend isn't from the Longqing District Bureau, is he? He actually is. How did you know? Just a guess. My boyfriend mentioned that a new guy at the Longqing District Bureau is quite extraordinary. He can solve any case within a day. Ever since that newcomer joined the Longqing District Bureau, everyone there has been enjoying the benefits and hasn't had to work overtime. I think that person's name is Sulai or something. Never mind, let us not talk about that. Kiki, why don't you introduce your boyfriend to me? Chapter 28, Filial Piety and Kinship. Kiki, why don't you introduce your boyfriend to me? Upon hearing this, Yukiki hurriedly introduced the two strangers to each other. This is my boyfriend, Sulai. This is my best friend since childhood, Lu Jiai. Hello. Sulai smiled politely upon hearing the name of her best friend's boyfriend. Lu Jiai instinctively froze. Sulai, you're the extraordinary newcomer from the Longqing District Bureau that my boyfriend mentioned? She had heard Sulai's name from her boyfriend more than once. Lu Jiai's boyfriend was also a police officer, but he worked at the Qiaobei Road police station. While Sulai was at the Longqing District Bureau, recently, the name Sulai has become widely recognized within the police system of Shannon City. A newcomer, he has managed to resolve various significant cases one after another, demonstrating an astonishing level of efficiency that makes it difficult for him not to gain fame. In the police profession, working overtime is commonplace. It is not unusual for officers to go several days without returning home when things get busy. Virtually no police station or precinct can consistently finish their shifts on time without additional hours, even in cases where officers might leave on schedule. Such circumstances rarely last more than a few days. However, the Longqing District Bureau stands as an exception. Since Sulai's induction nearly a month ago, he has yet to work a single overtime shift. No matter how challenging the case, he resolves it within the same day. Overtime, absolutely non-existent. When this matter is brought up, officers from other precincts can only express their envy. What they find even more enviable than the absence of overtime is that the officers of Longqing District Bureau have collectively received a third-class merit due to Sulai's influence, an achievement they did not even have to strive for. If I am not mistaken, you two must have met during the recent bank robbery incident. Lu Jiai glanced at Sulai, then at her best friend Yukiki, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she imagined a heroic rescue scenario. Lu Jiai was aware that Yukiki had encountered a robbery at the bank not long ago and had even been taken hostage by the robbers. However, she had refrained from probing into the details, fearing it might evoke unpleasant memories for her friend. Yet, after hearing her boyfriend recount the tale, she learned that the individual who single-handedly infiltrated the bank and subdued the criminals during a moment of their inattention was none other than the newly inducted officer from Longqing District Bureau, Sulai. Indeed. Yukiki nodded, casting a glance at Sulai. Was it truly a case of hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Please do share the specifics of that day. Initially, Lu Jiai had agreed to meet with the intention of checking on her friend's new boyfriend. However, after learning their story and interacting with Sulai, she felt her initial concerns were unfounded. They spent the entire meal engrossed in gossip, completely oblivious to the fact that the two sitting across from her were merely feigning a romantic relationship. Having successfully deceived Yukiki's best friend, Sulai felt a wave of relief. If even someone who had known Yukiki for so long had been fooled, then there was little chance of revealing their ruse when meeting his parents the next day. That evening, the two discussed the details of their upcoming meeting over their phones. The next day, Lai Wenling began pondering what outfit would be appropriate for meeting her son's girlfriend. However, by 5 in the evening, she had yet to select an outfit that truly satisfied her. Honey, do you think I should change this top? Which one looks better, this one or that white one? They both look fine. You look good in anything. Anything? It seems you're not taking this matter seriously, she retorted. Our son is bringing his girlfriend home for the first time, and you don't think it's important? What is there to take seriously? Su Jingxin interjected with a splash of cold water. You don't actually believe that little rascal would bring a girlfriend home, do you? What do you mean? Are you suggesting Sulai might be deceiving us? That he has no girlfriend at all? Not suggesting. He certainly does not have a girlfriend. In my opinion, this is just a ploy of his saying so to avoid the hassle of your constant matchmaking. Just watch. I bet he'll come home alone and claim that his girlfriend had an unexpected commitment. Do you believe that? Su Jingxin was quite confident in his judgment. As a father, he knew his son's character too well. So don't bother picking out clothes. It makes no difference. I'll wager that Sulai won't bring a girlfriend home today. If he does, I'll quit smoking starting today, and all the money I save will be yours for clothes. I promise, if I smoke another cigarette, I'll be a fool. Just as Su Jingxin finished his proclamation, the sound of keys being inserted into the lock at the door echoed through the house. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Sulai and Yukiki entering. Mom, Dad, I'm back. This is my girlfriend, Yukiki. Su Jingxin, this kid is certainly unpredictable. He actually brought a girlfriend home? Lai Wenling first glanced at her husband, then turned her attention to the couple at the door. So, Mom, what do you think? Isn't my girlfriend beautiful? Sulai boasted. He then turned to Yukiki. These are my parents. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Yukiki greeted with a smile. She wore a long white dress that grazed her calves, revealing a glimpse of her slender legs. To meet his parents, she had intentionally opted for light makeup. And instead of her usual casually draped hair, she had styled it up neatly, her face adorned with a gentle smile, gracious and charming, a perfect match for winning over elders. Hello, please don't just stand at the door. Come in. Lai Wenling's first impression of the girl her son brought home was exceedingly positive. The girl's looks were undoubtedly commendable, and she stood tall. Most importantly, her demeanor suggested she was gentle and easy to get along with, ideal material for a daughter-in-law. Upon entering, Yukiki placed the gifts she had prepared on the coffee table. Uncle, Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. Here are some small gifts I brought, cigarettes and liquor for Uncle, and skincare products for Auntie. The mention of cigarettes made Su Jingxin's temper flare. Naturally, he had a reason to be irked, but when facing Yukiki, he maintained a cordial demeanor, turning his irritation toward Su Lai instead, looking for flaws to pick at. How has work been lately? You haven't made any mistakes, have you? Not at all. In fact, I've earned several merits, one first class, one second class, and we also received a collective third class merit. And I've officially completed my probation period. I am no longer a trainee officer but a third-level police officer now. Su Jingxin fell silent for 2 seconds. What about money? Do you have any left? I have over 30,000 in my account. And my salary is about to be issued, so I have more than enough. Why did you hit me all of a sudden, Dad? I was swatting a mosquito. There was one on your back. Then what about the mosquito? Missed it. It got away. Chapter 29. Is she trying to take advantage of me? Our home is on the 22nd floor. Where would a mosquito even come from? Su Lai strongly suspected that his father simply wanted to hit him. Old Su. Have I offended you in some way? Su Jingxin remained silent, feeling significantly better after delivering a light punch under the pretense of swatting a mosquito. Originally, he intended to critique Su Lai's performance at work and his financial acumen. However, to his surprise, Su Lai, having been in the police force for less than a month, had not only avoided mistakes but had also accumulated numerous merits, achieving first, second, and third-class merits. Su Lai had even completed his one-year probationary period ahead of schedule. Unlike other recent graduates who relied on their families for support, Su Lai not only managed on his own but had also saved a considerable sum. This left Su Jingxin without a valid excuse to lecture his son, leading him to vent his frustrations instead. Shortly after, Lai Wenling and Yukiki emerged from the kitchen. The final dish for dinner was ready. Throughout the meal, Lai Wenling continually served Yukiki, growing increasingly fond of her son's girlfriend. She couldn't help but inquire about their future plans regarding marriage. Have you two considered getting married? When do you plan to tie the knot? Su Lai had anticipated that his mother would pose this question, so he was prepared with a response. We've thought about it, but we both believe our time together has been relatively short. We need to understand each other better. This is beneficial for both parties. Marriage is not a trivial matter, and, after dinner, Su Lai found an excuse to discreetly take Yukiki away. As they exited the building, Su Lai exhaled deeply, although he had appeared calm in front of his parents. It was impossible to deny that he felt a sense of unease given that he had brought a faux girlfriend home to appease his family. Fortunately, his parents had not detected any irregularities. Genuinely accepting Yukiki as his girlfriend and expressing satisfaction with her, he had successfully navigated this hurdle without incident. As soon as they stepped out of the apartment building, Su Lai released his hold on Yukiki. Having deceived his parents, it felt inappropriate to continue taking advantage of her. Don't let go just yet. Are you not worried that Uncle and Auntie might see us from upstairs and become suspicious? Yukiki warned with a serious expression. Impossible. We live on the 22nd floor. They won't see us. They can see. I just looked down from above and saw everything clearly. If Uncle and Auntie happened to be up there watching, all our efforts would be for naught. But don't look back, it will give us away. Su Lai furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that something was amiss, although he couldn't pinpoint what exactly. If he had to speculate, he sensed that Yukiki's insistence on this was motivated by a desire to take advantage of him, yet that made little sense. What advantage could a grown man possibly offer? With no significant matters arising at the precinct and familial pressures regarding marriage alleviated, Su Lai enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. However, this peaceful period was not destined to last long. On that day, upon receiving orders from higher authorities, the Longcheng branch of the Shannon City Public Security Bureau embarked on a 3-month campaign aimed at eradicating illegal gambling activities. When Xiaoge heard this news, he realized that the days of avoiding overtime were now over. From this day forward, for the next 3 months, working late would become the norm. After all, this was a monumental task, while the notion of combating gambling sounds straightforward. It is far from simple in practice. Venues such as clubs, hotels, guesthouses, mahjong parlors, tea houses, activity centers, gaming rooms, and even private residences could serve as gambling sites. Moreover, these locations are often surrounded by numerous informants, specifically positioned to alert gamblers of any impending danger. The slightest hint of trouble would immediately be reported. Attempting to apprehend all of them in one fell swoop is no easy feat. For some reason, Shoga suddenly turned to Sulai. You're tasked with catching gamblers. And yet you look at me. Do I appear to be a gambler? Sulai questioned, slightly puzzled. What do you mean by looking at me while you're supposed to combat gambling? Yes, I admit I might possess a smidgen of gambling skills. But I have never gambled. Could it be that I have gambling god written all over my face? Xiaoga shook his head. Not at all. I was merely pondering whether it's possible for you to clean out every gambling den in Longqing district in a single day? Before Sulai could respond, Han Fei, who had just approached, playfully nudged Xiaoga on the head. What are you daydreaming about? You think you can clear out all the gambling dens in Longqing district in one day? I can't believe you thought of that. Xiaoga scratched his head, his voice faltering slightly. It's not entirely impossible, Han team. Sulai has done similar things before. Can this even be compared? Besides, we can't rely solely on Sulai for everything. If our colleagues find out, they might think the Longqing branch has no one but Sulai capable of handling matters. Stop overthinking and focus on the task at hand, Han team admonished. You're right, the primary method for combating illegal gambling is through surprise raids, complemented by reports from the community. The former is often inefficient, as gambling venues usually have watchmen stationed nearby, and some cautious establishments even set up their first line of guards hundreds of meters away. By the time the police arrive, the gamblers have long since fled. As for relying on community reports, that approach is also rather unreliable. Regular citizens are typically unaware of where gambling is taking place. And those who do are often gamblers themselves. Under normal circumstances, gamblers would never report the venues where they indulge in their vices, unless, of course, they are desperate after a heavy loss. Unhealthy road. In a secluded room behind a concealed door within a gaming hall, a middle-aged man, high on losses, was preparing to borrow more money. Determined to win back his losses in one go, he resolved that as long as he won enough to pay off his debts, he would quit gambling immediately. Brother Hao, lend me some more. I promise this time I will definitely win back my capital. The man he referred to as Brother Hao was a burly figure with tattooed arms. A notorious gangster who not only ran a gambling operation but also engaged in usury, profiting off the misfortunes of gamblers. Upon hearing the man's plea, Brother Hao's face broke into a mocking grin. As if he had heard the most absurd joke. He glanced at the man and then at his nearby henchman. Did you hear that? He wants to borrow more. The henchman quickly caught on. We can lend you money. But first you need to repay the 26,000 you owe our Brother Hao. I have no money right now. Can you lend me a bit more? I promise I will win this time. And as soon as I do, I will pay you back. Before he could finish his sentence, the size 44 shoe print landed squarely on his face. Get lost. The gang members proceeded to beat him mercilessly before tossing him out through the back door, leaving him with a harsh warning. The IOU is written down. You have a month to repay it if you don't think carefully about whether you want your right hand or left hand chopped off. Chapter 30. Are you the reincarnation of the gambling god? The man, who had initially intended to win some money at the casino, never expected his luck to be so abysmal. Not only did he lose all his remaining savings, but he also squandered the money he had borrowed from the casino owner, and then he was thoroughly beaten. It was only when he was unceremoniously thrown out like trash that he realized he had accumulated a staggering debt of 26,000. Such a sum would take him more than a year of labor without food or drink to earn, and for him, the only way to repay this debt in the short term was to borrow money from friends. Find another casino to gamble, and repay his debts with the winnings. If fortune favored him, he might gather enough within a day rather than a month. With this thought in mind, he pulled out his phone and began dialing for loans. After 5 attempts, 4 calls failed to connect, and the only person who answered hung up as soon as he heard the request for money. No one is willing to lend money to a gambler. Just then, the man noticed a news alert on his phone. The Longqing branch of the Shannon City Public Security Bureau is conducting operations to combat illegal gambling activities, having just received a tip-off. Han Fei was informed that a casino had been secretly set up in a gaming hall on Healthy Road, and the owner was also involved in usury. Han Fei did not intend to personally lead the operation. Instead, he casually called an officer from the precinct. Old Wu, take a few men and head over there. Understood. Old Wu promptly got to his feet. Seeing this, Xiaoga immediately grabbed Sulai. Wu go. Take us with you." In addition to Su Lai and Xiaoga, old Wu summoned several other officers. After changing into plain clothes, the group departed the precinct, heading straight for Healthy Road. On the way, old Wu emphasized the importance of discretion. There are usually lookouts both inside and outside the casino, so remember not to be too serious, stay relaxed, and try not to glance around too much. Just pretend we're there to gamble, blend in as much as possible. We mustn't alert the snakes in the grass. Once we understand the internal situation of the casino, we'll block both exits before revealing our identities. Understood? This advice was primarily directed at Su Lai. As he was the only newcomer among them, having never participated in such operations before, the others had varying degrees of experience and knew what to do. However, old Wu's caution was largely unnecessary. With the system's rewards, Su Lai was essentially a gambling prodigy, yet he was quite familiar with casinos, feeling right at home, exposing himself, not a chance. Before long, they arrived at the gaming hall on Healthy Road. To prevent the watchman stationed outside the casino from noticing anything amiss, they had changed into plain clothes before setting out and entered the casino one by one. Upon entering, Su Lai quickly blended in among the gamblers. Although this casino was not particularly large, it offered a wide variety of games. The most popular game was Baccarat, a game similar to dice betting, where players simply bet on the banker, the player, or a tie. A crowd gathered around the table, some actively playing, while others merely observed and commented. Su Lai fell into the latter category, occasionally voicing opinions while also surveying the interior of the casino, searching for any additional exits. If any were discovered, they would need to block them before making their formal move to avoid letting anyone escape. As Su Lai was busy observing the scene under the pretense of watching, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Hey, I've been watching you for a while." Su Lai instinctively froze, thinking, have I been too careless? There was no time for further contemplation, since his cover was blown. He decided to abandon pretense and signal his colleagues to initiate the operation. However, the stranger did not recognize his identity. They were simply drawn to him because Su Lai had guessed perfectly, hit the nail on the head. "Are you the reincarnation of the gambling god? How do you manage to guess every time? Brother, what should I bet on next?" If you want my advice, bet on the player, but if you lose, don't come looking for me. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing Su Lai's suggestion, the stranger immediately placed a bet on the player. As expected, he won again. "Damn, you're amazing, brother, you guessed right again." The man handed Su Lai a chip worth 1,000. "Don't just watch, come play with me. I'll pass, I'm just here to observe." "Come on, since you're here, you have to play a little, take it." "You won. Have to pay me back, let us just be friends. My surname is Zhou, you can call me Old Zhou." Old Zhou was exceedingly enthusiastic, insisting on thrusting the chip into Su Lai's hand, making it impossible for him to refuse. Reluctantly, Su Lai accepted the chip. After playing a few rounds, he feigned boredom and suggested checking out other tables, all the while intending to scout for additional exits. "This is getting a bit dull. I want to try different games." "Sure, I'll show you around. Over there is roulette. These tables are for guessing dice sizes, and there is also blackjack. You can choose what you want to play." Just then Xiaoga exclaimed, "Crap, the cops are here." Recognizing him, a small-time thief he had previously apprehended, sparked chaos among the gamblers. As soon as the words left Xiaoga's mouth, a stampede ensued, with gamblers fleeing in all directions. Xiaoga reacted swiftly, dashing toward the front door to block it, while shouting, "Don't move, police, we're closing in, block the exits." The latter half of his statement was directed at his fellow officers. Su Lai intended to rush to the nearest back door to seal it off. However, just as he took a step forward, Old Zhou grabbed him. "Are you crazy? Isn't it akin to courting death to run towards such a conspicuous location? I am aware of a rather concealed exit." "Follow me, Su Lai. This Old Zhou fellow is surprisingly nice. He seems concerned that I might not find a discreet escape route and is even proactively leading me there." Dragged along by the Old Zhou, Su Lai stealthily slipped out of the casino through a rather secretive exit, adhering to the philosophy of if a friend dies, let the priest live. Old Zhou, upon emerging, promptly secured the door behind him. His motivation was primarily to prevent the police from pursuing him through that exit and apprehending him as well. As for whether the others inside the casino could make their escape, he couldn't care less. "Damn it, I hadn't even had the chance to exchange my chips before the place got raided. What rotten luck." "Brother, are you still in the game? I know of a few other places." Initially intending to seize Old Zhou, Su Lai reconsidered upon hearing this and nodded. "Let's play, then let's go. My car is parked over there. We can switch venues and double our unexchanged chips." As a seasoned gambler, Old Zhou firmly believes in luck. When fortune smiles upon you, nothing can stand in your way, and indeed, this belief was validated as he had just won over 30,000 while betting alongside Su Lai for a brief moment. Although he hadn't exchanged the chips yet, it was of little consequence. Su Lai's luck was simply astonishing. It didn't matter that the casino was raided, they could just find another place to play. As long as Su Lai was by his side, winning back the losses was merely a matter of time. Brother Zhou, are the places you know secure? I've heard that the police have been cracking down hard lately. Old Zhou exuded confidence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'll take you to a place that only accepts familiar faces. I guarantee the cops won't find it. Even if they knew about it, they'd never gain entry unless someone foolishly led them there. Chapter 31. How could a police officer be entangled with such underhanded dealings? In any case, the situation we just experienced will not repeat itself. You can play freely, and I assure you, there will be no interruptions from the police. Old Zhou patted his chest, making his solemn promise. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lai, seated in the passenger seat, was indeed a police officer. That's settled then. By the way, Brother Zhou, besides the casino you mentioned that only admits acquaintances, do you know of any other casinos? Su Lai intended to elicit information. To avoid raising suspicion, he even added a layer of embellishment to his words. I believe it's best to win enough at one venue before switching to another. I fear that if we keep winning at the same casino, we might end up trapped like those characters in television dramas. Old Zhou glanced at Su Lai, harboring no doubts about his words, and even pondered them seriously. To be honest, he had never encountered such a scenario, as his luck at gambling had always been poor, often resulting in more losses than wins. However, he had heard of similar occurrences. Whether winning too much would make one a target for the casino was debatable. Just being eyed by a group of desperate gamblers was already troublesome enough. Wealth should not be flaunted. Moreover, money won through gambling is hardly clean. If it were to be stolen, the question of whether to report it to the police would arise. After a moment of contemplation, Old Zhou nodded. You make a valid point. Winning excessively does necessitate changing venues, otherwise, attracting attention could lead to trouble. Leave the task of finding new places to me. While I may lack other skills, I am well versed in locating casinos in the entirety of Shannon City. There are hardly any establishments that Zhou does not know about. Subsequently, Old Zhou shifted the conversation. However, I am quite curious, how do you manage to win every single time? You seem exceptionally confident in your ability to win. Earlier, Su Lai had not made a single incorrect bet, and Old Zhou had merely assumed that the other party was simply fortunate. Yet, Su Lai's earlier comments made Old Zhou realize that this young man was not merely relying on luck. It was unrealistic to win every time solely based on chance, yet Su Lai exuded unwavering confidence in his winning streak. Even before they had arrived at the casino, he was already strategizing about changing venues to avoid being targeted. Just lucky, I've always had good fortune. Su Lai smiled. Meanwhile, the police operation to raid the casino had drawn to a close, although a few quick-witted individuals had managed to escape amid the chaos. Overall, the operation was relatively smooth. Most individuals had not evaded capture, and crucially, both the casino owner and his subordinates had all been apprehended without a single one getting away. However, as they were in the process of escorting everyone they had arrested to the police cars, Xiaogu noticed a problem. Where is Su Lai? Su Lai, wasn't he just, hey, I recall he was right here. Could he have gone after those who slipped away during the chaos? I'll call to check. Old Wu, in charge of the operation, pulled out his phone and dialed Su Lai. Hello, Xiao Su, we are preparing to head back. Where are you? Huh? What new friend? From the casino. Su Lai's response was utterly off-topic. Completely missing the point, however, from his disjointed reply, Old Wu could easily glean the message he was trying to convey. So you're saying you met someone at the casino, and he is now taking you to find another casino? Alright, just be sure to keep yourself safe. After hanging up, Old Wu found himself gnawing on his nails, perplexed. The kinds of shady characters a police officer could encounter were countless. He had seen weirder things during his years on the force. Yet today's circumstances, he had truly never witnessed anything like this. What's wrong, Old Wu? Why the long face? What did Su Lai say? He said, he with one of the gamblers who slipped away earlier. That guy is taking him to look for other casinos, and he'll send us the specifics later, Xiaogu? From entering the casino to the bust, only a few minutes had passed. How did Su Lai become so familiar with someone? That gambler must have lost his mind, bringing a police officer to find casinos. What's the difference between that and a mouse leading a cat home? Back at the police station, upon noticing the absence of a member from the team that had just executed the operation, Han Fei inquired, why is someone missing? Whereas Su Lai, didn't he return with you? Su Lai, during our operation, there was a slight oversight. A few individuals managed to escape, and Su Lai is currently with one of them. He asked that guy to take him to another casino and said he would inform us later. Han Fei? The casino, big, huge, oh. Incredible. The gambler Old Joe was utterly awestruck by Sulai.at, the previous casino they had played baccarat, while this one involved dice. Despite the stark differences in gameplay, Sulai managed to guess every single roll correctly. Having played for only a short while, he had already won over 100,000. At this point, Old Joe had completely come to regard Sulai as his benefactor. Brother Xiaosu, what will we bet on next? Let us stop playing. We've won enough here. Let us change locations. Oh, right. How could I forget? Thanks for reminding me. Let us head out and continue playing elsewhere. Having witnessed Sulai's remarkable abilities, Old Joe was now completely compliant. Ready to leave without any hesitation. Sulai had already sent a message to the station. Calculating the time, he anticipated that his colleagues would soon arrive. He had devised a plan to leave before the police could arrive and dismantle this casino. Continuing to have Old Joe lead him to the next one. They would repeat this process until every casino Old Joe knew was taken down. Upon receiving the casino location information, Han Fei immediately set out with a team. Upon arriving, just as they parked their cars, the officers coincidentally encountered Sulai and Old Joe, who were preparing to drive to the next casino. Incredible, I can't believe it, every single bet, not a single miss. Brother Xiaosu, you truly are a reincarnation of a gambling deity, aren't you? Old Joe was still lost in the euphoria of winning consecutive rounds, excitement radiating from his face as he showered praises upon Sulai. I exchanged 1,000 in chips when I arrived. And now it's turned into over 15,000, this is more than I earn in a year of hard work. His flattery did not go unnoticed by the officers. Han Fei? Sulai can gamble, how could a police officer be involved in such underhanded dealings? Chapter 3:2. Is this the place you mentioned? Upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone finally understood why the gambler had brought Sulai. The police officer, to the casino. The way he fawned over Sulai indicated that his winnings were entirely reliant on him. In other words, Sulai was his lucky charm. As for why this fellow had never doubted Sulai's identity, that was easily explained. Old Joe had only seen such extraordinary gambling skills in films, betting correctly every single time, not a single loss. 1,000 in, over 15,000 out, all within 20 minutes. To achieve this, one must possess genuine skill, which requires years of practice, at least a decade or more, otherwise, such a level of expertise is unattainable. A police officer, unless he were insane, would not spend a decade or more honing such skills. Let us go, get in the car, let us change our location and continue the fun. Old Joe, with great enthusiasm, opened the car door for Sulai, just as the two had barely stepped away. The police swooped in and raided the casino. Although the casino had a strict rule requiring an insider to gain entry, Sulai, having successfully infiltrated, had already relayed the entire situation within the casino to his colleagues at the bureau. He detailed the various entrances, specifying which way each door opened with remarkable clarity. Han Fei simply needed to send officers to block off all other exits at the designated locations and then proceed to apprehend individuals through the main entrance. Everything unfolded quite smoothly. Each time Sulai visited a new casino, he would send a message to the bureau reporting its location. In turn, Han Fei would immediately lead a team of officers to dismantle the gambling den. Hauling away participants by the truckload after a busy morning, Zhang Weiman, who had not stepped out of his office all day, had just managed to complete some work and was preparing to take a breather. Curious about the progress of the crackdown on gambling activities, however, he was taken aback as soon as he stepped outside. The police station was already teeming with people. The officers' work area was crowded with individuals, numbering at least several hundred. What on earth is happening? How did we end up with so many arrests? Director Zhang, these are all apprehended by Team Leader Han. Did you not just mention this morning about launching a special operation against illegal gambling activities? These individuals were all engaged in gambling. I understand. But I mean to ask, how is it possible to arrest so many people in just half a day? Surely they cannot all be from the same location. As the director Zhang Weiman was well aware of what the officers had been busy with that day, the bureau had not been involved in any significant matters recently aside from the upcoming 3-month crackdown on gambling activities. It was evident that the individuals arrested at this juncture were involved in gambling, yet he found it perplexing that the number apprehended today seemed rather excessive. If his suspicions were correct, and all these individuals were indeed detained from the same gambling venue, then the scale of that casino must be staggering. This was in Shannon City, not the gambling legal province of Azhou. The emergence of such a large-scale casino within the city indicated a serious dereliction of duty on their part. At that moment, Han Fei returned, bringing with him another batch of apprehended individuals. He had overheard Zhang Weiman's earlier comments. Of course not, Director Zhang. We are not in Aozhou. It is impossible for there to be such a large casino. These individuals were apprehended from several different locations. Is the efficiency truly this remarkable? In response, Han Fei pulled Zhang Weiman aside and quietly explained, it is thanks to Xiao Su today, while executing a mission at the casino. He befriended a gambler who just so happened to know many casinos. Xiao Su was responsible for extracting the locations of those casinos from him, and we proceeded to apprehend individuals based on the coordinates Xiao Su provided. Each one was a guaranteed catch. Zhang Weiman, while the reasoning seemed sound, he could not help but ponder, how could a mere gambler divulge the locations of casinos to a stranger, and if he did, why would he mention several? Did he not sense anything amiss? Perhaps sensing Zhang Weiman's confusion, Han Fei quickly elaborated, Xiao Su must be quite skilled at gambling. The gambler appears to hold Xiao Su in high regard, practically idolizing him. I estimate that up until now Xiao Su has helped him win at least over 1 million, perhaps even more, which is why the gambler has not doubted Xiao Su's identity and has taken him around to various casinos. Ah, so that is, Zhang Weiman, although not an avid gambler himself, was acutely aware of what it meant to win over 1 million in such a short span. He felt Han Fei was being too understated. Xiao Su was not merely somewhat skilled, he was genuinely impressive, counterfeiting, intimidation, lockpicking, and he was also adept in gambling techniques. Such dubious skills, if possessed by an ordinary person, would be astonishing enough to die in the hands of a police officer. They were even more explosive. It was unlikely that one could find another like him in the entire police force. Which officer would have the leisure to study such things? Yet, if one were to argue, Xiao Su's seemingly dubious skills could indeed prove useful in critical moments. The afternoon wore on, and at 4:30 old Joe stepped out of the casino, his face beaming with joy, having won a substantial amount. His grin nearly reached his temples. Throughout the entire day, he had not lost a single game. Was he not the god of gambling? Is there anywhere else to play? Su Lai turned to old Joe, who shook his head. No, that's all I know. We've already hit every spot today. How about we take a break for a few days? After all, we won quite a bit today. Let me treat you. Old Joe had visited every casino he knew of, winning handsomely at each. To play it safe, he decided to refrain from visiting any more casinos in the next few days to avoid drawing attention. That's it? Su Lai replied slowly. Actually, I know of a very large place. Want to check it out? Sure. But you don't know the way. Let me drive this time. You can take a break. Hand me the keys. Old Joe thought to himself that Xiao Su was quite a good fellow. After all, he had been the one driving all day and felt a bit tired, so he promptly handed over the keys. As he did so, he asked, by the way, how big is the place you mentioned? There are at least 1,000 people inside. You can imagine how big it is. 1,000 people? Wow, there's such a place here? I can't believe I haven't heard of it before. Where is it? You'll find out soon. After driving for over half an hour and nearing their destination, Su Lai turned to old Joe and said, Close your eyes, I'm going to give you a surprise. How mysterious. Old Joe complied immediately, shutting his eyes. To be honest, he was genuinely curious about what kind of large venue Su Lai was referring to. Having mingled in Shannon City for many years, he was familiar with nearly all the various venues, yet he had never heard of one that could accommodate 1,000 people. What kind of powerful backing would be required to open such a large venue? Arrived, open your eyes. At Su Lai's cue, old Joe slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself staring at a building adorned with a massive national emblem, exuding solemnity and authority. Indeed, the place Su Lai had brought him to was none other than the Longqing District Police Station in Shannon City. Old Joe? This is the venue you were talking about, huh? Chapter 33, Let It All End. I'm tired. Gazing at the imposing national emblem and the shiny golden letters beside it, old Joe was left dumbfounded. He had been promised a venue capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. Why on earth had he been brought to the police station? Was everything all right with Su Lai? This place couldn't possibly host any gambling activities. Even though they had arrived at the police station, old Joe merely assumed that Su Lai had taken something and did not suspect his true identity. He urged Su Lai to quickly turn the car around and leave. Hey, what are you doing? This is the police station, my friend. Hurry, let's go. Don't just stand there. Back up and leave. If we get caught by the police, we're done for. How about you drive this time? I'll take the wheel. Just then, several more vehicles approached and parked behind Su Lai's car. At the forefront, Han Fei stepped out of one of the cars. The vehicles were filled with those they had just apprehended. After disembarking, Han Fei walked over to the unfamiliar car parked at the police station's entrance and knocked on the window. Friend, you can't park here. please move along. As he spoke, Su Lai rolled down the window. Team Leader Han, it's me. I was wondering who would dare block the entrance to the police station. Han Fei glanced at old Joe seated in the passenger seat and gestured with his chin. And who is this? We met while raiding the casinos. He took me to all those various establishments. Oh, so this is the one who was guiding you. Ahem, never mind that. Don't block the entrance. Hurry and go inside. Old Joe? At this point, he began to realize, even if he was somewhat slow on the uptake, the individual sitting beside him, Su Lai, was a police officer. All the talk about fearing to win too much in a single venue and getting targeted was a mere pretext. Su Lai had only said that to extract as many casino locations from him as possible, facilitating the police's efforts to dismantle those casinos. Yet, what baffled old Joe was, how could a police officer indulge in gambling? Was this something a police officer should be involved in? It was utterly absurd. As Su Lai escorted old Joe into the police station, he encountered many familiar faces. They were all regulars from the various casinos in Longqing district. In a sense, Su Lai had not lied. After all, he had only promised to take old Joe to a venue that could accommodate 1,000 people, without specifying its exact nature. The bustling crowd in the police station's lobby was indeed comprised of gamblers, amounting to nearly 1,000 individuals. Upon entering the lobby, old Joe quickly emulated the others, crouching on the ground with his hands clasped behind his head. Before long, a familiar face approached him to strike up a conversation. Old Joe, what are you doing here? I thought you had won some money and left. I didn't expect you to be caught too. You have no idea. Just after you left, the police came in. I heard them say it seems there is a mole among us. Old Joe, what, do you doubt me? You truly ought not to, for I just heard 2 policemen discussing this matter. They mentioned that some fool guided the police, pointing out all the casinos in Longqing, big and small. Otherwise, how could the police possibly apprehend so many individuals at once? Lao Zhou, tell me, is this person out of their mind? What on earth were they thinking? Leading the police, I just wish I knew who that fool is. If I did, I would make sure he pays dearly for his actions. Lao Zhou remained silent, merely shifting slightly to the side. He was afraid others might not know, but he certainly did. The fool who led the police was none other than him. As the chief contributor to this operation, Su Lai became the center of attention upon returning to the police station. The hero has returned. Applause erupted. Xiao Gu initiated the clapping, and the other officers quickly joined in. It's you, Su Lai, truly impressive. One must say, the ingenuity of youth is remarkable. Tricking gamblers into guiding you, what a brilliant tactic. I must boast about today's achievements to my colleagues in other districts. Originally, this operation was expected to last 3 months, and it was needless to say that overtime would be inevitable. Everyone was prepared for that. However, no one could have anticipated that with Su Lai's intervention, nearly all the casinos in Longqing would be dismantled. In just one day, the police apprehended 973 suspects, with 194 criminally detained and 743 administratively detained. While the cash seized during the operation exceeded 6 million. The efficiency was indeed astonishing. Even though some culprits managed to evade capture, the deterrent effect of this operation would likely keep them from resurfacing for quite some time. The officers gathered together, chatting and laughing about the operation, while the suspects they had captured could hardly find humor in their situation. The man in black sitting beside Lao Zhou felt particularly despondent. Human joy and sorrow do not resonate with one another. At this moment, he could only perceive the noise around him. He nudged Lao Zhou with his elbow. Did you hear what they said? I wasn't lying to you. The reason they could apprehend so many people at once is that someone led them. Lao Zhou, feeling guilty, did not dare to respond. He certainly knew that the other was telling the truth, for he was the one who had guided the police to the casino. Hey wait, the guy in the white t-shirt looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. The man in black referred to Su Lai. The more he looked at Su Lai's face, the more it seemed familiar. I just remembered, that guy was the one who was next to you at the casino today. Lao Zhou, you were the one who led the police, weren't you? I wasn't, I didn't. Don't say such nonsense. Lao Zhou hurriedly denied it 3 times. Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing several suspects. You have earned a random reward. With this reward presented in a choice format, random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete, please choose. Option 1, the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Do you aspire to become an unparalleled hero? Do you wish to uphold justice and maintain world peace? I believe this Evil Repelling Sword Manual is destined for you, and I shall impart it to you today. However, to master this divine skill, one must first undergo self-castration. At this moment, you suddenly recall the Happy Brand razor selling for 9 yuan and 80 cents at the nearby store. Option 2, Nuclear Enthusiast. your understanding of explosives is unparalleled. The allure of explosives lies in their ability to transform two strangers, who were previously unfamiliar, into the closest of acquaintances in an instant. Have you heard of the little boy who once turned Hiroshima into a town full of acquaintances? Create one young man, let the land of the rising sun experience the warmth of the Eastern superpower. Sulai, let it be destruction, I am weary. Chapter 34, What great feat did you achieve behind my back? Almost predictably, the irreverent system presented Sulai with two equally irreverent rewards to choose from, the evil repelling sword manual or nuclear enthusiast. Naturally, Sulai was intrigued by the martial arts manual. But if it were indeed the evil repelling sword manual, then he would have no interest whatsoever. As for the other reward, nuclear enthusiast, the idea of letting the land of the rising sun experience the warmth of the Eastern superpower did pique his interest. But he lacked the funds. The cost of developing nuclear weapons is astronomical, far beyond what a mere police officer could afford. Nonetheless, this reward seemed more plausible than the first, thus, Sulai decisively chose the second option. In an instant, various methods, steps, and precautions for bomb making flooded his mind, including the kind of atomic bomb capable of sinking an island covering an area of 378,000 square kilometers with just one device. Today, the police station had just returned with nearly 1,000 suspects, making the process of handling them rather cumbersome. The officers were busy bustling about aside from the brief moment when Sulai returned and exchanged a few words with the great contributor. The rest of the time was spent in activity. Sulai was not idle either. Seated at his desk, he furiously typed away at his computer, the contents of which remained a mystery. At 5:57 in the afternoon, the Long Kingdom Institute of Engineering Physics received an anonymous email. The email detailed the manufacturing methods, steps, and precautions for a highly destructive nuclear weapon. The anonymous sender even highlighted the weapon's power, indicating an effective destruction area of 378,350 square kilometers. The Institute's academicians pondered the effective destruction area mentioned in the email, glancing at the territory of the land of the rising sun, and fell into a deep contemplation. The effective destruction area of the nuclear weapon mentioned in the email was precisely equal to the land area of the land of the rising sun. Initially, the academicians thought it was a prank. After all, the most powerful nuclear bomb ever created, 5,700 tons, has an effective destruction area of just over 3,000 square kilometers. The difference between 3,000 and 370,000 is not trivial. However, after reading the email a second time, an academician suddenly sat up straight, gasping in shock. This did not seem like a prank after all. 3 days later, Sulai was awarded the first-class Hero Model Medal of the National Public Security System for stepping into the police station with his left foot first, along with a cash prize of 80,000. This is the highest honor and reward a police officer can receive. First-class Hero Model. Sulai, what great feat did you achieve behind my back? Xiaoge, upon learning of this, was dumbfounded. Han Fei was also left speechless. From now on, don't call me master. I have no disciple like you, you should be my master instead. It wasn't just the two of them. Even Zhang Weiman couldn't comprehend the situation. He merely received a notification that Sulai was to receive an award. The first-class Hero Model Medal is not easily attained. Its rarity rivals that of a giant panda. Very few lived to receive the first-class Hero Model Medal. Within the police station, nobody understood what was happening. However, the way they looked at Sulai had entirely changed. As police officers, they understood what it meant to be a first-class hero model. It was a matter of immense fortune. While others were unaware, Sulai himself understood the reason behind this honor. He received the medal entirely due to the anonymous email sent a few days prior. Although the email was sent anonymously, it could easily be traced back to him if investigated. Most likely, this first-class Hero Model Medal was a gift from the sender. Nevertheless, Sulai had no intention of revealing this information. Who would believe him anyway? After all, an atomic bomb with an effective destruction range of 378,000 square kilometers is simply too horrifying. At noon, a delivery man carrying a black plastic bag entered the police station. Which one of you is Sulai? I am. If it's convenient, could you please leave a 5-star review? Thank you. The delivery man placed the plastic bag beside Sulai's desk and was about to leave. What is this? I didn't order any takeout. I don't know. The order I received was for this address, and the recipient is named Sulai. Alright, thank you. You're welcome. Have a great day, though still somewhat puzzled. Sulai accepted the package, knowing his name and that he worked here meant it was likely from someone he knew. The bag probably contained some sort of gift. He would find out what it was by opening it. Without a second thought, Su Lai opened the black plastic bag. Inside was a square wooden box, large and exquisitely crafted, with some weight to it. Just returning from the restroom, Xiaogu noticed the box on Su Lai's desk and curiously asked, "What is this?" "I have no idea. It was just delivered." Su Lai shook his head, then opened the box. Inside was a large yellow ceramic basin with a lid, its vibrant yellow hue striking when the delivery man placed the black plastic bag on his desk. Su Lai was already quite bewildered upon opening the box. He was even more confused, utterly at a loss. A large ceramic basin? What on earth is this for? Who would send me a yellow ceramic basin? As Su Lai pondered, Xiaogu leaned in closer. "Wow, this looks incredibly realistic. Where did you buy it? What was purchased?" "I didn't buy anything, and I have no idea who sent this." "What does it mean that it's quite realistic?" "Do you recognize this item?" "Yes, I am well acquainted with it." Xiaogu nodded slightly. He didn't immediately explain to Su Lai but instead took out his phone to show him a video. The yellow porcelain featured in the video was strikingly identical to the one on Su Lai's desk. As Xiaogu held up his phone for Su Lai to see, he elaborated, "This is known as national gift porcelain. The highest standard of state gifts, imbued with significant meaning and considerable value. It is also referred to as a wish bottle. As long as your wish is not too far-fetched, you can hold this bottle and have the nation assist you in realizing it." However, to date our country has only presented 3 pieces of national gift porcelain, and each recipient has made substantial contributions. "I must say, yours is remarkably lifelike. Look, it's exactly like the one in the video. The details. The color, those who are unaware might even mistake it for genuine national gift porcelain." Chapter 35, "You are making me seem rather foolish." A wish bottle? Su Lai furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. "Is it really that extraordinary?" Xiaogu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. The term wish bottle is a nickname given to this item by netizens. It is akin to a real-life Aladdin's lamp, the porcelain of the Eastern Dragon's summoning. Of course, yours is a counterfeit. It serves merely as a decorative item." After a brief pause, he continued, "Nevertheless, the craftsmanship is truly exquisite. It resembles the real deal quite closely. By the way, which friend gave this to you? Could you possibly ask him for a link? I would like to purchase one to display in my home." Xiaogu hadn't even considered the possibility that the national gift porcelain Su Lai received could be real. After all, such an item is immensely valuable. One would need to have made a significant contribution to receive such a gift. To date, only 3 individuals have ever received this extraordinarily precious national gift. One is Thomas Labe, who saved the lives of 250,000 compatriots in Jinling. Another is Norman Bethune, a battlefield doctor who rescued countless soldiers amidst the chaos of war. The last is Evan Kyle. Mentioned in the video, Xiaogu showed Su Lai, an antique dealer who selflessly donated an album documenting the crimes of the Neon Nation to Longhua. "Alright, I will take some time to ask for you later." Su Lai casually replied. At this moment, his mind was in a complete disarray. The porcelain of the Eastern Dragon's summoning indeed. Xiaogu was oblivious. How could he not be aware? This was no mere counterfeit sent by a friend. It was truly authentic. Yet, what kind of nonsense is it to have such a valuable item wrapped in a black plastic bag and delivered by a local courier? "Don't forget," Xiaogu continued, glancing at the object on Su Lai's desk. "Speaking of which, your friend seems quite knowledgeable. Wrapping it in a plastic bag for delivery is quite understated, just as the foreigner in the video received his national gift porcelain. Also wrapped in a plastic bag," emphasizing a low-key approach. At that moment, Han Fei approached. "What are you two discussing so animatedly?" "Han, we're talking about national gift porcelain, like the yellow porcelain basin on Su Lai's desk. However, his is fake, a gift from a friend. I was suggesting that Su Lai ask his friend for a link so that I could purchase one for display at home." Han Fei expressed his inability to comprehend the thoughts of contemporary youth. "Why spend money on a fake? Isn't that a waste? It would be better to think of a way to acquire a genuine piece. If you truly like it, then strive to obtain an authentic one for your home. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiaogu shook his head vigorously. No, I lack the capability to procure a genuine one. Purchasing a fake is more feasible, you see. Don't underestimate yourself. If you truly desire it, strive for it. As Mr. once said, "Whatever you do, as long as you are willing to work hard, success is inevitable." A genuine national gift porcelain cannot simply be acquired through effort alone, Xiaogu weakly replied. "Moreover, Han, Mr. Lu Sun never said that. It was Newton who made that statement, who said it is irrelevant. What matters is that you must strive. I must admonish you for such defeatist talk before you even begin your efforts. Tell me, what are the conditions for obtaining this item? I am curious to see if effort can indeed lead to acquisition, to save the lives of 250,000 compatriots." Han Fei In truth, purchasing a fake isn't so bad. Quite alright, actually, he admitted that he had spoken a bit too loudly earlier. 250,000. Even if saving one person a day, it would require 600 or 700 years to accomplish. Excuse me, while the two were discussing. Su Lai silently placed the national gift porcelain back into its box, wrapping it discreetly in the inconspicuous black plastic bag, and set it beside the table leg, almost simultaneously as Su Lai secured this exceedingly precious gift. A thunderous sound erupted from a distance. Shortly thereafter, the police station received several reports. All the callers reported the same incident. A blast had occurred on Fuxing Road. A small car, which had been driving smoothly, suddenly exploded, resulting in the owner's immediate death. At the moment of the explosion, several other vehicles on the road were also affected. Tragically, the owner of the car closest to the explosion also lost their life on the spot. Upon receiving the reports, the officers hardly had time for lunch and immediately set out for the explosion site. Given the involvement of human lives, there are regulations that the chief must be present to oversee the operation. Therefore, upon receiving the reports, Zhang Weiman, the chief of the Longqing District Police, also rushed to the scene with the officers. Can we determine what caused the explosion? Was it due to a vehicle malfunction or human factors? The answer to this question is crucial. If the explosion resulted from a vehicle malfunction, it would likely be deemed an unfortunate accident. However, if it was caused by human factors, it would imply potential homicide. Han Fei glanced at the charred remains of the vehicle before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Chief Zhang, gathering information on the cause of the explosion may take some time, considering the state of the vehicle. It is severely burnt. The cause cannot be determined at a glance. At least, Han Fei couldn't accomplish that. Although he was the team leader with a knack for solving cases, collaboration from various departments was necessary. Investigating the cause of the explosion required the forensic team's colleagues to meticulously analyze the scene after collecting evidence. After all, with the explosion and fire, the traces at the scene were almost entirely obliterated. Even if someone had placed an explosive device in the car for intentional murder, the explosion and fire would have likely destroyed the evidence, complicating the process of gathering proof. Then hurry and collect the evidence. What are you still doing here? Do you expect me to assist you? Yes, Chief Shang, I will go at once. Just as Han Fei was feeling frustrated, Su Lai suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Han, this explosion was caused by human factors. Black powder. As an enthusiast of nuclear peace, Su Lai was well versed in explosives. The flames engulfing the car wreck were accompanied by a purplish-red hue, a result of potassium sulfide combustion. This occurs because potassium sulfide releases chlorine atoms when burned, with a spectral wavelength of 643 nanometers, appearing purplish-red. As for potassium sulfide, it is one of the byproducts of black powder explosions. Moreover, a mere vehicle malfunction would not produce such a magnitude of force. Han Fei, who is the expert here, you make me seem rather foolish. However, seeing Su Lai speak so knowledgeably, Han Fei was inclined to believe his assertions, and he promptly relayed Su Lai's words to Zhang Weiman. Chief Zhan, we have determined that the explosion was caused by human factors, utilizing black powder. The explosion of black powder produces potassium sulfide, and the flame produced by burning potassium sulfide is purplish-red due to the chlorine atoms released during the explosion. With a spectral wavelength of 643 nanometers, in summary, a purplish-red hue. Additionally, a mere vehicle explosion wouldn't possess such great power. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman's eyes were filled with skepticism. You, a rough fellow, can still know such things? Su Lai must have informed you, right? Yes, Xiao Su just shared this with me. Han Fei did not lie, nodding affirmatively. You can't even repeat it clearly, stumbling over your words. You've yet to articulate anything coherent. You should learn from Xiao Su more. As he spoke, Zhang Weiman adopted a tone of disappointment. Han Fei? He recalled that when Su Lai first joined the police force, Zhang Weiman had instructed him to mentor Su Lai more. Yet, in just over a month, the roles had completely reversed. Zhang Weiman now made no mention of mentoring Su Lai, but rather suggested that Han Fei learn from Su Lai. Han Fei felt utterly exasperated. To have a mentor like me is truly a failure. Based on the license plate information, the owner's identity was also uncovered. Su Hao, a sophomore chemical engineering student at Shannon University of Technology. Han Fei immediately took a few officers to Shannon University of Technology. Since the cause of the vehicle explosion was attributed to human factors, Su Hao's death was undoubtedly a case of deliberate murder. To investigate a homicide, one must delve into the interpersonal relationships of the deceased. Most homicides stem from personal vendettas. If all goes smoothly, examining the deceased's relationships should typically lead to identifying a suspect. Shannon University of Technology. After identifying themselves, Han Fei and his team quickly learned Su Hao's dormitory and class information. In university, the individuals with whom one cultivates the closest relationships are often roommates. As they share a living space for several years, thus, the first destination for Han Fei was the dormitory of Su Hao. However, the door was firmly locked, and no one was inside. Reluctantly, Han Fei sought out Su Hao's counselor. The counselor, surnamed Chen, was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exuding an air of utmost gentleness. Teacher Chen, we have come to seek your insight regarding Su Hao, Han Fei stated directly, cutting to the chase. I am aware. Chen replied, the school contacted me moments ago, informing me that you may come to consult me. Officer, what has happened to Su Hao? That is not your concern. We wish to understand Su Hao's general demeanor and his relationships with classmates, whether any minor disputes have arisen. As far as I know, there have been no incidents reported to me. However, whether something occurred privately is beyond my knowledge. To be frank, I am not familiar with his character, as you may understand. A university counselor oversees numerous students, making it impossible to know the status of each one. While Chen's demeanor appeared calm on the surface, his hands were tightly gripping his trousers, a clear indication of his anxiety. He was lying. Chapter 36. Do not approach me. I have a bomb. Han Fei, having served as a police officer for over a decade, immediately perceived that Chen, the deceased Su Hao's counselor, was concealing something during police investigations. It is not uncommon to encounter individuals reluctant to speak the truth for various reasons. Han Fei had encountered such individuals many times before. Is that so? However, the information we gathered elsewhere seems to contradict what you have stated. Teacher Chen, perhaps you could reflect more thoroughly? Years of dealing with various criminals had honed Han Fei's piercing gaze and formidable presence. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression visibly faltered, yet this panic lasted only a brief moment before his demeanor returned to normal. Although Chen had not previously interacted with the police, he was aware of their questioning techniques. Having observed them on television, he realized that Han Fei was attempting to corner him, shaking his head. He persisted in his earlier claims. I truly do not know of any conflicts involving Su Hao. I have not heard of such matters. In the presence of an experienced officer, lying held little merit. Thus, even though Chen revealed almost nothing, Han Fei was able to ascertain two crucial points from his responses. Firstly, Su Hao's death was likely unrelated to this counselor Chen. Not if there was a connection. Chen would have surely attempted to mislead the investigation by implicating others instead of adamantly claiming ignorance. Secondly, it was evident that Su Hao had encountered some conflict at school, and Chen was undoubtedly aware of this individual. Presumably their relationship was quite amicable, otherwise, he would not remain silent. Generally speaking, mere knowledge of wrongdoing does not constitute a crime. It falls short of the standards for harboring or shielding someone. Only actions taken with the knowledge of a person's criminal identity, such as aiding their escape, concealing them, or providing financial resources, constitute such offenses. Therefore, despite Han Fei's realization that Chen was intentionally withholding information, he could not impose any stringent measures against him. However, Han Fei conceived another approach. May I see the roster for Su Hao's class? Certainly, let me check. Here it is, Chen replied, rummaging through some papers before handing a printed list to Han Fei. Without even glancing at it, Han Fei placed the list on the table, slid it across to Chen, and withdrew a pen from a nearby holder, offering it to him. He then proceeded to ask a series of questions. Who are Su Hao's roommates? Could you please circle their names? What about the class monitor, the youth league secretary, and other class officers? Please circle those names as well. Lastly, could you indicate those who have received scholarships or financial aid? Following Han Fei's instructions, Chen circled the names on the list. However, when his pen hovered over a student named Xia Jiashu, he hesitated for a moment before immediately lifting the pen, leaving only a dot next to that name. As he continued to circle other names, he explained, apologies, I misread the name. All the individuals you requested have been circled. Thank you for your cooperation. He then led the officers out of the office. Upon exiting, Han Fei displayed the list to his colleagues, pointing to one particular name. This individual, Xia Jiashu, if my instincts serve me correctly, is the true perpetrator behind the bombing. Why him? The others questioned, puzzled. As they walked out of the academic building, Han Fei elucidated. This counselor Chen had no intention of being truthful. As you should have deduced, his reluctance to disclose information stems from two possibilities: either he is the perpetrator, or he is acquainted with the perpetrator. If he knows them, their relationship must be quite close, even bordering on admiration. Otherwise, there would be no rationale for him to remain silent. Moreover, I wonder if you noticed that while Chen circled the names of others without issue, he displayed an unusual reaction when it came to Xia Jiashu. But what connection does this have with class officers, scholarships, and the like? Xiaoge still did not comprehend. Of course, it is significant, and profoundly so. If you were a counselor, would you be inclined to conceal the truth for a student with whom you have scarcely exchanged a few words? The individuals who can elicit such concealment from a counselor are typically those with whom they share a closer bond, namely class officers or scholarship recipients. As for students who have neither held an officer position nor received any form of financial support, how many meaningful conversations could they have with a counselor over 4 years? My request to have him circle the names of class officers and scholarship recipients was merely to gauge his reaction. The inquiry about roommates was simply a ruse to lower his defenses. I see now, Han, you truly are astute. Spare me the flattery. With that energy, you should be pondering how to crack this case, Han Fei replied, his tone laced with disdain, yet, inwardly, he relished the praise. The suspect had been tentatively identified. However, just as they prepared to confront Xia Jiashu, Han Fei suddenly received a phone call. What? Someone is attempting to take their own life. Very well, I understand. After only a few brief exchanges, he hung up. The call had come from the station, reporting an emergency at Shannon Polytechnic University. A student was threatening suicide. Let us set this case aside for now. We are closest and should head over to investigate. A crowd had already gathered beneath the building, and indeed, several individuals stood on the rooftop. One of them was precariously positioned at the very edge, teetering on the brink of a fall. The other 3 stood a considerable distance away, urging him not to make any rash decisions. Brother, what troubles have you encountered? Please, let us discuss this calmly. Do not despair. Indeed, please come a bit closer. The wind is strong up there, and that position is far too perilous. Upon the officer's arrival, the 3 individuals rushed towards them. Officers, you are finally here. Please assist us. We have been trying to reason with him for ages, but he refuses to budge. Yet, before Han Fei could utter a word of persuasion, the distressed student, upon seeing the uniformed officers, became agitated. Stay back, I have a bomb, anyone who approaches will die. As he spoke, he lifted his clothing to reveal explosives strapped to his body. The 3 students who had previously been imploring him to reconsider were instantly taken aback. Retreating in fear, the police officers exchanged worried glances. The explosives. Could this be the same individual who planted a bomb in Su Hao's vehicle? Chapter 37. This fellow is full of malice. Explosives. Surely this must be a toy. Do not frighten us. How could a mere student possess real explosives? Su Lai stepped forward tentatively. This Xia Jiashu's agitation escalated. I am not jesting. This is no toy. Do not approach. Not a toy, if it is indeed a bomb. Then that is splendid. Has this officer lost his mind? What is splendid about a real bomb? Stop. I command you to halt. If you take another step closer, I will detonate these explosives, and we shall perish together. Very well, that would indeed be the best outcome, Su Lai remarked, quickly turning to Han Fei. Captain Han, you must pretend to be unaware of this situation. When reporting back to the station, be sure not to give anything away. You should state that he intended to take several innocent lives with him, and I heroically intervened, saving numerous lives, but tragically perished in the process. Han Fei? The other officers? Xia Jiashu? Are you suggesting that I should sacrifice my life for your reputation? That is not the point. What do you mean sacrifice? You have expressed a desire to end your life. You can consider this a mutual assistance. I have just been diagnosed with terminal liver cancer. I have only a few months left to live, and I feel regret, having just become a police officer and without having accomplished anything particularly notable. To find oneself facing death is truly unexpected. Who would have thought that, in my final moments, I would encounter a benefactor? You, hurry up, detonate the bomb quickly, that way, I would be considered a martyr in the line of duty. Dying by your hand is preferable to succumbing to cancer. Hasten, hasten, I can hardly wait. As Su Lai spoke, he quickened his pace towards Xia Jiashu. No wonder this officer is unafraid of the bomb on me. It seems he has no desire to live. You want me to detonate the bomb and take you down with me, so you can be hailed as a martyr. Fine, but do you also intend to have your colleagues tarnish my reputation? Portraying me as a madman who wishes to drag others down with him before death, all to enhance your own glory. Your reputation matters, while mine does not? Damn it, the beads of your abacus are literally bouncing off my face. What are you doing? I warn you not to come any closer. Enough of this nonsense, just detonate it already. I have no time to waste with you. If you won't detonate it, then hand the bomb over to me. I shall do it myself. At that moment, Han Fei realized what Su Lai was up to. One must admit, Su Lai is indeed clever. He can conjure up all sorts of underhanded methods. Moreover, it appeared that Su Lai was on the verge of success. The student who had just contemplated suicide now seemed to be wavering. Han Fei decided to play along with Su Lai's ruse. Everyone, remember what Su just said. Make sure you don't let slip that he has cancer when you return. Xiaojiashu, good, so this is how you want to play it. I refuse to die, you dream of being a martyr. Seeing Su Lai approach, Xiaojiashu turned and fled. He ran in circles on the rooftop, preventing Su Lai from seizing the explosives to detonate them. As he did so, he began to dismantle the homemade explosives, tearing open the layers of aluminum foil wrapping the gunpowder and scattering it before Su Lai. Only after destroying the explosives did he finally pause. However, he did not see any sign of disappointment or despair on Su Lai's face. Instead, there was a triumphant smile. I was deceiving you. I do not have cancer. And I have no desire to be a martyr. Xiaojiashu, this is bad. I've fallen into a trap. Yet by the time he realized this, it was too late. He had already destroyed the explosives with his own hands. And Su Lai had cleverly maneuvered him from the edge of the rooftop to the center. The officers, no longer hesitant, rushed in without a word and apprehended Xiaojiashu, even as he was being led away by the officers. He glared at Su Lai in disbelief. This is a police officer, he looks harmless, yet he is so cunning. How could he be so deceptive? Who allowed him to become a police officer? With the crisis averted, Han Fei approached Su Lai and patted his shoulder. You did well this time, but do not attempt such reckless behavior again. Not if that kid had detonated the bomb, you would have lost your life. You know, he wouldn't. Su Lai replied firmly. How can you be so sure? The bombing on Fuxing Road was most likely his doing. How can you be certain he wouldn't dare detonate the bomb and kill another? I have studied a bit of psychology. You, really? Han Fei was somewhat astonished. Of course it is true, Su Lai retorted confidently that he does know a bit about psychology, albeit it pertains to gambling psychology. This gambling psychology is a skill awarded by the system. Titled, I am not a gambling god. From Su Lai's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Who would have thought? I initially believed Su Lai had invested all his talents in criminal activities. Yet, it turns out he possesses knowledge beyond mere underhanded skills like pickpocketing and lockpicking. It seems he has developed a legitimate skill after all. While escorting the individual downstairs, Han Fei learned through inquiries that the suicidal individual they had just brought down from the rooftop was indeed the sought-after Xiaojiashu. They promptly took him back to the police station for interrogation. Why did you attempt suicide? Attempting suicide isn't a crime, is it, officer? When will you release me? Suicide is not a crime, but your reasons differ from others. You sought to take your own life out of guilt for misjudging the explosives, which resulted in the death of Su Hao and an innocent bystander. I do not understand what you are saying. Feigning ignorance, are we? Very well, then let us change to a question you can comprehend. Where did you acquire the explosives? I found them. I picked them up when I went to the rooftop to jump. I have no idea who left them there. Xiaojiashu spoke entirely untruthfully, leaving the officer in charge of the interrogation momentarily speechless. He glanced towards the one-way glass of the interrogation room, seeking assistance. Observing this, Han Fei sighed. He had intended to use this opportunity to train his subordinates. However, it appeared that after just 2 questions, they had come to a standstill. It seems that for interrogations, he must handle it personally. Before Han Fei could enter the interrogation room, Su Lai suddenly seemed to have an idea. Team leader Han, I believe we should check Xiaojiashu's online shopping records to see if he has recently purchased any fertilizer. Or we should inquire at the nearest agricultural store to his school if he has bought any fertilizer there. Fertilizer? What purpose would that serve? Chapter 38. Can you detect components with the naked eye? What purpose would checking for fertilizer serve? Han Fei did not quite grasp Su Lai's reasoning. How could this case possibly relate to fertilizer? I observed earlier on the rooftop that the potassium nitrate used in Xiaojiashu's homemade explosives was extracted from fertilizer and had a low purity, likely retaining some common components found in fertilizers. Su Lai explained. Fertilizer can be used to make bombs. No, potassium nitrate extracted solely from fertilizer is insufficient to create a bomb. It also requires sulfur and charcoal. These 3 components, when mixed in certain proportions, can produce explosives. There is a saying in civilian circles, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfurs, 3 charcoals, referring to these 3 items. Han Fei was aware of this saying. However, he had never heard of the method of extracting potassium nitrate from fertilizer. Su Lai's knowledge of this method was not surprising, but what truly puzzled Han Fei was how Su Lai could discern that the potassium nitrate in Xiaojiashu's homemade explosives was derived from fertilizer. Can you really detect components with the naked eye? What Han Fei did not know was that when it came to making bombs, Su Lai was an expert. He was well versed in various explosive manufacturing methods and could identify the components and their potency with a mere glance. The moment Xiaojiashu disassembled his homemade explosives and scattered the gunpowder, Su Lai immediately recognized that the individual had used fertilizer in his concoction. What about the gunpowder we collected from the rooftop earlier? Han Fei looked over at Xiaogu. Take it for component analysis. Also, remember to compare the results with the evidence collected from the accident scene after testing. Lawu, check Xiaojiashu's online shopping records. If there are no records of fertilizer purchases, then visit the nearest agricultural store to his school and inquire quickly. Once the arrangements were made, Han Fei, adopting a curious attitude, finally posed the question he wished to know. How did you determine that the potassium nitrate in Xiaojiashu's homemade explosives was extracted from fertilizer? I just saw it. You saw it? How did you see it? With my eyes, Han Fei. I am asking how you discerned it, and you tell me you saw it with your eyes. ISNT, that's stating the obvious. You can't possibly use something other than your eyes, can you? Han Fei scratched his head, thought for a moment, and added, That's not what I meant. What I mean is, what was your method of judgment? This question, Su Lai scratched his head, momentarily unsure how to respond. How he arrived at his conclusion might be difficult for Han Fei to understand, however, for Su Lai, who was proficient in various explosive manufacturing methods. It was exceedingly simple, so simple that he didn't know how to explain it. It was like a teacher giving a straightforward question. Is there any need to explain this? Obviously, the answer is B. You can tell just by looking. Seeing Su Lai's expression, Han Fei realized he would not be able to extract a clear answer from him today. Fine, let us pretend I never asked. The test results came back. The evidence collected from the explosion site on Fuxing Road contained trace amounts of urea. The small packet of gunpowder they had retrieved from the school's rooftop also contained trace amounts of urea. Urea is a combustible but not easily flammable organic compound. It only ignites under high temperatures and pure oxygen conditions and is difficult to ignite at normal temperature and pressure. This explains why the residue from the explosion site contained this component. The fire ignited did not completely incinerate everything. The components of fertilizer happened to include urea. Su Lai was correct. Upon reviewing the test results, Han Feichong addressed the crowd, saying, From the analysis, the explosives used in the explosion on Fuxing Road and those affixed to Xiaojiashu share identical components. It can be conclusively determined that both batches of explosives originated from the same source, crafted by a single individual. Where is Old Wu? How is the investigation into Xiaojiashu's online shopping records progressing? A knowledgeable officer chimed in. Xiaojiashu's online shopping history reveals no purchases of fertilizers. Old Wu has just taken a team to investigate the nearest agricultural store to Xiaojiashu's school. Just then, Han Fei's phone rang. It was a call from Old Wu. Hello, this is Han Fei, he answered, switching to speaker mode as Old Wu's voice came through the line. We found something, Captain HAND. Turns out Xiaojiashu did indeed purchase fertilizer. The owner of the agricultural store remarked that he had a strong impression of the young man, as he had never encountered someone so young buying fertilizer. Furthermore, according to the owner, Xiaojiashu initially sought to acquire a high potassium nitrate fertilizer. But due to its rarity, he ultimately settled for a high potassium compound fertilizer. Instinctively, Han Fei glanced toward Su Lai, thinking to himself, that kid was right all along. However, now was not the time for praise. He directed his attention back to the phone. Does the store have surveillance cameras? Please secure a copy. I was just about to mention that. Unfortunately, there are no cameras inside the store, but I noticed there are cameras on the street outside that can capture the relevant footage. I'll send you the locations. Good. Not long after ending the call, Old Wu sent the specific location of the surveillance cameras along with the approximate time Xiaojiashu purchased the fertilizer. Han Fei promptly instructed his team to retrieve the footage. Indeed, the surveillance captured Xiaojiashu. After exiting the store, he hailed a taxi, but instead of heading to his school, he alighted on the bridge behind it. Han Fei immediately dispatched officers to investigate under the bridge. The officers discovered discarded fertilizer bags and some rudimentary purification tools. Additionally, they found strands of hair and brought them back. With this evidence in hand, the interrogation would be considerably more straightforward. Han Fei entered the interrogation room, where Xiaojiashu was seated, leaning back in his chair. Upon noticing Han Fei's presence, he straightened up. Officer, when do you intend to release me? The explosives were merely something I found on the rooftop. I have no connection to the explosion you mentioned. Before he could finish, Han Fei waved the plastic evidence bag in his hand, which contained several strands of hair matching the length of Xiaojiashu's. These are the hairs we found beneath the bridge behind your school, where you purified potassium nitrate from fertilizer to create a bomb. Care to guess whose hair it is? At the mention of bridge, fertilizer, and purification, Xiaojiashu's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 39. An expert among experts. Hearing the terms bridged fertilizer and purification caused Xiaojiashu's pupils to constrict in alarm. The police's ability to articulate these details indicated that they had indeed gathered substantial evidence. And in truth, Xiaojiashu's suspicions were correct. the police had sufficient proof. Han Fei anticipated Xia Jiashu's reaction. He had encountered numerous suspects who exhibited the same behavior before the police secured vital evidence. Their resolve was unyielding, however. Once the key evidence was presented, panic ensued. In addition to the sealed bag containing hair, Han Fei also held an analysis report of the explosive components and 2 photographs. One photograph depicted Xia Jiashu exiting the agricultural store after purchasing fertilizer, while the other showed the area beneath the bridge behind his school. Han Fei meticulously placed these 3 items on the small table attached to the interrogation chair. Now tell me the specifics of your crime. With the emergence of those 2 photographs, Xia Jiashu's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He surrendered. The motive and sequence of events were not particularly complex. Su Hao, hailing from a privileged background and indulged by his elders, had developed an inflated sense of self-worth, believing the world should revolve around him and finding fault with everyone. In contrast, Xia Jiashu, while not as affluent, excelled in other areas, garnering the admiration of both teachers and peers. Perhaps due to jealousy or resentment, Su Hao frequently provoked Xia Jiashu during their university years. Over time, their animosity deepened. Both were second-year students, brimming with youthful vigor, and as young men, their emotions could lead them to act recklessly. Pushed to his limit, Xia Jiashu conceived a bold notion: to kill. To avoid drawing police attention, he opted for what he perceived as the most prudent method, using explosives. Direct murder posed significant challenges regarding the disposition of the body and crafting an alibi. Not to mention the lingering fear following such an act. The primary ingredients for explosives included potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal. While sulfur could be readily purchased at pharmacies and charcoal was easily obtainable, potassium nitrate was more strictly regulated and challenging to procure. However, challenging did not equate to impossible, given that potassium nitrate was not only utilized in explosives but also as fertilizer. Agricultural-grade potassium nitrate had lower purity, necessitating a purification process for higher concentrations. As a chemical engineering student, Xia Jiashu was familiar with purification methods. Although he had never attempted to extract potassium nitrate from fertilizer before, he researched online and, after a few trials, successfully mastered the process. Coincidentally, shortly after he crafted a bomb using the potassium nitrate derived from fertilizer, an opportunity presented itself. Xia Jiashu learned that Su Hao would be visiting a forest shop for car maintenance that day. The shop was located in a somewhat secluded area with minimal traffic, allowing Xia Jiashu to calculate the timing to set the bomb's timer and affix it beneath Su Hao's vehicle. In his mind, the explosion would occur when Su Hao's car was on an isolated stretch of road, minimizing collateral damage. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon leaving school, Su Hao did not head directly to the forest shop but rather intended to enter the city. Ultimately, the bomb detonated on Fuxing Road, resulting in 2 fatalities and 11 injuries. Upon seeing the news, Xia Jiashu realized he had indirectly caused the death of an innocent person, prompting him to climb to the rooftop in despair. Contemplating suicide, yet paralyzed by a fear of heights, he feared he might not overcome his internal dread, so he took the remaining explosives and wrapped them around himself, should he fail to step off the edge. He could detonate the explosives instead. Little did he anticipate the unexpected arrival of Su Lai. After hearing Xia Jiashu's confession, Han Fei instructed the recording officer to compile the statement. He then presented the finalized statement to Xia Jiashu. Offering him a pen, "Here is your statement. Please review it, and if everything appears correct, sign your name." Without even glancing at the document, Xia Jiashu picked up the pen and scrawled his name on the paper. Following this, Han Fei exited the interrogation room. While interrogating Xia Jiashu, he pondered a particular question: the fact that Xia Jiashu had the ingenuity to extract potassium nitrate from fertilizer for bomb making indicated he was already somewhat of an expert compared to the average person. Conversely, Su Lai, who could identify that the potassium nitrate in the bomb was derived from fertilizer with just a glance, was undoubtedly an expert among experts, just as he was deep in thought. A frantic officer rushed in. We've just received a report that the gold mine in our district has collapsed, trapping over 30 miners below. This unforeseen crisis was grave. The miners were incapable of managing the situation themselves. And with over 30 individuals trapped, any fatalities would create serious repercussions. As such, the workers promptly contacted the relevant authorities for assistance. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the police wasted no time and set out for the mine. The entrapment of over 30 miners was no trifling matter. Although the collapse of the mine was unrelated to Zhang Weiman, it transpired within his jurisdiction. Should anything happen to the trapped miners, it would be impossible for him, as the director, to evade responsibility. During the journey, despite the air conditioning in the vehicle, Zhang Weiman was drenched in sweat, not from the heat, but from anxiety. He was worried. After all, over 30 individuals were trapped. In stark contrast, Han Fei, who shared the same vehicle, appeared remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the incident. He turned to comfort the visibly distressed Jiang Weiman, saying, "Director Zhang, please don't fret. I've gathered information indicating that the trapped miners currently face no life-threatening situations, so it shouldn't be too serious. We just need to rescue them. Do you think I'm unaware that we need to rescue them? The issue lies in how to accomplish that. A mass of boulders has completely blocked the mine shaft. Clearing the path and reopening it poses a significant challenge. Use explosives, just blast it open." Han Fei's suggestion was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Weiman. "Blast it open? Absolutely not. The mine has already collapsed. If we detonate it again, we risk a second collapse. Not only will we fail to rescue the 30-plus trapped miners, but we could also endanger the lives of those sent in to assist. What are you thinking? If it were as easy as you suggest, the miners would have already blasted through the rocks to save themselves. Wouldn't they? They wouldn't need us. That's because they lack the expertise," Han Fei clarified. "Director Zhang, to my knowledge, Su Lai possesses considerable talent in demolition. He is an expert. I believe he could devise a method to clear a path without causing a secondary collapse, ultimately rescuing the miners. You have no idea what Su Lai is capable of today." Chapter 40. Has he been studying in the cell? Director Zhang, you wouldn't believe what Su Lai did today. Even now, it seems almost unbelievable when I reflect on it. Han Fei spoke in a tone reminiscent of a storyteller. At that moment, we were in the midst of an interrogation when Su Lai suddenly urged me to check the suspect's online shopping records to see if he had purchased any fertilizers recently. Director Zhang, do you know why Su Lai wanted us to investigate fertilizers? You would never guess. Jiang Weiman, feeling impatient, interrupted. Is he at it again? Spare me the suspense and just tell me. All right, I responded. It's because Su Lai merely glanced at the explosives and deduced that the potassium nitrate was refined from fertilizers. He identified the explosive components with just his naked eye. It's simply outrageous. I immediately followed his instructions and had the explosives sent for testing, and guess what? Jiang Weiman's fists clenched in frustration. Was this Han Fei incapable of being straightforward? Han Fei sensed his superior's displeasure and continued without missing a beat. The test results confirmed Su Lai's claims. We detected a small amount of urea in the explosives, indicating that the potassium nitrate in the bomb was indeed refined from fertilizers. Moreover, Su Lai was correct, the suspect had indeed purchased fertilizers. A student who was utterly inept and lazy, why would he buy fertilizers? We pursued the lead Su Lai pointed out and ultimately uncovered the location where the suspect had constructed the bomb. This case owes much to Su Lai. Had it not been for his expertise, the suspect would not have confessed so swiftly, and we would have had to conduct further interrogations, identifying explosive components with the naked eye. Is that even possible? Jiang Weiman initially intended to challenge Han Fei on this point. However, as the words formed on his lips, he swallowed them back. It was indeed extraordinary for anyone else, but with Su Lai, it seemed entirely plausible. After all, Su Lai was anything but ordinary. He was a police officer with a peculiar talent for crime. Before Jiang Weiman could respond, Han Fei continued, and Director Zhang, consider this, at the explosion site, Su Lai determined the cause with just a glance. His comments about atoms and spectral wavelengths indicate he is certainly familiar with explosives. Jiang Weiman paused for a moment, then asked, do police academies even teach such things? They do not. Han Fei shook his head. The two exchanged glances and fell into silence. Where on earth did this young man acquire such knowledge? If it weren't for Su Lai's clean background, they might have suspected he had received training in prison, where various talents converged. At Xinfa mining, both the police and firefighters arrived simultaneously. The mine manager glanced at the police and then at the firefighters. Ultimately, he resolutely walked towards the fire truck, first briefing the firefighters on the situation underground before turning to the police. After all, when it comes to rescue, no one is more proficient than the firefighters. Jiang Weiman and his team had no objections. This was not the time for such concerns. The priority was saving lives. After a brief understanding of the situation, both teams, led by the mine manager, descended into the mine. The firefighters had arrived fully equipped with tools such as impact drills and sledgehammers, while the police entered empty-handed. The truth was, rescue operations were not their forte, and the police department lacked such equipment. However, they had a treasure. Su Lai. Su, I heard from Han that you understand explosives. Jiang Weiman called Su Lai over as they entered the mine, although Su Lai was indeed knowledgeable in this field. He did not boast about it, instead responding humbly, I know a little. Hearing Su Lai's modesty, Jiang Weiman felt reassured. The situation was manageable. Before long, everyone was led to the 9th level of the mine by the manager. He brought them to a completely blocked tunnel where miners were currently conducting rescue efforts. Everyone, please pause and step aside. Police officers and firefighters, this is where the collapse occurred. This tunnel was in good condition until today. I don't know what caused it, but suddenly it collapsed, and the falling debris has completely blocked the tunnel. At the time of the collapse, there were over 30 miners inside, and now they are all trapped. Fortunately, when the collapse occurred, the miners were at the deepest part of the tunnel, so they are not in immediate danger. However, if they remain trapped for too long, their situation will worsen. Firefighters and police. This is the current situation. Let's see how we can expedite the rescue. I will follow your instructions, and if you need more hands, I can have the brothers from the mine come down to help. As the manager spoke, both teams surveyed the blocked tunnel. As he had stated, the tunnel was indeed obstructed. However, the blockage was not merely debris. Even the smallest piece was half a person tall, weighing several tons, while the largest was over a person high, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. One firefighter stepped forward and struck the largest rock. The sound was dull, and the feedback felt incredibly solid. Afterward, he turned to the mine manager and asked, "You call this debris? What kind of debris stands nearly 2 meters tall? This pile of rocks cannot be moved. It is impossible to shift them without exhausting ourselves. We will need to break them apart and move them bit by bit. However, the challenge lies in breaking these massive stones to create a path. Regardless, we must proceed with the rescue before taking action." The fire chief immediately began discussing strategies with the team. We cannot handle the largest stone. I suggest we ignore it and focus on the smaller stones, breaking them apart with tools and removing them. At that moment, one miner spoke up with a bitter smile. "We thought the same thing, but these stones are incredibly hard, and the scale of this collapse is immense. Before you arrived, we spent a long time making just a small opening. This approach is not viable, it is too slow, there are still many stones behind it. By the time we clear a path, the trapped brothers will likely suffocate from lack of oxygen. Then what do you propose? Do we have any other options?" As both sides discussed, Zhang Weiman pulled Su Lai aside. "You've seen the situation. Do you think you can blast a path without causing a secondary collapse?" "Yes," Su Lai replied confidently. "You, a police officer, understand explosives?" Upon hearing that Su Lai could create a path without triggering a secondary collapse, Zhang Weiman, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "I have a method." The miners and firefighters turned to him in unison, asking, "What method?" "We can blast a path," he stated. "That's out of the question. The risks are too great." The fire chief immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. The miners' leader shook his head as well. "Indeed, officer, we cannot use explosives. This tunnel cannot withstand such disturbances." They had expected a feasible solution, but instead Zhang offered a questionable idea that seemed utterly impractical: using explosives. How could they even entertain such a thought? The tunnel was already at risk of collapse. Introducing explosives would only exacerbate the danger. If they proceeded with detonations, not only would the trapped individuals remain stuck, but even those present today might not escape. Nevertheless, they refrained from condemning Zhang for his poor idea, understanding that rescue operations were not their area of expertise. They excelled in capturing thieves and conducting interrogations, but rescuing individuals from a mine was an entirely different matter. And it was only natural for them to propose less viable solutions. Unfazed by the rejection, Zhang Weiman asked, "Then what do you suggest? Are you truly prepared to chip away at the stones one by one? At this rate, the trapped miners will suffocate before we clear a path." "That is indeed a valid point," the miner conceded, "but I still believe using explosives poses too great a risk. If we proceed slowly, there remains a slim chance of survival for the trapped miners. Perhaps a miracle could occur. However, if we detonate, that would essentially be a death sentence for them." "Who says that chipping away at the stones is the real death sentence? There are over 30 miners trapped in a poorly ventilated tunnel. Do you honestly believe the limited oxygen will sustain them for long?" Zhen countered. "In my opinion, using explosives might offer a glimmer of hope. As long as we manage the amount of explosives carefully, the tunnel should not experience a secondary collapse." Hearing Zhang's argument, the miners exchanged weary smiles, perceiving him as someone who spoke without understanding their plight. "You, the police officer, understand explosives. Even if you do, can you compare your knowledge to ours, who make a living in the mines using detonators daily? Some things sound simple when spoken, they are not so easy to execute." If it were truly that simple, they would have rescued the miners themselves rather than calling for help. The mine manager interjected. "Director Zhang, I know you mean well, but using explosives is indeed inappropriate. The amount of explosives is not easily controlled. To be honest, before I called you, I consulted the most experienced blasting expert in the mine, and he only had a 10% chance of blasting a path without causing a secondary collapse. The risks are too great, which is why I did not dare to let him attempt it. The notion of utilizing explosives to carve a path had already crossed his mind early on. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the quantity of such materials is not easily controllable. Too little would yield no effect, failing to dislodge the stones, while an excess could trigger a secondary collapse. Posing significant danger, your personnel lack certainty, but mine possess confidence. Jiang Weiman glanced at Su Lai, then turned to the crowd and declared, "If you have no better suggestions, do not waste any more time. The miners have been trapped for quite a while. Should we delay further, once the oxygen in the mine is entirely consumed, it will be too late to discuss anything. Manager, please bring the detonators from your mine." Upon hearing this, the mine manager was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Weiman would dismiss all counsel, insisting on using explosives to rescue individuals, yet the question remained, can this truly be detonated? The mine tunnel had already experienced one collapse. What would happen if it were to be blown up? Jiang, this is ill-advised. It could lead to disaster. Should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. Go and fetch the detonators. Jiang Weiman's expression was grave. This was not a matter of being obstinate or unwilling to heed advice. Rather, there was simply no time for further delays. The mine tunnel was completely obstructed by rubble, and the air was stagnant. If only one miner were trapped, it could be manageable, as the oxygen within the tunnel might suffice until they could excavate the debris. However, with over 30 individuals trapped in a collapsed tunnel, the oxygen would not last long. Time was the paramount concern. A swift resolution was imperative. While the method of employing explosives was indeed perilous, it appeared to be the only viable option, rather than opting for the most conservative approach. It was better to take a calculated risk. Moreover, Jiang Weiman harbored an inherent belief in Su Lai. He could not even articulate why. This newcomer had surprised him on numerous occasions, seeing that Jiang Weiman was not jesting. The mine manager gritted his teeth and hurriedly retrieved several detonators used for blasting in the quarry. Jiang Weiman accepted the detonators and handed them to Su Lai, patting him on the shoulder. "I trust you." Upon receiving the detonators, Su Lai did not immediately insert them into the rubble. Instead, he began to disassemble them with remarkable skill. Even with Jiang Weiman's prior preparation, he was momentarily taken aback by Su Lai's deftness. The mine manager and the miners were equally astonished. Such applications of detonators were primarily confined to mining operations, and it was unlikely that they had encountered such expertise elsewhere. "This officer, has he previously worked in mining?" "No," Su Lai replied while continuing his task. "I joined the police force immediately after graduating from university." "No, you certainly don't seem inexperienced." Observing his adeptness, a flicker of trust began to take root among the onlookers. Su Lai refrained from utilizing the detonators directly on the rubble because their power was immense. A direct detonation within the mine tunnel would undoubtedly lead to a collapse. The detonator casing was made of aluminum, one end completely sealed while the other was open. The open end contained a hollow section for inserting a fuse, with an internal layer of a sensitivity-diminished explosive known as mercury fulminate. In layman's terms, it was exceedingly stable. It could not be ignited by impacts, blows, or even fire. To detonate this explosive, one would need to use a more easily ignitable substance to create a shockwave sufficient to trigger it. Thus, surrounding the low-sensitivity mercury fulminate was a layer of higher-sensitivity explosive, specifically designed to initiate the detonation of high explosives. In no time, Su Lai had disassembled the detonator and adjusted the amount of explosive within. He then inserted the modified detonator into the rubble, signaling for everyone to step back. "Please retreat. I am about to detonate." The crowd hastily withdrew. Once at a safe distance, Su Lai activated the detonator. A resounding bang echoed through the tunnel. Cracks appeared in several massive stones, which shattered, cascading downwards. Remarkably, the tunnel remained stable. Not a single tremor was felt. The explosive quantity had been perfectly calibrated, causing no disturbance to the tunnel's integrity while merely clearing the obstructing boulders. Chapter 42. You truly possess remarkable skills. Witnessing the outcome, the crowd could not suppress their joy, particularly the mine manager, who was so exhilarated he nearly bowed to Su Lai on the spot. After all, if anything were to happen to the 30-plus miners trapped below, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Jiang Weiman, observing the scene, let out a heavy sigh of relief. He admitted that there had indeed been an element of risk involved. Employing detonators in a recently collapsed mine tunnel was fraught with danger. One miscalculation could lead to disaster, yet he felt compelled to take the gamble. After all, there was no better alternative available. The direct blasting method, despite its risks, at least offered a glimmer of hope for the trapped miners. In contrast, relying solely on manual labor to excavate would yield no chances whatsoever, by the time they managed to carve out a rescue route. The miners would likely have perished. Thankfully, his gamble had paid off. Sulai truly had remarkable abilities, managing to clear the obstructing rubble without triggering a secondary collapse. Well done, little Su, I knew I had not misjudged you. The method of employing detonators was exponentially faster than using tools to chip away at the stones. Previously, the rescue workers had labored for an extended period, managing to create only a small opening. Yet with the detonators, a significant breach had been achieved instantaneously. However, the extent of the initial collapse was considerable. Sulai's recent blast had only removed the outermost layer of stones. To forge a rescue passage through this obstructed mine tunnel. Additional detonations would be necessary. Of course, before the second blast, the debris from the first explosion would need to be cleared away. Firefighters, miners, and police officers all rushed forward to remove the fallen stones. Sulai, not idling, picked up another detonator and began to disassemble it, adjusting the explosive quantity within. Within the blocked mine tunnel, over 30 trapped miners were attempting organized self-rescue. However, after toiling for an extended period, they were left panting and exhausted, with little to show for their efforts. Only a few stones had been dislodged, and they had sweated profusely, having just emptied their water bottles. Everyone, stop! We cannot continue like this. The oxygen in the tunnel is insufficient for strenuous activity. If we keep this up, we will suffocate before we can clear the stones. The speaker was the oldest and most experienced among the trapped miners. A figure of respect. He had organized their self-rescue efforts upon realizing their predicament, yet, after a brief attempt at self-rescue, he had come to a grave realization: they currently had no water and no food. And more critically, the mine tunnel was sealed off with no fresh air entering. Engaging in intense physical activity significantly increased their oxygen consumption, and in this completely blocked tunnel, oxygen was life. Once it was depleted, none would survive. The initiative to move the rubble was commendable, but the oxygen levels within the confined mine tunnel were insufficient to support such efforts. So what do you suggest to Old How? Are we to simply sit here and await our demise? It is not about idly waiting for death. We can only wait now. Beyond waiting, we have no other options. Any action would only hasten our end. Old How articulated his thoughts. The only course before us is to wait. But we cannot remain here. The oxygen levels are already low. We must retreat to the deepest part of the tunnel to wait. And how long must we wait? A young miner inquired. Until rescue arrives. Did not the manager say he had organized a rescue team? As he spoke, Old How waved his explosion-proof phone, which he had previously used to communicate with the outside world. It was through this specialized phone that the manager had learned the trapped miners were uninjured. However, after the manager began organizing the rescue efforts, he had no time to maintain contact with the miners. In the wake of the disaster, he was as anxious as a fly in a hot pan. Overwhelmed and unable to think clearly, with little regard for anything else. Who knows when they will arrive? Indeed, if they take 3 to 5 days to clear a rescue route, we may perish from thirst before we suffocate. It would be better to attempt self-rescue. At least there is hope. Even if we must face death, we will have tried our best. What do you all think? Your perspective has merit, but I still lean towards Old How's viewpoint. If we continue this way, it won't be long before we exhaust the oxygen in the tunnel, and we will surely perish. Yes, let us heed Old How's advice. Every moment counts. Perhaps help will arrive. The miners' discussions sparked a realization in Old How. Water. This was the most pressing threat they faced. Point 1 was the dwindling oxygen levels in the mine tunnel as time passed. The other was the lack of water. Food was a secondary concern. Research indicates that a person can survive for up to a month without food, provided they have water. However, without water, survival beyond 3 to 5 days is unlikely. Old How observed that everyone was now drenched in sweat from their recent strenuous efforts. This could not continue. If all the moisture in their bodies were expelled through sweat, they would be doomed. He glanced at his own water bottle, now empty, and then turned to the group. Do any of you have urine? The crowd responded in confusion. As the sweat dripped from everyone's brows, the precious water stored within their bodies was being squandered, a lamentable waste indeed, given that rescue was unlikely to arrive promptly. We must prepare ourselves for a protracted struggle. Thus, my suggestion is to collect any excess urine into a water bottle while we still possess sufficient hydration. It may prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. No sooner had I finished speaking than a younger miner sprang forth in protest, exclaiming, "You want us to collect our urine in a bottle and drink it? I could never do that. I would rather perish than stoop to such a vile act. In this dire situation, is it truly more important to be disgusted than to survive?" Old How concluded, taking his water bottle to the edge of the mine shaft. Unbuckling his trousers. As the eldest among us, he was prepared to set an example for the others. although he recognized the repugnance of the act. Desperate times called for desperate measures, with a shudder coursing through his body. Old Howe pulled up his trousers and turned to face everyone, lifting the water bottle before them. After a moment of mental fortitude, he took a small sip. You see, it's not as daunting as it seems. Just close your eyes and it will be over before you know it. I advise you all to follow my lead and collect your urine now, for the longer we delay, the less hydration we will have. Soon enough, you may find yourselves unable to urinate at all, and there won't even be any to drink. As his words hung in the air and the other miners wrestled with their psychological battles, a beam of light pierced the depths of the mine shaft. The rescue passage had been opened. The mine manager rushed in through the newly created tunnel, and at last, he spotted the 30 or so trapped miners. Old Howe, we've come to rescue you. How are you all feeling? Is everyone all right? What has that froth on your lips, Old Howe? The manager glanced at the water bottle in Old Howe's hand. Well, look at you, bringing beer down to the mine. Hand it over. I'm confiscating this brew. Wait a minute, why is it still warm? And this froth, something seems off. This isn't beer, is it? Old Howe, you, Old Howe interjected. Let us be honest, sometimes living feels worse than dying. Chapter 43. Just as he spoke of composure, he found himself embroiled in a quarrel with a dog. This doesn't resemble beer at all. This is urine? Old Howe, that froth by your mouth cannot possibly be. The manager was taken aback. Could it be that Old Howe, deprived of sufficient oxygen in the mine, had lost his senses? Why else would he resort to such an act? No, I deny it vehemently. That is not true. Don't speak such nonsense. The mine had a strict rule. Anyone caught drinking before descending would be barred from entering, as it could lead to accidents. Bringing alcohol down to drink was absolutely forbidden. If caught, at the very least, one would face reprimand and monetary penalties. As a seasoned miner, Old Howe was well aware of this regulation. However, in this moment, he had little regard for such matters. Yes, it's beer. Punish me as you see fit. I shouldn't have brought this down to drink. I accept full responsibility, while death is a certainty for all. One must never die socially, yet this isn't beer. It's clearly, never mind, I shall pretend not to see this matter. I assure you, aside from us, no one else will ever know. It will remain buried in my heart. No sooner had he finished speaking than firefighters and police officers entered through the newly blasted rescue tunnel. The manager's earlier words had not gone unheard. Old Howe thought to himself, true despair is not born of chaos. By the way, these are the comrades who have come to your rescue, especially this one, Officer Sue. Were it not for him, who knows when you would have been saved, after escorting the trapped miners out of the mine. The manager introduced their lifesaver, Officer Sue. Upon learning that Sue had saved them, the miners immediately surrounded him, showering him with gratitude. At that moment, Sue's mind echoed with a familiar system notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully solving the explosion case. You are eligible for a random reward. This time, the reward is in a choose one format, and the random reward is being selected. Reward selection completed. Please choose. Option 1, nuclear-powered clock. This clock is powered by nuclear energy, eliminating the need for batteries to accurately display the time. By observing the length of the shadow, one can even discern the 24 solar terms. Such a cool nuclear-powered clock, would you not want one? Option 2, cloud-searching thief's hand. Do you wish to become a legendary thief known throughout the land? With just a slight motion, you will attain the pinnacle of thievery with the cloud-searching hand. You need not worry. Go forth, young one, and steal without a care. You are unstoppable. Indeed, the system had malfunctioned again. The nuclear-powered clock sounded remarkably impressive, for anything associated with nuclear power cannot be considered mundane. However, if Sue was not mistaken, this item had another name, a sundial. The sundial's design is rather simple, consisting of a tilted disc with a metal rod in the center, allowing one to determine the current time by observing the position of the rod's shadow. The advantage of this device is that it requires no batteries. As long as there is sunlight, one can tell the time with precision. Conversely, its drawbacks are equally evident. It is useless at night or on cloudy days. In essence, without sunlight, it serves no purpose. As for the system's mention of nuclear power, if one were to insist, a clock powered by sunlight could indeed be termed a nuclear-powered clock, couldn't it? Sue had no intention of selecting this reward. After all, he could easily craft a sundial himself, rendering it unnecessary. System, I purchased a watch last year. I have no use for this nuclear-powered clock. I choose the second option. No sooner had he made his choice than a torrent of theft techniques and points of caution flooded Sue's mind. In an instant, he became proficient in all forms of thievery. His skill level soaring. It could be said that there was nothing he could not steal provided he desired it. The system's claim held true. At this moment, Sue merely needed to make a slight effort to reach the pinnacle of thievery. In matters of theft, none could rival him. Of course, as a police officer, Su would never resort to stealing. His integrity forbade such actions. He chose this skill because the system's otherworldly abilities had proven useful time and again. Though morally dubious, they were undeniably effective. Moreover, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. To be a competent officer, possessing some knowledge of certain matters is undoubtedly better than being ignorant. The next day, Yukiki passed by the police station on an errand. She sent a message inquiring about the number of colleagues in Su's office and then made a special trip to a nearby convenience store to buy some ice cream and cold water. Bringing it inside, "Hey, Su, your girlfriend is here to visit. You've done well for yourself, finding such a beautiful partner." In the police station, it was quite normal for male officers' girlfriends or wives to make visits. So Han Fei merely joked with Su. Although they were pretending to be a couple, Su had no intention of revealing this to his colleagues. He feared that if his parents happened to visit the station and a colleague inadvertently mentioned his single status, all his previous efforts would be in vain. With a smile, he nodded. "Indeed, isn't she lovely, lovely indeed. How did you meet?" "Well, when I first joined, there was a bank robbery case, and a hostage was taken." Su recounted the incident briefly. At this point, Yukiki interjected, "I happened to be passing by and bought some ice cream and water to express my gratitude for everyone's heroic efforts." "Thank you." Han Fei accepted the ice cream and water from Yukiki with a smile, "but don't say that. We didn't do much. It was all Su's doing." After distributing the ice cream and water to the officers and exchanging a few hushed words with Su, Yukiki prepared to leave. "Let me walk you out." With nothing pressing on his agenda, Su stood to accompany her. As they stepped out, an older officer, who had joined the force around the same time as Han Fei, pointed at Su's retreating figure and remarked, "Your apprentice, though he appears carefree, is actually quite steady in his work. You've taken on a good student, unlike mine, who was perpetually disorganized." Of course, no need to state the obvious. Han Fei replied, pride evident on his face, "This is my prodigy, under my guidance." Just then, Su returned, glancing back as he entered the station, calling out, "You wait right there. If you have the guts, don't run." "Woof, woof, all right, so you're fierce, huh? Just wait. Captain Han, could I borrow the police dog for a moment? There are a few stray dogs outside that have been barking at me for quite a while. I thought I'd teach them a lesson. After all, I was feeding them, and they still tried to bite me." Han Fei? Just moments after praising Su for his steadiness, he found himself embroiled in a quarrel with a dog? "I cannot afford to lose this person." However, just at that moment, Xiaogu suddenly appeared, teaching the stray dogs outside a lesson with a police dog. What a brilliant idea! How could I not have thought of that? The group of stray dogs outside are nothing but ingrates. They only behave well when fed, but once they've eaten, they turn their backs on you. Come on, Su Lai, I know exactly who to borrow a police dog from. Let me take you there." Although Xiaogu cannot be considered a veteran of the police station, having only been officially employed for less than a year, he has been around for nearly 2 years. Including his internship. He is familiar with all the departments in the station and knows exactly whom to approach for borrowing a police dog. The two of them quickly reached a consensus and set off to find someone to lend them a police dog. Han Fei? What sin did I commit in my previous life to be stuck with these two? Borrowing a police dog to deal with stray dogs outside, can this truly be the conduct of an adult? It seems more like something an elementary school student would do. Xiaogu and Su Lai displayed remarkable execution capabilities. In no time, each of them was leading a police dog in search of vengeance. The standard daily food allowance for a normal police dog is 45 yuan. For those that have achieved merit, this amount can be raised to 200, even better than what people eat. Xiaogu, being knowledgeable in this regard, specifically borrowed 2 highly esteemed police dogs, each with a daily food allowance of 200 yuan. Due to their excellent diet and daily training, the 2 police dogs were notably large, muscular, and robust, resembling young calves. Not only in stature but also in spirit, they were utterly incomparable to the strays. Su Lai, leading the police dog Xiaoqi, strode confidently towards the 5 strays loitering near the police station. Ready to confront them, "Xiaoqi, it's them." Xiaoqi did not assume an attacking stance but merely approached the strays. Nevertheless, this simple act was sufficient to intimidate them completely. The disparity in size and combat capability was overwhelming. The strays, aware of their inferiority, lowered their tails and retreated, adopting a submissive posture. Under Su Lai's authorization, Xiaoqi advanced step by step. Observing Xiaoqi successfully subduing a few strays, Su Lai began gesticulating at them. "Weren't you all quite arrogant just a moment ago? What's with the sudden meekness? You enjoyed barking at me, didn't you? Still barking, or have you lost your nerve? Dare to make a sound again, and I will unleash Xiaoqi upon you." Do you truly think I fear you, that I am easy to bully? Go on, bark again, I dare you. The phrase a man relies on his dog was vividly embodied by Su Lai Xiaogu. Also seeking vengeance with his police dog, felt a surge of satisfaction. Normally, it was he who was chased and barked at by these strays. Today, the roles had reversed, the strays dared not make a sound. Su Lai, you have quite the strategy. I have to dodge these dogs every day on my way to and from work, fearing they might attack me, and I'll look at them, frightened. After today, they should think twice before confronting me. In the afternoon, as Su Lai and Xiaogu left the police station, the strays seemed to have realized that they were not to be trifled with. Upon seeing the two, they were exceptionally docile, refraining from barking and even wagging their tails in a friendly manner. However, when Han Fei prepared to leave, he did not experience the same courtesy. A few strays suddenly chased after him, barking and baring their teeth. Han Fei? What are you barking about? Get lost. Haven't I fed you enough? Woof woof. Hey, you think you can act tough with me? Keep barking. Fine, just wait. If you have the guts, don't run. With that, a frustrated Han Fei returned to the police station and borrowed a police dog. When he re-emerged with the dog, the previously raucous strays fell silent at once. This tactic was one he had learned from Su Lai, and to his surprise, it proved quite effective. Just as Han Fei was about to return the police dog, a familiar voice called out from behind old Han, "What are you doing?" It was Zhang Weiman. As usual, he exited the station after work, only to find Han Fei leading a police dog to intimidate the strays outside. Muttering to himself, "Will you dare to act tough with me again? I will see to it that you behave." "I'm not doing anything, Zhang Bureau. I'm just taking the police dog out for some fresh air." "Is that truly what you call it? I saw you." Zhang Weiman's face bore a look of disappointment. "Old Han, you are one of the senior officers in our station. You ought to set a good example for the younger ones. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. As a senior officer, you should be a role model for the younger generation. If you act unprofessionally, how can they be expected to behave?" Yes, I apologize, Zhang Bureau. I understand. I will certainly improve. That's more like it. Now quickly return the police dog before someone sees you. Having received a reprimand, Han Fei immediately led the police dog back. But just as he did, the strays perked up again, barking wildly at Zhang Weiman as he passed by. Zhang Weiman? On this weekend, it happened to be Su Lai's day off. He woke up naturally and spent most of the day lounging at home. In the afternoon, he received a message from Yukiki inviting him out on a date. The reason given was that it had been some time since they last met, and she feared that too long an absence would lead to awkwardness, making them lose the rhythm of their relationship and raising suspicions with their parents. Su Lai considered this to be quite reasonable. After all, even the most familiar things can become strange if left untouched for too long, especially since they were both inexperienced in romance and needed to cultivate their feelings further to avoid detection by their families. Thus, without hesitation, he agreed. 30 minutes before their agreed meeting time, Yukiki sent Su Lai a photo of her wardrobe along with a message. "Guess which outfit I will wear for our date?" Su Lai glanced at the photo and quickly picked out his favorite. He opened the editing mode on the image and circled the black dress. This black dress. Yukiki, correct. Chapter 45. I am Qin Shi Huang. Yukiki had flawless skin and exquisite features, which meant she did not require much time for makeup. A light touch of cosmetics was enough to leave her looking stunning. Compared to other girls who might spend hours preparing, her makeup time was almost negligible. However, like any other girl, she faced dilemmas when it came to the question of what to wear. Of course, such trivial matters were no match for her theoretical prowess as a love genius. With a little cleverness, she managed to extract from Su Lai which outfit he preferred to see her in. At the appointed time, they met downstairs. Yukiki was wearing the very black fitted dress that Su Lai had chosen, perfectly accentuating her hourglass figure, curvaceous in all the right places. Her cascading curls framed her chest, and the black dress contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin, which was complemented by her alluring legs peeking out from the hem. Su Lai instinctively stole a few glances to Yukiki was quite pleased with his reaction, indicating that her choice of attire had been a success. Do you think it looks good? Very much so. If 10 is the highest score, I would give you an 11.11. You say. A subtle smile appeared on Yukiki's face. What part did you give that extra point to? This question was a subtle inquiry into which part of her he found most appealing. Su Lai, being straightforward, did not hesitate in his response. Your legs. I have a thing for legs, but I also quite like your chest, and your feet as well. After leaving the community, they hailed a cab to the nearby Wanda Plaza. During their meal, Yukiki deliberately chose to sit beside Su Lai rather than across from him. Knowing he had a penchant for legs, she casually rested her legs on his. Her rationale was that their physical interaction had thus far been limited to hand-holding and shoulder touches. which felt somewhat unnatural and stiff for a couple. As she spoke, she pointed to a couple sitting diagonally across from them, where the girl had her legs draped over her boyfriend's, if I recall correctly. She didn't do that just now. It seems she only started doing so after seeing me do it. Nonsense. I clearly learned it from her. You must be mistaken. Is that so? Yes, you're mistaken, feeling the added weight of her legs on his. Sulai couldn't resist glancing down. But if you like it, you're welcome to touch it, but only a little. Is this a test of your manhood? You've got the wrong person, Sulai protested. This is inappropriate. I'm not that kind of person. You're not going to take advantage of an opportunity. You must have a fear of physical contact. I've never heard of such a condition. How could I have it? Really, I don't believe you unless you prove it. As a man, there is nothing more intolerable than being doubted, and Sulai was no exception. To prove that he did not possess any so-called fear of physical contact, he placed his hand on Yuki's leg. It was smooth, tender, and a little chilly. The sensation was quite pleasant. Are all girls' legs this cold? Yukiki chuckled. Of course not. It's cold because I'm wearing a dress, and the mall's air conditioning is strong. After being exposed for so long, it's only natural to feel cold. Is that so? Do you feel cold? Not at all. A little cold. I specifically wore this dress to see you, if you have any conscience. You should help warm my legs with your hands. Unbeknownst to Sulai, he had unwittingly dug himself a grave, and nevertheless, having already excavated it, he felt compelled to fill it in without hesitation. Sulai extended his hand. Not for any other reason but out of conscience. After all, with Yukiki having expressed herself so candidly, to refuse her warmth would indeed be heartless. The boys seated nearby were utterly astonished by this scene. It is quite common for men to employ sweet-talking to charm young ladies, but a girl scheming against a boy and taking the initiative to touch his leg, such a sight was unheard of. What position must one sleep in to dream such dreams? You three, stop staring. This is clearly staged, a short skit from an online influencer. Such occurrences in reality? Surely not, especially without the presence of cameras. Perhaps hidden ones, but it is certainly a fabrication. Even the claim of I am Qin Shi Huang is more credible than this. Meanwhile, at the Longqing District Police Station, Han Fei was briefing his officers on the precautions for the upcoming operation. During the action, we must exercise utmost caution. Understood. Our target is exceptionally dangerous. If all goes as expected, he may be armed. Our strategy is to follow him until he reaches a secluded area before executing the arrest. We cannot act in the mall. Should he lash out, it would lead to grave consequences. Furthermore, while tailing him, be discreet. Do not allow yourselves to be detected. This operation is unlike any previous ones. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Understood, the officers replied in unison. Just moments ago, the police station had received a report from a citizen who claimed to have seen a fugitive named Zhang Meng, featured on an official wanted poster. At the Wanda shopping mall, the informant insisted he had compared the photograph multiple times and could not be mistaken. Upon receiving the call, Han Fei promptly gathered his team. Zhang Meng was an old acquaintance. He was responsible for the notorious 818 case 5 years ago, having miraculously acquired a handgun and fatally shot 3 individuals in a park. Numerous witnesses had seen the horrific act unfold. The severity of the case had drawn significant attention from higher authorities, who ordered a united effort from all police forces in Shannon City to apprehend him, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the earth. After all, the existence of Zhang Meng posed a serious threat to social stability. However, following the shooting, he had seemingly vanished from the police's radar, never to be seen again, despite combing through the entirety of Shannon City. The police could not locate him, and the pursuit was reluctantly shelved. Who would have thought that the man who had evaporated after committing murder 5 years prior would reappear, and in a crowded shopping mall no less? Of course, apprehending him was imperative, but action could not be taken in such a public place. The safety of the civilians had to be prioritized. After all, he had a history of violence, and it was uncertain whether he still possessed the firearm he had used in the past. To capture him, the utmost vigilance was required. Any mistakes could lead to catastrophic consequences. After several reminders, Han Fei finally set off with his team of plainclothes officers. Their destination, Wanda Shopping Mall. Chapter 46. Where's my gun? Where's that big gun of mine? The officers executing this apprehension were divided into 2 groups. Point 1 remained at the police station to establish a temporary command center, monitoring surveillance footage with Zhang Weiman and keeping an eye on the suspect's movements while directing the officers in the field. The other group accompanied Han Fei to the mall, responsible for tracking and executing the arrest. Both teams communicated via wireless headsets. Upon arriving at the mall, each plainclothes officer donned their headsets and conducted a functionality check to ensure proper operation. The headsets facilitated the reception of directives from the command center as well as communication among teammates. From the information relayed by the command center, the officers learned that the suspect, Zhang Meng, was currently on the 4th floor of the mall. Once inside, they made their way directly to the 4th floor. At this hour, the mall was bustling with patrons, particularly on the 4th and 5th floors, which were teeming with people. This was both good and bad news. The crowd provided excellent cover for the officers to blend in, even standing still and playing on their phones without drawing suspicion. At this time, every store entrance was filled with patrons waiting for their numbers to be called. However, Zhang Meng was a convicted armed murderer, and the danger escalated in crowded spaces. If he were to go berserk, it would spell disaster. Dressed in black clothing and pants, with unkempt long hair and sporting black-rimmed glasses, he mingled inconspicuously among the throng, resembling an innocuous homebody. Even if one brushed past him, it would be difficult to associate him with a dangerous criminal. "Captain Han, is this guy really a murderer? He doesn't look the part," remarked Xiao Gu, a newer addition to the police force who had not participated in the 818 shooting incident 5 years ago. Although he had seen the wanted posters plastered across the streets, the details had long faded from his memory. "That's him, no doubt about it. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him," Han Fei asserted with unwavering certainty. As a veteran who had been involved in the case, Han Fei had a clear recollection of Zhang Meng's face. Also, while on duty, no unnecessary chatter, stay concealed and avoid exposure. As Xiao Gu kept a watchful eye on Zhang Meng while blending into the crowd, he couldn't help but think how beneficial it would be if Su Lai were present. His cleverness could potentially simplify the apprehension. Just as if summoned by fate, Su Lai appeared from a nearby restaurant and unexpectedly crossed paths with Xiao Gu. "Xiao Gu, what brings you to the mall at this hour? Skipping work?" "Not at all. I'm on a mission," Xiao Gu replied, glancing at Yukiki beside Su Lai, choosing not to divulge the specifics of their task. Why Yukiki, sensing she might be an obstacle, quickly offered an excuse. "I think my lipstick has smudged. I'll just pop into the restroom to fix it. Wait for me a moment." She then turned and entered the restaurant where the two had just dined. "What mission? Do you need my help?" Su Lai inquired. "No need, you're off duty, so don't trouble yourself with these matters. Do you see that guy in black over there? He's a wanted criminal, our target for this apprehension. Since we've identified the suspect, what are we waiting for? Let us go arrest him." "No, this guy is extremely dangerous and likely armed. The crowd here is too dense. We cannot act. Director Zhang wants us to follow him until he leaves the mall for a less populated area before making our move to avoid any innocent casualties." Lastly, Xiao Gu added, "Once your girlfriend comes out, make sure to get her out of here quickly. It's quite dangerous." "What are you saying? Do you think I'm afraid of danger?" Su Lai retorted, his expression one of indignation. "I'm a police officer. Why would I fear danger? As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the larger the fish, the more perilous the individual, the greater the reward." Yes, I know you're fearless. But your girlfriend is just an ordinary person. Can you really?" Before Xiao Gu could finish, he witnessed Su Lai striding purposefully towards Zhang Meng, clearly intent on taking action. Xiao Gu thought to himself, "Oh no. Su Lai has gone rogue." At that moment, Xiao Gu was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for having divulged the details of the operation. Not far off, Han Fei and the other officers involved in the apprehension also noticed Su Lai's presence. While seeing Su Lai at the mall was not unusual, after all he was on a day off, his current trajectory suggested he was heading towards their target. Behind Su Lai stood a flustered and somewhat lost Xiao Gu. Considering Su Lai's actions and Xiao Ji's expression, Han Fei felt a sense of dread wash over him. It was crucial to apprehend Zhang Meng, but taking action in a crowded mall was out of the question. With so many people around, any misstep could have dire consequences. Almost simultaneously, at the command center, Zhang Weiman spotted Su Lai on the surveillance feed. "Su Lai, why is he suddenly here? Wait, what does he intend to do?" After a brief moment of shock, he shouted into the intercom, "Old Han, what is going on with Su Lai? What is he planning? You need to call him back immediately. Don't let him act recklessly." It wasn't that Zhang Weiman doubted Su Lai's capabilities, it was simply that Zhang Meng was no ordinary foe. Not only was he audacious, but he also possessed remarkable counter-surveillance skills. 5 years ago, during the 818 shooting, Zhang Meng had brazenly executed 3 individuals in a public space and had vanished without a trace thereafter. As one of the investigators on that case, Zhang Weiman understood all too well the difficulties involved in apprehending Zhang Meng. To deal with him, one could never afford to be complacent, otherwise, he might vanish right before the police's eyes, just as he had done before. Even without Zhang Weiman's urging, Han Fei was already contemplating calling Su Lai back. After all, he too had been involved in the shooting case and knew precisely how elusive Zhang Meng could be. However, it was too late for caution. Su Lai had already collided with Zhang Meng. Feeling the jolt from behind, Zhang Meng turned to see a young man engrossed in his phone, causing him to lower his guard. As a fugitive, he was acutely aware of the need to remain inconspicuous and avoid unnecessary trouble. "Watch where you're going," he muttered before turning to walk away. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lai had not collided with him by accident. It was intentional. At the very moment Su Lai collided with Zhang Meng, he discreetly employed the flying dragon exploring the clouds technique, recently awarded by the system, to thoroughly search Zhang Meng from head to toe. Little Gu was right, this fellow indeed carried a firearm. Beyond the gun, Su Lai also discovered a knife in his pocket and a photograph. The image depicted a young woman whom Su Lai recognized. Having seen her in the shopping mall with Zhang Meng disarmed, the threat he posed had significantly diminished. Su Lai then raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Meng's back. Declaring, "Don't move, police." Taken aback by the sudden kick, Zhang Meng stumbled momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Realizing he was being targeted, he wasted no time reaching for his waist, intent on drawing his weapon to eliminate the officer behind him. "Damn, wasn't this absurd?" Witnessing the scene, Han Fei rushed forward, exclaiming, "Don't wait, take action." However, the scenario Han Fei had envisioned, Zhang Meng drawing his gun, did not unfold. The firearm that had been secured at Zhang Meng's waist had already been pilfered by Su Lai. "Where's my gun? I clearly had it when I left." Zhang Meng was struck with disbelief. Facing the police without a weapon was untenable. At that moment, Su Lai slowly revealed a gun, stating, "Is this what you're looking for?" "It's in my possession, Zhang Meng." Han Fei? Chapter 47. What kind of unparalleled thief is this? Over the past 5 years, while hiding after committing murder, Zhang Meng had recurrent nightmares about being apprehended by the police. The methods of capture in these nightmares were varied and bizarre, yet he had never imagined being caught in such a manner. Those burly and sharp-eyed officers, radiating righteousness, had somehow enlisted a thief to stealthily relieve him of his weapon. Indeed, Zhang Meng regarded Su Lai as a thief, an individual summoned from the cells to assist the police, possessing extraordinarily refined skills in larceny. Even though Su Lai had proclaimed, "Don't move, police," Zhang Meng still perceived him as a thief. After all, how could there be a police officer who engages in thievery? To entertain an even wilder notion, even if Su Lai had been honing his pilfering techniques since the 818 shooting incident 5 years prior. Just to quietly relieve him of his firearm today, it was implausible that he would exhibit such proficiency. Theft may not be a noble pursuit, but it is nonetheless a skill that requires practice. The fluidity of Su Lai's recent display, the seamless series of movements, was such that even after a decade of training, few could achieve it. It was evident that he had been practicing since childhood. The swiftness and naturalness of his actions were astonishing. He had managed to steal Zhang Meng's firearm and spring-loaded knife without the latter even realizing anything was amiss, with his gun and knife gone. The plainclothes officers concealed within the crowd began to close and, gun drawn, and Zhang Meng knew he was finished. Undone by a thief, resigned, he stood motionless, too apathetic to resist. Yet, despite his inaction, he still had words of contempt for the situation. He never expected the police would collaborate with a thief, nor did he anticipate that a thief would become a lackey for the police. He held a deep-seated disdain for Su Lai. Su Lai? What nonsense are you spouting? Who's the thief? I am the police's thief. Who's the thief? I am the police. Yes, I possess a modicum of dubious skills, but who says a police officer cannot have such abilities? Ha! Zhang Meng scoffed, his tone laced with derision. You're the police, I might as well be the Jade Emperor. While they exchanged words, Han Fei and his officers approached, swiftly producing handcuffs to subdue Zhang Meng. Turning to Su Lai, he inquired, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" "No, I'm fine," Su Lai replied, shaking his head. Upon confirming Su Lai's safety, Han Fei's gaze fell upon the firearm recently taken from Zhang Meng, a look of hesitation crossing his face. To be honest, even now, he was still struggling to process what had just transpired. When Su Lai had approached Zhang Meng, Han Fei had been filled with dread. When Su Lai delivered the kick and shouted, "Don't move, police," Han Fei's heart raced. What was Su Lai thinking? He was well aware that they were in a shopping mall, and Zhang Meng was likely armed. The moment Su Lai uttered those words, Zhang Meng would surely draw his gun and take a hostage, possibly unleashing chaos. In reality, upon hearing Su Lai's command, Zhang Meng did reach for his waist, but the gun he had secured there had mysteriously ended up in Su Lai's hands. It was evident that Su Lai had deftly lifted the weapon during their collision. However, Su Lai's speed was astonishingly quick, so fast that Han Fei hadn't even witnessed it had Su Lai not revealed the gun afterward. Han Fei would never have considered this angle. Truth be told, on the way to apprehend Zhang Meng, Han Fei had envisioned 100 different methods for capturing him, yet he had never anticipated Su Lai would resort to such a technique. To simply steal the gun from Zhang Meng, not even Doctor Strange, would have conceived of this. Had Su Lai revealed his prowess earlier, he could have single-handedly taken down Thanos, rendering the Avengers unnecessary. Just sneak in and relieve Thanos of the Infinity Stones, delivering a minor psychological shock. Meanwhile, in the command center, Jiang Weiman was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? He had witnessed Su Lai inexplicably enter the frame, collide with Zhang Meng, and then kick him. Observing Zhang Meng's reaction post-kick, it was apparent he was about to draw his weapon, yet for some reason he never did. Instead, Su Lai found himself brandishing a firearm. Given the gun's specifications, it was clearly not a standard police-issued 92 model. Furthermore, Su Lai was on leave today and had not participated in the mission to apprehend Zhang Meng. How could he possess a gun? Yet, such questions posed no challenge to Zhang Weiman. By piecing together the events captured on the surveillance footage, it was not difficult to conclude Su Lai had pilfered the gun from Zhang Meng. It was only when Zhang Meng saw his lost firearm in Su Lai's possession that he became aware of the theft. What kind of unparalleled thief is this? At that moment, Han Fei's voice crackled through the command center's intercom. Director Zhang. We have apprehended the wanted criminal Zhang Meng. That he indeed had a gun, but it was stolen by Su Lai. Don't say that, Zhang Weiman hurriedly interrupted Han Fei. I'm not blind, I saw it all on the surveillance. We need to keep this within the department. There are too many people in the mall, and if word gets out, what will become of our reputation? Just bring him back. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Gu excitedly approached Su Lai. Wow, Su Lai, you really have a knack for this. I knew you had some tricks up your sleeve, but to steal that guy's gun, how did you do it? Your hands were so fast, I didn't even see you take it. Han Fei, I, Qin Shi Huang, shall send you free gifts. I'll gift you a terracotta warrior. Chapter 48. Who is it? Who has draped the yellow robe upon me? To be honest, Zhang Weiman was quite taken aback upon first witnessing Su Lai's criminal aptitude. How could there possibly be a police officer whose talents lay in criminality? Yet, as Su Lai repeatedly employed his bewildering skills to critical effect, Zhang Weiman began to feel that perhaps these talents were indeed well placed. Without Su Lai, some of the complications would have proven difficult to resolve. As the saying goes, it matters not whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. This adage holds true for the police as well. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, Su Lai would still be a commendable officer. However, Zhang Weiman did not wish for Su Lai's methods to be exposed. Certain matters should remain known only within the department. If the details were to leak, there would undoubtedly be whispers behind closed doors, and this could be detrimental to both Su Lai and the police force. After all, thievery is hardly a commendable act, and the police must maintain their dignity. Thus, when Little Gu inadvertently let slip, Zhang Weiman felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. He thought to himself, this is it, the police's image is thoroughly tarnished. How will people perceive us now? Yet, he underestimated the contemporary youth's capacity for acceptance. What does it matter if someone steals? The important thing is whether they caught the criminal. Moreover, had Su Lai not stolen the weapon before the arrest, who knows what carnage might have ensued? One young person in the crowd took the initiative and exclaimed, "What a brilliant move, you've done a great service." This remark prompted others to chime in. This officer went to great lengths to ensure no innocent bystanders were harmed, even resorting to learning thievery from a thief. I'm moved to tears. Whoever came up with the idea to steal the gun deserves accolades. If it were a face-off with the criminal, I'd say well done, but to steal the weapon beforehand, I'd call that a masterstroke. Thanks to the police officer, I was less than 5 meters away from him. Had he not stolen the gun, I'd likely be the first casualty. I was closer than you. Clearly, I would have been the first to go. Nonsense, it was obviously me. It was me. I was standing here. And you were over there. Just look at who was closer. Seriously, are you two in elementary school? How can you even compare this? Han Fei could never have anticipated that the onlookers, rather than gossiping about Su Lai stealing Zhang Meng's gun, would instead applaud him enthusiastically. A mere trivial act had drowned Su Lai in praise, while he, at the epicenter of the storm, felt relatively indifferent. His companion, Xiao Go, was visibly invigorated, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he had been uplifted. The sensation of being lauded by a crowd captivated him. Having been in the job for over a year, he had never experienced such treatment before. In contrast, Su Lai had been showered with accolades since his first day at the police station. Xiao Gu attributed this to Su Lai's diverse skill set. For instance, had he also been adept at thievery today, the applause would have been directed at him instead. This illustrates the significance of mastering a craft, an exceedingly vital one. Xiaogu resolved that upon returning to the precinct he would embark on learning a new skill, perhaps it would prove useful in the future. With the suspect apprehended, Han Fei intended to escort the officers and the handcuffed Zhang Meng back to the station. "Captain Han, do you need me to come back with you?" Su Lai inquired. Since he had chosen to be a police officer, he was prepared to be at their beck and call. "That no, you've already been a tremendous help. I'll handle the rest as the senior officer. Besides, we've captured the suspect, and all that remains is the interrogation. There's nothing urgent left. You should go find your girlfriend and enjoy your holiday." Han Fei patted Su Lai on the shoulder. The rationale behind Han Fei's decision was straightforward. An experienced criminal like Zhang Meng was not someone a rookie like Su Lai, fresh out of police academy, could handle. Even if Su Lai accompanied them back to the station, it would serve little purpose, as he would be of no assistance during the interrogation. Moreover, if Su Lai left halfway through to return to the precinct, it was highly likely his girlfriend would be displeased. Han Fei, being a man of experience, understood women all too well. Often, they did not express their true feelings. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Su Lai dismissed the idea of returning to the precinct. He handed the gun and folding knife he had taken from Zhang Meng to Han Fei, along with a photograph. Upon receiving the photo, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Whose photo is this?" "I found it in Zhang Meng's pocket. I'm not sure who she is, but I saw her in the mall just now." Hearing this, Han Fei instinctively glanced at the restrained Zhang Meng. It was likely that Zhang Meng had been targeting the girl in the photograph. Of course, the specifics would only be revealed during the interrogation back at the station. Just as Han Fei and his team were leaving with Zhang Meng, a system notification echoed in Su Lai's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the armed murderer Zhang Meng in the 818 shooting case. You are eligible for a random reward. With this round in a choose-one format, and the random reward is being drawn, reward drawing complete, please make your selection." Option 1, Diga Ultraman Transformation Device. Young man, do you believe in light? Do you wish to become Diga Ultraman, to punch monsters with a single blow? The transformation device is stored in the M78 Nebula by this system. Hurry and retrieve it. Friendly reminder, before heading to the M78 Nebula, remember to pack some provisions, as the journey is somewhat distant, approximately 3 million light-years. I suggest you pocket Earth. Option 2, the art of speech from a failed art student. Activating this skill will grant your words immense persuasive power and charisma, making brainwashing a breeze for you. Young man, it's time to hold a speech in the most crowded area. Additionally, this system will generously provide you with a line, who draped the yellow robe upon me? Oh dear, you truly have caused me great distress." Su Lai was undeniably intrigued by the Diga Ultraman transformation device. What man could resist such an allure? However, the system's instruction for him to retrieve the device from the M78 Nebula, along with the warning about the long journey, irked him not. Su Lai retorted, "I'll pocket you, damn it. If I could manage that, why would I need an Ultraman transformation device?" Chapter 49, Those close to vermilion turn red. No, this is akin to those close to ink turning black. On the way back to the precinct, Xiaogu was engrossed in his phone, his eyes glued to the screen with utmost seriousness. His demeanor suggested he was not merely entertaining himself but rather engrossed in learning. At that moment, he resembled a college student cramming for finals. Could this guy actually be studying? The sun must be rising in the west. Han Fei observed Xiaogu for some time and ultimately concluded that he was indeed studying. Truthfully, Han Fei felt a swell of pride seeing this development. The young man had finally matured and recognized the importance of learning. As for Xiao Ji's sudden motivation to study, Han Fei believed it was inspired by Su Lai. Su Lai's excellence was evident to all. Although he had his moments of distraction, his capabilities were undeniably impressive. Constantly interacting with someone like Su Lai would naturally instill in Xiaogu the desire to improve himself and become more accomplished. As the saying goes, those close to vermilion turn red. Han Fei could never have imagined that, merely a month into Su Lai's employment, he had already influenced Xiaogu to begin studying. If just 1 month could spur Xiao Ji's motivation, what might happen in 6 months, a year, or even longer? Given time, Su Lai could potentially inspire many others to pursue learning as well. Just the thought of this brought a smile to Han Fei's face. A harbinger of fortune. Su Lai was indeed a harbinger of fortune. Perhaps sensing Han Fei's gaze, Xiaogu looked up to find Han Fei smiling at him. His expression changed immediately, and he hastily stowed his phone away. Looking as if he had been caught in a misdeed, Han Fei instinctively sensed something was amiss, and his smile faded gradually. After years of experience in the police force, he had developed an acute sense of discernment and could read people with remarkable accuracy. He was certain that Xiaogu had not been engaged in honorable pursuits. What were you just looking at? Nothing at all. I was just chatting with a friend. Really, I wasn't looking at anything. Just chatting with my college roommate. Xiaogu was lying, and Han Fei saw through it, but he chose not to expose him. Instead, he feigned gullibility and leaned back in his seat, seeing that Han Fei had accepted his excuse and was no longer scrutinizing him. Xiaogu pulled out his phone again. At that moment, Han Fei seized the opportunity to lean in closer and glance at the content on Xiaoji's screen. As he suspected, Xiaogu was not chatting but reading a response on a forum. I just killed a primate weighing 70 kilograms and measuring about 1.8 meters in length. What is the most prudent way to dispose of the body? Han Fei, a 70 kilogram, 1.8 meter primate, is he seriously referring to a human being? Well, I thought you had turned over a new leaf and were studying. It turns out you're learning how to dispose of a body after committing murder. Xiaogu, feeling the intensity of Han Fei's gaze, hurriedly explained, Captain Han, it's not what you think, I was just browsing casually. No other intentions, I swear. Browsing casually? That was not casual browsing. You were practically trying to dive into your phone. Han Fei outright dismissed Xiao Ji's claims of casual browsing, observing Han Fei's expression of disbelief. Xiaogu continued to clarify, it's really not what you think, Captain Han. I just wanted to learn something new that might be useful for solving cases or apprehending suspects in the future. What cases are you planning to solve or suspects to catch that would require this knowledge? Which officer relies on such dubious methods to crack cases? Han Fei's words trailed off suddenly as he recalled that there was indeed an officer who utilized such dubious methods to solve cases, someone he knew well. And who was even part of their precinct, Su Lai. With that thought, Han Fei pressed a hand to his forehead. Damn it, it all makes sense now. His previous assumptions were entirely correct. Xiao Ji's newfound motivation to study was indeed influenced by Su Lai. However, the nature of what he was learning was also influenced by Su Lai. He wasn't learning anything good. Why is it that he only follows Su Lai's example when it comes to the underhanded stuff? Does he want to emulate Su Lai's unorthodox approach? Not a single good thing learned, yet he is eager to master all the bad ones, so this is not merely those close to vermilion turn red, but rather those close to ink turn black? Han Fei wanted to advise Xiaogu against following Su Lai's dubious teachings, yet he struggled to find the right words. After all, even if Su Lai's methods were dubious, they were undeniably effective in critical moments. He couldn't just lie and claim that Su Lai's skills were useless, could he? Just today, Su Lai's cunning act of theft had saved them countless troubles. After pondering for a long while without coming up with a suitable argument, Han Fei ultimately chose to remain silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to advise him, rather, he had come to a realization. A criminal prodigy like Su Lai was a rare find. Anyway, the skills he possessed were far more complex than the usual techniques employed by the police, even if Xiaogu wanted to learn. He would struggle to grasp them, knowing that he wouldn't be able to learn it anyway. What was the point in advising him? Back at the precinct, after escorting Zhang Meng inside, Han Fei immediately took him to the interrogation room and began the questioning. However, after a long while, he was unable to extract any useful information. The man was as slippery as an eel. From the moment he was apprehended, he realized his fate was sealed, and with the intention of causing trouble for the police, he resorted to nonsensical ramblings throughout the interrogation. Are you familiar with this photograph? It was found in your pocket. Who is the girl in the picture? I don't recognize her, but someone paid me to kill her. Who commissioned you to carry out this act? Thanos. He mentioned that his fingers have been bothering him lately and that he cannot snap his fingers, thus requesting my assistance in committing murder. No sooner had he spoken than a loud bang echoed. The officer responsible for recording beside Han Fei slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain himself any longer. This man has not uttered a single truth. For over 2 hours since entering the interrogation room, he has provided not a shred of useful information, merely rambling nonsensically. Han Fei was thoroughly exasperated and decided to leave Zhang Meng in the interrogation room, taking the recording officer with him. As soon as they stepped outside, the officer proposed a rather dubious idea. Captain Han, I have a suggestion. If all else fails, let us turn off the surveillance cameras and give him a good beating. Perhaps after that, he will talk. Nonsense. Coercing a confession is illegal. Do you wish to end up in prison? Then what are we to do if he says nothing? We ask him about one thing, and he responds with another, not a single truthful word. Sigh. Captain Han, do you think Su Lai might have a solution? Upon hearing this, Han Fei merely shook his head in silence. Su Lai indeed has a knack for coming through in critical moments, but it depends on the circumstances. After spending some time with him, Han Fei believed he had thoroughly understood Su Lai's methods. Su Lai might excel in dubious tactics, yet interrogation is no such game. Nor is it a criminal skill. Could Sulai truly possess that ability, I express my gratitude for the gifts from the esteemed benefactors. I bow to you. Additionally, is there anyone else interested in the Terracotta Warriors? Flies rubbing hands.jpg, Chapter 50. While I may not excel in interrogation, I am adept at brainwashing. Within the police station, the officers wore expressions of despair. Zhang Meng's silence was impenetrable. Prior to encountering Zhang Meng, Han Fei had always believed that the most challenging suspects were those who remained utterly mute upon entering the interrogation room. After all, as long as a suspect is willing to respond to the police's inquiries, even if they are lying through their teeth, it is still far superior to remaining entirely silent. Lies contain inconsistencies. One falsehood necessitates further lies to cover it up, and in most instances, the truth eventually reveals itself. In contrast, those who choose not to speak at all are truly formidable. However, today, Han Fei gained a fresh perspective on what it means to be difficult. It is Zhang Meng, with his incessant babbling, who is genuinely hard to deal with. When asked about one thing, he responds with another. When questioned about the origin of his firearm, he claims it was given to him by the Black Cat officer. His approach is sheer nonsense. Quite maddening. Nevertheless, despite the frustration, questions must be posed. After leaving the interrogation room, Han Fei promptly summoned 2 other officers to question Zhang Meng. He feared that if he continued asking, he might lose his temper and resort to violence. So he decided to let others take over. Furthermore, he planned to implement a round-robin strategy, allowing everyone to take turns questioning, as he could not fathom Zhang Meng remaining silent indefinitely, while some were troubled. Others found joy.as. Han Fei grappled with his frustrations. Sulai was in high spirits. His date with Yukiki had been delightful. In the evening, the two sat on a park bench enjoying the gentle breeze. Yukiki was intrigued by Sulai's cases at the police station. Had they been discussing other topics, the conversation may have faltered, resulting in awkward silences, but matters concerning the police station were plentiful, leaving no room for discomfort. Although he had only been on the job for a little over a month, Sulai had encountered numerous amusing incidents at the station, enough to fill a novel. He casually recounted some of the entertaining stories to Yukiki. On one occasion, and then what? That fool actually took you, a police officer, to a casino? Didn't he suspect your identity? No, believe it or not. While he may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he certainly knows his casinos. He is familiar with all the gambling establishments in our area, taking me on a tour of each one. Initially, the special operation to crack down on gambling was supposed to take several months, but thanks to him, we completed the sweep in just one day. Yukiki did not merely listen to Sulai's stories. In return, she peeled the candied chestnuts she had purchased earlier and fed them to him. Why don't I peel them? It's not right for a girl to peel chestnuts for a guy. After eating several, Sulai began to feel a bit embarrassed. No need, it's not a hassle, you just enjoy them. Besides, I actually find peeling chestnuts quite relaxing, and there is a sense of accomplishment when I manage to extract the perfect nut. Sulai believed her, thus he had no intention of robbing Yukiki of her enjoyment and simply awaited his turn to eat. Come on, open your mouth. As before, Yukiki once again offered a chestnut to Sulai's lips. Without even glancing, Sulai opened his mouth to accept it. However, this time, what Yukiki presented was not a peeled chestnut. She deliberately offered him a chestnut still in its shell. Upon taking a bite, Sulai realized something was amiss. Oh, I thought you genuinely enjoyed peeling chestnuts. It turns out you went through all that trouble just to feed me a chestnut in its shell. Am I not clever? I even tricked a police officer. Now I have something to boast about. Impressive. Don't dodge, come closer. I promise not to hit you. Not a chance. If you have the ability, come chase me. Could Sulai tolerate this? Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued her. As an officer, Sulai's physical fitness was undoubtedly superior. Most adult men would struggle to outrun him, let alone a girl. After just a few steps, Sulai caught up with Yukiki, who immediately chose to surrender and began to act coy. I know I was wrong, big brother. Please spare me. That single utterance of big brother struck Sulai like a ton of bricks. Who could withstand such a thing? As a theoretical master of romance, Miss Yu was adept at the art of courtship. The ultimate principle of love can be distilled into 2 words, being mischievous. 2 people in love cannot possibly have endless topics of conversation. At such times, the benefits of being mischievous become evident. One can think of a way to provoke their partner and then soothe them. This creates opportunities for dialogue and can deepen emotional connections. This tactic applies not only to girls but also to boys. In fact, it often yields even better results. Moreover, such behavior serves to implant an anchor point in the other person's heart. Yukiki was well aware of this. After today, Whenever Su Lai sees candied chestnuts, he will inevitably recall the time she fed him an unpeeled one, bringing to mind her coy demeanor. Of course. It is also possible that Su Lai, in his obliviousness, might gradually forget everything that transpired. Therefore, Yukiki decided to add a little spice. She stood on her tiptoes and lightly pecked Su Lai on the cheek, saying, "Alright, I'll give you a kiss. Will you promise not to be angry?" Su Lai was left speechless. He hesitated, wondering if he should reciprocate. However, at that moment, Yukiki reverted to her previous demeanor, as if nothing had happened, and brought up a serious topic. "Oh, by the way, I told my family about my boyfriend. They want me to bring you home next week. Do you have time?" "Oh, sure, I have time." Su Lai replied, still in a daze. The earlier incident had passed for Yukiki, but not for him. Su Lai felt as though he had not performed well, leaving him at the mercy of a woman. Everything that had just happened seemed to be in Yukiki's control, leaving him in a passive position. He even wished he could turn back time and replay the moment, engaging Yukiki properly. However, time travel was, of course, impossible. I can only wait for the next opportunity. During our next date, if a similar situation arises, I must reclaim my dignity, Su Lai thought to himself. Noticing Su Lai lost in thought, Yukiki took a step forward, turned to face him, tilted her head, and asked, "What are you thinking about? Are you distracted?" "Nothing much. I was just considering whether I should schedule another date before visiting your family next week. You know, for us pretend couples, meeting the parents is akin to an exam. We need to review in advance and cram at the last minute. What do you think?" "Oh, I see." The corners of Yukiki's mouth lifted slightly. "I think it's quite necessary." The next day, after his day off, Su Lai returned to the police station as usual. However, unlike usual, the officers appeared dispirited, with Xiaogu stifling yawns. "What did you do last night? You look half asleep." "Don't mention it. I was working overtime last night." "Didn't he sleep a wink? All because of that Zhang Meng. I interrogated him all night." "Zhang Meng, the one they caught at the mall? He hasn't confessed yet?" "Not at all. That guy's lips are sealed tighter than a drum. He won't share a single useful piece of information, and Captain Han is at his wits' end." Upon hearing this, Su Lai glanced over at the equally weary Han Fei nearby. "Captain Han, how about I give it a try? What do you think you can do? You're not trained in interrogation. You won't be able to handle him. Just rest. I'll have old Wu question him." Han Fei sighed, rubbing his temples, dismissing Su Lai's suggestion without a second thought. Su Lai persisted. "Just let me give it a shot. There's nothing to lose. Besides, you all have been up all night. It's a good opportunity for you to rest. I may not be skilled in interrogation, but I am quite proficient in brainwashing. Isn't brainwashing far more effective than interrogation? After a bit of maneuvering, I'm sure Zhang Meng will answer any question I pose." Chapter 51. Has this kid ever been involved in a pyramid scheme? Alright then, I'll take you with me. It's time to relieve old Wu. After some consideration, Han Fei ultimately acquiesced to Su Lai's request. It wasn't that he believed Su Lai could extract a confession from Zhang Meng. Rather, he thought that Su Lai had experienced far too much good fortune along his path. On his very first day at work, he dismantled a counterfeit currency syndicate, and subsequently, he achieved numerous accolades, earning himself over 100,000 in bonuses alone. Due to the sheer number of his accomplishments, he was even granted an early promotion. However, Han Fei believed that it was not necessarily beneficial for a young person to have such an untroubled path, as it might lead to arrogance. He deemed it essential for Su Lai to face some hardships, as this would undoubtedly aid him on his future journey. The present moment appeared to be an opportune time for this lesson. Zhang Meng, without a doubt, was a fitting candidate to challenge Su Lai. Han Fei had witnessed the obstinacy of this individual firsthand, as previous officers had failed to extract any information from him. It was certain that the newcomer Su Lai would struggle as well. Han Fei led Su Lai to the interrogation room and pushed the door open. He waved at the two officers currently in charge of questioning Zhang Meng. "You two, Lao Wu and Xiao Zhou, take a break," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the officers quickly departed as if granted a reprieve, leaving the room to Han Fei and Su Lai. As soon as the other officers exited, Su Lai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Han Fei. "Captain Han, could you step out for a moment? I'd like to ask him some questions alone." "That's out of the question," Han Fei replied, shaking his head. "During an interrogation, there must be at least 2 investigators present, otherwise, even if you manage to obtain a confession, it won't hold up." "What is this? Are you feeling shy?" "How could I possibly be shy? I'm just worried that you might be intimidated." Su Lai chuckled nervously, scratching his head and falling silent. Han Fei mistook Su Lai's apprehension for concern over his own capabilities, so he offered quiet reassurance. "Just start, don't fret about not getting anything, even if it doesn't go well. It is not a disgrace, everyone has their off days. No need to put pressure on yourself. it's alright. As he spoke, Han Fei already envisioned Su Lai's impending failure. Thus, from the moment Su Lai began the interrogation with Zhang Meng, Han Fei was instilling the notion that failure is inconsequential into him. Su Lai took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Zhang Meng, right? I've looked over your information, and it seems you've had quite a difficult life. At these words, Han Fei was immediately taken aback. He instinctively turned to glance at Su Lai. What was this kid doing, who taught him to approach an interrogation this way, instead of asking questions from the start? He was attempting to empathize with the criminal. What was he planning? To sway him with compassion. Such a notion was incredibly naive. Not just Han Fei, but Zhang Meng was equally bewildered. Prior to Su Lai, numerous officers had interrogated him, each asking similar questions. Zhang Meng had felt like a robot, endlessly repeating the same responses to the point where he felt nauseated. He likened his situation to being trapped in a time loop, akin to Dormammu, while the officers continually reversed time, pestering him with the same opening lines, returning each time to proclaim, "Dormammu, I've come to bargain." However, unlike Dormammu, who could at least eliminate Doctor Strange to vent his frustrations, Zhang Meng had no such outlet. In contrast to the other officers, Su Lai's opening remarks were refreshingly novel, prompting Zhang Meng, who had been tormented by the same questions for so long, to feel an urge to engage in conversation. Thus, they began to chat. Su Lai led the dialogue, while Zhang Meng eagerly responded, yes, exactly. Finally, someone understands me. I don't want to kill either, I just. As their conversation deepened, Zhang Meng felt he had encountered a kindred spirit. Su Lai seemed to understand him so profoundly. Before long, the imposing figure, burdened with 3 lives on his conscience, found himself weeping uncontrollably. Kindred spirits are rare. After all these years, he finally had someone who comprehended him. Every word from Su Lai resonated with him. He felt an instant connection with Su Lai, wishing he could bow down and pledge brotherhood right then and there. In just a matter of minutes, he completely trusted Su Lai. The latter's words appeared to possess a certain enchantment, making everything he said seem reasonable. During that brief exchange, Su Lai unknowingly filled Zhang Meng with an abundance of platitudes and insights. Ultimately, the brainwashing was so thorough that now, no matter what Su Lai said or Zhang Meng was inclined to listen. Sensing the opportune moment, Su Lai began to persuade Zhang Meng to reform and become a better person. Hey, Lao Zhang, you truly have had a hard life. The people you've encountered throughout your years, I genuinely regret not meeting you sooner, as I would have done everything in my power to prevent you from embarking on this irredeemable path. I feel the same way. I truly regret not meeting you earlier. Zhang Meng fervently nodded. If only someone had advised me back then, would I have committed those acts? I deeply regret my choices. Have you ever thought about becoming a good person, reforming? Of course, but isn't it too late now? I'm beyond saving. With the crimes I've committed, I'm likely facing the death penalty. Hey, it's not too late. What do you mean? As the saying goes, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. As long as you're willing to change, there is no such thing as too late. You're right. Zhang Meng clenched his teeth. I've made up my mind. I'll follow your lead and turn over a new leaf. From this moment on, I'll be a good person, seizing the opportunity. Su Lai then inquired about the case. So tell me, who is the girl in the photograph? I don't know her, but someone offered me a sum of money to take her life. Who was it? It was a young man, probably in his 20s, Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw hanging open wider than a slaughtered pig. What in the world was happening? Zhang Meng just confessed like that. Su Lai's interrogation technique had completely overturned Han Fei's understanding of the process. Typically, an interrogation involved asking questions repeatedly, probing various details, and searching for inconsistencies in the suspect's statements. Su Lai, however, approached it entirely differently. He refrained from asking about the case at all. Instead, he began by establishing rapport through empathy, playing on emotions, and once the floodgates were opened, he inundated Zhang Meng with motivational platitudes, reasoning, and grand visions. Furthermore, Su Lai's voice seemed to possess a certain allure, stirring emotions that made it increasingly difficult for Zhang Meng to resist the logic in his words. This didn't feel like an interrogation. It felt more akin to brainwashing. Han Fei furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Su Lai. How did this kid manage to brainwash someone? Were it not for Su Lai's impeccable record, he might have suspected the young man had a background in pyramid schemes. In comparison, Su Lai's previously displayed criminal aptitude paled in comparison. What were those petty thefts? This talent for brainwashing was genuinely terrifying, prompting Han Fei to involuntarily recall the infamous art student who failed to graduate before igniting World War II. Han Fei felt a shiver of apprehension. Thank goodness Su Lai wasn't a dropout. Thank goodness he joined the police force right after graduation, otherwise, following the legend of the failed art student from World War II. There might soon be a tale of a failed police academy graduate from World War III. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiman emerged from his office, uncertain whether Zhang Meng had confessed or not. He intended to check on the progress of the interrogation. Chapter 52. You're a police officer who cannot interrogate yet can brainwash. As soon as he stepped out of his office, Zhang Weiman encountered Lao Wu, who had recently been responsible for interrogating Zhang Meng. Lao Wu, how did the interrogation go? I'm not sure. Just now, Captain Han took Xiao Su in and asked me to step out for a break, Lao Wu replied, shaking his head. He expressed that he had no information regarding the matter. However, if he were to guess, he believed Zhang Meng had yet to confess. This man's resolve was notoriously tough. It was improbable that he would divulge anything, not having learned the results of the interrogation. Zhang Weiman resolved to check the interrogation room himself. Lao Wu followed suit, curious about Su Lai's current state. After all, ever since Xiao Su had joined the police force, he had yet to experience a setback. One could only wonder how he would cope when faced with a tough nut like Zhang Meng. The two of them arrived at the interrogation room, but instead of entering directly, they positioned themselves in the observation room behind it. The two rooms were separated by a one-way mirror, allowing those in the observation room to see the proceedings within the interrogation room, while those inside the interrogation room could not see into the observation room. Through the mirror, Zhang Weiman and Lao Wu could clearly see the events unfolding in the interrogation room. They observed Su Lai conducting his usual questioning of Zhang Meng, while Han Fei wore an expression of disbelief. The reason for his incredulity was Zhang Meng's demeanor. He was remarkably cooperative. Whatever Su Lai asked, he answered without reservation, practically an open book. Upon witnessing the scene in the interrogation room, Lao Wu mirrored Han Fei's astonishment. Pig's mouth wide open. JPG, this was utterly wrong. It was exceedingly wrong. How could Zhang Meng be so cooperative, from the moment he was brought back to the police station until now? This man had never been accommodating, consistently spouting nonsense. No matter who interrogated him, the result was the same. There was not a shred of truth to be found in his words. Yet, why did he suddenly become docile with Su Lai? Not only Lao Wu, but Zhang Weiman also furrowed his brow deeply at this turn of events. Although he hadn't directly participated in the interrogation, he had observed for quite some time the previous day and knew that Zhang Meng was an exceptionally difficult character. What was happening? Had he suddenly come to his senses? That didn't seem right. If he was going to awaken, why not earlier or later? Why at this very moment? Instinctively, Zhang Weiman felt that Zhang Meng's drastic change in attitude was undoubtedly linked to Su Lai. This was corroborated by Han Fei's expression as well. Zhang Weiman, though deeply curious about the occurrences in the interrogation room moments ago, refrained from interrupting Su Lai and Han Fei, who were engrossed in their questioning. Instead, he requested Old Wu to adjust the surveillance footage. Old Wu acted swiftly, immediately retrieving the requested footage as per Zhang Weiman's instructions. The imagery rewound to a little over 10 minutes earlier. Capturing the precise moment when Han Fei escorted Su Lai into the interrogation chamber. At first glance, everything appeared perfectly normal. Su Lai's demeanor mirrored that of any other novice, having never truly interrogated a suspect. He exhibited a hint of shyness, fearing ridicule. He even suggested that Han Fei step outside so he could question Zhang Meng alone. However, Han Fei firmly declined, explaining that an interrogation necessitated the presence of at least two officers. Gradually, however, the situation began to take an unexpected turn. More specifically, it was when Su Lai uttered his first sentence that things felt amiss. Interrogations typically involve a serious atmosphere, whether through the use of glaring lights on the suspect or initial inquiries concerning age and gender. All aimed at exerting psychological pressure. Under such stress, individuals often reveal the truth, yet Su Lai's approach was anything but conventional. It resembled a casual conversation rather than an interrogation. By expressing empathy towards the suspect right from the outset, he inadvertently led the suspect to perceive him as overly accommodating, making it unlikely that any substantial information would be divulged. As events unfolded, Su Lai's empathetic approach opened the floodgates, and he began inundating the suspect with motivational platitudes and philosophical musings. The rhetoric he employed prompted both Zhang Weiman and Old Wu to think of one word: cultivation. In essence, it was brainwashing, a forceful imposition of certain beliefs or ideologies onto another individual. Old Wu scratched his head and mused. Director Zhang, do you think Xiao Su is brainwashing Zhang Meng? Zhang Weiman exchanged a stunned glance with Old Wu and nodded slowly. It was undeniable that Su Lai was indeed employing brainwashing techniques. Zhang Weiman finally comprehended the reason behind Han Fei's bewildered expression. Not only was Han Fei astounded, but Zhang Weiman himself was equally flabbergasted. Su Lai, a police officer, lacked interrogation skills yet possessed the ability to brainwash? Undoubtedly, one had to concede that brainwashing proved far more effective than traditional interrogation methods. At that moment, Jiang Weiman found himself pondering the extent of Su Lai's criminal skill set. He was even more intrigued by how Su Lai had become proficient in so many areas. Could it be that he was truly a criminal prodigy? Jiang Weiman grappled with the perplexity of how someone endowed with such innate talent for crime would choose to become a police officer. A few years ago, the Longcheng District Bureau had dismantled a cult-like organization led by a master of brainwashing with whom both Jiang Weiman and Old Wu had interacted in terms of skill level. They both believed that Su Lai surpassed that individual by a considerable margin. The leader of that cult relied on a modicum of force to compel compliance. Su Lai, however, operated solely through the power of persuasion. In no time, he had Zhang Meng, a wanted criminal with 3 lives on his conscience, hanging on his every word. Old Wu, having witnessed the entire episode, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "A genius. It's a shame that Xiao Su isn't pursuing a career in cults." Jiang Weiman cast him a flat, incredulous glance. "What do you mean, it's a shame he isn't pursuing a career in cults? You think Su Lai should go into that line of work? Do you believe he finds his current job too easy?" Realizing that Jiang Weiman's demeanor was somewhat off, Old Wu quickly raised his hand and lightly tapped his own mouth, saying, "I'll keep my thoughts to myself, I'll keep my thoughts to myself." Observing this, Jiang Weiman cautioned him, "In the future, it's permissible to contemplate such remarks, but never voice them, especially in front of Xiao Su. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener may take it to heart. Be mindful." "Yes, Director Zhang, your reminder is duly noted. I will certainly be more careful in the future." Old Wu nodded earnestly. After Jiang Weiman's admonition, he fell silent, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He intended to request the assistance of a sketch artist from the provincial department to aid in the investigation. From Su Lai's inquiries of Zhang Meng, Jiang Weiman learned that Zhang Meng had indeed been contracted to murder the woman depicted in the photograph. However, he had no prior acquaintance with the individual who had hired him. Having only met once during the exchange of payment, the rendezvous had occurred in a location devoid of surveillance cameras. In such circumstances, to identify the individual who had contracted the hit, the involvement of a sketch artist would be essential. Unfortunately, their division lacked such specialized talent. Only the provincial department possessed one, and there was but a single artist available, a rare and invaluable resource. Chapter 53. The gears of fate begin to turn. Jiang Weiman placed a call to the provincial department to convey his request. However, he was met with rejection. The sole sketch artist at the provincial office happened to be unavailable, preoccupied with other commitments, and their schedule was booked solid for the next 2 months. The number of sketch artists was exceedingly limited. So rare that they were often referred to as the pandas of the police force. They were so scarce that only provincial-level administrative units, such as provinces, directly governed cities, and autonomous regions, might possess one. Consequently, the artist was exceedingly busy. It was not a matter of simply borrowing them. One had to rely on luck. If fortunate enough to find the artist unoccupied, they could be enlisted to assist in solving a case. Conversely, if luck were lacking, one could only stare in frustration, much like Jiang Weiman did at that moment. After finally coaxing Zhang Meng to confess, the artist was unavailable. What sort of predicament was this? Jiang Weiman understood all too well that time was of the essence. After all, Zhang Meng had merely met the individual who contracted the killing once, and while he could still recall the person's appearance, that memory would surely fade with time. By the time the sketch artist was available, even their arrival would be of no consequence. This troubling realization weighed heavily on Jiang Weiman. At that moment, Su Lai and Han Fei emerged from the interrogation room. Having concluded their questioning, Han Fei had finally regained his composure after the initial shock, and he was on his way to inform Jiang Weiman of the situation. Along with a request of his own, upon encountering Jiang Weiman and Old Wu in the corridor, Han Fei promptly began to report. "Director Zhang, we got some information. Zhang Meng not only confessed to the 818 shooting incident from 5 years ago but also provided details regarding the photograph. According to him, someone approached him, asking him to kill the woman in the picture." Jiang Weiman waved his hand to interrupt Han Fei. "No need to elaborate. I already heard everything from the observation room." Realizing Jiang Weiman had been privy to the entire exchange, Han Fei refrained from further elaboration and proceeded to express his request. "Director Zhang, could you please place a call to the provincial department and borrow the sketch artist to assist us in solving this case?" "I have already called. The sketch artist is unavailable and said we would have to wait at least 2 months. 2 months, that won't do, Director Zhang. Not if we wait that long, the evidence will be cold. And by then, Zhang Meng will likely have forgotten what the person looks like. Could you perhaps make another call to see if they could expedite the process? We truly cannot afford to wait this long." Do you think I haven't tried? They are genuinely unavailable. Zhang Weiman paused before continuing. You'll have to find a way to cope. Consider alternative methods for apprehending suspects. Solving this case does not solely hinge on the sketch artist's involvement. I have faith in you. Now, go investigate. Another way to cope. What am I? A customer service representative? I'm a police officer, not a problem solver for customer complaints. What's with this constant demand for me to overcome difficulties? Han Fei initially felt a surge of indignation rising within him, ready to voice his frustration loudly, yet, as the words teetered on his tongue, he swallowed them back, opting for discretion in the face of authority. Thus he nodded in agreement. Yes, Director Zhang, I will go now. With that, he turned to leave alongside Su Lai. Throughout the exchange, Su Lai remained silent, his expression contemplative. Su Lai was familiar with the role of a sketch artist. Having encountered it before prior to graduating from the police academy, a sketch artist had visited to deliver a lecture, seeking to identify and nurture a few talented individuals. However, at that time, Su Lai had chosen not to pursue training under the artist. He found the work of a sketch artist to be excessively tedious, far less thrilling than frontline duties. Moreover, the artist had not deemed Su Lai worthy of consideration, finding his drawings unsatisfactory, though he had not been selected. Those lessons had proven invaluable. The wheels of fate had begun to turn from that moment. Now, Su Lai possessed extraordinary artistic skills. To excel as a sketch artist, one must possess exceptional drawing ability, keen observational skills, ample imagination, and a foundational understanding of human anatomy and biology. Coincidentally, Su Lai possessed all these attributes. His drawing abilities and meticulous observation were gifts from the system, while his vivid imagination stemmed from his parents. He had always been quick-witted. As for the basic knowledge of anatomy and biology, he had gleaned insights from that very sketch artist's lectures, focusing on cranial structure, facial musculature, and the distribution and proportions of facial features. While the information had been sparse, it sufficed for a sketch artist's needs. After all, one only needed to draw faces, requiring a general understanding of head anatomy without delving into rigorous dissection. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Lai felt a surge of excitement. Why not attempt to create the sketch himself? While he had previously demonstrated a plethora of unconventional skills, which had proven invaluable in critical moments, he was, after all, a police officer. Relying solely on dubious methods was hardly fitting. Today, I shall showcase my talents so they will know that I, Su Lai, possess not only unconventional skills but also the ability to create a composite sketch. Su Lai mused to himself. What's the matter? Did you think of something? Han Fei noticed Su Lai's expression had taken on an unusual quality. No, I was contemplating that perhaps I could attempt to create a portrait based on Zhang Meng's description. To be honest, I have dabbled in drawing a bit. Without waiting for Su to finish, Han Fei's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he smacked his thigh. Of course, I almost forgot about you. Your expertise in counterfeiting is remarkable. You can replicate a counterfeit bill template to look exactly like the real thing, so you must surely be capable of drawing portraits. I can't believe I overlooked this. Su Lai interjected. You can't be serious, right? What do you mean by drawing a counterfeit bill template? Is portrait drawing the same as creating counterfeit templates? Simulated portraiture is a legitimate skill. Why are you dragging it into such dubious territory? Han Fei, not grasping Su Lai's point, only understood that this genius of counterfeiting claimed he could create a portrait based on Zhang Meng's description. Nevertheless, despite not comprehending a single word, Han Fei nodded vigorously. Got it. Got it, I understand. I'll go buy some sketch pencils right away. Just wait, Su Lai responded. I feel you don't understand at all. As Han Fei dashed past Zhang Weiman to purchase the pencils, he triggered Zhang Weiman's irritation. How old are you? Why are you so reckless? What's the rush? It's quite unbecoming. He turned to glance at Su Lai. What's gotten into your master? Why is he in such a hurry? He went to buy sketch pencils. Why on earth does he need those? What's so urgent about pencils? Can't he use a ballpoint pen? Su Lai explained his ability to create portraits. After hearing this, Zhang Weiman's eyes brightened. He was astonished that, amidst the rarity of portrait artists, their precinct actually had one. Looking at Han Fei, who was hurrying out of the police station to buy sketch pencils, Zhang Weiman felt he was moving too slowly. Has old Han not eaten? Why is he running so slowly? Chapter 54. You truly ought to be damned. Shortly after, Han Fei returned to the police station carrying a bag of supplies, which he handed over to Su Lai. The latter immediately headed to the interrogation room with Han Fei. The other officers, curious, followed suit, eager to witness how Su Lai would create a portrait based solely on a description. They were utterly intrigued. A group of officers who couldn't even replicate a face from a photograph found it hard to fathom how a portrait artist could recreate a stranger's appearance merely from words. However, wary of disturbing Su Lai, they refrained from entering the interrogation room and instead went to the observation room. Not only the curious officers, but even Jiang Weiman was present in the observation room. Yet his interest was not merely out of curiosity. As the precinct chief, he had some insight. Jiang Weiman was primarily interested in discovering whether Su Lai truly possessed the talent for portraiture. If he did, that would be akin to striking gold. Portrait artists are a rare breed. Not only is there none in their precinct, but even the municipal office lacks such high-caliber talent. Only the provincial department has one. And even that is singular. The position of a portrait artist within the police force is exceptionally unique, shrouded in an aura of mystery due to their scarcity, with over 2 million police officers nationwide. There are fewer than 200 portrait artists. It can be said that each portrait artist is a gem among countless stones. If Su Lai indeed possessed this capability, Jiang Weiman would be overjoyed to the point of dreaming about it. In the interrogation room, after preparing, Su Lai gestured for Zhang Meng to recall the appearance of the individual who had hired him to commit murder. Zhang Meng furrowed his brows in thought. To be honest, he remembered what the man looked like, but describing his features was quite challenging. With Su Lai's guidance, after much contemplation, he finally recalled a few characteristics. He appeared to be in his 20s. With short hair, a sharp face, small eyes that were quite narrow, thin eyebrows, and a low nose bridge. That's all I can recall, but if I were to see him again, I would definitely recognize him. Upon hearing this, Su Lai began sketching on the drawing paper. His hand moved swiftly, and before long, he had a rough draft. He then turned the drawing towards Zhang Meng and asked, "Is this what he looks like?" His brows and eyes resemble him, but aside from those, the rest is off, especially the face shape. His face isn't that sharp. Su Lai, upon hearing this, adjusted the sketch and presented it to Zhang Meng once more. Su Lai's drawing skills were quite impressive, and he possessed some understanding of simulated portraiture. Yet as a novice in this field, he had to make numerous adjustments before finally producing the face Zhang Meng had in mind. Yes, that's exactly it. He looks just like that. Are you certain? Absolutely, that's him. Zhang Meng nodded decisively. All right, thank you for your cooperation. Su Lai removed the sketch from the board and handed it to Han Fei. Team leader Han. It's done. Han Fei was thrilled as he accepted the sketch. Zhang Meng's reaction clearly indicated that Su Lai had captured the likeness accurately. He truly had some skill, with the portrait in hand. Everything became considerably simpler. Han Fei immediately left the interrogation room to compare the sketch with the facial recognition database. The results revealed that the individual Su Lai had sketched was named Lu Gung. Age 23, with a rather mediocre family background, even somewhat lacking. We found him. Team leader Han, this Lu Gung isn't well off. With his background, how could he possibly afford to pay Zhang Meng 50,000 to commit murder? Is it possible he is working for someone else? Possibly. Let us investigate Lu Gung's relationships and his financial dealings with others. Understood. Han Fei had a premonition that having found this lead on Lu Gung, they were not far from solving the case. As he and the officers dug deeper into Lu Gung's connections, Jiang Weiman could hardly contain his delight. A portrait artist, indeed, this was something to boast about. Jiang Weiman pondered for a moment before picking up his phone to call Chief Wang of the Dongqing precinct, which was adjacent to Longcheng. Given their proximity, they often interacted and maintained a relatively good rapport. If either side required assistance, Jiang Weiman would not hesitate to lend a hand, and the same went for Wang. However, conversely, when no incidents occurred within their jurisdictions, they often engaged in banter and competition. After all, both fell under the municipal jurisdiction, and it was inevitable that they would compare standings. "Hello, what's up?" Chief Wang inquired as he answered the call. "Oh, nothing much. Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Why? Are you inviting me to dinner?" "Huh? What? How did you know we have a portrait artist in our precinct?" "Just a casual remark," Jiang Weiman said, revealing his intent. "Oh, come on, old wine, your information is too sharp. I just discovered that we have a new officer who can create simulated portraits." "Chief Wang?" "Old Zhang has a portrait artist under him." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He knows how precious portrait artists are, right? Not even the municipal office can boast such high-end talent in a small precinct." Noticing that Wang was slow to respond, Jiang Weiman assumed the connection was faulty and repeated, hello, old Wang, why aren't you speaking? Is your signal bad? Did you not hear what I said? I said, we have a portrait artist in our precinct. You know what that means, right? There's only one in the provincial department." Just as he finished speaking, the line went silent with a series of beeps indicating the call had been ended. "Hanging up on me? You think you can pretend you didn't hear?" Jiang Weiman sneered. "Dream on. I'm not letting this slide." Previously, old Wang had often tried to show off in front of him. And now it was Zhang Weiman's turn to return the favor. He stepped out of his office, snapped photos of the discarded papers used by Su Lai during the portrait creation process, and captured the final sketch as well, sending them to Wang along with the caption, "Your signal seemed poor, so you might not have heard me. What I wanted to tell you is that we have a portrait artist in our precinct." This is the sketch he just completed. Smile emoji. Chief Wang? You truly ought to be damned. Chapter 55, One must have brains and plenty of milk, truly damned. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Weiman, Chief Wang gritted his teeth in frustration. Having known each other for quite some time, he understood Zhang Weiman's character, fond of comparison, a show-off, always seeking to be first, yet never dishonest. If he claimed they had a portrait artist, then there must be one. To know that such a rare talent had surfaced in Zhang Weiman's precinct left Wang feeling both disheartened and irritated, particularly at his friend's good fortune. TMD, why does he get to have all the luck? Wang seethed, biting down hard. However, he soon calmed down. It's just a portrait artist. It's not that impressive. I'm not envious, not at all. As the saying goes, anger is harmful to one's health. It is not worth getting upset over something so trivial, he reassured himself in his thoughts. Finally managing to regain his composure, Chief Wang forced himself to forget about the incident and return to his work. Yet, just 5 minutes later, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and with a thud, he slammed his hand on the table. Wait a minute, is Zhang Weiman out of his mind? That scoundrel. Aha! GIF, Longcheng District Branch. As Han Fei had anticipated, once the investigation reached the lead concerning Lu Geng, the case progressed with remarkable ease. Without much effort, the police unearthed the individual behind Lu Geng, a fellow by the name of Gao Yu, who was nothing more than an uneducated rich heir. In contrast to Zhang Meng, both Lu Geng and Gao Yu were significantly easier to interrogate the moment they were approached by law enforcement. Panic ensued, and once inside the interrogation room, they divulged everything they knew as if spilling beans. According to Gao Yu's testimony, the young lady in the photograph was someone he had recently met, and he was utterly captivated at first glance. Her appearance and physique aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, complemented by her high education and intelligence. She was, in every respect, a paragon of desirability. However, despite his relentless pursuit, she remained indifferent. Gao Yu, in his foolishness, found himself even more driven by her lack of interest. One evening, while drowning his sorrows in a bar, he subtly broached his intentions with his subordinate, Lu Geng. Unfortunately, Lu Geng misconstrued the message, whether due to excessive alcohol consumption, the bar's cacophony, or merely his own comprehension issues. In short, Gao Yu's desire to sedate the girl for a night of pleasure and subsequently offer some hush money was misinterpreted by Lu Geng as destroying what one cannot possess. Thus, with the funds in hand, Lu Geng inadvertently sought out Zhang Meng, requesting him to eliminate the girl. Naturally, even under these circumstances, the actions of Gao Yu and Lu Geng still constituted criminal behavior. As for the verdict, that lay within the court's jurisdiction, the police were solely responsible for apprehension and interrogation. Ironically, their capture was entirely coincidental. The police initially aimed to apprehend Zhang Meng, the armed murderer responsible for the infamous 818 shooting incident 5 years prior. Never anticipating the serendipitous acquisition of two for the price of one, with the arrest of Gao Yu and Lu Geng, the system's rewards were once again activated. Congratulations, host, for successfully apprehending two criminals. You are entitled to a random reward. With this round being a choose one format, random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete, please make your choice. Option 1, I can fight all day long. As a police officer, stamina is indispensable. An increase in stamina will empower you in your future duties and daily life. By selecting this reward, you will possess the ability to fight all day long. If I am not mistaken, one of your friends would greatly covet this skill. Option 2, the Tears of the Grave Owner. You have mastered the 16-character feng shui secrets, enabling you to locate tombs based on the flow of mountains and rivers and the positions of celestial bodies. You are well versed in various mechanisms within tombs, and no tomb can pose a challenge to you. Young man, unleash your talents. Friendly reminder, do not keep a diary while robbing graves, and do not rob graves while keeping a diary. Su Lai? Stamina increase? What does that even mean? The child is dead, and you come to nurse him back to life, right? The stamina increase was one of the skills he had yearned for upon binding the system. However, after witnessing the practicality of various criminal skills, he found himself hesitating when confronted with stamina increase. Indeed, Su Lai had gradually transformed into a reflection of the system. The utility of those criminal skills was undeniable. Yet, the option of stamina increase still sparked a flicker of desire within him. After all, it was a divine skill that allowed one to fight all day. Of course, whether or not it truly meant all day was of little consequence. What mattered was that Su Lai was a police officer, and he was more inclined towards legitimate rewards. Yes, indeed. I choose one. I want the stamina increase. Unknown error detected. Please reselect. Su Lai? I choose 1. Option 1. Unknown error detected. Please reselect. Selection timed out. Automatic choice made for the host. Reward distribution in progress. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge related to grave robbing flooded Su Lai's mind. This encompassed not only the secret techniques for locating tombs but also the common mechanisms employed throughout various dynasties and their corresponding countermeasures. Su Lai, you sly old fox, so option 1 was never intended for me from the outset. Was it? Why even let me choose, luring me with promises of fighting all day long? Do you take me for a gullible fool? The case was resolved before the end of the workday, marking a typical conclusion to the day. As soon as the clock struck quitting time, Su Lai departed from the police station. Approaching his residential complex, he suddenly realized he had forgotten his keys that morning. However, such a predicament posed no challenge for someone with maxed-out lockpicking skills. A mere flimsy door could hardly deter him. As he began to pick the lock at his doorstep, a young couple emerged from the elevator. Witnessing the scene unfold before them, both were taken aback. Honey, did you just see that? Am I hallucinating, or did I really see a man in a police uniform picking a lock? It's not a hallucination. I saw it too. After exchanging glances, the husband exclaimed. Oh no, darling, we must be poisoned. That mushroom we had for lunch must have been toxic. We're both hallucinating. Nonsense. How could the mushrooms be poisonous? They were probably undercooked, or we didn't add enough garlic. Come on. Let's head to the hospital. The couple unanimously concluded that a police officer could never engage in such illicit activity, and they harbored no doubts about Su Lai's identity. After all, Su Lai, with his prominent brow and righteous demeanor, donned a police uniform. Who else could he possibly be? Compared to the possibilities that a police officer might pick a lock or that Su Lai was not a genuine officer, they found it far more plausible that they had been poisoned by mushrooms. A misfortune that had befallen them on more than one occasion. Their last bout of poisoning had occurred during the previous Chapter 56, Hurry back to Gotham. Batman says he won't hit you anymore. Since the last time he brought you Kiki home, Su Lai had not received any calls from his family. Not only calls, but he hadn't even received a single message. It seemed he had been forgotten by his parents. They say one forgets their mother after marrying a wife, but in Su Lai's case, everything was reversed. He hadn't even married, and yet his mother had already forgotten him. What kind of situation was this? In an attempt to assert his existence, Su Lai decided to take the initiative and call home to reconnect with his parents. With this in mind, he picked up his phone, located his mother's number in his contacts, and dialed. A cold, impersonal automated message echoed through the phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Su Lai? They hung up on me? Is this something a mother would do? After such a long time without contact, I call home, and they hang up on me. Truly, there isn't an ounce of maternal love left. In the next moment, Su Lai received a message on WeChat from Lai Wenling. Your dad and I are watching TV. What's up? Su Lai took a moment to compose himself and replied, nothing much. I was just worried you two might miss me too much, so I thought I'd call home. Lai Wenling responded with a single line. You lost your ID. Hurry up and pick it up. Attached to this message were 3 emojis. The Joker.jpg, hurry back to Gotham. Batman says he won't hit you anymore. JPG, Batman, I'm lying to him. If he dares come back, I'll beat him to death. JPG, Su Lai? Where on earth did you learn this, Mom? Lai Wenling, online. All the young people love sending these. Su Lai's fingers hovered over the keyboard for an extended moment. Utterly at a loss for how to respond, his mother was surprisingly trendy, leaving even him, a young person, bewildered. Before Su Lai could formulate a reply, Lai Wenling shifted the topic. Son, how have you been recently? Haven't encountered any troubles, have you? Upon reading this message, Su Lai felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed his mother still harbored a modicum of maternal love for him, albeit limited, yet it was love nonetheless. She had remembered to check in on her son. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Lai Wenling sent a voice message. As long as you're okay. A few days ago, someone called me claiming you were in their custody and urged me to send money to ransom you. If I didn't, they would harm you. Su Lai, those are just scams. As a police officer, who would dare kidnap me? But I'm glad you were smart enough not to fall for it, and you thought to check in with me beforehand. Wait, Mom, what did you just say, a few days ago? You received that call a few days ago, and now you're just remembering to ask me about it? Lai Wenling, I was playing mahjong at the time. I just happened to win and forgot about it. I'm relieved you're fine. Don't text anymore, I'm going back to watch TV. Su Lai? He resolved to retract his previous statement. Maternal love was not just scarce. It simply did not exist. What kind of mother could be so indifferent? Yet, undeterred, he sent another message. However, Lai Wenling did not reply. Noticing this, Su Lai refrained from sending more messages, opting instead to exit the chat window and delve into a novel. Su Lai was an avid reader, dedicating nearly all of his free time to literature. His favorite genre was tomb raiding novels. Upon opening the reading app, he discovered that the author of the book he had been following had just released a new chapter. With a swift click, he dove into the latest installment. However, before long, an irritating yellow button appeared, signaling that the narrative had reached a suspenseful moment just as the protagonist's group was about to enter a tomb. Igniting Su Lai's eagerness, he clicked to urge the author to update and sent a few small gifts to encourage further writing. As Su Lai absent-mindedly gazed out at the night sky while advertisements played on his mobile phone. He was struck by the clarity of the air in Shannon City, where, come nightfall, the heavens were adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. In a moment of reverie, he suddenly realized something astonishing: there was indeed a tomb in Shannon City. Moreover, it appeared to be a grand one. Su Lai's ability to discern this was entirely due to the rewards from his system. Thanks to the skill, Tears of the Tomb Raider, he could pinpoint the location of burial sites simply by observing the contours of the mountains and rivers or the patterns of the stars. While contemplating the celestial display earlier, he had stumbled upon a site of exceptional feng shui. According to Su Lai's assessment, such a location could only be the resting place of a significant figure. The notion that one could determine the location of a tomb by merely gazing at the stars may sound fantastical, yet it is rooted in tradition and the practice of feng shui. True treasure sites are quite rare, especially those of the highest quality. Historically, numerous dignitaries and nobles have graced the lands of the Dragon Kingdom. These individuals were notoriously superstitious, placing great importance on their burial sites. Insisting they be interred in places of auspicious feng shui, when they encountered a site of exceptional quality, it was only natural they would wish to designate it as their final resting place. Without considering yielding it to another, halfway through his novel, Su Lai's curiosity was piqued, and now, having discovered such a substantial tomb, he felt a restless stirring within him, akin to ants crawling under his skin. After a brief internal struggle, he resolved to go take a look. Of course, he had no intention of robbing the grave. He merely wished to verify the efficacy of the skill recently bestowed by the system and ascertain whether there truly was a grand tomb at that site. With this thought in mind, Su Lai wasted no time in setting off. He summoned a shared car from the roadside and purchased a compass from a nearby Buddhist supply store. Armed with his newly acquired compass, he headed straight for the site of exquisite feng shui he had discovered, nestled in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Once his vehicle reached the base of the mountain, further progress necessitated the use of his own legs. Upon ascending the mountain, Su Lai looked up at the starry sky and then at the terrain, quickly consulting the compass he had bought. Before long, he had pinpointed the exact location. With the location confirmed, Su Lai stealthily made his way towards it under the cover of night. However, upon arriving at the site, he was taken aback to find another group of individuals present: grave robbers. They appeared to be a band of tomb raiders, and they were indeed back in action. Chapter 57. I really have nothing left. Typically, the number of members in a tomb raiding group ranges from 3 to 5. As a larger crew would dilute the share of the spoils. Moreover, too many people complicate matters, drawing unwanted attention. Most members are usually related. Common pairings include uncles and nephews, or father and son duos. Though the latter is less frequent, better to leave a legacy for the family in case of mishaps. The rationale is that involving outsiders in grave robbing often leads to disputes over loot distribution, with the potential for greed to incite betrayal. Given that tombs are usually located in secluded areas, the risk of violence is minimal. By having blood relations in the group, such risks can be significantly mitigated. The band of grave robbers Su Lai had encountered was indeed composed of such familial ties. However, unlike the usual small groups, this gang boasted a total of 9 members. Old uncle, we've broken through, exclaimed a middle-aged man, the leader, as he took a glance and then beckoned a few companions to descend into the tomb. You lot come with me down. Whose eye stays up top to keep watch? But I want to go down too, old uncle. It's a desolate wilderness with no one around. What is there to watch for? Let me join you. Nonsense. Better safe than sorry. True, this place is remote, but you never know who might wander by. Those young couples often seek thrills in spots like this. just do as you're told and keep watch up here." Despite his uncle's insistence, Huzai remained reluctant to stay behind. He protested once more, "Why am I the one who has to keep watch? I don't want to, let someone else do it." Upon hearing this, the man slowly approached Huzai, cupping his face in his hands with a tone that was part gentle persuasion and mostly manipulation. My dear nephew, not everyone is cut out for lookout duty. You are the most suited among us. I wouldn't trust anyone else up here. Your keen eyes are perfect for the task, one eye on guard, the other scanning the surroundings. Who could do it better than you, right? Huzai was easily swayed, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll stay up top and keep watch. Hidden in the shadows, Sulai couldn't help but feel intrigued. He mused, what does it mean to have one eye on guard and the other on patrol? However, when he caught sight of Huzai's ever so bright eyes, it dawned on him, good grief, was this the same clever fellow who had been holed up at home contemplating investment strategies after graduation? What on earth had led him to a life of tomb raiding? Earlier, the man had indeed been correct. Huzai's eyes were naturally suited for lookout duty. Just by virtue of their perspective, they were likely far broader than the average person's. Meanwhile, within a residential building in Shannon City, Han Fei was engaged in a rather heated discussion. Who are you trying to guard against? Me? What do you mean guard against you? I'm not guarding anyone, he replied, bewildered. Then what is this? You're lying in bed wearing those long pants. Are you not guarding against me? I am just saying, I'm happy when you come to bed on time, but if you're already in bed wearing those long pants, it makes me uncomfortable. Han Fei? What kind of expression is that? You don't want to pay your dues, do you? Upon hearing the term pay dues, Han Fei froze, a dull ache blossoming in his waist. Why must he deal with this again? Hadn't he just done so yesterday? He truly felt he had nothing left to give. At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Sulai before Sulai joined the police force, although he often worked overtime and felt exhausted. He could simply excuse himself with a weary sigh, saying I'm too tired today, but now, while he no longer had to work overtime at the station, he returned home to face even more demanding tasks. This had gone on for an entire month. No beast of burden deserved such treatment. Damn it, this was all Sulai's fault. Just as he was wallowing in these thoughts, a message from Sulai pinged on his phone. Captain Han, I've discovered a group of grave robbers at Jiulong Mountain, but I can't call you. Please contact the station and bring some people to catch them. Reading this message, all of Han Fei's grievances towards Sulai vanished in an instant. He thought to himself, it's Sulai again, he always manages to come through in critical moments. With a suppressed smile, Han Fei climbed out of bed feigning displeasure. Wife, I'm afraid I can't tonight. But it's not that I can't, an unexpected situation has arisen and I need to work overtime again, alas. With that, he quickly donned a short-sleeved shirt and called the officer on night duty at the station. After placing the call, he soothed his wife's concerns, planting a kiss on her forehead before slipping out into the night. However, once outside, a question nagged at him. What on earth was Sulai doing at Jiulong Mountain in the dead of night? Curiosity piqued, Han Fei sent a text. What are you doing at Jiulong Mountain at this hour? Good question, but you're not allowed to ask again next time. Sulai merely glanced at the message and chose not to reply. He couldn't very well divulge that he had recently acquired tomb raiding skills and was on the hunt for a grave, could he? But Jiulong Mountain was in such a remote location that Sulai found himself waiting in the shadows for over half an hour without any sign of his colleagues. He knew he could not afford to wait any longer. If he did, he would inevitably fall prey to the mountain's voracious mosquitoes. That unfortunate group of robbers had already descended into the tomb, leaving only the clever Huzai at the entrance to keep watch. Realizing that one person alone posed little threat, Sulai began rummaging through the nearby thicket of dead trees, searching for a suitable stick. After locating a sturdy one, he stealthily approached Huzai from behind. While Huzai's eyes were indeed born for lookout duty, providing him with a potentially wider vantage point, he was sadly unaware of Sulai's presence. Huzai remained oblivious, his attention focused ahead, left eye standing guard while the right surveyed the surroundings, feeling quite pleased with himself. He thought, old uncle certainly knows how to pick the right person for the job. Who better than me to keep watch? My eyes are the best. With me here, not even a fly could slip into the tomb. But just then, a voice rang out, here comes little flying stick. A wooden stick struck Huzai squarely on the back of his neck. The once promising lookout, now rendered unconscious, tumbled forward, collapsing to the ground. Sulai instinctively reached out to catch Huzai, preventing his head from hitting the ground. Gently lowering him instead. Given Huzai's lack of intelligence, Sulai couldn't risk having him knock his head and become a liability. After ensuring Huzai was safely down, Sulai hurriedly secured his hands with some sturdy vines he found nearby. With that done, he ventured into the tomb that the grave robbers had previously excavated. Chapter 58. Trying to deceive me. I'm not that naive. Su Lai had indeed contemplated blocking the entrance to the tomb, planning to catch the robbers in a trap once the police reinforcements arrived. As an ardent enthusiast of tomb raiding novels, the protagonist could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of embarking on a legitimate expedition into a tomb. However, his primary motivation for entering alongside the tomb raiders stemmed from his duty as a police officer, dedicated to preventing such illicit activities that threaten ancient burial sites. Should these unscrupulous tomb raiders, lacking in ethics, manage to plunder the tomb, the entire burial chamber could be destroyed, with valuable artifacts either taken or smashed if left behind. It was Su Lai's solemn responsibility to thwart their destructive endeavors. This particular group of tomb raiders displayed a distinct lack of professionalism, evident from the shoddy tunnels they had excavated. One could hardly characterize their efforts as anything but abysmal, with poor stability that posed a significant risk of collapse over time. As Su Lai observed their work, he felt a surge of disdain. Had time permitted, he would have preferred to reinforce the tunnel himself. These amateurs were truly a sight to behold. It was beyond comprehension how they had stumbled upon such a grand tomb with their meager skills. Upon entering through the tunnel, Su Lai's contempt only deepened as he muttered under his breath, the foolish raiders had dug their tunnel directly into the corridor, an egregious error had he been in charge. He would have ensured the tunnel was positioned directly above the main coffin. The significance of the tunnel's location should not be underestimated. A well-placed entrance could lead directly into the main burial chamber, saving considerable effort. Conversely, a poorly chosen spot could lead to a perilous search for the main coffin, not to mention the risk of triggering deadly traps designed to guard the tomb. After all, the ancients had invested considerable thought into protecting their resting places from looters. With every step taken within the tomb, the danger increased. A miscalculated tunnel could place one directly over a lethal mechanism, resulting in certain death. Moreover, an incorrectly positioned tunnel could potentially obliterate the entire tomb and its treasures. For instance, some noble tombs from the northern Song and Liao dynasties utilized a security feature known as the Heavenly Treasure Dragonfire glazed roof. Should a tunnel be dug into this glazed roof and shatter it, the special oily substance encased within would ignite upon contact with air, engulfing the entire chamber in flames in an instant. From the tunnel's structure, it was evident that this was a Western Han tomb of considerable size. Su Lai's earlier assessment had proven accurate. This was indeed a grand burial site, likely belonging to a lord. Meanwhile, the group of tomb raiders continued to struggle within the chamber, having yet to uncover the mechanism to open the main burial room's door. Uncle, you've been at this for nearly half an hour. How do we open this door? You can't possibly be unable to do it. Upon hearing this, the man displayed an expression of irritation. What nonsense is this? How could I not open it? I've raided royal tombs before. What is this but a mere tomb door? I could open it in a heartbeat. Then hurry up and find a way to open it. Of course, I'm thinking, one must proceed with caution. I can't just rush in without considering the consequences. Do you see these two mechanisms? If I'm not mistaken, one is for opening the door, while the other is a trap for tomb raiders. Press the wrong one, and it could mean death. After reprimanding his nephew, the man stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment. Finally, he stated, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, this should be it. Based on my years of experience, this must be the mechanism to unlock the main burial room's door. Sanner, come here and press it. The rest of you step aside. Sanner? Are you using me as a test subject? I can't press it at all. He shook his head vigorously, retreating to the side. What a disaster. How could I possibly harm you? Oh fine, you all step back a bit. Reluctantly, the man took matters into his own hands, placing his palm on the mechanism he had just indicated. He exhaled deeply, preparing to press it. Just then, a voice echoed through the tomb passage, "Don't press it." Initially, the man had yet to apply much force, but upon hearing Su Lai's shout, he was startled into pressing the mechanism. In the eerie silence of the tomb, the sudden sound of a stranger's voice would have startled anyone. Realizing the man had ignored his warning and pressed the mechanism, Su Lai quickly urged, "I told you not to press it, get down," the man retorted. "I wasn't going to press it, wasn't that just to scare you? Damn it." The mechanism he had activated was not for opening the main burial room's door but rather a deadly trap. It was unfortunate for him that the door only had two mechanisms, one for opening it and the other for deterring tomb raiders. After deliberating for nearly half an hour, he had chosen the lethal one. Su Lai's warning had come just in time, but the man failed to react immediately. Unaware of Su Lai's identity, he did not know whether the young man before him was friend or foe. It would take a madman to heed the words of a stranger in such a perilous place. Get down, there's a trap behind you, Sulai shouted once more, following the direction Sulai indicated. The man noticed several small holes had appeared along the passage, filled with a multitude of arrows aimed directly at his position. His nephews had already heeded his advice, retreating to safety, well out of the arrow's range. Sulai, familiar with the tomb's layout, was equally safe. As the man beheld the arrows poised to strike from their concealed positions, a chill ran down his spine. Without a second thought, he bent down to avoid the impending danger. However, it was too late. Just as he crouched, 2 arrows shot forth, striking his backside. While he had been hit in the rear, he was fortunate to have escaped with his life. Uncle, are you all right? How do you feel? I'm fine, just stay where you are, don't move, there may be more traps. After cautioning his nephews, the man turned to Sulai. Young brother, may I ask who you are? I'm a police officer here to apprehend you. Sulai replied candidly, police? Ha, a police officer tomb raiding, you must be just like us, a tomb raider. The man scoffed at Sulai's declaration. A police officer? Pfft. What kind of police officer would be out in the middle of the night in a remote area like this tomb? You're just trying to scare us off so you can hoard the treasures for yourself. You think I'm gullible? I'm sharper than a monkey. Chapter 59. I am truly a police officer. In this day and age, who believes anyone speaking the truth? I swear I am a police officer. Just how do I not resemble a tomb raider, with my prominent brows and clear eyes? I exude the very essence of a lawman. Seeing Sulai remain silent, the man smirked, wearing an expression that suggested he felt he had unraveled Sulai's scheme. You think you can fool me with such flimsy tricks? Once I see through your ruse, you have nothing left to say. You dare claim to be a police officer? Which officer would dare to appear in a desolate tomb at this hour? You must be a tomb raider. Upon discerning Sulai's true identity, the man even attempted to intimidate him. Young brother, you must understand that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. However, I am a reasonable man. Since you saved my life with your timely warning, I can allow you to leave, provided you do not touch any of the treasures within this tomb. If you are wise, you will depart immediately. And if I refuse, Sulai countered, then you shall meet your demise here. Despite being struck by arrows and unable to move, the man spoke with bravado, confident in his numbers. After all, Sulai was alone. Whereas they still had 7 strong young men, even after accounting for the injured and the lookout outside. 7 against 1, the odds are in my favor. He is but one man, how can he contend with 7 of us? The man thought to himself. He immediately commanded his companions to eliminate Sulai. What are you all waiting for? The more of us there are, the more treasure we can claim. Take him down. At this, the young man ranked 3rd in their group displayed a fierce demeanor, brandishing a machete as he advanced menacingly towards Sulai. Yet, even in the face of such odds, Sulai maintained an air of calm. Seemingly unperturbed by the threat posed by the group. As the situation escalated, Sulai finally made his move, raising a finger to halt their advance. Do not proceed. There is a trap ahead. One more step, and you will all perish. The once aggressive young men froze in their tracks. Sulai's warning had the potential to be a ruse, but they dared not take the risk of the man, struck by arrows and unable to act. Believed Sulai was attempting to deceive them. Ignore him. This kid is trying to trick you. There can't possibly be a trap ahead. It's perfectly safe. But as soon as he uttered those words, the expressions of the younger men shifted dramatically, fear evident on their faces as they instinctively recoiled. While Sulai's claims of a trap could be a deception, the man's assertion of safety was a sure sign of danger. The events from just a minute ago replayed vividly in their minds. The man resolutely pressed down on the mechanism in his mouth that purportedly could unlock the stone door to the main tomb chamber, only to nearly bring about his own demise. What do you mean? He exclaimed, bewildered. You don't believe my words? Am I capable of harming you? No sooner had he finished speaking than Sulai picked up a palm-sized shard of stone from beside him and hurled it violently at the floor tile where the man had just pointed. In the next moment, the foe soldiers flanking the tomb corridor simultaneously swung their large blades forward, their strikes aimed precisely at the direction the group had been advancing. Had they not halted their steps, they would likely have been cleaved in 2. After the demonstration, Sulai clasped his hands together, lightly brushing off the dust, and turned to the pale-faced individuals who had been startled by the display. This tomb is fraught with peril. There are countless traps within. A misstep could cost you your life. To put it bluntly, with your current skills, you should abandon any thoughts of tomb raiding and leave this place immediately. Return from whence you came and forget about seeking fortune here. Having witnessed 2 lethal traps within a minute, the group found Sulai's words to be quite sensible. They should indeed retreat to safety. While tomb raiding can yield great wealth, it is of little use if one loses their life in the process. Even the most precious treasures pale in comparison to the value of life. After a brief discussion, they decided to hastily vacate the area. However, having encountered 2 deadly traps, they were now like startled birds, sensing danger lurking everywhere. The idea of leaving was one thing, but they were too frightened to move recklessly. What if they accidentally triggered another trap? With no other option, they turned to Su Lai for assistance. His earlier display of skill indicated that he was a master well-versed in the tomb's mechanisms. If Su Lai were willing to help, they could surely escape this accursed place unscathed. The man who had been struck in the rear by an arrow was adaptable in nature. Not long ago, he had been threatening Su Lai. But upon witnessing his capabilities, he quickly softened his stance. Brother, we were in the wrong just now. I apologize. Please, if you could, point us in the right direction. The younger man chimed in. Yes, it was all our fault. Just by looking at your face, I can tell you are a good person. You've already helped us twice. Could you kindly guide us to safety? Rest assured, we won't touch any of the treasures in this tomb. They are all yours. We just want to leave alive. Su Lai pretended to ponder for a moment before conceding. Alright, who told me I have soft ears? I can't resist such pleas. Here's the deal, you will follow my instructions, and I will lead you safely out. Thank you so much, brother, you really are a good person. Grateful for Su Lai's willingness to assist, the group hastily began to flatter him. Su Lai ignored their flattery and took charge. You, the largest among you, walk straight along the tile at your feet, carry the one who was struck by the arrow, and then return the way you came. Without hesitation, the burly man complied with Su Lai's instructions. Hoisting the wounded individual onto his back, then retracing their steps. What next, brother? Where should we go now? Su Lai moved to a position directly in front of them to lead the way. Follow closely behind me. Step exactly where I step. Do not venture off the path, or if you die, do not blame me. Absolutely, we promise to follow your lead without deviation. Alright, stop here for a moment, gather close and stay put. I will clear the traps ahead. Su Lai instructed them to remain still, then stepped forward 4 paces. He reached out and pushed a candelabrum on a nearby stone pillar. In the next instant, a massive metal cage descended from above, enclosing the 8 individuals within it. Meanwhile, Su Lai stood precisely outside the cage, untouched and free. The group was left in stunned silence. As the cage enveloped them, the man's mind was flooded with confusion. Was Su Lai's action intentional or merely an accident? It was difficult to ascertain. If it were deliberate, his previous behavior did not seem consistent with that of someone who would engage in treachery. After all, without Su Lai's intervention, the man would have faced far worse than a mere arrow wound. His companions would also have met with dire fates had Su Lai not stepped in. Yet, Su Lai's expression suggested otherwise. It was unmistakably one of intent. Otherwise, why would Su Lai have emphasized their need to huddle together and remain still? But if Su Lai had acted with purpose, what could his motive be? Was it to seize the treasures of the tomb for himself? That seemed illogical, for he had ample opportunity to eliminate them all. Why go to the trouble of merely imprisoning them? It would have been far simpler to end their lives outright. The man found himself utterly perplexed. Little brother, what does this mean? Nothing much, I just want to capture you, Su Lai explained. I already told you. I am a police officer. Su Lai's revelation only deepened the man's bewilderment. If Su Lai were truly a police officer, it would indeed clarify much. Law enforcement typically aims to apprehend individuals alive, even thwarting suspects intent on self-harm. However, the question loomed, how could a police officer also be involved in tomb raiding? Who among the police could be more knowledgeable about tomb traps than grave robbers themselves? Where had he acquired such expertise? Moreover, if he was so skilled, why not achieve fame in the world of tomb raiding instead of settling for being a mere police officer? Meanwhile, Han Fei had arrived at Jiulong Mountain with his colleagues from the night shift at the police station. Following Su Lai's earlier coordinates, however, upon arrival, he found no trace of Su Lai, only a tomb raiding hole. Beside it sat a somewhat dim-witted young man, his hands bound by vines, with a wooden stick lying on the ground nearby. The scene suggested he had been left behind to keep watch by a group of tomb raiders, and Su Lai had taken advantage of the opportunity to knock him unconscious and bind him before entering the tomb. Gazing into the young man's seemingly intelligent eyes, Han Fei felt a sense of foreboding. Oh no, Su Lai must have struck too hard. He has knocked him silly. Han Fei had rushed out in a hurry without his police uniform. But his accompanying officers were all dressed in full uniform. The young man, just regaining consciousness, glanced at the group before turning to shout toward the tomb opening, "Quick, someone help me," before he could finish his plea. Han Fei rushed forward and covered his mouth. He then instructed his officers, "Cuff him and leave one person to keep watch. Don't let him shout. The rest of you, follow me down. Su Lai may be in danger." Hurry, Su Lai had mentioned that the tomb raiders were numerous, 9 in total, discounting the one by the tomb entrance. 8 remained inside. It is said that 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. One person could easily be overpowered by two, let alone eight. Even with Su Lai's training at the police academy, it would be impossible for him to manage 8 opponents simultaneously, fearing for Su Lai's safety. Han Fei swiftly led his team into the tomb through the hole. As they proceeded down the passage, the officers soon spotted a glow ahead, light from flashlights. Moreover, they could faintly hear voices. Are you really a police officer? Of course, why would I lie to you? But why would a police officer be tomb raiding? How can you be more professional than we are? Why can't a police officer know how to tomb raid? Recognizing Su Lai's voice amidst the exchange, Han Fei realized that the discussion confirmed his suspicions. Su Lai was indeed skilled in tomb raiding, perhaps even more than the raiders themselves. Was this reasonable? Absolutely. After all, it was Su Lai. Nothing about him was ever unreasonable. As Han Fei listened to the conversation, a mental image formed in his mind. Su Lai, leveraging his exceptional tomb raiding skills, had infiltrated the ranks of the raiders and earned their trust. If he were correct, Su Lai was likely biding his time for police backup. Once reinforcements arrived, he would coordinate with his colleagues to apprehend the entire gang of tomb raiders. This was Su Lai's typical modus operandi. As evidenced by the counterfeit money case and the recent casino raid, he had a knack for blending in with those who flouted the law. However, Han Fei couldn't fathom why these tomb raiders seemed unfazed by Su Lai's revelation of being a police officer. Even engaging in amicable conversation with him, nonetheless, now was not the time to dwell on that. Action was imperative. Han Fei communicated with his officers through gestures, signaling them to charge in and catch the raiders off guard. All while ensuring Su Lai's safety. Having conveyed his instructions, Han Fei led his officers down the corridor toward the source of the voices. The situation they encountered was far from what he had envisioned. In his imagination, Su Lai should have been dividing the treasures with the tomb raiders while stalling for time until the police reinforcements arrived. However, the reality was quite different. There stood a large cage, with Su Lai outside and the tomb raiders inside, all wearing expressions of utter despair. It's no wonder they could still chat amicably with him despite knowing he was a police officer. They were quite literally trapped and unable to escape. Captain Han, you finally arrived. There are a total of 9 of them. I knocked one out and left him on top. You must have seen him when you came down. The remaining 8 are all in the cage. Oh, by the way, while waiting for you, I went ahead and disabled all the traps here. Rest assured, this place is now very safe. Gazing at the 8 individuals ensnared within the cage, Han Fei expressed his confusion. Why are they in the cage? Where did this large cage come from? This cage is a mechanism from the tomb. I instructed them to stand on that brick and not move, then triggered the mechanism, causing the cage to drop from above and envelop them. Su Lai briefly explained. Han Fei was perplexed yet profoundly shocked. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Su Lai, then regarded the 8 trapped individuals with an incredulous expression. They really stood still when told? Not even a hint of suspicion. What kind of tomb raiders are these? Absolute fools. Feeling the weight of Han Fei's scornful gaze, the few trapped men immediately covered their faces in shame. A soldier may be killed but cannot be humiliated. This was far more painful than a swift execution. Chapter 61. I am a professional at ambushes. Confronted with Han Fei's derisive gaze, the caged individuals wished to explain. It's not that we're lacking in intelligence, it's just that Su Lai is exceedingly cunning. He meticulously plotted against us from the very start. First, he saved us twice, then used our trust to deceive us under the pretense of leading us safely out of the tomb. Who could have anticipated such a scheme? In that situation, what alternative did we have but to comply? We had witnessed Su Lai's capabilities and understood the dangers of this tomb. To survive, we had no choice but to heed his commands. Yet, who could have foreseen that this rascal harbored ill intentions from the beginning? Who would suspect that a police officer could also be a tomb raider? Not only that, but a highly skilled one at that, navigating the tomb with the ease of returning home, fully familiar with every trap within. Before Han Fei could issue any orders, the officers had already stepped forward, producing their handcuffs to secure the hands of several tomb raiders through the bars of the cage, ensuring they could not flee. They then worked together to lift the cage just enough to allow the trapped individuals to escape. By the way, that fellow who was shot needs to be taken to the hospital immediately to have his wounds treated. Otherwise, he could die, Su Lai reminded them. The items in the tomb were far from clean, and given how deeply the arrow had penetrated, the entire tip was embedded in flesh. Without prompt treatment and a tetanus shot, the man was at high risk of succumbing to a tetanus infection. I understand, Han Fei nodded, then turned to 2 officers, instructing, you 2 take him to the hospital. Speaking of the hospital, Han Fei suddenly recalled the man he had knocked unconscious at the entrance of the tomb and inquired, what about that guy at the entrance? Did you hit him with too much force? He seemed a bit out of it, and I'm worried. What are you saying? What difference does that make? That's an insult. Su Lai quickly interjected, his expression serious. Captain Han, I feel you are insulting me. I am a professional at ambushes. I cannot possibly fail, nor would I strike without restraint. Han Fei? What the heck do you mean you're a professional at ambushes? How can you, a police officer, say something so brazen? Yet, when it came to the art of ambushing and delivering a well-placed strike, Su Lai was indeed highly skilled, exceptionally so. Realizing this, Han Fei concluded that he had been overly concerned. The apprehension of this band of tomb raiders had gone remarkably smoothly. By the time the police arrived, Su Lai had already completed everything. There were 9 tomb raiders in total. 1 had been knocked out, while the other 8 were trapped by mechanisms within the tomb. The tardy officers had hardly exerted themselves to capture this group. Once the individuals were apprehended, the officers on night duty planned to escort the tomb raiders back to the precinct. Su Lai, on the other hand, was ready to head home for some rest. Han Fei, however, found himself in a dilemma. Should he accompany them back to the precinct, or just return? One thing was certain. He could not go home. This operation had been so exceedingly smooth that from the moment he left home to the time he had handcuffed all the tomb raiders, it had taken hardly any time at all. It was still early, and returning home now would inevitably mean facing his wife's wrath. Just the thought of it made Han Fei's back ache. After some contemplation, he resolved to accompany them back to the precinct. Forcing himself to work overtime. I'll go back with you. It's better than letting you handle these people alone. No need, Captain Han, it's too late. You should go home and rest. We can certainly manage, one of the night officers replied. Yes, Captain Han, you've been working all day. You should head home and get some rest. We have everything under control, another officer chimed in, with the suspects apprehended on the spot and with irrefutable evidence. There was nothing left to handle. Captain Han, you should go home and rest. Han Fei felt exasperated. What do you mean I can't even force myself to work overtime? At that moment, Su Lai joined the conversation, trying to persuade Han Fei. Come on, Captain Han, I understand your dedication, but there's no need to push yourself so hard. Lying at home is far more relaxing than working overtime at the precinct. You wouldn't understand. Han Fei sighed with a wry smile. Once you're married, you'll see sometimes working overtime is actually the easier option. Sigh, with a heavy heart, Han Fei opened the car door and drove away. Su Lai followed suit. Getting into the shared car he had arrived in, intending to head home. No sooner had the vehicle started than a system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing 9 tomb raiders. You may receive a random reward, this time in a choose one format. Random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete. Please choose. Option 1, SCHR Dinger's reward. Have you heard of SCHR Dinger's cat? The cat in the box exists in a state of both dead and alive. Before you open the box, the cat could be dead or alive. Anything is possible. This option is no different. There may be a reward, or there may not. Until you make your choice, everything remains unknown. Young man, care for a gamble? Option 2, I Qin Shi Huang demand payment. You are well versed in various scams, swindling money and affection as easily as drinking water. Additionally, this system can provide you with a complimentary National Rich Women's Directory. Deduct 1 to claim it. Young man, quit your job and take action. Tell a monumental lie that will make the world dance. Su Lai? SCHR Dinger's reward has come out? Why not just say you don't want to give me anything? You could have directly handed me a criminal skill, but instead, you're being considerate by giving me options as a formality. This system really makes me want to cry. Option 1 must be problematic. Either I won't be able to choose, or if I do, I'll find it empty. I'll choose option 2, understanding the system's quirks. Su Lai swiftly made his choice. Immediately, a plethora of deceptions flooded into his mind. Su Lai had evidently transformed into a master of scams. In addition to the various tricks, there was also an added bonus. A small booklet titled National Rich Women's Directory materialized in Su Lai's hand. Meanwhile, in room 1103 of the Times Garden, Yukiki, with a facial mask on and sitting cross-legged on the sofa, was engaged in a video call with her family. What, Mom, you were scammed? How much did you lose? Chapter 62, Master of Deception. Experiencing the distress of being scammed is futile. Feelings of anger and self-blame are equally unhelpful. The appropriate course of action is to report it and seek the police. Coincidentally, Yukiki happened to know a police officer, Su Lai. The next day, Yukiki contacted Su Lai in advance to briefly explain the situation and made her way to the precinct with her mother. Sheng Fengling. Given the circumstances, Yukiki chose not to disclose Su Lai's identity to her mother. She had previously discussed this with Su Lai and planned to formally introduce him to her family when he visited in a couple of days. Although Cheng Fangling noticed that the two were acquainted, she thought little of it, assuming Su Lai was just a friend of her daughter. However, Su Lai's colleagues recognized Yukiki, and upon learning that the victim was the mother of Su Lai's girlfriend, Han Fei took a keen interest in the matter, personally inquiring about the details of the scam. Cheng Fangling recounted the events leading to the scam. Just yesterday, I received a call from a man who claimed to have my daughter. He demanded that I transfer money to him, threatening that if I didn't, he would harm her. Initially, I didn't believe him, but I heard my daughter's voice on the line, and in my panic, Han Fei turned to Yukiki without waiting for him to finish. She shook her head. I have no idea what happened. I was at work all day yesterday, and after getting off, I went straight home. I didn't go out or encounter any kidnapping. Cheng Fangling then added affirmatively. I can unequivocally identify that voice as belonging to my daughter. I am certain I am not mistaken. On the phone, she claimed she had been kidnapped and urged me to transfer money to her captor in haste. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Why Yukiki had not been abducted. However, Cheng Fangling had heard her daughter's voice in a call from the scammer yesterday. This did not add up. While Han Fei was lost in thought, Cheng Fangling added, "Oh, by the way, here is the scammer's phone number and the bank account number he provided for the transfer. I also have a short recording of the call. I wonder if it could assist you." Han Fei noted the phone and bank account numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to Xiaogu. "Please investigate this." Nevertheless, he held little hope regarding these numbers. After all, scammers are not foolish enough to use their own phone numbers and bank accounts for deception. If there were truly such dim-witted scammers, they would have starved long ago, unable to deceive anyone. As for the recording, Han Fei listened to it. The scammer's voice was simply a normal speaking tone, most likely an unaltered recording of the individual. The desperate cry within the recording indeed sounded like Yukiki's voice. Han Fei made a copy of the recording. Shortly after, Xiaogu returned from investigating the phone and bank account numbers. "Captain Han, I looked into it. That number is a virtual one, and there is nothing to trace. Furthermore, the bank account used by the scammer belongs to an elderly gentleman who passed away over a year ago. The account has yet to be cancelled. I suspect it was purchased by the scammer. This is a seasoned operator, quite adept at their craft. In cases of telecom fraud, such scenarios are particularly vexing, where the phone numbers and bank accounts utilized for the scam do not belong to the perpetrator. This renders law enforcement powerless, leaving them with no leads to pursue. Those who successfully commit fraud are certainly not simpletons. On the contrary, they are quite astute. Naturally, they would not engage in the folly of using their own phone numbers or bank accounts for deceit. The phone numbers employed by these scammers are often virtual, while the bank accounts are typically acquired or stolen. The account holders are either oblivious elderly individuals from rural areas or individuals known as Sanhai gods, who work sporadically, earning money only when they need it, often having sold their IDs and bank accounts for cash. A small fraction may include naive students lacking financial knowledge, who are coaxed by scammers into opening accounts for their use. The information is all fabricated, complicating matters. Han Fei stroked the stubble on his chin, glancing at Cheng Fangling. "Can you recall any other details?" She shook her head. "No, that's all I have." "Officer, is it unlikely that I can recover the money I lost?" "Well, we will do our utmost. Please return home and await news. We will contact you immediately with any developments." Just then, Su Lai, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. As a master of deception, he was well versed in various scams and had mentally replayed the detailed account he had just heard. "Auntie, could you think again? Is there anyone you know whose voice resembles that of the scammer?" Hearing Su Lai's question, Cheng Fangling pondered earnestly before slowly shaking her head. "No." Su Lai then turned to Yukiki. "What about you? Do you recognize this voice?" Yukiki also shook her head. "What is the matter? Do you suspect it's someone familiar?" Han Fei inquired upon seeing Su Lai's demeanor. "Yes." Su Lai nodded, articulating his assessment. The plea for help that Auntie heard on the phone was AI generated. If you listen closely, the phrases in the recording sound somewhat rigid. Upon hearing this, Han Fei listened to the recording again, although the tone and pace of the plea matched Yukiki's voice. It did indeed possess an unnatural quality. One would not discern it without careful attention. This voice did not seem to originate from a normal human being but rather resembled that of a robot. "You know, you might be onto something," Han Fei said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Su Lai continued. "The technology for AI voice synthesis is feasible. In simple terms, it involves using artificial intelligence to mimic human voices. However, this requires access to an audio sample of the individual being imitated, which is why I believe this is the work of someone familiar." After pondering Su Lai's words, Han Fei considered that the scammer not only had Cheng Fangling's phone number but was also aware of her daughter's existence. Additionally, he possessed a recording of Yukiki's voice, likely obtained through surreptitious means. If this were not someone close to them, how could they have accomplished all this? Regarding the fact that both Cheng Fangling and Yukiki claimed they had never heard the scammer's voice, Han Fei speculated that the scammer likely chose to have someone else make the call, knowing their own voice would expose them. One of the most challenging aspects of solving telecom fraud cases is the lack of any starting point or useful leads, leaving investigators utterly perplexed. Once clarity emerged, the investigation became considerably more manageable. Although Han Fei was still uncertain whether this case would ultimately be resolved, at least they now had a direction to pursue. Avoiding the aimless floundering of a headless FLY. As the investigation progressed, Cheng Fangling and Yukiki could contribute little further, having already shared all they knew. Han Fei then instructed Su Lai to escort the two women out. After delivering them to the police station entrance, Su Lai called a cab for them. Soon, a black ride-hailing vehicle arrived, its license plate ending in 3790. Chapter 63. The rain truly comes at an inconvenient time. Inside the ride-hailing vehicle, Yukiki tentatively asked, "Mom, what do you think of the police? They seem quite good, warm, and very professional, especially Officer X. In short, my experience is entirely different from what I read online. Where people claim that police are unapproachable and have poor attitudes, I see no evidence of that. Everything has been rather pleasant," Cheng Fangling replied. Although it was her first encounter, she held a favorable impression of the police. Believing that the online narratives were greatly exaggerated, upon hearing this, Yukiki felt reassured. Initially, she had considered trying to influence her mother's perception of the police negatively if she had a bad impression, with the intention of later inviting Su Lai to their home when the timing was right. However, it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Middle-aged women often possess a certain skill, being gregarious. Cheng Fangling was no exception. The majority of ride-hailing drivers also shared this trait, being chatty and eager to converse with passengers. This is partly due to the monotony of driving, where engaging passengers in conversation serves as the best form of entertainment, and partly because such interactions can lead to 5-star ratings or even tips. It is nearly impossible for two loquacious individuals to remain silent. They can easily find common topics to discuss. It was unclear who initiated the conversation, but the driver and Cheng Fangling began to chat about their daughters. The driver mentioned he had a daughter about Yukiki's age, who was still in school, studying at a normal university, and was the first in the family to attend college. Cheng Fangling remarked that it was wonderful for a girl to pursue a teaching degree, as she could become a teacher upon graduation. They engaged in light banter, occasionally complimenting each other as children. Their conversation persisted from the moment they got into the car until they reached their destination, later that day, at the police station. The officers had spent the afternoon investigating Cheng Fangling's case, almost exhausting their inquiries into anyone she knew who might have a motive or be a suspect, yet they had come up empty-handed. While discussing the case, Xiaogu expressed some frustration. "Captain Han, do you think it's possible that this is not the work of someone familiar? I feel like we are just endlessly pursuing this without any meaningful leads." "Not likely," Han Fei shook his head. "How could a stranger know Cheng Fangling's phone number, be aware of her daughter, and obtain Yukiki's audio? It must be someone close. We just have yet to identify them. We need to exert more effort." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Han Fei added, "Let us call it a day. It's getting late, everyone can head home, and we will resume our investigation tomorrow." This was merely a case of telecom fraud, not a major incident, and there were no stipulated deadlines for resolution, so there was no need to push relentlessly until it was solved. Acknowledging the late hour, Han Fei allowed the officers to leave. The weather was not particularly pleasant, with a few clouds lingering in the sky, and the air outside was stiflingly hot. As Su Lai changed out of his uniform into casual clothes, he glanced at the weather forecast, which indicated a 0% chance of rain. Disliking the inconvenience of carrying items while out, he left his umbrella behind and walked out of the station. Ironically, every time he took an umbrella with him, it never rained, but when he neglected to bring one, he would invariably get soaked. Today was no exception. Not long after stepping outside, the rain began to pour. "This rain truly couldn't come at a worse time," he lamented. "Could it not wait until I reached home?" To avoid becoming drenched, Su Lai sought refuge under a bus stop shelter, realizing that the rain would not cease anytime soon. He decided to call for a ride. Shortly thereafter, a white ride-hailing vehicle arrived at the bus stop. After checking the license plate on his ride-hailing app and confirming it matched the car in front of him, he opened the door and got "Is your license plate ending in 3790? "Yes." Once seated, Su Lai instinctively wiped the raindrops off his face that had splattered on him when he entered the vehicle. The ride-hailing driver appeared to be another chatty individual. As soon as Sulai settled in, he struck up a conversation. A college student? Not anymore. I just graduated and am currently working. Oh, what is it that you do? I was about to say police, but Sulai abruptly halted his words. The voice of the ride-hailing driver was one he recognized all too well. He had only heard it today, and not just once. It was unmistakably the voice of the scammer from that recorded conversation, and Sulai was certain he had not misheard. He resolved to retract his previous statement. The rain was quite fortuitous. In an instant a plan began to take shape in his mind. I work in finance. It sounds rather prestigious. You must earn a decent sum, right? It's alright, I suppose, around 30 to 50,000 a month. Upon hearing Sulai's response, the driver's eyes lit up with excitement. That's quite a lot. You university students truly are impressive. I can only drive and earn a meager sum, by the way. Could you do me a favor and help my child vote online? The driver said, using his left hand to steer while extending his right hand toward the back seat, offering a paper with a QR code printed on it. Number 18 is my child. Their school is holding a competition and requires online votes. I'm not very adept at this, so I can only seek assistance from kind passengers. Sure. Sulai accepted the QR code, opened his phone, and scanned it. It led to a voting app, but curiously it required phone number authorization before voting. After Sulai scanned the code, the driver retrieved the paper and, after a brief pause, asked, "Did you vote?" "Yes, I just cast my vote for number 18. Well then, thank you." Throughout the remainder of the journey, the driver continued to inquire about Sulai's circumstances, asking various questions that felt less like casual chit-chat typical between ride-hailing drivers and passengers, and more like an interrogation. Sulai played along, consciously portraying himself as a naive but high-earning university graduate. Upon reaching the foot of the apartment complex, before exiting the vehicle, Sulai turned to the driver and said, "Sir, could you wait downstairs for a moment? I need to go upstairs to grab something and will be back shortly. I have to head out again." "Sure, how long will you take?" "About half an hour." "Is that alright? Half an hour? I can't wait that long. You should call another ride." "Alright, go ahead, I'll wait for you downstairs, but I can only wait for half an hour for 100 yuan. "Don't worry, I'll be down in no more than half an hour." As Sulai spoke, he opened the car door and stepped out. Having just learned a new trick, he was eager to test it on this scammer. Chapter 64, Grateful for Nature's Bounty. While Sulai pondered how to ensnare the scammer was equally absorbed in contemplating how to deceive Sulai from the information gathered earlier. It was evident that Sulai was an ideal target for fraud. Freshly graduated and inexperienced university students were the easiest to dupe, their innocent eyes betraying a hint of folly. Not only were they naive, but they also possessed considerable funds. The heavens have practically served the meat on a platter. How could one possibly refuse? The scammer mused as he observed Sulai's departing figure. One could only express gratitude for nature's gifts. Scams come in various forms, each requiring a distinct approach tailored to the target. Relying on a single strategy would not suffice. The driver was a master in this art. In no time, he devised a suitable scam for Sulai and mentally rehearsed his script during the brief interval while Sulai retrieved his belongings. As soon as Sulai exited the vehicle, he hurriedly took the elevator back to his home, where he rummaged through his belongings for the suitcase he had used during university before swiftly stepping out again. He returned to the elevator lobby, where fortuitously the elevator was still at his floor, saving him the wait. Sulai pressed the down button, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, he dragged his suitcase inside and pressed the button for the basement level. The basement was designated for residence parking, but the property management's oversight was lacking, resulting in a dismal environment. The floor was covered in dust, and each elevator entrance was flanked by heaps of construction debris, consisting of discarded gypsum boards and shattered marble tiles. These unsightly piles not only detracted from the aesthetics but posed a risk to children, who could easily injure themselves on the sharp, broken tiles. The residents had lodged numerous complaints and even staged protests at the property management office, yet the issue remained unresolved. To others, these construction remnants were mere trash. However, to Sulai, they were also trash. Nevertheless, this refuse would prove useful. He donned a pair of used gloves he found on the ground. While dirty, they would at least protect his hands from the jagged edges of the marble. Once gloved, Sulai opened his suitcase and began to collect the construction debris, carefully packing it away. For larger pieces, he broke them down to fit into the suitcase. Just then, a car entered the basement, halting near the elevator entrance of Building 3. The man parked his vehicle and immediately noticed Sulai, who was still gathering debris near the elevator of Building 2. He approached, holding 500 yuan in cash and 2 packs of cigarettes. After all the complaints, the property management has finally started to clean up this mess, he remarked. No, that's not it, Sulai replied, looking up at the man. You've misunderstood. I'm not, however, before he could finish. The man handed him 500 yuan and 2 packs of cigarettes, saying, But brother, could you do me a favor and clear away the trash piled at the elevator of building 3? My daughter is 5 years old and quite mischievous. I'm genuinely afraid she might hurt herself on those sharp marble pieces. Oh, by the way, what were you about to say? It was nothing. I'll take care of that first, Sulai said as he accepted the money and cigarettes, pulling his suitcase along toward the elevator of building 3. It didn't matter whether he received money or not. He was simply a kind-hearted person who couldn't bear to see children get hurt. Thanks, the man said with a smile before taking his wife and daughter upstairs in the elevator. Meanwhile, Sulai continued his task, diligently picking up the debris and stuffing it into his suitcase. Before long, he had filled the suitcase with all the debris from the elevator area, though seemingly small in volume. The construction waste was surprisingly heavy. After closing the suitcase, Sulai weighed it, estimating it to be around 160 to 70 pounds. He removed the gloves and glanced at his phone. Over 20 minutes had passed since he got out of the car. Sulai quickly made his way back to the elevator of building 2, the one where he lived, and took the elevator from the basement to the first floor. Upon exiting, he noticed that the ride-hailing car he had taken was still parked at the entrance. As Sulai emerged from the elevator with the suitcase, the scammer opened the trunk of his car. Although he had no intention of helping, after all, Sulai was a strapping young man, it was hard to believe he couldn't lift a mere suitcase. Sir, could you lend me a hand? I can't lift this suitcase, Sulai asked. The scammer replied with a hint of mockery. What, you call yourself a man but can't even lift a suitcase? Have you been eating for free all these years? He shot Sulai a bemused glance before stepping out of the car. At that moment, the man's competitive spirit surged. As an older individual, he felt compelled to teach the younger generation a lesson. He was determined to show Sulai how to lift the suitcase into the trunk all by himself. This little thing doesn't require 2 people. I can manage it alone, he instructed Sulai to stand back. Exclaiming, You young folks are truly incapable of handling even a small burden, the scammer's words faltered as he realized he had underestimated the weight of Sulai's suitcase. He had dismissed it too lightly. And now he found himself unable to lift it at all. After a moment of surprise, he adopted a serious demeanor, spat into his hands, took a deep breath, bent down, and grasped the suitcase handle. He exerted himself, but it didn't budge. I'm just not in great shape today, he stammered. Seeing this, Sulai did not hesitate and stepped forward to assist. Together, they hoisted the suitcase and managed to fit it into the trunk. This is heavy. What on earth do you have in here? Rocks. It must weigh 200 pounds, the scammer remarked, puzzled. It's not 200 pounds, it's about 160 to 70, filled with frozen meat. Sulai replied. Oh, that explains the weight. At first, I thought it was just clothes. I was wondering how a young man could struggle to lift a suitcase of clothes. They both climbed into the car after their exchange. Once buckled in, the scammer turned to Sulai in the back seat and asked, So, where are you headed? Let me think. Sulai pulled out his phone and searched for a location on the map. Leaning forward to show the scammer, Let us go here. Upon seeing the destination on Sulai's phone, the scammer was momentarily taken aback that he recognized the location. It was a remote wild lake. Situated in a desolate area with nothing around, almost a place where not even a bird would fly. What could he possibly want to go there for? However, despite his curiosity, he chose not to pry further and simply stepped on the gas. Chapter 65. At times, the desire to report to the authorities is overwhelming. The swindler completely disregarded the earlier events. All the while, he was preoccupied with how to ensnare Sulai. Initially, he subtly steered the conversation towards gambling, recommending several betting websites to Sulai, who promptly expressed his disinterest. No matter how grandiose the swindler's claims, Sulai remained unmoved. When this tactic failed, the conman resorted to boasting about his acquaintances. A few exceptionally attractive women he claimed to know, offering to introduce Sulai to them with the promise, no satisfaction, no charge. Yet, Sulai still exhibited little enthusiasm. This left the swindler in despair. He immediately began to engage Sulai in casual conversation, attempting to extract his interests and hobbies, preparing to tailor a scheme specifically for him. Hobbies. After some contemplation, Sulai replied, I enjoy reading novels, particularly in the supernatural, suspense, mystery, and tomb-raiding genres. I also love watching television dramas of similar themes. The swindler thought to himself, what a peculiar taste, you enjoy such morbid interests. Wait a moment, suspense, mystery, the kind involving murder? It seemed he connected the dots, keywords like rainy night, a suitcase containing an unknown heavy object, and a secluded wild lake flashed through the swindler's mind. Oh my, he took a glance at Su Lai through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Su Lai was not the harmless, naive university graduate he had initially perceived. This kid does not appear to be a good person, in the dead of night. Dragging a heavy suitcase to a desolate wild lake, what could he possibly intend to do? Fishing. My friend, may I inquire what your purpose is at that wild lake? There is nothing there, just a lake. Just a lake is sufficient. That's exactly what I need. Su Lai chuckled, meeting the swindler's gaze through the rearview mirror. The swindler was momentarily startled by Su Lai's expression. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage to continue questioning. So, what exactly is in that suitcase of yours? Before he could finish, Su Lai interjected, frozen meat. He then proceeded to provide a rather unconvincing explanation. It's just some frozen pork. Pork was quite cheap at the time. So I bought a bit more than I could consume. However, it has been in the freezer for too long and is spoiled. I can't eat it now, and throwing it in the neighborhood might cause a terrible smell and draw criticism. So I figured I'd take a cab and dispose of it far away. That wild lake seemed like a good spot. I plan to toss it in there. The swindler was taken aback. Initially, he hadn't sensed anything amiss, but now, upon reflection, something felt profoundly wrong. Who in their right mind would buy 170 pounds of pork to keep at home, especially since Su Lai appeared to be a young man? And nowadays, young folks mostly rely on takeout for their meals. How many actually cook for themselves? What on earth would he need that much pork for, and over 100 pounds at that? Is that really pork? What if the suitcase contains something far more sinister? Moreover, even if Su Lai were unlike other young people and did indeed cook, how could he possibly let that much pork spoil without consuming any? Buying over 100 pounds just to let it rot and then disposing of it seems like a waste of money. Additionally, using a suitcase to store spoiled pork only to toss it into a desolate wild lake. It all sounded highly suspicious. There was an air of oddity surrounding everything. Goodness, I've inadvertently engaged with a living nightmare. The swindler could not trust a single word Su Lai uttered. Frozen pork? Is he trying to fool an idiot? Piecing together all the inconsistencies, a daring hypothesis began to form in the swindler's mind. Su Lai is a deranged killer, and his intent is to dispose of a body. Panic surged through him, but he mentally berated Su Lai profusely. Of this scoundrel, if he intends to dispose of a body, why not use his own car? If he doesn't have one, he could easily borrow one or even rent it. Is he so averse to spending money? Renting a vehicle wouldn't cost much. To resort to ride-hailing for such a heinous act? What was he thinking? Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? This is truly a menace to society. At times, the desire to report to the authorities is overwhelming, but I can't bring myself to do it. The swindler's heart was heavy with despair. Murder and body disposal are crimes, and so is fraud. Although reporting Su Lai's illegal activities wouldn't directly implicate him, he dared not risk it. After all, he might find himself entangled in Su Lai's misfortunes. Caught by the police, at this moment, the swindler ceased pondering how to ensnare Su Lai. He merely wished to swiftly rid himself of this living nightmare, with a sudden press of the accelerator. He sped off. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt beside the wild lake Su Lai had mentioned. Aside from a straight road, there was nothing else in sight. No one else was around. Just the two of them. It was clear that Su Lai had made a prudent choice. This was undoubtedly an excellent location for disposing of a body. A chill crept up the swindler's spine. He had always been a staunch materialist, dismissive of anything spiritual or divine, yet, at this moment, he found himself praying to every deity he could think of. He was terrified. Master, Master. Su Lai called out several times, pulling the swindler back to the present. Could you help me lift that suitcase? I can't manage it alone. You want me to assist you in disposing of a body? Absolutely not. The swindler thought to refuse Su Lai loudly. However, he dared not reject him, fearing that this man might turn violent and eliminate him as well, tossing his body into the river to feed the fish. In such an isolated place, even if he stank, no one would ever find him. He reluctantly obliged, opening the door and the trunk simultaneously, helping Su Lai lift the suitcase out. You, just go dispose of it yourself. I won't assist you any further. No way, the path by the lake is too rough. The suitcase can't be dragged. Please help me lift it a bit further. Su Lai spoke with an unyielding tone, leaving the swindler no choice but to comply, aiding Su Lai in carrying the suitcase toward the lake. The suitcase was filled with construction debris, heavy and cumbersome, and not easy to pack tightly due to its contents not being foldable. Therefore, there was some movement within the suitcase. The lakeside was devoid of light, and while street lamps lined the road, they did not illuminate far. Not long after they ventured out, the swindler stumbled over a stone. causing him to stagger. As he swayed, the debris inside the suitcase shifted, creating a dull thud against its walls that resonated through the swindler's hands. The swindler thought, "Is it still alive? WDNMD, I'm done." The suitcase moved. Without uttering another word, he abandoned the suitcase and sprinted away, akin to a wild dog that had slipped its leash, scrambling back to the vehicle. Chapter 66. Sulai, I've got you figured out. Even Jesus couldn't save you from what I say. What a stroke of bad luck. Truly, what terrible luck. All I wanted was to swindle you out of some cash, and you want to drag me into your mess? To help you dispose of a body. How utterly vile. No, wait, that suitcase doesn't contain a corpse. Clearly, it holds a living person, and that person can move. If he had gone along with Sulai's plan and helped him toss that suitcase into the river, he would be an accomplice. The swindler was in a frenzy. After hastily jumping into the car, he wasted no time starting the engine and preparing to flee, reporting to the authorities, "It's absolutely necessary. This little brat is far too brazen." After driving a considerable distance, the swindler finally pressed the brakes, pulling out his phone to prepare to dial the authorities. However, he was no law-abiding citizen himself. His own hands weren't clean, reporting someone else posed risks for him as well. Staring at the dial pad, he hesitated, unable to summon the courage to press the call button. He began to rationalize. When in doubt, smoke a cigarette. As a seasoned smoker, the swindler had this habit. Trembling, he fished a cigarette pack and lighter from his pocket. At that moment, he was still quite shaken, gasping for breath, his hands shaking uncontrollably, making it difficult to light a cigarette. After several attempts, he finally managed to spark one up. One wasn't enough. He lit up several more cigarettes from the still burning stub, gradually calming his panic. During that brief period, a wildly audacious idea flashed through his mind to blackmail. He intended to extort Sulai. Yes, Sulai exuded the aura of a ruthless criminal, but that didn't mean he was innocent either. Sulai had his own skeletons in the closet, and the swindler's hands were no cleaner. Engaging in illicit activities, why should he fear Sulai? The man bolstered his resolve upon further contemplation. He realized he had no reason to fear Sulai. After all, he held leverage over Sulai. The initiative lay with him, placing Sulai in a passive position. Sulai was within his grasp. Not even Jesus could thwart him. As long as Sulai wanted to avoid prison, he would have to comply in part with his money. Regarding the possibility of retaliation from Sulai afterward, the swindler had considered that as well. He deemed that likelihood minimal. In a city as large as Shannon, with such a vast population, some individuals might never cross paths again in their lives. What could possibly go wrong? Moreover, those engaged in his line of work must possess a certain audacity. Within just a few minutes, the swindler reached a decision. This was his ticket. He would seize it. He promptly logged into the voting website's backend, retrieving Sulai's real phone number. The ride-hailing app's interface didn't display the passenger's true number, and his earlier request for Sulai's assistance in voting for his child had merely been a ruse to acquire Sulai's contact information. The phone numbers of previous victims had all been obtained in this manner. Assisting a child in casting a vote online is an act so trivial that it hardly merits mention. Most individuals would not hesitate to lend a hand to a genuine rideshare driver in need. Traditionally, scammers would select a target and often wait a month before contacting them to perpetrate their deceit. This delay was primarily a matter of safety, as no one could distinctly recall the voice of a rideshare driver from a month prior, even if one later realized they had been scammed. Recalling the details would prove nearly impossible. However, this time, the scammer had no intention of waiting. The circumstances were markedly different, so unique that regardless of the time elapsed, a mere mention of the incident would immediately bring to Sulai's mind the events of today. The very moments just minutes ago by the lakeside. As the scammer hastily abandoned Sulai and fled, Sulai retrieved his phone and called Han Fei. This desolate locale was far too remote for him to secure a ride. He needed someone to come fetch him, and his inexpensive mentor was undoubtedly a suitable choice. In truth, Han Fei was more than willing to come to Sulai's aid. Their amicable relationship was but one reason. Another was Han Fei's insatiable affinity for overtime work. It is ironic that only after losing something do people come to cherish it. In the past, during his daily grind of extra hours, Han Fei despised working late, yet now, he found himself eagerly anticipating each instance of overtime. The reason was simple: women are a formidable force. The days without overtime felt more arduous than those spent working late, and his body simply could not endure it. Why do you run about at night, especially to such a remote place? Upon learning that Sulai had ventured to yet another out-of-the-way location, Han Fei expressed his bewilderment. Of course, I'm on a case, Sulai explained, but I don't have the time to elaborate right now. When you arrive, I'll provide you with the details. I must hang up now. Master, we shall discuss it later. After concluding his call with Han Fei, Su Lai dialed the station to speak with the on-duty officer requesting assistance in tracing the rideshare vehicle. The scammer's license plate information was legitimate. He had no reason to fabricate it as he was exceedingly cautious in his deceitful endeavors, typically waiting a while before executing his schemes. Even if a victim eventually recognized their plight, they would unlikely associate it with a rideshare driver. The officer, following the license plate number, swiftly uncovered the scammer's details and relayed them to Su Lai. As Su Lai perused the scammer's personal information, an unfamiliar call interrupted him. The bait had been taken. Listen closely, the scammer's voice crackled through the phone. I possess evidence of your murder and corpse disposal. I demand 500,000 within 24 hours, or else, you know the consequences. I will send you the account number and name via text. Remember, you have only 24 hours. Su Lai chuckled coldly, adopting the tone of a murderer as he retorted, You know what I do, yet you dare to threaten me. You have quite the nerve. Are you not concerned I might eliminate you as well? Anyone can play the intimidation game, the scammer replied, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. If you have the guts, come at me. Just remember, I'm giving you 24 hours. Either you kill me within that time or transfer 500,000. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Or with that, the scammer abruptly ended the call. The bravado Su Lai displayed during the conversation was hardly taken to heart by the scammer. In the vast city of Shannan, the likelihood of two strangers encountering one another twice in a single day was nearly non-existent. Of course, there remained a slim possibility that Su Lai, with his connections, could uncover the scammer's identity in a short span. However, this chance was minuscule. After all, Su Lai was merely a young man unable to afford even a car, insignificant, to say the least. What capabilities could he possibly possess? Thus, the scammer remained unfazed by Su Lai's earlier threats. Believing that idle threats held little weight, when the time came, he would surely receive the money, and the prospect of an imminent payout filled him with delight. He resolved to conclude his work for the day, indulge in a foot massage, and then return home for a restful night, eagerly awaiting the influx of riches on the morrow. While the scammer reveled in his massage, Han Fei navigated to the wild lake following the coordinates Su Lai provided. Without hesitation, Su Lai opened the car door and climbed in. Now that we have time, what case are you investigating? You seem awfully secretive. A fraud case. I've encountered that scammer, Su Lai revealed. Just drive, Han, let's head to Qingchun Community. And I'll explain on the way. Qingchun Community, I recall you don't reside there. Indeed, I don't. That is where the scammer lives, and I plan to give him a surprise. Chapter 67, Defeating Magic with Magic. As they journeyed to the scammer's residence, Su Lai recounted the entire sequence of events to Han Fei, starting from the moment he fortuitously crossed paths with the scammer on his way home. Su Lai deliberately disguised himself as a murderer, even going so far as to ensure the scammer could discern this persona, guiding him to that conclusion through various means. This maneuver proved highly effective. The scammer indeed believed Su Lai to be a killer. This was precisely the effect Su Lai desired. He willingly handed over his weakness into the scammer's hands. For most, such a weakness would be an unbearable burden, prompting immediate contact with law enforcement. However, the scammer, emboldened by his willingness to engage in illegal activities, viewed Su Lai's perceived weakness as a lucrative opportunity. With the right leverage, it could serve as a perpetual source of income and endless well from which to draw at will. Upon hearing Su Lai's account, Han Fei was left speechless, astonished by the audacity of the plan. What an eye-opener! If I were faced with such a situation, I would have immediately apprehended the scammer and brought him to the station for interrogation. Naturally, he would not tell the truth. Such individuals are adept liars. Therefore, the interrogation would require considerable effort. In contrast, Su Lai's approach is, wow, incredible. This kid's performance remains impressively consistent, relying on the element of surprise, utilizing the scammer's own tactics against him. He has truly succeeded. The Qingchun community was an aging complex, having seen better days. It comprised 6 modest stories, lacking an elevator, necessitating the use of stairs. The damp hallways bore an unpleasant musty odor, and the walls were plastered with various advertisements. Each building featured an iron gate, but it was merely ornamental. One could push it open with ease, offering no real security. After Han Fei parked at the entrance, Su Lai exited the vehicle and made his way to Building 7, where the scammer resided in apartment 402. Han Fei, however, did not accompany Su Lai. Instead, he returned to the station as this performance required more than just Su Lai alone. Upon entering the building, Su Lai ascended to the 4th floor and glanced around. Noting the scammer had yet to return, rather than waiting idly, he descended to the ground floor, tore a generous reward for child flyer from the wall, and settled himself on the stairs. The hallway was equipped with motion sensor lights. They would illuminate upon detecting movement but remained off during quiet moments. No sooner had Sulai seated himself than the lights extinguished. Almost immediately, the scammer, freshly emerged from the foot massage parlor, drove back to the complex. Whether it was the relaxation of the massage or the anticipation of a substantial payment the following day, the scammer's mood was buoyant. Upon exiting his vehicle, he locked the doors, humming a cheerful tune as he ambled towards his residence. After a few steps, he turned back to check on his car, retrieving his keys to press the lock button once more, satisfied that the vehicle was secure. He proceeded toward the entrance of Building 7. As he opened the heavy iron door to enter, he intentionally stomped his feet to activate the motion sensor lights. The instant the lights flickered on, the scammer experienced a moment of disbelief. There sat Sulai on the stairs, seemingly waiting for someone. Startled, the scammer rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, Sulai remained still, a statue in the dim light. This sight was more terrifying than any horror film he had ever witnessed. His sanity crumbled, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Sulai's expression was devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the scammer. After a few seconds of mutual staring, the corners of Sulai's mouth began to lift into a disarmingly bright smile. "Hey, fancy seeing you again." The scammer could only respond with a stunned, "What the F?" The words escaped him instinctively, bypassing rational thought. This time, his fear was far greater than when he had been abandoned by the lakeside. Wait, didn't this kid leave me by the lake? How is he here at my doorstep before I even arrived home? And how does he know where I live? As he fled, the scammer glanced back, realizing Sulai was in hot pursuit. "Big brother, I realize my mistake. I swear I won't do it again. Please don't come any closer. If you chase me, I'll call the police." Sulai deliberately refrained from closing the distance too quickly, allowing the scammer ample time to enter the vehicle. Upon climbing into the vehicle, the swindler turned to steal a glance at Sulai outside the car window. This young man was undeniably unsettling. In this moment, fear eclipsed both greed and rationality. The con artist abandoned all thoughts of leveraging Sulai's secrets to extort money from him. He was too preoccupied with the desire to report to the police. Now was the time to call for help, and not just any call. He needed to go directly to the police station. A mere phone call would not suffice. Only the presence of uniformed officers could provide him with a sense of security. After igniting the engine, the swindler slammed on the gas, racing out of the neighborhood and heading straight for the nearby Longcheng District Police Station, witnessing the other party flee towards the police station. Sulai promptly retrieved his phone and sent a message to Han Fei. He then leisurely exited the community and made his way to a nearby food stall, intending to indulge in some late-night snacks. At the police station, a white sedan halted at the entrance. The owner flung open the door, neglecting to close it behind him as he dashed inside. "Shark, shark," he shouted, all the while pointing frantically behind him. With every few steps, he glanced back over his shoulder to ensure Sulai was not in pursuit. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Han Fei immediately stood up and ventured out. It was time for him to take the stage. In his mind, he rehearsed the lines he had previously agreed upon with Sulai. "Officer, help me, someone is trying to kill me." "Killing you? Who wants to kill you? Don't panic, take your time and explain." Chapter 68, Arrest me, I beg you. Spotting his target, Han Fei tightened the lid of his thermos and approached at a leisurely pace. "Killing you? Who wants to kill you? Don't panic, take your time and explain." "Yes, it's a man, quite young, perhaps in his 20s. He is a murderer, officer. I witnessed him disposing of a body. Under normal circumstances, the police would take such a report very seriously, for murder and body disposal are no trifling matters. However, it was evident that this was not a typical scenario. Take it seriously, nonsense, others may not know, but Han Fei certainly did. There was no murder or body disposal at all. Sulai's trunk was simply filled with construction debris. After listening to the swindler's claims, Han Fei displayed not a shred of anxiety. Instead, he wore a calm expression. "Murder and body disposal, and you actually witnessed it? Are you certain you didn't make a mistake?" "I am certain, I didn't make a mistake. It's precisely because I saw him dispose of the body that he wants to kill me to silence me. Just earlier, he was waiting for me at the stairwell of our building. He surely hasn't gone far. Can't you officers check the surveillance? There are cameras in our community." "Alright," Han Fei responded. "Which community do you live in?" "Qingcheng community. I live in Building 7, and there's a camera right at the entrance of our unit." Following the swindler's instructions, Han Fei retrieved the footage from the surveillance camera at the entrance of Building 7 in Qingcheng community. However, the footage revealed only the swindler himself the entire time. In the video, he approached the entrance, opened the large iron gate, hesitated for a few seconds, and then bolted out of the camera's view. Yet, there was no one at the stairwell behind the iron gate, just emptiness. Where is he? How could there be no one? I can't have been mistaken. This footage had of course been tampered with in advance. Before the swindler arrived at the police station, Han Fei had already arranged for a copy of the footage to be saved to his computer. And the technical team had discreetly edited it to remove any sign of Su Lai from the frame. My friend, the police station is not a place for jokes. Filing a false report is illegal. No, officer, the swindler exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. I swear I'm not joking. You have to believe me. That man was indeed blocking me at the stairwell. And how do you explain the surveillance? You saw it for yourself. There was no one at the stairwell, but he really was there just now. I saw him. All right, you must be exhausted and experiencing hallucinations. Go home and rest. You don't seem like someone who did this intentionally. I want to pursue the matter of your false report this time. Off you go, but let this be a warning. Han Fei ushered him towards the exit, yet the swindler showed no intention of leaving. Although he did not understand why the surveillance had failed to capture Su Lai, he was certain that what he had just witnessed was no illusion. He could not dare return home. To do so would be a death sentence. No, stepping outside the police station would mean certain doom. That young man was far too uncanny, appearing out of nowhere like a ghost, and it was utterly terrifying. Officer, may I stay here for a while? I can pay. Do you think the police station is a hotel? We have no accommodations for you. You need to return home, Han Fei replied with an impatient tone. Rising to push the swindler towards the exit, the police station was bright and bustling, filled with officers in uniform, providing ample security. Here, the swindler had no need to worry about Su Lai's threats. After all, no matter how capable that young man was, he could not possibly breach the police station, could he? Surely he would be afraid of the police. The swindler had made up his mind to remain here. There was no way he would go home, not for anything, unless he was ready to meet his end. To save his own skin, he was even willing to resort to self-incrimination. Yes, that was it. He would voluntarily confess. This way he would have a legitimate reason to stay at the police station. After committing a crime, wouldn't the police have to apprehend him? Would they not allow him to remain within their walls? It was a minor issue, one he could easily navigate. Of course, the swindler did not intend to divulge all his scamming exploits. He had already devised a plan to only share a portion. This would provide him with a justification to stay at the station without incurring too severe a sentence. With his mind made up, he called out to Han Fei, officer, I'm actually a fraudster. Please arrest me, I beg you. A fraudster? Yes, I'm a fraudster. The swindler nodded vigorously, fully committing to his ACT. To preserve his life, he was willing to lay it all bare, fearing Han Fei would not believe him. He recounted in detail his recent scam. Last month, while driving for a ride-hailing service, I picked up a mother and daughter, and then, Han Fei, wary of the swindler sensing something amiss, refrained from interrupting him or taking him to the interrogation room. Instead, he listened intently from his desk, jotting down notes as the swindler recounted his tale. Once the swindler had nearly finished, Han Fei began his questioning. And what about the proceeds from your scams? Are they still in that purchased bank card? No, after we scammed the money, we handed it over to Sister Hua to help launder it. Only after laundering does it make its way to our own accounts. Who is this Sister Hua? It sounds like you're not new to this. You're part of a fraud ring, aren't you? Besides yourself, who else is in this group? The swindler's eyes widened in alarm. Upon hearing Han Fei's questions, he suddenly realized he had overshared. In his moment of panic, he had forgotten what could be disclosed and what should remain unsaid. Regret came too late. Han Fei was a seasoned officer with extensive experience. In his presence, there were only two options: either confess everything truthfully or remain completely silent. Offering half-truths would be of no use. He would inevitably expose the inconsistencies in the suspect's statements and magnify them. One lie would require another to cover it, and eventually there would come a time when the suspect would have to tell the truth. The swindler now found himself in such a predicament. He felt akin to a young child in kindergarten, desperately needing to relieve himself but too afraid to ask the teacher. He had initially intended to only let a little out to ease his discomfort. But as it turned out, that was impossible. Once he started, there was no turning back. Under Han Fei's relentless questioning, he divulged even the information he had initially planned to withhold, his face paling in despair. This was, without a doubt, a thunderbolt from a clear sky for him. Fortunately, there was some good news. At the very least, he no longer had to fear Su Lai, thus, even as he faced imminent incarceration. A hint of a smile remained on the swindler's face, accompanied by a sense of relief. Once the swindler had finished his confession, Han Fei retrieved a pair of handcuffs and secured his wrists. Preparing to take him down to detain him. As they passed through the corridors of the police station, the swindler inadvertently caught sight of the bulletin board displaying information about the officers. Each officer's photo, name, and position were displayed prominently. To his astonishment, he found that the officer named Su Lai bore an uncanny resemblance to the murderer he had encountered earlier that day. The shape of the face, the eyes, and even the hairstyle were strikingly similar, as if they had been cast from the same mold. In that moment, the swindler finally sensed something was amiss. Simultaneously, Su Lai entered the police station, carrying a large bag of late-night snacks. I picked these up on the way. Everyone has been working hard. Let us enjoy a meal together. The swindler was left dumbfounded. He glanced at Su Lai, then at the officer's reactions, and finally at the bulletin board once more. In an instant, the last remnants of his smile vanished. Chapter 69. Are you perhaps showing a bit too much disrespect for my profession? If I'm not mistaken, I should, possibly, have been duped? A large question mark floated in the swindler's mind. After spending his days deceiving others, he never imagined he would one day fall victim to a con himself. If memory serves, I am the fraudster, not the one being defrauded. How could I, a con artist, be deceived? How would I face the world if this became known? What would my peers think of me? Moreover, what he could never have anticipated, even under duress, was that the deceiver was none other than the police, a robust officer with thick eyebrows and large eyes. When did the police learn to deceive? Who taught you this? Come on, my friend, who exactly is the con artist here? Is it not a tad disrespectful to my profession? I am the fraudster, and yet you have deceived me, with the incredulous gaze of a swindler upon him. Su Lai chuckled, interpreting the officer's words as praise for his own adeptness at deceit. He then turned to Han Fei. Did he confess? He did. Han Fei nodded, adding, strangely enough, your method worked quite effectively. He confessed immediately. After escorting the fraudster away, Han Fei returned to the office, joining the others for a late-night snack. Su Lai offered Han Fei a skewer of beef and inquired, that fellow surely isn't working solo. Is he? Is there a gang backing him? Han Fei took a bite of the beef and nodded in agreement. Yes, he has a superior. Not exactly a superior, more accurately, someone who provides technical support from behind the scenes, trains him, and helps launder the ill-gotten gains. Furthermore, the various small programs, web links, and online casinos utilized by the fraudster were all provided by a person known as Hua Jia, who takes a cut of the profits. Hua Jia, what is her real name? Su Lai asked. I have no idea. The fraudster doesn't know either. He only knows her as Hua Jia, a female, with no knowledge of her true identity or appearance. I suspect this Hua Jia has many others like him beneath her, all profiting from commissions. If we could find Hua Jia, we would likely uncover many more criminals. At this point, Han Fei sighed. Unfortunately, given the limited information we currently possess, it will be difficult to track down Hua Jia. At present, the police only know that she is a woman, and beyond that, we are in the dark. With such scant information, locating her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If we had a description, we could at least have Su Lai, our sketch artist, give it a try. But since the fraudster has never met this so-called Hua Jia, the artist would find himself at a loss in such a challenging situation. While Han Fei lamented, Su Lai fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the system reward, a book titled National Rich Women Information Overview. Captain Han, do you think those engaged in this line of work are quite affluent? I wonder if this Hua Jia possesses a fortune exceeding 100 million? In his leisure time, Su Lai had perused the National Rich Women Information Overview, which had 3 strict criteria for listing: female, alive, and a fortune exceeding 100 million. There must be some illicit pathways yield the quickest profits. The individual who deceived his way into the police station to confess managed to swindle over 2 million this year alone. 2 million, it's terrifying, isn't it? And he is merely a small fry. Just imagine how much Hua Jia must be raking in, Han Fei remarked, reaching for another skewer of lamb. Moreover, even without considering fraud, the money laundering business alone must be quite lucrative for her. Helping individuals with unclear financial backgrounds to launder their money, she must pocket astronomical commissions. Su Lai nodded silently, his thoughts racing. He was now convinced that this so-called Hua Jia must indeed be listed in the National Rich Women Information Overview. Once he returned home, he would meticulously search through it, particularly focusing on those with the surname Hua or names containing the character Hua. Of course, this was a rather clumsy method and might not yield results, as it was entirely possible that Hua Jia was merely a nickname with no connection to her actual name. Therefore, Su Lai did not place all his hopes on the National Rich Women Information Overview. After finishing their late-night snack, Su Lai left the police station in Han Fei's car. Upon arriving home, he immediately began searching for the National Rich Women Information Overview, looking up names by the initial letter of their surname. The surname Hua was quite rare, and the number of wealthy women bearing that surname was even fewer, only a handful. Su Lai examined each name and turned. To his surprise, he indeed discovered a match. Name: Hua Xiulan. Gender: female. Occupation: fraud, money laundering. Phone number: 130xxxxxxxxxx. ID number: 530026xxxxxxxxxxxxxxx. Height, weight: 151. Interests: bondage, whipping using steel wool. System reminder: earning money is tough, and sometimes it's not worth the struggle, but if you find yourself in need, remember to take care of your health while making money. The following day, Zhang Weiman arrived at the police station to find several early bird officers gathered together, idly chatting. Normally, he would turn a blind eye to such behavior. But was this truly the time for idle chatter? With the fraud case still unsolved, how could they waste time? He approached them with a stern expression, ready to reprimand those who were slacking off. However, as he drew near, their conversation captivated him, and his lecture was swallowed back down. Wait, Su Lai managed to trick the fraudster into confessing at the police station. Is that true? He was bewildered, utterly astonished. A fraudster, whose very expertise lies in deception, had fallen for a trick and voluntarily walked into the police station to confess? Was that even plausible? Absolutely true, Director Zhang. That individual is currently detained in our station. The night shift officer, Old Wang, informed me of this during the shift change just moments ago. As Zhang Weiman listened, he found it increasingly absurd, his face reflecting disbelief. What? It can happen this way? However, he couldn't help but feel regretful that the fraudster lacked detailed information about Hua Jia. Otherwise, they could have potentially apprehended numerous con artists by following that lead. One officer lamented. Just then, Su Lai, who had just uncovered detailed personal information about Hua Jia, walked into the police station. Chapter 70. If it works, it works. If not, it doesn't. What does it mean to take a break? After hearing the officer's comments, Zhang Weiman nodded in agreement. It was indeed a pity. Had they possessed more leads to bring Hua Jia to light, they would have undoubtedly captured a significant number of fraudsters. Taking down a large-scale fraud ring would guarantee them at least a collective second-class merit, and perhaps even a first-class merit was not out of the question. Such a feat would be quite a remarkable achievement. Alas, their scant leads rendered that ambition unattainable. With this thought, Zhang Weiman couldn't help but sigh that he had always been ambitious, but now, in middle age, he was no longer the same person he had been in his youth. He had matured considerably, acquiring unique insights into many matters. Thus, he had grown even more inclined to show off. Director Zhang. At that moment, Su Lai's voice came from behind him. Su Lai is here. Zhang Weiman smiled. We were just talking about you. You managed to trick the fraudster into confessing. Impressive. With a hint of embarrassment, Su Lai scratched his head in response to Zhang Weiman's praise. Oh, by the way, there's a fraud prevention campaign we need to organize. Since you possess such a knack for deception, your mind is quite sharp, I'll entrust this task to you. Do you have any issues with that? Su Lai suspected Zhang Weiman was mocking him, but he had no proof. He nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Then I'll leave this to you. You can schedule the event as you see fit, but it would be best to hold it within the next couple of days. And don't forget to edit a video to post on our official account. We need to promote it both online and offline. Understood. Su Lai replied, handing Zhang Weiman a note he had in his hand. Director Zhang, I overheard you discussing Hua Jia earlier. I found a person who, if I'm not mistaken, is Hua Jia. Zhang Weiman received the note with skepticism, glancing at the details written on it. The note contained information about a woman named Hua Xiulan, complete with phone number, ID number, home address, height, weight, and even a photograph. Such detailed information. Where did it come from? Is the source reliable? I had my informant help me gather the information. Its credible. Informants, or special agents, are individuals who provide valuable leads to the police, often having their own issues in cooperating with the police to seek redemption. In certain specific areas, their information can be more reliable than what the police can access, allowing them to learn things that are otherwise difficult for law enforcement to uncover. The world is not strictly black and white. Sometimes, the police need to rely on external forces. Blindly adhering to a strict moral code can render one inflexible, or worse, foolish. Su Lai was clearly not a rigid individual, as evidenced by the various skills he possessed. Upon hearing the term informant, Zhang Weiman was momentarily taken aback. This kid, having only joined recently, has already developed his own informant? That is quite impressive. However, he quickly composed himself. It wasn't surprising that Su Lai had his own informant. In fact, it was something Zhang Weiman had expected. There was no doubt that Su Lai was talented. With his abilities, infiltrating a criminal organization would be a piece of cake, so cultivating a few informants was nothing to him. When Su Lai mentioned that the detailed information about Hua Jie came from his informant, Jiang Weiman's doubts were significantly alleviated. Information provided by police informants is often highly reliable. Jiang Weiman did not press Su Lai for the identity of his informant, as being an informant for the police is a dangerous role, and their identities must be kept confidential. With a casual gesture, I patted Su Lai on the shoulder, adopting a tone of commendation. Well done, well done. After saying this, I beckoned Officer Liu to investigate the information on the note. Liu, please look into this individual. Liu wasted no time, promptly taking the note and commencing his search. It turned out that this Hua Jie was indeed suspect. Director Zhang, I suspected, sir. She has several shell companies which have received numerous substantial remittances from overseas accounts, he reported. Jiang Weiman nodded, contemplating that the collective second-class merit was assured this time. Hua Xiulan was not within the province, and cross-province arrests required certain procedures, necessitating contact with local law enforcement once all preparations were complete. Jiang Weiman instructed Han Fei to lead a team of officers to set out. In Haicheng at the Shanshui Manor, Hua Xiulan expressed her dissatisfaction with the stamina of the young man before her. Dismissing him brusquely, "Get lost, hurry up and leave," she then retrieved her phone to contact a recently scouted young man. Shortly thereafter, a fair-skinned young man arrived at Hua Xiulan's villa. After a brief 5-minute chat, she began to make advances. The young man quickly pushed her away, exclaiming, "Sister, no. We agreed at the outset that we would only talk. I'm not that kind of person. For 10,000 a week you can be." Hua Xiulan retorted, rising to retrieve a bundle of cash from her safe, tossing it onto the sofa. The sight of the stack of red 100 yuan bills caused him to swallow hard. It was a considerable amount, and to claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous. After throwing the money on the sofa, Hua Xiulan fell silent, waiting for his response. The young man glanced at the money, then at Hua Xiulan. Already prepared to concede, however, he inquired, "Sister, there are no others in this villa, right?" "None," she assured him. "You need not worry. Everything that transpires here today will remain between us. There is no possibility of a third party knowing." Upon hearing this, the young man gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm all in. It's just earning money, no shame in it." Although he thought Hua Xiulan was not particularly appealing should this affair come to light, it would tarnish his reputation. Yet, as she had stated, the villa was theirs alone, eliminating any risk of exposure. Meanwhile, Han Fei and a group of officers had arrived at the Shanshui Manor in Haicheng from Shannon City. Upon seeing the villa where Hua Xiulan resided, they approached directly. Han Fei pressed the doorbell. "Once we enter, apprehend her immediately. Do not allow her to escape. Do not underestimate her simply because she is a woman." Understood. His caution stemmed from the cunning nature of fraudsters, and he feared unexpected complications during the operation. "Yes," the officers replied in unison. However, Su Lai suddenly clutched his stomach just before the arrest. "Captain Han. My stomach is suddenly in pain. It seems I might have an upset stomach. Can I wait outside during the operation?" Han Fei, without a second thought, agreed. "All right, then you can stay outside." Unbeknownst to him, Su Lai's stomachache was feigned. Just moments ago, he recalled the detailed introduction of Hua Xiulan on the system. The information he had provided to Jiang Weiman had omitted many details, such as Hua Xiulan's preferences, fearing that he might encounter something inappropriate upon opening the door. He chose to wait outside. Chapter 71, A Long Face, Too Long of a Face. The innocent Han Fei was completely unaware that Su Lai was pretending that he had never considered such a possibility. As Su Lai always rushed to the front during critical moments, Han Fei believed the likelihood of Su Lai shirking his responsibilities was far less than his own chance of flattening Mount Everest by merely urinating on it. Upon hearing the doorbell, Hua Xiulan was momentarily taken aback. A few knew of her residence, and no one would come to seek her out uninvited. She usually summoned others to her. Could it be the police? Was the first thought that crossed her mind. However, she quickly dismissed her concern as she spotted a set of keys on the coffee table. Those belonged to the young man she had just sent away. It seemed he had returned to retrieve them after realizing he had left them behind. Hua Xiulan promptly donned a large nightgown, grabbed the keyring, and went to open the door, yet, upon opening, she froze. Standing outside were several unfamiliar individuals, not the young man she had just dismissed. The officers were equally stunned, momentarily at a loss for words, as they noticed a man, bound by instruments, on the sofa. In a most undignified position, the man gazed at Han Fei and his team with a look of sheer terror. This arrest operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, with Hua Xiulan offering little resistance as she was handcuffed. However, they faced the complication of needing someone to free the young man from his bindings. Han Fei himself could not bear to witness the scene and immediately directed Officer Go, "You free him." Gu replied, no way, I've never dealt with this before, how would I know how to untie him? If she can't do it, then just remove her handcuffs first and let her handle it. That is nonsense, if we take off her handcuffs she'll run away, hurry up, Han Fei insisted firmly. I'm not going, Gu countered defiantly, let us settle this with rock paper scissors. The loser goes. Moments later, a fair-skinned young man bolted from the villa. Covering his face, following closely behind, Han Fei and his team escorted Hua Xiaolan out. Ge wore a look as if he had just swallowed a fly. Observing this, Su Lai recognized that his earlier decision had undoubtedly been correct. However, he feigned ignorance and approached to inquire, what happened? Don't mention it. Thank goodness you weren't inside with your stomachache, or you would have lost your breakfast. It was quite the sight, Gu sighed heavily. That guy who just ran out, you wouldn't believe it. The world has truly fallen. After apprehending Hua Xiaolan, the group promptly returned to Shannon City, where they began to interrogate her at the police station. She cooperated readily, aware of her impending downfall, and quickly provided information about her subordinates and associates, hoping for leniency in light of her compliance. After laundering the illicit funds, she would transfer the cleaned money into the personal bank accounts of the scammers through legitimate channels. Consequently, even without knowing the identities of each subordinate, the police could trace the scammers' detailed personal information based on the bank account numbers, facilitating subsequent arrests of the implicated individuals were spread across various provinces and cities nationwide, amounting to several hundred, with the sums involved being astronomical given the large and dispersed nature of the suspects. It was evident that the Longqing District Police alone could not complete the forthcoming arrest operations. Zhang Weiman promptly reported the matter, and upon learning of it, the city bureau leaders opted to escalate it to the provincial department. That day, police forces across most of the nation became busy arrest them. Zhang Weiman was as jubilant as a child weighing over 100 pounds. Do you know about the nationwide police joint operation on the afternoon of August 10, 2023? Our precinct led the charge. Isn't that impressive? The number of implicated individuals in Shannon City was relatively small, totaling just 4, including the one previously captured. Within a single afternoon, they apprehended the remaining 3. Before the end of the workday, Su Lai received a familiar notification sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully solving a fraud case. You are eligible for a random reward. This reward is in a 2-choice format, and the random selection is in progress. Reward selection complete. Please choose. Option 1, Perfect Crime. As a single man, you must often find yourself yearning for the alluring woman upstairs, yearning to commit an act of mischief. But her late husband disapproves. What to do if he doesn't agree? Just eliminate him. Of course, meticulous planning is essential beforehand. Execute a perfect crime. This system has a comprehensive murder guide featuring all methods of operation. There is bound to be a technique that suits you. Awaken, it's hunting time. Option 2, same as above. Su Lai, same as above? Are you even aware of what you're saying? At least in previous instances, you pretended. This time, you're not even trying to hide it, are you? This time, the system had chosen to be overt. Moments later, a comprehensive guide to various murder techniques appeared in Su Lai's mind, including methods capable of executing a murder from miles away without anyone being the wiser. The guide contained numerous methods that even Su Lai, as a police officer, found somewhat daunting. If such a case were to occur in reality, it would likely be enshrined in police academy textbooks. That evening, in high spirits, Zhang Weiman decided to treat the officers to a meal, given that their precinct was likely to receive a collective second-class merit. With a chance of achieving a first-class award, Zhang Weiman considered it worth celebrating even more than the new year. After work, the group set off for a well-known local hotel. At the entrance, Su Lai encountered his high school classmate, Su Manhui. Su Lai, long time no see, do you remember me? Su Manhui, indeed, I am pleasantly surprised that after such a long time, you still remember me, your old classmate. Are you here to dine? Yes, I am here for a gathering with my colleagues. This establishment is reputed to serve delightful cuisine. Are you here for a meal as well? I am not. I am here to find my husband. As this is his restaurant, Chapter 72, a true friend keeps you in mind, yet you cast him aside. Although Su Manhui and Su Lai were high school classmates, they did not share much interaction during their school days and were not particularly familiar with each other. They had little common ground back then, let alone now. Thus, their conversation ended shortly after a few polite exchanges. Su Lai, your classmate is quite beautiful. Just as Su Manhui turned to leave, Xiaoge leaned closer to Su Lai and whispered, why are you surrounded by such lovely ladies? Could you possibly introduce one to me? You don't need me to make introductions. Aren't you surrounded by beauties yourself? Nonsense. Where do I have any beauties around me? Not a single one. You wouldn't be reluctant to introduce someone, would you? Sulai, upon hearing this, intentionally raised his voice a notch. Are you not speaking with your eyes wide shut? How could you possibly lack beautiful company? I see quite a few. What do you mean speaking with my eyes wide shut? There are indeed none, the naive Xiaogu continued to argue, completely oblivious to the trap Sulai had set for him. That is simply your poor taste. I see nothing but beauties within our bureau. Sulai remarked, listing the female colleagues one by one, Yezi, Xiaoyuan, Meng, and which of them is not attractive? Upon hearing this, the female colleagues in the bureau couldn't help but smile, and even those who did not show it felt a surge of delight within. No girl dislikes being complimented. Sulai's popularity is not without reason. He is capable and articulate. Although he has only recently joined, he is well liked among the bureau members, from Director Zhang Weiman to the grassroots officers. Not a single one dislikes him. What beauties are you talking about? Xiaogu began, but promptly shut his mouth, realizing from the surrounding female colleagues' reactions that he had misspoken. He also came to understand that he had fallen into Sulai's trap. In just a few sentences, Sulai managed to garner more affection from the female colleagues while simultaneously leading Xiaogu into a pitfall. Is there no sincerity left between people? You Sulai, you are truly devious. A true friend keeps you in mind, yet you push him into a ditch. A few female colleagues who were closer to Xiaogu had already clenched their fists after hearing his remarks. They approached him and landed a couple of playful punches. Look at how well Xiaosu can talk. Can't you learn a thing or two from him? Realizing his earlier misstep, Xiaogu hurriedly attempted damage control. No, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me. You are all very beautiful. I simply misspoke. He quickly turned to Sulai, jokingly gritting his teeth. You better keep both eyes open tonight while you sleep. Don't let me catch you. Sulai, seeing the situation, threw an arm around Xiao Ji's shoulder and whispered in his ear, why don't you differentiate between right and wrong? I'm merely trying to help you create an opportunity. Create an opportunity? What opportunity? The opportunity to spend time alone. Sulai replied earnestly, look, you just upset them. If you've offended the ladies, you ought to apologize. An apology can't just be verbal, that lacks sincerity. At the very least, a meal is required, right? Xiaogu remained silent, his eyes wide, turning to look at Sulai. Sulai continued, you could even be more formal, perhaps bring a small gift when dining. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, and before you know it, love might blossom. Wow, I'm sorry, brother, I misunderstood you. Sulai's words enlightened Xiaogu. He decided to retract his earlier comments. Where was Sulai being devious? Not at all. Observing everything from the side, Han Fei was also taken aback. Sulai truly is a talent. By the end of this, he had garnered all the goodwill, having just exchanged pleasantries with Sulai at the entrance of the hotel. Su Manhui turned to enter, intending to find her husband. However, through the conversation between Sulai and his colleagues, she gleaned a piece of information. Her old classmate, Sulai, is a police officer. Su Manhui immediately halted her steps. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back with a smile. Sulai, it suddenly occurred to me that we have yet to add each other as friends, and since we met today, shall we exchange contacts? As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her bag, displaying her QR code like a business card. Although she framed it as a question, her actions left Sulai no opportunity to decline. Alright, seeing this, Sulai also took out his phone and scanned her QR code, adding her as a friend. By the way, there's a high school reunion on Saturday. It's been ages since we last met. You should come and join us. Sulai was not particularly interested in the reunion and immediately sought an excuse to politely decline. Sure, it has indeed been a long time. We should get together. Oh, I just remembered I'll be on night duty this Saturday. Perhaps you all could meet without me. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaogu, who had just benefited from Sulai's goodwill, jumped in. I'll cover your night shift. If you want to go, just go. There is nothing going on that night anyway. That wouldn't be appropriate. I can't let you take my shift. You need to rest as well. Sulai attempted to resist, casting a glance at Xiaogu. However, the fool completely misread Sulai's intentions. TSK, you're being too polite. We're brothers. It's no big deal to cover your shift. Stop with the nonsense. I'll take your night duty on Saturday. If you refuse, it means you don't see me as a brother. Sulai fell silent for 2 seconds. Thank you. Oh, stop with the formalities. We're brothers. It's nothing. Your colleague is so kind, agreeing to cover your shift. You should go. Your classmates miss you. I'll send you the location and time for the gathering shortly. Su Manhui said with a smile, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Let us not miss each other on Saturday. Waving goodbye to Sulai, she turned and took out her phone to message the organizer of the reunion. Last time, you mentioned there would be a class reunion on Saturday. Where is it going to be held? The organizer replied almost instantly. at 7 p.m. Sungha Tower, are you coming? It's wonderful, after so many invitations. You finally decided to grace us with your presence. Su Manhui typed a few words on her phone, responding, it's not that I didn't want to come, I was just busy before and never had the time. This time, I happened to be free. It was only after Su Manhui left that Xiaogu suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, Su Lai, I remember you're not on night duty this Saturday. Right, did you say that just to avoid the reunion, you just noticed? Su Lai replied somewhat helplessly, I truly am not very interested in the reunion, but it's fine, now that I've agreed. I might as well catch up with my old classmates. After waiting at the entrance for a while until everyone had arrived, Zhang Weiman led the officers into the hotel, notably in the hotel lobby. Su Lai spotted Su Manhui's husband. This man appeared to be significantly older than Su Manhui, likely in his mid-30s, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a successful individual. However, even successful individuals can have emotional troubles. Their relationship seemed strained. From their conversation, it was clear they were in the midst of a divorce. Su Manhui was unwilling to part ways, but her husband was resolute in his decision to leave. Left with no choice, Su Manhui acquiesced. Fine, if we must separate, I need to return home first to inform my parents. Let's handle the divorce next week. Chapter 73, We Are Police Officers. The next day. In the afternoon, following Zhang Weiman's instructions, Su Lai organized a publicity event for anti-fraud efforts. The venue was chosen to be a community near the bureau, primarily because it housed a significant number of elderly residents. The elderly are often the primary targets of scams, as fraudsters particularly favor deceiving older gentlemen and ladies. Young people are less appealing to scammers, each one is as sharp as a monkey. Busy with their affairs, and often devoid of money, their pockets cleaner than their faces. In contrast, the elderly tend to be more susceptible to deception, often possessing some savings, their expenditures are minimal, and they receive pensions monthly, making it seem as if they could never exhaust their funds. Moreover, older individuals are usually quite concerned about their health and desire to live longer. This is entirely understandable. Even a man would find it challenging to resist the allure of eternal life, let alone an ordinary person. Scammers only need to find someone to masquerade as a wellness expert, spouting grandiose theories to easily convince the elderly they can haggle over a few cents at the market. Yet they don't blink an eye when purchasing health products costing hundreds or even thousands. While the officers were setting up the event, a few elderly gentlemen and ladies curiously approached to inquire. What are you all doing? Oh, we are from the Longqing District Bureau, preparing to hold an anti-fraud promotional event in our community. Dear seniors, you may come and take a look later. This event is primarily aimed at you, to assist you in enhancing your discernment skills so that you won't fall victim to fraudsters. Xiaogu responded with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it immediately provoked the dissatisfaction of one elderly gentleman among them. Enhance our discernment skills? Are you implying that we are easily deceived? Upon hearing this, several other seniors beside him also expressed their discontent. Young man, we have consumed more salt than you have rice. What makes you think you can lecture us? Don't underestimate us just because of our age. We are quite astute. The ones who could deceive us have yet to be born, in my opinion. You should return from whence you came with your anti-fraud promotion. What kind of thought process led you to send a bunch of youngsters to teach us? Youngsters, as the old saying goes, the older one gets, the wiser one becomes. We cannot possibly be deceived, but you, I see you are not particularly clever. You seem like someone who could easily be duped. The elderly folks scolded Xiaogu and then turned to leave, showing no intention of staying to listen. Anti-fraud promotion? What a joke. They have seen it all in their lifetime. Are they likely to be fooled? Impossible. Watching the seniors walk away, Xiaogu felt utterly bewildered. This was a disastrous start. The event hadn't even begun, and already the crowd was resistant. How could this be called a promotion? Just then, Su Lai, who was busy setting up the event with the officers, approached and inquired about the situation. Xiaogu forced a smile and recounted what had just transpired. He then said, what should we do? Perhaps we should change the venue for this anti-fraud promotional event. The site isn't fully set up yet, so we might as well dismantle it. Change venue? Su Lai rejected the idea without a second thought. The site is nearly complete. Are we to abandon it now? That would make all our efforts in vain. If no one shows up once the setup is finished, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? These seniors not only do not wish to attend but also seem resistant. I believe we cannot succeed here. If no one comes once the venue is ready, it would be quite humiliating. Su Lai patted Xiaogu on the shoulder. Don't worry, there won't be a single empty seat. I am here, and if no one comes, I'll just lure in a few people. Xiaogu. Sulai ignored Xiaogu and instead procured a microphone and speaker for the event. After plugging it in and performing a simple adjustment, he said, "Hello everyone, we are from the nearby Longqing District Bureau, and we are preparing to hold an anti-fraud promotional event in our community. Those interested are welcome to join us to enhance your fraud prevention awareness. Our bureau has prepared some small gifts for attendees. After the event, each person can receive a bucket of cooking oil and 2 bags of rice." As soon as these words were spoken, people began to gather around. "Officer, is that true? Are you really giving away oil and rice?" "Of course, it's true. Everyone who attends this event will receive a 5-liter bucket of cooking oil and 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice." 5 liters of oil, 50 kilograms of rice? You're not talking about small amounts, right? Each person gets a bucket of oil and 2 bags of rice. Are you sure? Absolutely, each person will receive a bucket of oil and 2 bags of rice. Sulai affirmed with conviction. As soon as he finished speaking, several elderly individuals were immediately intrigued. A 5-liter bucket of cooking oil along with 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice is quite a generous offer. "Young man, when does this event start?" "That depends on the number of attendees. We will begin once we have a sufficient crowd. If there are too few participants, the event cannot proceed. It would be rather lackluster. And we wouldn't feel motivated to hold it, right, sir?" "Indeed, you make a valid point. Please wait here, young man. I will gather some people for you, and I guarantee we will have enough attendees." With that, the elderly gentleman turned and began to rally others. Seeing this, Sulai set down the microphone and shrugged at Xiaogu. "All right, there should be people coming soon. Don't just stand there. Let us finish setting up the venue and let the excitement build." "But Sulai, where are we going to get the oil and rice to give them? A 5-liter bucket of oil and 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice for each person? That would cost a fortune. And the budget from the bureau is certainly not that generous. Budget? I never intended to actually give it away. I'm just deceiving them, Xiaogu." Seeing the bewildered expression on Xiaogu's face, Sulai explained further, "You see, our anti-fraud promotion cannot merely consist of verbal warnings. We must incorporate some practical examples. Don't you agree? Tell me, is it more effective to present practical cases or to deceive them directly? In some matters, mere reasoning is insufficient. One must allow individuals to experience it firsthand. Experiencing it is far more profound than any reasoning." Xiaogu, while the reasoning is sound, but we are police officers. Is this really appropriate?" Just then, the elderly gentleman who had gone to rally people returned, followed by a steady stream of attendees. Some seniors even brought their small carts from home to facilitate the transport of the oil and rice. Witnessing this scene, Xiaogu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 74, You, a mere child, can deceive us. Observing the formidable assembly of seniors before him, Xiaogu felt completely overwhelmed. There was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Sulai successfully attracted a crowd, allowing the event to proceed as planned. The bad news was that he had attracted far too many people. At a glance, there were at least 200 individuals, and this was only the number Xiaogu could see. Who knew if there would be more arriving? By the end of the event, there would surely be 500 people gathered. The pressing issue they would face is whether to fulfill the promise of providing rice and oil. If they did not deliver, the seniors would undoubtedly be displeased, and if this reached the ears of Zhang Weiman, they would certainly face a reprimand. Conversely, if they did give the items away, with hundreds of attendees, providing each one a bucket of oil and 2 bags of rice would cost an exorbitant amount. Spending so much money on an anti-fraud promotional event would still lead to a scolding upon return. In other words, a reprimand was inevitable, and Xiaogu wore a troubled expression. Had he foreseen this, he would have stopped Sulai from making such reckless promises earlier. "It's clear that I am indeed a genius." Sulai glanced at the crowd approaching and then raised an eyebrow at Xiaogu. A triumphant expression on his face, almost as if he wanted to strike a pose. "I managed to gather so many people with just a few words. Am I not impressive, Xiaogu?" "I cannot comment on your impressiveness, but I do know that when we return today, we will certainly face Zhang's wrath." "What nonsense! With me here, that will never happen," Sulai replied confidently. His confidence stemmed from his exceptional skills in deception. If he couldn't handle a crowd of seniors, he might as well give up. "A young man, is this enough people? Can we start now?" the elderly gentleman who had gone to rally people asked Sulai. Yes, Sulai nodded. The event venue was nearly set up, and they could begin. Once everyone was seated, Sulai cleared his throat and picked up the microphone. "Wow, so many people have gathered here. Do you all know the theme of today's event?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd replied, "Yes, it's about anti-fraud promotion." Because of the promise of cooking oil and rice, everyone was highly cooperative, eager to ensure they performed well to receive their rewards. Yes, it is indeed an anti-fraud promotion. Just yesterday, our police successfully dismantled a large-scale fraud ring with hundreds of members spread across the nation. This operation has provided us with insights into many new types of scams. Consequently, we have organized this anti-fraud promotional event to inform everyone about the latest tricks used by fraudsters, preparing you for future threats. After a brief pause, Sulai posed a question, however, before we begin. I'd like to ask a side question. Has anyone here ever been scammed? As soon as he finished, the elderly folks shook their heads in unison. And no, young man, your question is unnecessary. How could we possibly fall victim to fraud? Indeed, I've lived for decades. What haven't I seen? It's impossible for me to be deceived. Precisely what haven't I encountered? The ones who could deceive me have yet to be born. Officer, don't be fooled by my age. My eyes are sharp. Whenever my son lied as a child, I could see right through it. No lie can escape my gaze. The crowd of seniors chimed in. Each with their own version of the same sentiment. They had never been deceived, nor could they ever be. They were exceedingly confident in this regard. While they spoke, Sulai did not interrupt but instead lowered the microphone and clasped his hands in front of him. Listening earnestly, occasionally nodding in agreement, once they finished speaking, Sulai picked up the microphone again and said, "What if I told you that I could easily deceive all of you?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." An elderly gentleman immediately shook his head. The remaining seniors held the same stance. A mere young lad like Sulai, capable of deceiving them. Young man, to put it bluntly, my grandson is older than you. In my eyes, you are merely a child. I have lived many more years than you and have experienced far more in life. I trust you understand the breadth of my knowledge. How could you possibly deceive me? It is true that you youngsters collectively lack the depth of experience that I possess. Do you truly think we are so easily fooled? Young man, do not take offense at my words. Let me put it this way. If you genuinely believe you are clever enough to trick us, why not give it a try? Test your skills on me, and if you manage to deceive me, I shall forfeit my free supply of cooking oil and rice. Indeed, if you can fool us, the cooking oil and rice shall be yours to keep. We must stand our ground and not allow the police to outsmart us, lest we be belittled. We must prove that we are not so easily swindled. Yes, let's teach him a lesson. Goodness, that old gentleman has provided a remarkable assist. Upon hearing this, Sulai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially planned to steer the conversation in this direction gradually, but someone had taken the initiative to say it, saving him considerable effort. Moreover, the old gentleman's words received unanimous support from the crowd. The elderly were eager to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. How could he think it would be so simple to deceive them? This was your claim after all. If I could trick you, you would forfeit your cooking oil and rice. Seizing the moment, Sulai fanned the flames. You wouldn't be trying to back out, would you? What do you mean by that? We are not children. How could we engage in such childish antics? Indeed, as the saying goes, once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. How could we possibly renege? If I were to back out, I would be your grandson. Once the crowd had finished speaking, Sulai smoothly complimented them. That is true. I underestimated you all. You are indeed people of principle, and certainly would not stoop to such behavior. The elderly were quite pleased with this remark, thinking to themselves that although this young lad was not very old, he had a keen insight into character, as the groundwork had been sufficiently laid. Sulai slowly began to speak. In truth, you have already fallen for my ruse. My initial claim of offering cooking oil and rice was merely a deception. I had no intention of giving anything away. This, my friends, is what we call fraud. The atmosphere grew eerily silent following Sulai's revelation. With this statement, the purpose of the anti-fraud campaign was undeniably elevated. The police had come to promote anti-fraud awareness, and the elderly, who had initially intended to teach Sulai a lesson, were left dumbfounded. Initially, they had dismissed Sulai's words, even sneering at them, with expressions akin to, "Tch now, they look like this, The observant Gu, who had witnessed the entire exchange, gaped in astonishment, resembling a stunned pig. Is this really possible? Chapter 75. Had Sulai ever engaged in fraud before? Sulai had given these elderly folk a lesson through his actions, as well as imparted knowledge to the accompanying police officers. As mandated by superiors, the anti-fraud outreach to the community had been conducted frequently over the past 2 years, yet, regardless of how many times they held these events, the process remained the same. Initially, some found it novel and attended, but gradually they grew weary of the monotony, expressing disdain for the same old information. Furthermore, most people held a high opinion of themselves, believing they could never be deceived. Simply reminding them to be vigilant against scams was futile, as they would ignore the warnings. Although Sulai's approach seemed unconventional, it proved effective. Did you not claim you could never be fooled? I shall deceive you once to teach you a lesson. The anti-fraud campaign proceeded remarkably well from the outset. Sulai delivered a small but impactful shock to the defiant elderly. Subsequently, he uncovered numerous scams targeting seniors. For instance, the well-known health socks that many had purchased. The sole distinction between these socks and ordinary ones is the presence of numerous small dots, which supposedly correspond to acupuncture points on the feet. Claiming that wearing them equates to foot massage and promotes longevity, the elderly firmly believed in the health benefits of these socks, as they would warm their feet almost immediately upon wearing them. Even those with chronically cold extremities found warmth after donning these socks, which seemed quite miraculous. However, for Sulai, a master of deception, such tricks were easily discernible. What nonsense about foot massages? The warmth felt in the feet was due to capsaicin applied to the dots on the socks. With a cost of merely 1 or 2 yuan, they sold for 199. What else could this be but fraud? In addition to the health socks, Sulai also highlighted many other products and scams. The elderly soon realized how many times they had unwittingly been duped. They began to take the anti-fraud campaign seriously, listening intently, and not only were they engaged, but even the police officers accompanying Sulai were taken aback. The information Sulai shared was not only new to the elderly but to the officers as well. Wait, how does Sulai know so much? Where did he acquire this knowledge? How could I possibly know? Have you noticed that Sulai's insights are insider information, difficult for the average person to grasp? Not to mention the average person, even I, a police officer, was unaware that I had even purchased those socks. I had wondered why my feet felt warm each time I wore them. It turns out it was because of the capsaicin. I even recommended them to my parents. What a swindler! A pair of worthless socks coated with capsaicin sold to me for over 200. Say, is there a possibility, just a possibility, that Sulai was involved in fraud before? Unlikely, you're right. Young Su is not that kind of person. I agree, it seems implausible. Back at the police station, after a brief rest, Sulai began to edit the video recorded earlier. Han Fei approached with half a peeled orange. Editing the video? You've worked hard. Have some orange, it's peeled for you. Sulai glanced at the half orange, which appeared dried out. The sour orange theory states, if a friend offers you a peeled but unfinished orange, do not doubt it. It is certainly very sour. Sulai shook his head, declining Han Fei's kind offer. What nonsense is this? Do you not trust your mentor? Would I serve you a sour orange? As Han Fei spoke, he expressionlessly popped a segment into his mouth. See, I ate it, and it's quite sweet. Not sour at all. Sulai remained resolute in his refusal. Observing this, Han Fei moved to Ji's side. You've worked hard at the event. Have some orange, it's peeled. Hey, Han, you're quite generous. Ji chuckled and accepted the orange. Completely oblivious to the potential pitfall, after tasting a segment, he grimaced and rushed to the trash bin to spit it out. Ha, silly boy, you haven't mastered your anti-fraud skills. This is also a scam. Surprise, Han Fei laughed heartily. Just then Zhang Weiman emerged from the office and approached Sulai. Young Su, how did that event go? Was it effective? It went well. Here is the raw footage. Sulai promptly presented the original video. Zhang Weiman leaned over to view Sulai's computer screen. After a brief glance, he turned to praise Sulai. Wow, so many people. I knew I made the right choice sending you for this anti-fraud campaign. Previous events hardly attracted anyone. How did you gather such a crowd? I tricked them into thinking they would receive a barrel of cooking oil and bags of rice for attending, Sulai replied candidly. Zhang Weiman, upon seeing his expression, Sulai recounted the conversation he had with Gu earlier. After listening, Zhang Weiman was left stunned for a long while. You have truly clarified the purpose of this anti-fraud campaign. After dismantling the scam ring, life at the police station returned to tranquility. For several consecutive days, no significant incidents occurred. On Saturday, at Su Manhui's invitation, Sulai attended a high school reunion. You came, I thought you wouldn't show up. She greeted him with a smile upon seeing Sulai. She had been most eager to see Sulai at this reunion, not for any other reason than his unique position as a police officer. How could I not come? I promised. After all, Sulai replied with a polite smile. Please sit beside me. It has been a while since we last met, and it's perfect for catching up. One of the male classmates sitting next to Su Manhui, feeling ignored as she engaged with Sulai, grew irritated. He immediately picked up the decanter and shook it, addressing Su Manhui. The wine should be ready. I opened this bottle just for you. It's quite good. Let me pour you some. Ugh. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the red wine, Su Manhui felt a wave of nausea and interrupted the male classmate before he could pour. I'll pass. I am not feeling well today. After graduating and stepping into society, my fondness for this pursuit has not diminished, rather, it has deepened, because Su Manhui is married, now graced by the aura of partnership. Xiao Zhe. Much like his ancestor from the Three Kingdoms era, shares a fondness for such companionship, having inherited the valiant spirit of Wei Wu Neat. Su Manhui shook her head. It's not that serious. It is just that my period has arrived. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhe immediately perked up. The internet suggests that consuming brown sugar water can alleviate menstrual cramps and replenish blood. Moreover, it is said that prior to offering something to a girl, one should refrain from asking if she wants it. The best approach is to simply present it, as inquiries might seem superfluous. After all, the girls appreciate surprises. At this moment, if I could quietly present her with a cup of brown sugar water, would it not warm her heart? Chao Zhe mused. He promptly rose and exited the private room to request a cup of brown sugar water from the hotel staff. He did not ask the server to bring it in but took it upon himself, as such gestures of kindness lose their charm if not done personally. Manhui, I just asked the waiter for a cup of brown sugar water. I read online that it's beneficial for girls during their period. Chao Zhe placed the steaming cup of brown sugar water on the table before Su Manhui, eagerly awaiting her praise for his thoughtfulness. Unexpectedly, Su Manhui frowned at the sight of the cup, pushing it away with a peculiar expression. I don't drink this. In pushing the cup, she exerted a bit too much force, causing a small splash of brown sugar water to land on the paper on the table, forming an irregular dark red blotch. Su Manhui gazed at the stained paper, her expression momentarily distant, as if recalling something. However, she quickly regained her composure, crumpling the soiled paper and discarding it on the floor. Su Lai noticed this but didn't dwell on it. He only scrutinized minute details during investigations, analyzing even the most casual actions of suspects. In daily life, he preferred not to harbor suspicion towards everyone. Viewing everyone as a criminal would not be dedication, but rather a sign of madness. A class reunion is merely an occasion for old classmates to eat, drink, and chat together, although a few individuals with a penchant for showing off boasted about their successes. It remained harmless, and the overall atmosphere was quite jovial. After dining, the group ventured to a nearby KTV for some entertainment, concluding their evening just before midnight. Officer Su. After the gathering, Su Manhui called out to Su Lai in a teasing tone, "Are you available now? Could I trouble you to escort me home? It's rather late, and I fear encountering unsavory characters on my way back." No sooner had she finished speaking than Chao Zhe interjected, "Manhui, let me take you home. It's on my way, so you needn't trouble." Officer Xu. As he spoke, he cast eager glances at Su Lai, hoping he would relinquish the opportunity of escorting Su Manhui to him. Su Lai, disinterested in romantic pursuits, chose not to contest with Chao Zhe. Ultimately, Chao Zhe achieved his wish, serving as a gallant escort for Su Manhui back to her residence. Su Manhui's husband is a successful entrepreneur, owning 4 chain hotels and numerous properties, most of which were acquired purely for investment and had never been inhabited. The couple resided in a modest villa under her husband's name. After delivering Su Manhui to the villa's entrance, Chao Zhe planned to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, he saw Su Manhui emerge from the villa in a state of panic. "What's wrong?" Chao Zhe was taken aback. Su Manhui appeared significantly shaken, struggling to articulate a complete thought. "Don't be afraid, take your time. Did your husband hit you for coming home late?" he exclaimed. "How dare he strike a woman? I'll confront him right away." With that, Chao Zhe stormed towards the villa. Upon entering, he found no sign of Su Manhui's husband. After calling out a few times with no response, he speculated that the man was hiding in fear of facing him. He began searching the premises for the man's whereabouts. Eventually, he discovered Su Manhui's husband Zhai Wendi in the bathroom of the master bedroom. Yet, he found only a lifeless body. The bathroom door stood ajar, steam billowing out, with the showerhead still pouring hot water. Zhai Wendi lay face down on the floor, unmoving, a fruit knife embedded in his back, the blade completely plunged into his body, clearly deceased. Damn, Chao Zhe cursed, then hurriedly exited the villa. Accidentally stumbling into a murder scene, he felt nothing but regret, immense regret. Impulsivity is a devil. Had he merely remained patient, waiting for Su Manhui to recover from her shock before clarifying what had transpired, he would not be embroiled in this predicament. After exiting the villa, Chao Zhe approached Su Manhui. "Call the police." "Call the police, Manhui, you must testify for me later. I did nothing, I merely glanced inside, this has nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, the police station received a report, a murder case. This was no trifling matter. Such cases could not be handled solely by the on-duty officers. They promptly called in Hanfei Zhang Weiman and the forensic team. In no time, several police cars entered the villa community, quickly cordoning off the house with police tape. According to protocol, officers must wear 3 sets and 1 mask, hooded gloves, shoe covers, and a mask, to prevent contamination of the crime scene. Fully equipped, the officers entered the scene. The deceased was found in the master bathroom. When the police arrived, the shower head continued to spew hot water due to the ongoing flow. Any traces within the bathroom had been thoroughly washed away. Not a single drop of blood was visible on the tiled floor. The forensic expert crouched to examine the body. A preliminary assessment indicated that the cause of death was a ruptured spleen resulting in massive hemorrhage leading to death from excessive blood loss. Judging by the angle of the knife wound, the assailant was likely left-handed, delivering a swift and decisive strike, indicative of an experienced hand. A novice wielding a knife would typically panic and stab wildly until the victim succumbed. However, someone well-versed in such matters understands human fragility. Targeting the right spot ensures a fatal blow with a single thrust, requiring minimal effort. The method employed to kill Shai Windy demonstrated that the perpetrator was acutely aware of this, thus opting for a single strike instead of targeting the heart, which, despite appearing vulnerable, is protected by the ribs and shoulder blades. Instead, they chose the human blood reservoir, the spleen. The spleen's positioning is particularly advantageous. It can be struck from either the front or the back, and is shielded from ribs, shoulder blades, and vertebrae. This does not imply that the spleen is unimportant or unworthy of protection. On the contrary, it serves as the largest immune organ and blood reservoir in the human body, making it crucial. Once pierced, a substantial volume of blood can escape within a short time, rendering even divine intervention futile. Han Fei nodded in agreement with the forensic expert's assessment, noting that in previous murder cases, those capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single strike were often seasoned professionals. Chen, can you determine the exact time of death? Chapter 77, The Walking Murder Encyclopedia. Chen, can you determine the exact time of death? Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, the forensic expert meticulously examined the body once more. Based on the current condition of the body, the time of death likely occurred not long ago, perhaps within 1 to 2 hours, and certainly no longer than 3 hours, which places it between 9 and 12 o'clock. Modern investigations heavily rely on surveillance footage. With the time of death established, Han Fei immediately turned to the nearby officers. Has the neighborhood surveillance been retrieved? Xiao Li has gone to get it. He should return shortly. I'll check on him. Footprint analysis also yielded results. Collecting hair, fingerprints, and skin fragments can be rather cumbersome, but footprints are relatively easy to gather. A total of 5 pairs of footprints were collected from the scene, 3 of which were made by slippers within the villa. The remaining 2 pairs were from high heels and leather shoes. Han Fei took out his phone, photographing the 3 pairs of slippers that left prints in the villa, and presented them to Su Manhui for identification. Whose are these 3 pairs of slippers? Su Manhui's face bore clear traces of tears. She had evidently been crying. Her gaze was vacant either from shock or from the emotional toll of learning of her husband's demise. As she curled up in Chao Zai's embrace, who was fervently comforting her, after calling her several times, she finally snapped back to reality and identified the slippers. This one is mine, this one is my husband's, and this one belongs to Aunt Wang. She is our housekeeper. Regarding the footprints made by the high heels and leather shoes, Han Fei refrained from inquiring further, as he noticed that Su Manhui and Chao Zai were currently wearing high heels and leather shoes, respectively. Could you please provide the contact information for your housekeeper? After obtaining the housekeeper's contact details from Su Manhui, Han Fei added, You 2 entered the scene, correct? Yes, she went in first. When I saw her come out, she seemed utterly terrified. I thought her husband must have abused her for coming home late, so I rushed in too, but who knew? But officer, I swear I did nothing. When I entered, he was already dead. What is your relationship with her? We are classmates, high school classmates, just classmates. Observing the intimate gestures exchanged between the 2 individuals, it is safe to say that Han Fei harbored doubts regarding the nature of their relationship as mere classmates. Noticing Han Fei's scrutinizing gaze, Chao Zai quickly interjected, In all honesty, it's not solely a classmate relationship. I have been pursuing her since high school. Han Fei nodded slightly. What do you do? I am a university student, still studying medicine. It's a 5-year program, so I will graduate a year later than Manhui. Upon hearing that Chao Zai was studying medicine, Han Fei's expression subtly shifted. Through his previous inquiries, he had deduced that the 5 sets of footprints at the scene belonged to 4 individuals. The male footprints belonged to the deceased, 1 pair of female slippers belonged to the nanny, and the other to Su Manhui. The high heel prints were also left by Su Manhui, while the leather shoe prints were attributed to Chao Zai. Excluding the deceased, that left 1 man and 2 women. One was an unemployed socialite, and the other a nanny. In contrast, Chao Zai was a medical student, likely possessing a comprehensive understanding of human anatomy, and he had long coveted Su Manhui. He had both the motive and the means to commit the crime. At present, his suspicion loomed large. Han Fei then recalled a detail. According to the forensic expert, the murderer was left-handed. With that thought in mind, he promptly retrieved 2 bottles of water from his car and handed them to Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe. "Have some water, thank you, officer," Su Man-hui replied, taking the water with her right hand, whereas Chao Zhe instinctively reached out with his left hand. "You are left-handed?" "Yes," Chao Zhe nodded, his suspicion deepened further, realizing that the reporter, Chao Zhe, might be implicated. Han Fei swiftly separated him from Su Man-hui for a private interrogation. "At what time did you discover the body?" "I can't recall the exact time, but I ran out to report it as soon as I found the body. So it should be roughly the same as the time I reported it, at most a minute apart." "Before discovering the body, where were you? What were you doing? Is there anyone or any evidence that can corroborate your whereabouts?" "Before I found the body, I was at a gathering with my high school classmates. Many people can vouch for me, including the hotel and KTV staff." "All right, Su Lai can also testify for me." "Do you know him, officer?" "He is a police officer as well." "Su Lai, you were classmates in high school?" Han Fei instinctively glanced at Su Man-hui, who was not far away. He had felt she looked familiar and must have seen her somewhere before. Now, recalling Chao Zhe's words, he remembered that they had encountered Su Man-hui during a dinner gathering a few nights ago. She was a classmate of Su Lai. However, Han Fei had only glanced at her, so his impression was not particularly strong. Yes, high school classmates. Su Lai can vouch for me." Chao Zhe nodded vigorously. "We were together all night, from around 6 or 7 until nearly midnight." In contrast, a police officer's testimony would undoubtedly hold more weight. After hearing this, Han Fei immediately took out his phone, stepped away, and called Su Lai. At that moment, Su Lai had just returned home and finished showering, having yet to go to bed. Seeing Han Fei's call, he promptly answered, "Hello, Captain Han, what's up? Were you with Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe tonight?" "Yes, at a class reunion." "How do you know them?" "We received a report that Su Man-hui's husband has died. The reporters are Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe, and we're currently investigating." Han Fei briefly explained the situation and then inquired, "Did Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe leave the gathering at any point?" Su Lai pondered for a moment, recalling that throughout the night, whether at the hotel dining or singing at the KTV, Su Man-hui had remained by his side. As for Chao Zhe, he was like a devoted admirer, never straying far from Su Man-hui. "No, they didn't leave at any point." "Understood. By the way, I'll send you a location. You should come to the scene as well. Murder cases are quite rare, and you could gain some valuable experience." Su Lai was a promising candidate, one Han Fei intended to nurture to learn more. However, unbeknownst to Han Fei, Su Lai, who had just earned a prestigious award for his knowledge of murder techniques, was essentially a living encyclopedia on the subject, and there was no case that could truly expand his experience. He was well aware of everything Han Fei knew and even understood what Han Fei did not. After ending the call, Su Lai received the location sent by Han Fei. Upon opening the ride-hailing app, he was taken aback to find that it would cost 40 yuan to get there. He quickly took a screenshot and sent it to Han Fei. "Officer, can you reimburse me for the taxi fare?" Han Fei? Chapter 78. The issue seems to be quite significant. While waiting for Su Lai to arrive at the scene, the officers who had gone to check the neighborhood surveillance returned. The neighborhood was equipped with numerous surveillance cameras, but the police had only retrieved footage from a few near Su Man-hui's residence. The surveillance camera's coverage was conveniently centered around Su Man-hui's home. However, after reviewing the footage, Han Fei found himself scratching his head, as the case was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Based on his previous experiences in densely monitored areas, as long as the time of death of the victim was established, reviewing the footage from that timeframe would invariably lead to identifying the murderer. But this time was different. The footage indicated that between 9 and 12 o'clock, no one entered or exited Su Man-hui's villa. At 12:15, Su Man-hui and Chao Zhe appeared in the footage. 2 minutes later, Su Man-hui rushed out as if startled by something. Shortly thereafter, Chao Zhe entered the villa, and a minute later, he too hurriedly exited. Both individuals then retrieved their phones. It was at that moment that the police received the report and promptly dispatched officers. Han Fei, having been alerted while asleep, arrived at the scene later than the on-duty officers. However, he was only slightly delayed, reaching the scene around 12:40, approximately 20 minutes after the police received the report. Setting aside whether Chao Zhe and Su Man-hui could manage to kill an adult male in merely a minute, the time of death did not align, although Han Fei was not a professional forensic expert. He had enough experience as a veteran officer to discern that the condition of the body he observed could not possibly have manifested within a mere 20 minutes. Was the surveillance tampered with? Or did the forensic expert make an error in judgment? A question flashed through Han Fei's mind. However, he chose to trust the forensic expert's assessment. After years of acquaintance, he held a measure of faith in the expert's professionalism. After a moment of contemplation, Han Fei summoned 2 officers. Take the technical team to the neighborhood surveillance room. I suspect the footage may have been tampered with. Please investigate. As long as the technical team could uncover any discrepancies and restore the tampered footage, the murderer could still be apprehended. Thus, the situation was not dire, yet soon the team dispatched to the surveillance room returned with news: the footage has not been tampered with. The footage hasn't been tampered with? That poses a significant problem. Not only did it present a considerable issue, but Han Fei also felt a headache coming on. If the surveillance was intact, then it indicated that the forensic expert had erred in his assessment? That seemed unlikely, as he had never recalled the expert making a mistake. Just then, the forensic expert approached Han Fei with urgency. Old Han, I've given it some thought. The time of death of the victim should exceed 3 hours. Initially, upon examining the body, the forensic expert sensed something was amiss, which is why he had not immediately provided a time of death. Had it not been for Han Fei's pressing inquiry, he would have preferred to contemplate further before arriving at a definitive conclusion. More than 3 hours, yes. Our determination of the time of death is primarily based on the body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis. However, temperature and humidity can affect these factors. Before the reporter discovered the body, the bathroom had remained sealed, and the shower head had been continuously emitting hot water, resulting in a higher temperature and increased humidity inside the bathroom, which could alter the condition of the body and, consequently, the judgment of the time of death. Stop. I don't want to hear all that. Just give me the conclusion. Han Fei, being rather straightforward, hastily gestured for the forensic expert to refrain from explaining further. That is not important, just tell me the conclusion. Not if it's more than 3 hours. Can you provide a specific time frame? The forensic expert shook his head. I can't provide that at the moment. Based solely on visual assessment, I can only determine a range using body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis. To ascertain a precise time frame, I need to complete the on-site evidence collection and conduct a thorough examination of the body afterward. Han Fei opened his mouth but fell silent. Although he was anxious, he understood that impatience would be futile, especially when dealing with a technical expert like the forensic expert. If he pressed too hard, the expert would likely shrug and retort, "Then why don't you do it?" Han Fei's position, while seemingly prestigious, was quite challenging. Above him was Zhang Weiman, who pressed him as if he were a grandson, urging him to tackle every problem. Questions were met with demands for solutions, and failure to resolve issues would result in reprimands. Below him were the forensic experts, while Zhang Weiman could urge Han Fei. Han Fei had no leverage over the forensic experts, and pushing them would yield no results. In the stillness of the night, the roads were relatively clear, and with Su Lai informing the driver of his urgent matter, they arrived at the destination significantly earlier than anticipated. They reached just in time, before the forensic team completed their evidence collection at the scene. "Here we are, let us go in and take a look." Han Fei beckoned Su Lai. In police investigations, there exists a concept of avoiding conflicts of interest, known as the recusal system. If an officer is involved in a case, they must recuse themselves. Additionally, if there is any familial or other relationship that could potentially affect the fair handling of the case, recusal is also required. However, Su Lai's acquaintance with Su Manhui and Chao Zhe was merely that of high school classmates, not even friends, thus there was no need for concern. After donning shoe covers, gloves, a hood, and a mask, Su Lai followed Han Fei into the villa. "I must warn you, when you see the body, you may feel a bit queasy. It's unlike the corpses you encountered during the explosion case. Even if you feel the urge to vomit, hold it until you're outside. Do not let it spill on the floor," Han Fei cautioned before ascending to the second floor. "All right, I promise not to vomit." "Is the scene very bloody, Captain Han?" Su Lai inquired. "For me, it's quite standard, but for you, it might be a bit overwhelming. The impact of a murder scene is indeed significant for newcomers. It is entirely different from the images in textbooks." Upon arriving at the crime scene, Han Fei observed Su Lai's reaction. There was no sign of discomfort on his face. He appeared utterly unfazed. "You have quite the mental fortitude, far more composed than I was during my first encounter with a scene like this." After praising Su Lai, Han Fei decided to test his apprentice. "What are your thoughts after examining the scene? Feel free to speak your mind." "Captain Han is testing me," Su Lai realized. To be honest, had this occurred some time ago, he would have noticed very little, being a novice with scant experience. However, now, as an expert in homicide, there were observations he could make that Han Fei might overlook. Su Lai resolved to provide his mentor with a slight intellectual jolt. Seeing Su Lai remain silent, Han Fei assumed he was hesitant to speak for fear of making a mistake and receiving reprimand. He gently encouraged him, just express your thoughts, it's perfectly fine to be wrong, I won't scold you. Go ahead. Chapter 79. Are you here to enlighten me? When Han Fei brought Su Lai to the first crime scene, forensic expert Chen also accompanied them, eager to assess the capabilities of this newcomer. Su Lai organized his thoughts and began with the most apparent observation: the showerhead in the bathroom must have been running when the victim died. Correct, indeed, Han Fei nodded. What else? Su Lai was not surprised that he could deduce this, as droplets clung to the bathroom walls and the temperature had yet to cool down, still retaining a stifling warmth. The perpetrator must possess relevant expertise or had prior knowledge of how to influence forensic determinations regarding the time of death. By choosing to commit the murder in the bathroom, the oppressive heat and humidity could affect factors such as body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis, thereby somewhat obscuring the forensic assessment. Before Han Fei could respond, Chen nodded in agreement, intrigued by Su Lai's perceptiveness. You're quite knowledgeable, I didn't even think of that upon first seeing the body. Please, continue. Well, I understand a bit, Su Lai humbly replied. A humid environment can slow the cooling of the body temperature and the onset of rigor mortis. As for livor mortis, a body submerged in water will experience a delay in the appearance of livor mortis. For instance, a drowning victim's livor mortis develops more slowly than that of individuals who die by other means. Based on the condition of this body, the estimated time of death should not exceed 4 hours, given that I arrived an hour later than the main team. Though this estimate may not be entirely accurate, the reason the killer chose to murder in the bathroom was likely to mislead our investigation. Pausing briefly, Su Lai continued to share his insights. However, the mere water on the bathroom floor is insufficient to significantly alter the timeline for livor mortis. Another factor relates to the cause of death. The victim suffered a ruptured spleen resulting in massive hemorrhaging. In cases of death by exsanguination, the formation of livor mortis is also delayed and tends to be faint. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes brightened. What a promising talent. Yes, exactly. Su, would you be interested in switching careers? Why not become a forensic expert? Han Fei interjected. Are you trying to poach my apprentice right in front of me? How disrespectful. He quickly pushed Chen aside, unwilling to let anyone steal his protege. Get out of here, if you keep blabbering, I might just turn on you. Su Lai ignored him and continued. Su Lai then examined the fruit knife embedded in the victim's back and continued, from the angle of the knife's insertion. The perpetrator is likely left-handed. However, if I'm not mistaken, this too is a ploy to mislead us. Look at the victim's position, face down, one hand hanging loosely at the waist, the other raised above the head. This posture does not align with someone who has suffered a fatal stab to the spleen. While a stab wound to the spleen can lead to rapid exsanguination, death does not occur instantaneously. The victim would have had time to struggle, and even if they couldn't stop the assailant, they would likely have attempted to escape the bathroom for help or at least applied pressure to the wound. Yet, I see no signs of struggle on the body, which leaves us with two possibilities. First, the killer arranged the body in this position after the murder. Second, the victim was incapacitated before the knife was plunged into the spleen, dying quietly. The killer not left-handed. Upon hearing Su Lai's reasoning, Han Fei and Chen exchanged glances, as this contradicted their earlier conclusions, yet they chose not to interrupt Su Lai, allowing him to continue articulating his thoughts. Let us consider the first scenario. If the killer deliberately arranged the body post-murder, the rationale behind such an act is, frankly, I cannot fathom the motive for such behavior. Let us move on to the second scenario, where the victim was incapacitated prior to the stabbing. This motive is much clearer. The killer feared the victim would cry out or resist after being stabbed, worried that they might not succeed in killing the victim with a single blow. They were likely concerned about being discovered or even being counterattacked by the victim. Furthermore, incapacitating the victim before the murder ensures a precise strike to the spleen, while also creating the illusion of being a professional killer or left-handed, thereby misleading the police. After all, if the victim is unconscious, they could use either hand or even their feet to wield the knife. After listening to Su Lai, Han Fei turned to the corpse in the bathroom. Pondering Su Lai's words carefully, there was merit to his reasoning. In a high-stress situation, individuals instinctively resort to their dominant hand, which is challenging to control. For instance, those who have committed murder would know that using the non-dominant hand can feel awkward and poses a risk of being counterattacked, which is counterproductive. However, if the victim is incapacitated prior to the act, the concern dissipates. One could even kill using only their mouth to grip the knife, considering the victim's lack of defensive wounds. It seems highly plausible that they were indeed incapacitated before death. As for whether Su Lai's speculations are accurate, that is a matter for the forensic team to verify. Han Fei exchanged a glance with Chen, who nodded in understanding. Their years of partnership had fostered a tacit understanding. In summary, I can now create a profile of the perpetrator, likely female or a not particularly strong male, probably right-handed, with no prior history of violent crime, intelligent, meticulous, and someone who has prepared extensively for this murder, having researched extensively. Additionally, the killing did not occur at night, but rather during the day. Having concluded his analysis, Su Lai turned to Han Fei. Captain Han, what do you think? Is my response satisfactory? Han Fei was taken aback. You make me seem quite dull. Satisfactory? You are grossly underestimating your analytical capabilities. Just a glance at the scene, and you've produced a profile of the perpetrator who sets the bar so high. At this moment, Han Fei even believed that the one in need of enlightenment was not Su Lai, but himself. This kid was not merely there to learn, he was there to enlighten me. Is this truly a newcomer? Chapter 80. What experience could one possibly have? Han Fei was bewildered. He had intended to provide Su Lai with some exposure and impart knowledge, only to find himself receiving a lesson instead. Am I not entitled to some dignity? The speed with which Su Lai dissected the case was astonishing. Not only was he swift, but his observations were thorough and his thought process remarkably clear. To ascertain that the time of death was during the day rather than at night was one thing, but Su Lai had also deduced that the perpetrator was likely right-handed, and that they had probably incapacitated the victim before the murder. It was as if he possessed an intimate understanding of the killer's mindset. He seemed to know precisely what the assailant was thinking, as though he had extensive experience in murder. Of course, Han Fei did not believe for a moment that Su Lai was such a person, although his apprentice may superficially appear to be somewhat inept, gravitating towards questionable knowledge. There is no doubt that Su Lai is an exemplary police officer. How could he possibly possess experience in this regard? Reflecting on the profile you provided, it seems your female classmate is indeed highly suspicious. After recalling the profile of the murderer that Su Lai had constructed, Han Fei remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Lai was involuntarily reminded of certain details he had previously overlooked. That day, when the two fortuitously encountered each other at the entrance of a hotel registered under Su Manhui's husband's name, they exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries before Su Manhui departed. Then, inexplicably, she suddenly became very warm and turned back to request Su Lai's contact information. At that moment, it seemed inconsequential. However, in retrospect, it appears exceedingly abnormal. Su Lai recalled that he had been teasing Xiao Gu at the time, deliberately raising his voice for the benefit of his female colleagues in the substation. Perhaps those few words had revealed his identity as a police officer to Su Manhui, prompting her sudden enthusiasm, as she had intended to leave but then turned back to acquire his contact details. As for the subsequent class reunion, it can be inferred that Su Manhui sought Su Lai, the police officer, to provide her with an alibi. An alibi corroborated by a police officer would undoubtedly carry significant weight. Additionally, Su Lai recalled a peculiar incident during the class reunion. Su Manhui's reaction upon seeing red wine and red sugar water was quite abnormal, particularly when she observed Chao Zhe shaking the decanter. She even gagged slightly. In hindsight, it was not merely because she was unable to drink due to her menstrual cycle, rather, the color of that red wine bore a startling resemblance to blood. The sight of red wine gently swirling in the decanter may seem trivial to an average person, but for a murderer who had just committed a crime, it would undoubtedly evoke gruesome imagery. Moreover, Su Manhui's husband Zhai Wendi had met his demise due to severe internal bleeding from a stab wound to the spleen. Furthermore, Su Manhui had been in the midst of a divorce from her husband, as Su Lai had overheard that day in the hotel lobby. This could very well serve as a motive for murder. Everything aligned perfectly. Su Lai was nearly certain that the murderer was Su Manhui. He turned to Han Fei and declared, "It is highly likely to be her." Subsequently, Su Lai shared the points he had just recalled with Han Fei. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. Coupled with Su Lai's earlier statements, it was almost certain that the murderer was indeed Su Manhui. They promptly decided to bring Su Manhui to the police station for further interrogation. He refrained from sending the entire team along, as the scene had not yet been thoroughly processed. It would be somewhat inappropriate to disband the operation based solely on a conjecture before the case was resolved. Su Manhui exhibited remarkable composure. Even as she sat in the interrogation chair, no trace of fear was evident on her face. After the customary inquiries regarding her age and name, Han Fei proceeded to ask questions pertinent to the case. However, Su Manhui adamantly insisted that she had no knowledge of her husband's death. her responses meticulously guarded. Throughout the interrogation, Han Fei could discern from Su Manhui's micro-expressions that all of Su Lai's suspicions were indeed correct. Su Manhui was the murderer, yet micro-expressions cannot serve as evidence. The challenge of interrogation lies in the fact that while you know she is the killer and she knows you know. As long as her statements are coherent, you find yourself at an impasse. Undoubtedly, Su Manhui had meticulously prepared for this crime well in advance, even devising strategies for how to handle police interrogation. She executed the crime with remarkable finesse. Her alibi was exceptionally robust, and there was no evidence at the scene to implicate her as the murderer. For the police to bring her to justice would require considerable effort. However, Su Manhui's misfortune lay in her encounter with Su Lai. Su Lai possesses an exceptional ability to influence minds. Realizing that he could not handle Su Manhui in the short term, Han Fei exchanged a glance with Su Lai that conveyed, "You take over." He conceded. Initially, Han Fei had hoped to leverage his own interrogation skills to elicit a confession from Su Manhui. After all, if Su Lai managed to gather clues, identify the suspect, and conduct the interrogation all on his own, Han Fei would have no sense of involvement. Relying entirely on his apprentice would leave Han Fei feeling quite embarrassed. Once Su Lai took over the interrogation process, note the progress was noticeably expedited in a mere span of several minutes. Su Manhui confessed. Indeed, she was the one who had committed the murder. The method of execution was identical to what Su Lai had previously deduced. Su Manhui had first used ether to incapacitate her husband, then dragged him into the bathroom. The murder weapon was a fruit knife she had retrieved from the kitchen, bearing her fingerprints, which she had not deliberately cleaned. As it was her home, having her fingerprints on the knife was entirely normal. Following that, Su Manhui referred to online images to locate the position of the spleen, and wielding the knife in her left hand, she plunged it into her husband's spleen. After completing this gruesome act, she turned on the shower in the bathroom, adjusted it to the appropriate temperature for bathing, closed the bathroom door, and then exited the villa, thereby creating her alibi. As for the motive for murder, Su Lai had accurately surmised. Su Manhui had been unable to conceive since marrying her husband, and wealthy families place great importance on offspring. After all, in a large family, not having a child to inherit is quite unacceptable. The couple had attempted for an extended period without success, and upon visiting the hospital, they discovered the issue lay with Su Manhui, who was unable to bear children. Consequently, her husband initiated divorce proceedings, intending to seek another partner, which ignited Su Manhui's murderous intent. After listening to Su Manhui's confession, Han Fei could not help but glance at Su Lai. Remarkably accurate, every single point the young man had made was spot on. Exiting the interrogation room, Han Fei lightly tapped Su Lai on the shoulder. "Well done, your analysis was quite precise. From the motive to the method, you nailed every detail." Su Lai chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a matter of experience." He then added, "It's mainly due to the excellent teaching from my police academy instructors and you, my mentor, Han Fei." "Experience? You had better clarify what kind of experience you're referring to. Is this even something one can gain experience in?" Chapter 81. What era are we in? Still relying on traditional tracking methods. Experience? Is this truly a matter of experience? Han Fei suspected that Su Lai was not only adept at lockpicking and thievery but had also meticulously studied how to commit the perfect crime. However, he lacked evidence. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Zhang Weiman noticed Han Fei was missing. He immediately sought out a police officer for inquiries. "Have you seen Team Leader Han? Where is he?" Team Leader Han left in his car not long ago. "What was he doing?" "I have no idea, Director Zhang. I only saw the taillights." Zhang Weiman. "Halfway through the investigation, he just drives off without a word. Here I am, the director, still present, and he just leaves? This is utterly unacceptable." With a face like thunder, Zhang Weiman pulled out his phone and called Han Fei. "Old Han, what's going on? We're in the midst of an investigation, and you vanish without a word? Where are you?" "Hello, Director Zhang, I was just about to call you. The case has been solved." Zhang Weiman fell silent for 2 seconds, regretting his earlier tone. "Oh, the case has been solved," Su Manhui confessed. "I just brought her back to the police station for interrogation. I intended to inform you before leaving, but I couldn't find you." Seizing the moment while Zhang Weiman was momentarily stunned, Han Fei provided a brief explanation, stating that he had decided to bring Su Manhui back for interrogation based on some insights from Su Lai, although Han Fei only briefly mentioned the matter over the phone without going into detail. It was sufficient to astonish Zhang Weiman. A rookie like Su Lai managed to crack a murder case. Moreover, he deduced the murderer's identity simply by observing the scene. Unbelievable. This is a newcomer? Nevertheless, he was too busy to dwell on the matter. The case had been resolved, which was all that mattered. He promptly informed the officers busy gathering evidence at the scene, the forensic team. We haven't even finished at the scene, and the case is solved? What kind of joke is this? Not only were they confused, but Chief Forensic Officer Chen was equally bewildered. He was aware that Han Fei and Su Lai had taken Su Manhui back, but he never expected their actions to be so swift. Had he known they were this capable, why bother summoning him? After a brief handling of the scene and wrapping up, the officers returned to the police station with the body. Upon their return, as per usual, they showered Su Lai with accolades. Particularly, Chief Forensic Officer Chen expressed immense admiration for Su Lai. You're quite impressive. If it weren't for you, this case might have been quite difficult to solve. Chief Forensic Officer, you flatter me, Su Lai replied nonchalantly. Everything I mentioned would have been discovered during the autopsy. Even without me, you and my mentor would have resolved the case just the same. Chief Forensic Officer Chen gave a slight nod. That is true. As forensic professionals, we can determine the time of death using body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis, as well as utilizing a method called the vitreous humor chemical analysis, which is unaffected by temperature and thus provides a more accurate assessment. The murderer's petty tricks can at most temporarily obscure our judgment, but in light of modern technology, they are utterly insignificant. Pausing for a moment, he then extended an invitation to Su Lai. In fact, besides vitreous humor chemical analysis, there are other methods that yield more accurate results than merely observing body temperature, rigor mortis, and livor mortis. What do you think? Interested in learning? Come work with me in forensics. Your talent should not be squandered, Han Fei. You're still not giving up, are you? You want to poach my people? Do you think I'm without any temper? He turned to Zhang Weiman, who was beside him. Director Zhang, how about we draft a report to transfer forensic expert Chen? He keeps insisting on having Xiaosu follow him around for every little task. Isn't that a waste of talent? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman pondered over Han Fei's suggestion with a serious demeanor. Han Fei was right. Having a talent like Su Lai working as a forensic expert would be a squandering of his abilities. After contemplating for a mere 0.00000001 seconds, he nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea, forensic expert Chen. Are you really trying to drive me out? I've been working here for over a decade. Don't you have any sense of loyalty left? Of course, Zhang Weiman and Han Fei had no genuine intention of transferring Chen. They were merely putting on an act to convey a message to him. Do not set your sights on Su Lai. After the brief interlude regarding personnel matters, Zhang Weiman glanced at the time and said to Han Fei, it's getting late. You should take Xiaosu home. I'll handle things here. Alright, Director Zhang, I'll take Xiaosu home now. On the way back, Su Lai's mind was filled with the sound of a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully solved the husband killing case. You are eligible for a random reward this time. The reward is in a choose one format. The random reward is being drawn. Reward selection complete. Please choose host. Option 1, Nuwa Stone of Heaven Repair. Should cracks appear in the sky, the host can use this divine stone to mend it, creating a grand spectacle before all of humanity. P.S. This divine object is too dazzling to be displayed casually. If you choose this reward, this system will safeguard it until the sky cracks. If it never does, well, my dear fellow, you will be in for a treat. After 17,000 years, you shall receive a Sun Wukong. Option 2, the years I pretended to be a fool, in this modern age. Are you still employing traditional stalking methods? As a new generation of infatuated individuals, you possess a unique skill, scent tracking. You can always detect the distinctive fragrance emitted by women, an essence so primal and unmaskable that once you have experienced it, you can track it forever. No one can escape your grasp. However, considering the host may have peculiar preferences, you will also receive the additional skill of scent tracking for men. Go forth, young man, find your desired target and let him experience your little flying stick. Su Lai? How could a person as upright as me encounter such a devious system? Nuwa Stone of Heaven Repair, and a Sun Wukong. If I could live for 17,000 years, why would I need a Sun Wukong? And as for letting others experience my little flying stick, is that really appropriate? How exactly does one experience it? Chapter 82, You Truly Are My Good Son. The next day, Su Lai, enjoying a rare day off, awoke naturally. After stretching and spending half an hour playing on his phone, he finally got out of bed. The reason he only played for half an hour was not due to his self-discipline, but rather, he felt restless. After using the restroom and washing up briefly, Su Lai opened the fridge at home. It was utterly empty. Seeing the barren fridge, he decided to return home. It had been quite some time since his last visit. And to be honest, he missed it a bit, plus, he could conveniently take some food back with him. However, the primary reason remained that he simply missed home. After notifying his parents, he prepared to leave. Upon learning that their son would be returning shortly, Lai Wenling specifically went to the nearby market to buy some of his favorite dishes. When Su Lai arrived home, Lai Wenling had already prepared the meal. Upon hearing the sound of a key turning in the lock, she called out to her husband, who was lounging on the sofa, smoking. "Our son is back. Go serve the rice." Upon hearing this, Su Jingxin took a final drag of his cigarette, extinguished it, and made his way to the kitchen. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Lai caught a whiff of the smoke lingering on his father's clothes. "Old Su, didn't you say you were quitting? How come you're smoking again?" "Mom, why don't you manage him?" "I have," Lai Wenling interjected. "Your dad asked me to give him time. Quitting all at once isn't realistic. It's a gradual process. That's true. It's indeed unrealistic. If my dad could quit smoking, I could quit eating. Su Jingxin? This little rascal always knows how to stir the pot. Does he fear that our home is too harmonious?" Su Jingxin was not one to hold grudges. He usually retaliated the moment something irked him. Initially, he planned to serve 3 bowls of rice, but upon hearing Su Lai's remark, he decided against it and carried 2 bowls and a pair of chopsticks out of the kitchen. After sitting down, he looked at Su Lai seriously. "Since you mentioned quitting meals, I didn't serve you any quitting meals." "Dad, did you misunderstand? When did I say I wanted to quit meals? What I meant was, if you could quit smoking, then I would consider quitting meals." "You didn't misunderstand. I plan to quit smoking for 2 hours first." Su Lai? Lai Wenling merely watched the exchange silently, not wishing to intervene in the banter between father and son. Su Lai was equally stubborn. If he said he wouldn't eat, then he wouldn't eat. After all, he could fill up on meat. He got up to grab a pair of chopsticks and began to feast on the dishes laid out. After dinner and a pleasant chat with his parents, Su Lai wandered around the house, scavenging for any food he could take back. His parents not only did not stop him but even found a bag to help him pack. In no time, the bag was stuffed to the brim. In the afternoon, Su Lai left with a full bag of spoils. As he sorted through his loot back at home, Su Lai suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone to send his father a message. "Dad, while I was joking, you really should cut back on smoking. You're getting older and need to take care of your health." Seeing the message from his son, old Su felt a sense of pride. His son had grown up and matured, showing concern for others. Although this little rascal could be quite irritating at times, he was starting to resemble a decent human being. Su Jingxin replied with a smile. "All right. Don't worry. I'll take care of my health." After a moment's thought, he edited another message and sent it. "You also need to take care of your health. Avoid staying up late. Remember to eat breakfast. And try to avoid junk food as much as possible. It's not good for your health." Just as this message was sent, Su Lai also sent a message simultaneously. To supervise you, I've taken the 2 packs of Lihuan you keep on your nightstand. Su Jingxin, "What? You took my cigarettes? You truly are my good son." Su Lai, "I was just joking, Dad. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Rest assured, I didn't take the Lihuan." Su Jingxin, I know my son well. The question mark was just to play along. I was just teasing you." Su Lai, "I took the Huazi." Immediately Wold Su sent a voice message of 60 seconds filled with expletives, none of which were appropriate for the platform. 60 seconds is the limit for WeChat, not for Su Jingxin. Su Lai merely glanced at it, not daring to play it. Later that evening, guided by Yukiki, Su Lai visited her home to help her deal with her parents, a plan they had made some time ago. Yuki's father had received a sudden work notification and was away on a business trip. Su Lai was greeted by Chung Fangling, whom he had met at the police station. Although they had only met once, Yukiki introduced them once more. "This is my mom. Mom, this is my boyfriend Su Lai. You've met before." "Hello, Auntie." Su Lai greeted politely. Hello. Come in." Cheng Fangling already had a favorable impression of Su Lai, especially since he was the one who had caught the scammer who had tricked her out of money. Their conversation flowed easily, and Su Lai was not one to remain silent, so they engaged in pleasant dialogue throughout the visit. Seeing them getting along well, Yukiki felt reassured and didn't interrupt much. Merely sitting quietly beside them with her chin resting on her hands. Why, Yukiki knew her mother well. She loved to chat. Not only did she enjoy it, but she was also quite skilled at it. Middle-aged women often possess formidable social skills, and Cheng Fangling was a prime example. If she started to get carried away, she could easily chat with Su Lai until the late hours of the night. And if that were to happen, Sulai would be unable to go to work the next day, but that didn't matter. Yukiki would intervene. She glanced at the clock on the wall and, seeing the time nearing, stood up to interrupt her mother. All right, Mom, it's getting late. We should be heading back. What? You're leaving now? It's still early. It's barely past 8. It's not early. We need time to get back. By the time we reach the community, it will be 9. I want to get back to my beauty sleep. Staying up late will make me old and ugly, and I don't want that. Why? Yukiki casually fabricated an excuse. You and your fussiness. Cheng Fangling relented. All right, I'll see you off. Cheng Fangling followed them to the elevator with some reluctance. After waiting for a moment, the elevator arrived. As the doors opened, a woman of similar age to Cheng Fangling stepped out. She was a neighbor with whom Cheng Fangling got along quite well. Hello, Aunt Wang, Yukiki greeted politely with a smile. Though Sulai didn't know who she was, he followed suit. Hello, Aunt Wang. Hello, after exchanging pleasantries with the neighbor. Yukiki took Sulai's arm and entered the elevator, waving goodbye to her mother outside. Mother, we shall take our leave now. Do hurry back home. Goodbye, Auntie. Sulai also bid farewell to Cheng Fangling. Outside the elevator, Cheng Fangling nodded and said, Do let me know when you arrive home. Just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, the voices of Cheng Fangling and the neighbor drifted in from the hallway. That young man just now is your daughter's boyfriend, isn't he? What does he do? Yes, he is my daughter's boyfriend. He is a police officer. A police officer. No wonder that young man exudes such integrity. Police work is commendable, a secure job. I wonder when my daughter will bring a boyfriend home. She's nearly 26 and still hasn't had one. I'm almost at my wit's end when I urge her. She finds me bothersome, alas. Oh, no need to urge her. If she truly meets someone she likes, she won't need your prompting. I've never had to urge our Kiki. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yukiki sensed impending trouble. Why are the elevator doors still not closed? She slowly lowered her head, using her hair to shield her face, appearing as if she had committed a wrongdoing, frantically pressing the elevator close button while silently repeating, I can't hear. I can't hear. Sulai's words are inaudible. Chapter 83. You desire my body, you wretch. Yukiki was almost about to wear out the elevator close button. Finally, the door wobbled and shut. The elevator was eerily silent. She felt as though she could hear her own heartbeat distinctly, her ears slightly flushing. In truth, she had deceived Sulai from the very beginning. The talk of parental pressure to marry was merely an excuse. Her parents had never broached the subject in her presence. She had said that solely to find common ground and to justify spending more time with Sulai from their very first meeting. Yukiki found herself quite intrigued by him. However, it was not due to any hero saving the damsel scenario that captivated her. Rather, it was Sulai's audacious act of incapacitating a criminal with a fake prop that struck her as utterly thrilling. It was something no ordinary person would dare to do. One would need to be quite unhinged to think of using such a thing to take down a wrongdoer. Insert a drawing by a talented reader here. How novel! Sulai was undoubtedly the most uniquely minded individual she had encountered in her 20 years of life. She could scarcely fathom how exhilarating it would be to date someone like him. In that moment, Yukiki realized she must win Sulai over. In the elevator, neither spoke. Why? Yukiki discreetly stole a glance at Sulai beside her. He seemed unperturbed. Another furtive glance revealed no unusual expression on his face. Stop peeking. I heard everything just now. Suddenly Sulai broke the silence. Why? Yukiki paused for 2 seconds. What time do you start work tomorrow? I thought of you as an ally, yet you deceived me. You have not been pressured to marry at all. This newly installed elevator display screen is quite large. From the very start, you were simply lusting after my body, weren't you? The design of the numbers on this floor button is rather amusing. Look at this 9, it truly is 9. Let us not digress. Do you like black stockings? If you do, I can wear them for you on our next date. By the way, what did you say you heard just now? Nothing, I didn't hear anything. After a split second of intense deliberation, Sulai opted for the latter, black stockings, over the truth. In fact, he had sensed something was amiss from the get-go. He had noticed some clues earlier but was hesitant to confirm. It was only after hearing Cheng Fangling's words that he realized the situation was precisely as he suspected. All this talk of marriage pressure was a ruse. Yukiki was merely yearning for his body. Yet, even upon uncovering the truth, Sulai felt no anger at being deceived. In fact, there was a hint of delight, for he too was yearning for her body. This was a mutual pursuit. The elevator swiftly descended to the first floor. As they exited, they spotted a young couple bidding farewell at the entrance of their building. They appeared quite youthful, likely incoming freshmen yet to commence their studies. Notably, the girl did not walk straight into the building without a glance back. Instead, she turned several times within the short distance. After the boy escorted his girlfriend to the base of the building, he did not immediately turn away but stood at the entrance, watching her retreating figure. Yukiki observed them intently and then turned to Sulai, saying, "Let me teach you a method to determine whether a girl likes you. Oh, what method? When you walk her home, if she walks away without looking back, she likely does not like you. However, if she keeps looking back at you, then she does like you. The more frequent the glances, the stronger the affection. Times Garden. At the entrance of a building. I've arrived. You should head back and rest, as you have work in the morning." "Yes, do hurry back." Sulai nodded but did not leave immediately. He recalled what Yukiki had said before, not looking back signifies disinterest, while looking back indicates affection, with the frequency of glances correlating to the degree of liking. "Well, I shall head up now." After gently hugging Sulai, Yukiki retreated, hands clasped behind her back, gazing brightly at him with a smile on her face. The next day, upon arriving at work, Sulai learned from Xiaogu that a friend of Director Zhang's from the armed police would be conducting a selection assessment for Special Forces candidates today in collaboration with their police unit. The assessment would involve the armed police's elite troops simultaneously departing from several random locations en route to a designated endpoint. During this process, the police would attempt to intercept and capture them. Their task was to evade police pursuit and reach the endpoint without being caught. Those who successfully avoided capture and reached the endpoint within the stipulated time would pass the assessment, while those caught or who failed to arrive on time would be deemed unsuccessful and eliminated from the selection. Xing Jun was in Director Zhang Weiman's office discussing the specifics of the operation. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged from the office. Before briefing the officers on the mission, Zhang Weiman announced another matter. A few days prior, Sulai had made significant contributions in dismantling a fraud ring and was awarded a first-class individual merit, along with a bonus of 20,000. Furthermore, the officers from Longcheng District received collective first-class merit, earning a bonus of 30,000. "Is this the kid from the bank heist before?" Xing Jun recalled Sulai. "Yes, that's him," Zhang Weiman confirmed, noticing Xing Jun seemed ready to say more. He promptly adopted a serious demeanor. "I know what you're thinking. Let me be clear, those who wish to poach from me will not succeed." "Fine, I wasn't that interested anyway," he chuckled. "You're truly something else." Realizing his thoughts had been seen through, Xing Jun rubbed his nose and immediately attempted to charm Zhang Weiman with smooth words. Noticing that Zhang showed no reaction, he tentatively inquired, "Is it really impossible to give him to me?" Zhang Weiman's stance was unwavering. "Not possible. If it's not possible, then forget it. After all, Sulai is merely quite clever, in terms of individual combat capability. Tracking, reconnaissance, counter-surveillance, and infiltration skills, he certainly cannot compare to my own subordinates." Xing Jun consoled himself inwardly. Following this, Zhang Weiman briefed the officers on their police responsibilities for the operation. To summarize, it boiled down to two words: capture them. After Zhang Weiman concluded, Xing Jun chimed in. By the way, for this operation, I hope everyone takes it seriously. Don't let the fact that both sides carry the police title cloud your judgment regarding the candidates today. Do not think of being nice and letting them off easy. Treat them just as you would any fugitive. Do not consider my face. Even if you catch all of them, it would be fine. Zhang Weiman's attitude mirrored Xing Jun's. Hence, after he finished speaking, he reiterated his point, urging the officers to avoid letting anyone off the hook. Both Zhang Weiman and Xing Jun were most concerned that the officers might go easy on the participants, failing to take the matter seriously. Otherwise, they would not be able to gauge the abilities of the candidates. Conversely, as long as the officers remained diligent, even if they inadvertently captured all 10 due to their excessive seriousness, it would be acceptable. Of course, this was highly unlikely. After all, the armed police possessed formidable skills. They were not to be underestimated. Moreover, the candidates in this assessment were all top-notch, vying for a spot in the Snow Leopard Commando unit. It was implausible that none would escape capture. Chapter 84, A Finger Point, and the rap begins. There were only 10 participants in this assessment, which was not an overwhelming number given that the police department had various matters to attend to. Zhang Weiman opted not to deploy everyone. He selected a group of capable officers, led by Han Fei, to undertake the arrest mission. Even so, despite not having all officers mobilized, the remaining force was still formidable. After all, every participant in this operation was one of Zhang Weiman's trusted aides. Furthermore, the police had a significant advantage: the Skynet surveillance system. This system, woven from the multitude of surveillance cameras scattered throughout the streets, was one of the police's key tools in combating crime. The Skynet surveillance system not only aggregated the footage captured by all street cameras for police review but served a much broader purpose. Simultaneously, it is capable of analyzing and recognizing the faces, postures, and gaits of individuals appearing in surveillance footage. Merely obscuring one's face proves futile unless one also alters their posture and gait, otherwise, evading the watchful gaze of the Skynet is impossible. To refer to it as a police auxiliary would not be an exaggeration. Over the years, with the assistance of the Skynet, law enforcement has apprehended countless criminals. Prior to the operation, Xing Jun specifically provided the police with detailed information regarding the individuals participating in the assessment. Clearly intending to apply some pressure on them, with all preparations in place, Xing Jun extracted his phone and sent a message. Just as his message was dispatched, a van parked on a bustling street in Shannon City swung open its doors. A soldier, sporting a buzz-cut, dark skin, and resolute eyes, stepped out. Subsequently, an individual from the van tossed a phone without regard for whether it was caught, flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. Zhou Bingquan reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously catching the phone as it was thrown. Holding the device, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in what could be considered the city center, where foot traffic was dense and surveillance cameras were plentiful. A mere glance revealed no fewer than 5 cameras in his vicinity, one of which was directly aimed at the spot where he had exited the vehicle from the moment the door opened. He had been captured on film. Zhou Bingquan, known for his audacity, did not shy away upon noticing the camera. Instead, he raised his hand in a gesture of triumph. I in the police station. Zhang Weiman, who was monitoring the entire operation from behind the scenes, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, nudging Xing Jun with his elbow. This kid is quite amusing and possesses a distinctive character. He must have considerable skills, right? Indeed, Xing Jun nodded. He is my favorite among the 10 and undoubtedly the most capable. His chances of selection are quite high. Pausing momentarily, he added almost as an afterthought, this kid is certainly no less impressive than your Su Lai. In fact, he surpasses him in many aspects. I merely mentioned wanting Su Lai in jest. I was teasing you. You wouldn't genuinely believe I want to poach Su Lai, would you? Ha, just a typical guy, really. Zhang Weiman replied, exhibiting a blend of indifference and mockery. So you noticed, huh? What does that mean? Xing Jun seethed internally, almost ready to unleash a barrage of retorts, but he suppressed his frustration, reminding himself that other officers were present. Just wait, I'll make sure to prove you wrong. Fueled by irritation, Xing Jun resumed watching the surveillance footage. After gesturing triumphantly towards the camera, Zhou Bingquan turned his attention to the phone thrown to him from the van. This was the only resource he had at his disposal during this assessment. However, it was evident that the phone was equipped with a tracking system. Holding it meant he could only evade capture for a short while, yet he refrained from discarding the device, recognizing its utility. The destination for the assessment was a place he had never heard of, and he needed to ascertain its location before proceeding. After checking the map application and noting the route, he casually pocketed a few small stones from a nearby flower bed. Without hesitation, he sold the phone at a street-side mobile store. With cash in hand, he dashed into the nearest shopping mall. He needed a change of attire. The training uniform he wore was far too conspicuous. Coupled with his buzz cut and skin tone, his identity would be unmistakable in a crowd. Even a layperson would deduce his profession. The bustling mall in the city center provided an excellent opportunity for Zhou Bingquan to blend into the masses. Given that the police held the upper hand in this assessment, their actions were slightly delayed. The apprehension operation was permitted to commence 10 minutes after the armed police officers had disembarked. After all, the participants in the assessment also required time. If they were surrounded immediately upon exiting the vehicle, there would be no chance for engagement. When the time to act arrived, Han Fei swiftly activated the crime-fighting marvel, the Skynet surveillance system. Captain Han, regarding this mission, should we go easy or not? Little Gu earnestly inquired while reviewing the footage. If we apprehend all 10 individuals at once, might it be too much? Han Fei appeared momentarily taken aback by the suggestion. To him, it was akin to someone earning a meager salary expressing concerns over purchasing a Rolls-Royce, fearing that the starlit roof might be damaged by high heels. How could you even say such a thing? And capturing them all at once, I wouldn't dare make such bold claims. Those high IQ criminals are already difficult to handle, let alone those who have undergone professional training. The participants in this assessment are all potential special forces candidates. One can easily imagine how challenging they would be. While little Ge's words might have seemed somewhat presumptuous, Han Fei could not help but envision the scene of capturing all 10 elite individuals in one fell swoop. And a grin spread uncontrollably across his face. Now that would be something to brag about for a lifetime. He immediately expressed his enthusiasm. No leniency. What leniency? Capturing them all would be the best outcome. It would certainly enhance the reputation of our police system. Listen closely, we must give it our all this time. Yes, the officers chorused, each imbued with newfound fervor. However, reality soon delivered a harsh reminder. The 10 armed police officers seemingly vanished in a location brimming with surveillance cameras. Even the formidable Skynet system could not pinpoint their whereabouts. This indicated that, within mere minutes, they had not only changed their attire but also concealed their identities, altering both posture and gait. The only footage available to the police was a brief segment captured just before the 10 individuals disappeared, yet for Su Lai, this was sufficient. As long as he knew where they had been before vanishing. Apprehending them would be as simple as drinking water. The ability to identify a man by his scent would come in handy. Captain Han, could we dispatch some personnel to the location where they were last seen to retrieve the clothing they discarded? As a seasoned officer, Han Fei quickly grasped Su Lai's intentions. He surmised that Su Lai wished to utilize police dogs for tracking, while he considered this method to be of limited promise. Given that even the most skilled dogs had their limitations, it was nonetheless worth a shot. Chapter 85, You are the police dog. Your entire family are police dogs. Han Fei instantaneously comprehended Su Lai's idea. He had to admit that the notion of using police dogs for tracking was indeed a sound one. Dogs possess an extraordinary sense of smell, and once trained, they can assist law enforcement in tracking down suspects. So, you intend to use police dogs for tracking, right? That's a good suggestion. Han Fei nodded approvingly and promptly issued instructions. Little good, go fetch a few police dogs. Take them directly to the scene. Yes, Su Lai exclaimed. Police dogs? When did I say I wanted to use police dogs? Can those dogs handle such a challenging task? They can't even compare to me. Wait, who are you calling a police dog? Captain Han. That's quite an insult. You are the police dog. Your entire family are police dogs. After venting his frustration internally, Su Lai halted Little Gu, who was on his way to retrieve the police dogs, and turned to Han Fei. No, Captain Han, you've misunderstood my point. I don't mean to have the dogs assist us in tracking. Such a difficult pursuit would be futile even with their help. While police dogs are indeed exceptional at tracking scents, this ability has its limitations, especially in urban environments. The surfaces of cities are predominantly made of concrete and asphalt, which do not retain scents as effectively as dirt or grass, and the duration of scent retention is significantly shorter. Moreover, in densely populated areas, the variety of odors is overwhelming. The distinct sense of perfume, sweat, body odor, and even of flatulence would greatly hinder a police dog's tracking ability. In response to the traditional tracking dog's inability to operate effectively in urban settings, police forces have specifically selected and trained a subset of dogs with superior olfactory capabilities, enabling them to excel in city tracking tasks. These specially trained dogs are referred to as urban tracking dogs. However, much like talented individuals, such exceptional dog talents are exceedingly rare. At least the Longcheng District Bureau did not possess such skilled dogs. Indeed, prior to Su Lai's arrival at the Longcheng District Bureau, not only were there no skilled sketch artists, but there weren't even any exceptional police dogs. However, after Su Lai joined, everything changed. The Longcheng District Bureau was now fortified. Not only did they have an outstanding sketch artist, but they also had capable police officers who could handle urban tracking tasks. Upon hearing Su Lai's remarks, Han Fei's expression turned quizzical. If you don't intend for the police dogs to assist in our tracking, then why do you want the clothing they discarded? The only valuable aspect of those garments is the lingering scent. What else could we use instead of police dogs? You wouldn't dare tell me that your sense of smell surpasses that of a police dog. Noticing Han Fei's perplexed expression, Su Lai elaborated, I have a bit of knowledge regarding tailing. No, I mean tracking. I possess some understanding of tracking techniques. Han Fei? Tailing? You actually know about that? With those formidable skills at your disposal? You seem to be a master in every aspect, don't you? Han Fei's gaze towards Su Lai was laden with complexity. Fortunately, this young Su has chosen the righteous path and has become a police officer. He could hardly fathom the kind of situation Su Lai would find himself in had he not pursued a career in law enforcement. After a moment of daze, he finally regained his composure. So you mean to say that as long as you have the clothing worn by those 10 individuals, you can track them down? Su Lai nodded affirmatively. The thought of it was quite startling. Han Fei rubbed his temples. He then pointed at the computer screen and instructed the officer operating the computer, look into the places they visited before disappearing. The officer immediately complied. However, at that moment, Su Lai appeared to have had a sudden realization. There is no need to track down all 10 individuals' last locations. Finding just one would suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaogu gently poked Su Lai and whispered a reminder. Captain Han just said not to let anyone slip through. He believed Su Lai intended to apprehend just one person and allow the other 9 to pass the assessment, preserving some face for Xing Jun. Who said I was going to let anyone slip? Tracking them one by one is too cumbersome. I suddenly thought of a more efficient method. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, the officer at the computer glanced at Han Fei, who nodded in approval, and promptly proceeded to act. They randomly selected a fortunate individual. The computer was operated to reveal the last location of this individual before his disappearance. This fortunate one was Zhou Bingquan, the very individual favored and regarded highly by Xing Jun. Among the 10 participants in this assessment, he exhibited the most outstanding capabilities across the board. The last place he was seen was near the restroom beside a hot pot restaurant on the 4th floor of the Wanda Mall. He had entered the restroom carrying a shopping bag 10 minutes prior, and then he vanished from the surveillance footage, likely having completed his disguise within the restroom to blend into the crowd. That's him. Su Lai immediately confirmed their first target, Wanda Mall. After Han Fei, Su Lai, and the other officers arrived at the location, they indeed found Zhou Bingquan's discarded clothes and shoes in the restroom. The clothes had been placed in a designer paper bag and carelessly left beneath the sink. As Su Lai bent down to pick up the bag, he instantly caught a whiff of Zhou Bingquan's scent. He won't escape, like a bird trapped in a net. Han Fei watched Su Lai with great anticipation. So, what's the difficulty level? Difficulty? Su Lai chuckled. That's absurd. We are professionals at tailing suspects. How could there be any difficulty? He confidently shook his head. No difficulty at all. Without delay, he led the other officers to pursue Zhou Bingquan. The tracking process was remarkably smooth. It is worth noting that even police dogs require occasional pauses to sniff around in order to make judgments when tracking suspects. However, Su Lai did not need to do so at all. Upon reaching an intersection, he could point out the direction without hesitation. Those in the know understood he was tracking the individual solely by the scent from the clothes. Those unaware might have thought he was utilizing real-time positioning. This efficiency was even more terrifying than that of police dogs. Han Fei found it incomprehensible, yet he was utterly astonished. This is unbelievably powerful. On the roadside, Zhou Bingquan, now in disguise, stood beside an old model car, scanning the surroundings. He chose an older car due to its weak anti-theft capabilities. Indeed, he planned to steal a vehicle abandoned by someone else to reach his destination. He did not wish to resort to this, but he had no choice. Xing Jun had treated him poorly. Before the operation, he had only been given a very broken phone, which would fetch little money. The proceeds from selling the phone only covered the cost of clothing. Furthermore, Xing Jun had set the destination quite far and remote. Zhou Bingquan lacked the funds for a taxi, and public transportation could not reach that location. Walking was even less feasible, as time was of the essence. The assessment was time limited. Failure to arrive at the destination within the stipulated time would result in disqualification. Thus, taking a discarded vehicle was a desperate measure. After ensuring no one was watching, Zhou Bingquan prepared to make his move. Before long, he opened the door of the old car and climbed inside, tinkering with the ignition. Starting the vehicle without a key was a skill in itself and required time. However, just as he was focused on starting the car, someone suddenly knocked on the window. Looking up, Zhou Bingquan realized that he was surrounded by police officers. Chapter 86. What era are we in? Still resorting to hand-to-hand combat. Before seeing Zhou Bingquan's face, some officers still harbored doubts about Su Lai's ability to track individuals solely by their clothing. Su Lai had indeed demonstrated considerable talents previously. Yet those feats remained within the realm of human comprehension, such as picking locks, stealing, gambling, and brainwashing. Although these tasks were challenging, a small faction of criminal masterminds could still achieve them. However, tracking a person by the scent on their clothing, that transcended the realm of possibility. It was unheard of. Even regular police dogs could not accomplish this. Only specially trained urban tracking dogs could. Moreover, how could someone with a sense of smell far less acute than that of a dog manage it? What the precinct's police dogs could not do, Su Lai could. Astonishingly, he could inside the vehicle. As soon as Zhou Bingquan raised his head, the officers immediately confirmed that the individual Su Lai had indicated was indeed their target. Prior to the operation, they had reviewed the photographs provided by Xing Jun, thus recognizing the appearance of this armed police officer. Su Lai had succeeded, although they were unaware of how he achieved it. That was of little importance. The only thing that mattered was that they had located the person. How he accomplished it was inconsequential. Su Lai, you truly. Xiao Gu was bursting with excitement, eager to employ some grandiose idioms. However, having graduated some time ago, he had long surpassed the peak of his knowledge retention period. With no eloquence at his disposal, the only words that came to mind were, truly impressive. Xiao Ji's enthusiasm was well-founded. Zhou Bingquan was indeed an elite among elites. This assessment was specifically designed to select special operations team members. The fact that Zhou Bingquan qualified to participate in this assessment spoke volumes about his abilities. To put it in the terms of a fantasy novel, this fellow had already attained the qualifications to compete for a position among the inner disciples, his strength being utterly formidable. Capturing him would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. They could boast about it for a lifetime. While Han Fei was also exhilarated, he did not exhibit his excitement as overtly as Xiao Gu did. He merely addressed Zhou Bingquan in the vehicle. "Your assessment has failed, get out and accompany us back." Even at this moment Zhou Bingquan remained unfazed. The condition for failing the assessment was being apprehended by the police, not merely being seen to eye. In other words, as long as he was not taken back to the police station, it could not be considered a failure. Zhou Bingquan scanned the number of officers surrounding the car, 22 in total. To be honest, that was somewhat excessive, yet it was manageable. Armed police were renowned for their combat prowess, with near maximal individual combat capabilities. Zhou Bingquan was among the best of them. Even a dozen ordinary men would struggle to best him. While the officers' numbers were considerable, it did not guarantee his capture. If he truly could not win, he could still escape. Zhou Bingquan bent down, removed his shoes, and poured out the small stones he had previously stuffed into them from a flowerbed by the roadside. He had put the stones in his shoes to significantly alter his physique and gait, thus evading the tracking of the surveillance system. The surveillance network identified suspects based on facial recognition. Body shape and gait. Facial recognition was easily managed with a hat, however. Altering body shape and gait required constant vigilance. A moment's lapse could revert him to his usual appearance, yet placing small stones in his shoes could easily achieve that. With the foreign objects removed from his shoes, Zhou Bingquan opened the car door and stepped out. Leaning against the vehicle, he surveyed the officers surrounding him and calmly stated, "As long as you haven't taken me back, this assessment isn't considered a failure. Will you come at me all at once or one by one?" This was merely an assessment. They were all comrades. Zhou Bingquan even extended a courteous warning before making a move. Had it not been an assessment, he would have initiated combat the moment he exited the vehicle. Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Bingquan to be so resolute. Even surrounded, he still failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. "Hold on, brother, you should at least count your opponents before speaking. We are over 20, and you are just one. Do you really think you can resist? What gives you the audacity to say such things?" Realizing Zhou Bingquan still harbored thoughts of resistance, Han Fei shot a furious glance at Xiao Gu beside him, silently urging him to take action. "Xiao Gu? I'm just a rookie officer. Do you expect me to take him on? He would surely obliterate me." Zhou Bingquan grew increasingly impatient. "If you don't make a move soon, I will," as the officers hesitated to act. Zhou Bingquan had already assumed an aggressive stance. "If you won't act, then I shall take the initiative." Just as he raised his hand to strike, Han Fei drew his firearm. The ominous barrel was leveled at Zhou Bingquan. "Who said we were going to fight? What era are we in? Still playing bare-knuckle combat?" We now wield firearms. Within 7 paces, a gun is fast. Within 7 paces, it is both swift and precise. For this assessment, the officers were armed. Of course, it was not live ammunition but rubber bullets. Any of the 10 participants hit in the torso would be deemed a failure in the operation. Initially, Zhang Weiman had considered using blank cartridges for a mere show of force. However, Xing Jun disagreed vehemently, insisting that they replace the blanks with rubber bullets, as they pack a punch. The torso being struck is deemed a failure in the assessment. You ought to be aware of this. So cease your valiant resistance." After delivering this remark, Han Fei shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Gu. His earlier expression had clearly indicated that he expected Xiao Gu to draw his weapon. However, Xiao Gu failed to comprehend the cue. Just as Han Fei relaxed for a fleeting moment, Zhou Bingquan sprang into action, his left hand swiftly slapping towards the muzzle of Han Fei's gun, while his right hand aimed to strike the hand gripping the firearm. Initially, Han Fei had no intention of firing, for even a close-range hit from a rubber bullet would be quite unpleasant. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate any longer and promptly pulled the trigger. Zhou Bingquan had anticipated this move. As he initiated his attack, he leaned slightly to one side, and with the gun already deflected by his strike, the rubber bullet zipped past him, failing to make contact. He was a man of professional training. Even if Han Fei had fired the moment he drew his weapon, it was unlikely he would have hit Zhou Bingquan. In a seamless flow of motion, Zhou Bingquan executed a disarming maneuver, and in less than 2 seconds, the gun was in his possession. The situation appeared to have shifted dramatically, but had it truly reversed? Not at all. For a certain old 6, the sunny, cheerful young man had already drawn his baton, stealthily approaching Zhou Bingquan from behind. "Today is the Qixi festival. Surely everyone has remained indoors, right?" As chapter 87 unfolds. "I would rather perish outside than utter a single word." At the moment Zhou Bingquan seized the gun from Han Fei was left utterly bewildered. How could this guy be so swift? In the blink of an eye, he had taken my gun? Although Han Fei had been engaged with criminals for years, he had never before experienced having his weapon snatched away. This firearm holds a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. Excluding the shot fired by the officer earlier, there are still 14 bullets left, with 22 officers present. If I were to take one shot for each, that leaves me with 8, a 1-to-8 advantage in my favor. While Han Fei was in a daze, Zhou Bingquan was mentally calculating his odds. Taking down 22 officers with bare hands was still quite a challenge, indeed a formidable one. However, facing only 8 would be exceedingly manageable, though the gun was loaded with rubber bullets. A rule existed within the assessment to simulate real-life scenarios as closely as possible. Any officer or participant from the armed police who suffered a torso hit would automatically fail the evaluation. Should an officer's torso be struck, they would be barred from participating in subsequent capture missions. Even if the target slipped away right before their eyes, they would have to play the role of a decent corpse. Zhou Bingquan possessed an absolute sense of shooting accuracy. In simpler terms, he was precise in his aim. At close range, his innate shooting prowess became even more pronounced. He could strike his target without the need for aiming, simply relying on instinct. Each shot was a guaranteed hit. Almost instantaneously after disarming Han Fei, Zhou Bingquan formulated his plan and resolved to act upon it. He promptly aimed the gun at Han Fei's chest, preparing to fire. However, at that very moment, he heard the unmistakable sound of a baton slicing through the air behind him. "Trouble, there's an old 6 behind me. Danger, danger, danger." Yet, even as he recognized the impending threat, it was already too late to avert disaster. The approaching Xiao Fei gun was merely a millimeter away from him before he could react. The baton struck down. Zhou Bingquan's vision blurred, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The rapidity of the events was astonishing. It was only when Su Lai knocked him out that Han Fei noticed his old 6 disciple. "When did you sneak up behind him?" "Just a moment ago." Su Lai sheathed the baton, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Didn't you see?" Before Han Fei could utter a word, Su Lai produced a pair of handcuffs from his waist and secured Zhou Bingquan's hands behind his back. After completing this task, he pressed down on Zhou Bingquan's philtrum. The first press elicited no reaction. Just as Su Lai prepared to apply more force, Han Fei suddenly intervened. "What are you doing? Let him stay unconscious. We should swiftly escort him back to the station before he regains his senses and causes trouble." After witnessing the earlier turn of events, Han Fei had grown wary. The gun was aimed at this fellow. Yet he nearly managed to turn the tables. Had it not been for Su Lai's timely intervention with that baton, the outcome could have been quite different. "We can wake him up to interrogate him." Su Lai replied earnestly. "I was thinking, Han team, we wake him up to ask about their rendezvous point. We can then head there in advance and set a trap for the remaining members. Capturing 9 at once, this would be far more efficient than apprehending them one by one. This plan sounded quite promising. Arriving early at their assembly point to wait indeed seemed more advantageous than capturing them individually. But the question remained, would Zhou Bingquan divulge any information? Betraying his comrades was an exceedingly rare act. Few would willingly engage in such a disgraceful endeavor, let alone someone who had undergone rigorous selection to participate in special forces assessments. This man was no ordinary tough cookie. Even when encircled by 22 individuals, he still harbored a will to resist. Would he really betray his teammates under the threat of a gun? Absolutely not. Even if he were to have all his teeth forcibly removed, such an act would remain inconceivable. Of course, that was merely theoretical. After all, this was just an assessment. There was no need for extreme coercion. Han Fei instinctively prepared to counter Su Lai's suggestion. However, just as the retort lingered on his lips, he remembered that Su Lai had a knack for brainwashing. Han Fei had witnessed Su Lai's capabilities on more than one occasion. While harsh interrogation techniques would be ineffective against Zhou Bingquan, could brainwashing not prove useful? With this thought in mind, Han Fei withdrew his hand from blocking Su Lai. Su Lai once again pressed down on Zhou Bingquan's philtrum. This time with increased force. The philtrum is a critical acupoint on the human body, and stimulating it can awaken an individual. In most cases, pressing this point can instantly revive an unconscious person. Zhou Bingquan regained consciousness. The moment his eyes fluttered open, he instinctively began to struggle. Unfortunately, his hands were already handcuffed, and several officers were firmly restraining his shoulders and legs, rendering him immobile. As he surveyed the officers before him, Zhou Bingquan recalled the events leading up to his fainting spell. How could I have been stealthily approached from behind without any awareness, only to be felled by a single blow? Such humiliation. This was a blemish on his life. I am a half-step special forces soldier. taking down 10 burly men would be akin to child's play, yet today, I was subdued by a mere officer? What sort of officer is this? Where did this formidable officer come from? Of course, he held no contempt for officers in general. Each field has its own specialists when it comes to combat prowess. The armed police excel, however. He had encountered Su Lai, a man undefeated in one-on-one combat. Are you really that skilled? What good is skill if it is of no use in the presence of an old six? Even if Elbu were to reincarnate, a single unreasonable blow would suffice to bring him down. Awake, my apologies, mate, the situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to give you a knock. Are you alright? Su Lai began with an apology. It was not his first time acting as the old six, so he typically felt no burden in such matters, yet this time was different, as his target was not a villain. Su Lai was adept at delivering incapacitating blows, ensuring no residual effects lingered afterward, and Zhou Bingquan, as an armed police officer, not only had impressive combat skills but also remarkable resilience against blows. Thus Zhou Bingquan felt only a dull pain at the back of his neck from the strike, but he was otherwise unharmed. He fixed his gaze on Su Lai. I'm fine, so it was you who knocked me out? Su Lai nodded, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Opting for silence, Zhou Bingquan paused for a moment before sincerely saying, You're quite impressive. Had his hands not been handcuffed, he would have given Su Lai a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. Sensing Zhou Bingquan's genuine acknowledgement, Su Lai smiled. Being deemed impressive is the highest honor among men, and hearing it brought him joy. Shortly thereafter, Su Lai posed a question he had prepared in advance. May I ask you something? Where is the assembly point for your assessment? Zhou Bingquan's response was one of disbelief. How could you utter such words? Is that not an insult, to ask me to betray my comrades? Do you think I am a rarity, huh? Faced with Su Lai's inquiry, Zhou Bingquan firmly replied, I'm sorry, but you've mistaken the wrong person. I cannot betray my comrades, even if this is merely an assessment. I would never divulge the location of my team's position, even if captured and interrogated by enemies. Zhou Bingquan would rather die outside than utter a single word. Chapter 88 unfolds with the sentiment. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Zhou Bingquan firmly believed he would rather perish outside than speak a word. However, 5 minutes later, he revealed the assembly point is at 381 Hahai Road. A warehouse. Do you have any code words for the assembly? And none. Just arrive there. What happens once you arrive? I'm not sure. I only know we must do everything in our power to reach there within the stipulated time. Arriving is considered a success. Who will meet you at the assembly point? I don't know. They didn't say. Alright, thank you. Su Lai concluded his questioning. Witnessing everything, Han Fei eagerly licked his lips. Damn it. This situation has escalated dramatically. He even envisioned the scene when he would return leading 10 captured assessment participants to report back. The mere thought of this scene brings an overwhelming sense of comfort. Capturing a fugitive, what of it? We can even apprehend elite armed police forces participating in special operations selection. This, indeed, is the prowess of our Longqing District Bureau. Just how impressive is that? What are we still lingering for? Let us depart. Zhang Weiman excitedly addressed his equally enthusiastic officers. Su Lai, standing nearby, offered a quiet reminder. Captain Han, we can't take this guy along. Right, he can't come. He would be a hindrance. After Su Lai's prompt, Han Fei also recognized that bringing Zhou Bingquan along on this operation was somewhat inappropriate. Who knows what trouble this fellow could stir up? The immediate priority is to escort him back to the precinct. Then let us first return this lad, and afterward proceed to their assembly point. No, won't that leave us pressed for time? After a moment's deliberation, Han Fei turned to the 2 officers behind him. To be prudent, let us split into 2 teams. You 2 will handle taking him back to the precinct, while the rest of us will proceed to their assembly point and wait for an opportunity. The 2 officers were momentarily taken aback. Us, just the 2 of us. Although Zhou Bingquan was handcuffed, he was no ordinary foe. Who could tell if 2 individuals could truly keep him under control? Realizing this, Han Fei also faced Su Lai. With a tactical gesture, he spoke somewhat sheepishly. Well, Su, why not? Give him another whack. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Conversely, if the lower beam is askew, the upper beam will inevitably follow suit. Indeed, Han Fei had gradually taken on Su Lai's traits. Upon first arriving at the precinct, he had scoffed at Su Lai's unconventional skills, even questioning who allowed this lad to become a police officer. Yet now, Han Fei suddenly found himself thinking, so delightful, these skills, though peculiar, proved quite effective. Su Lai, however, hesitated upon hearing Han Fei's suggestion. If Zhou Bingquan were a true villain, He would not hesitate to strike, yet he was not a villain. The previous blow was a desperate measure, and now, under normal circumstances, Sulai felt it inappropriate to strike Joe Binkwan again. Instead, he pondered. Why not let 20 officers escort Joe Binkwan back? With 20 eyes upon him, surely he could not cause any further trouble, while the two of us could handle the remaining 9 at their assembly point. Sulai devised a plan, Han Fei? It made sense to have 20 officers escort Joe Binkwan back. After all, one could never be too cautious with such a character. However, leaving just the two of them to confront the remaining 9 seemed rather audacious. It was known that the remaining 9 participants were likely as skilled as Joe Binkwan. Could 2 officers truly handle them? Even 2 officers would find it challenging to manage 9 ordinary individuals. Let alone 9 armed police. The phrase invincible armed police was not meant as a jest. Each one of them was formidable. In a 2 versus 9 scenario, they would be fortunate to escape unscathed. Observing Han Fei's expression, Sulai leaned closer, whispering his scheme. Captain Han, I have a brilliant idea. What do you think? Upon hearing Sulai's suggestion, Han Fei's eyes lit up. He nodded enthusiastically. Excellent, truly excellent. After hearing Sulai's strategy, Han Fei no longer hesitated. He promptly addressed the other officers. All right, we shall proceed as Su suggests. You 20 will escort Joe Binkwan back to the precinct. Be ye cautious along the way. Ensure he does not escape. The remaining 9 will be dealt with by Su and me. After a brief arrangement, the team split. Xiaogu and the other 20 officers escorted Joe Binkwan back to the precinct, while Sulai and Han Fei went to capture the remaining 9 at their assembly point. On Jianan Road, a young man dressed in a light yellow long dress sat atop a garbage collection truck heading towards the suburban waste disposal station. Hu Tsong found the wig atop his head bothersome and removed it as he climbed aboard the garbage truck. Unlike Joe Binkwan, who planned to steal an abandoned vehicle parked roadside to reach the assembly point, Hu Tsong intended to hitch a ride. After confirming that the garbage truck's destination was merely a kilometer away from their assembly point, he seized the opportunity, climbing aboard the truck while the driver was distracted. Riding the garbage truck to the destination offered only benefits: free, convenient, albeit a tad odorous. Indeed, the stench of the garbage was advantageous. If the police deployed sniffer dogs, there was a chance they would track his scent. However, being amidst the refuse eliminated that concern. The overwhelming odor created by the various rubbish was sufficient to mask his scent from any pursuing canine. Admittedly, the summer refuse was particularly foul, causing Hu Tsong considerable discomfort, yet such trivial discomfort was inconsequential compared to successfully completing the assessment. Observing the road signs along the way, Hu Tsong realized his destination was drawing near. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the police would be unable to capture him. With that thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Is this all there is to the assessment? Meanwhile, back at the precinct, the officers responsible for escorting Joe Binkwan successfully completed their task, bringing him back to headquarters. Zhang Weiman, upon witnessing their return, could hardly contain his joy. Excellent, well done, he was elated, yet beside him, Xing Jun appeared utterly bewildered. His eyes wide in disbelief. Joe Binkwan was apprehended. How could that be? He was my top candidate. Chapter 89. Xing Jun, what kind of ridiculous skills are these? At the precinct, Joe Binkwan was actually captured? What a joke! No, it must be that I am approaching this incorrectly. Xing Jun closed his eyes for a moment before opening them wide. The scene before him remained unchanged, regardless of his disbelief. Facts are facts. Upon arriving at the precinct, Xiaogu and the others finally felt relief as they removed Zhou Bingquan's handcuffs. Xiaogu, while assisting in the unshackling, apologized. Sorry, brother, for any offense earlier. We truly couldn't handle you. Hence the cuffs. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Jun interjected, perplexed. What happened? You were unable to handle them with so few people. Joe Binkwan was Xing Jun's most promising candidate, possessing exceptional combat skills. 20 ordinary individuals should have posed him little trouble, while 20 officers might have been somewhat challenging. There was no way he could have been captured. If he couldn't overpower them, could he not escape? The other officers were equally bewildered. A few, just a few. Are you counting correctly? Did your elementary school teacher teach you math? I was knocked down by someone from behind without noticing, Joe Binkwan explained. Knocked down from behind without notice? Xing Jun began to question his own understanding of reality. How could that be possible? He was well aware of Zhou Bingquan's capabilities. This man was not only skilled but also had substantial combat experience. It was inconceivable that he would leave his back exposed to an opponent. Such a rookie mistake was simply unthinkable. Zhou Binkwan nodded. That guy moved without making a sound, and he was incredibly fast. I had no time to react before being knocked out. Upon hearing this, Xing Jun was momentarily stunned. Who could possibly knock out Joe Binkwan before he even realized it? such talent existed in a small precinct? He was eager to find out who it was. Su Lai. It was Su Lai. Xiaogu stood tall, proudly boasting for his brother. Upon hearing that familiar name, Xing Jun turned to Zhang Weiman, who merely nodded, his expression betraying no surprise, as if affirming Xiao Ji's assertion that he had already suspected who was behind ITI in their precinct. Who else but Su Lai had a penchant for delivering surprise blows? Old Zhang, is this Su Lai from your precinct, particularly skilled? Zhang Weiman pondered for a moment. Well, how should I put it? It's not merely a question of skill, he possesses a rare talent. He paused, pulling Xing Jun aside to speak quietly. His ability to launch surprise attacks is unparalleled. Xing Jun? Are you serious? A police officer with extraordinary stealth skills? Is this a joke? Feeling the weight of Xing Jun's incredulous gaze, Zhang Weiman felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, Su Lai's skills could prove invaluable in critical moments. However, discussing them publicly was somewhat embarrassing. It was not the sort of thing one would expect a police officer to possess, under Xing Jun's scrutinizing gaze. Zhang Weiman faltered, adding, I must say Zhou's defeat was not without justification. Even if you had been in his place, you would have met the same fate. Xing Jun's attention was undeniably diverted. Was it truly that remarkable? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. If you were skeptical and unafraid of embarrassment, you may wish to give it a try later. Xiao Su has conducted considerable research in this area. He has mentioned it to me before. In any case, I feel that he is. Zhang Weiman gestured with his hands, his expression exceedingly serious, remarkably professional. Zhang Weiman is someone whom Xing Jun is quite familiar with. His words carry weight. If he speaks highly of someone, then it appears that Zhou Bingquan has indeed met his match in Su Lai, although it is somewhat regrettable that Zhou Bingquan could not pass this assessment. It may not necessarily be a misfortune. This young man has always been at the top, excelling in every regard. Experiencing a setback might serve to remind him that there are always greater talents beyond oneself, which could be beneficial for his future endeavors, perhaps even enabling him to soar to greater heights. Xing Jun stepped forward and patted Zhou Bingquan on the shoulder. It's alright, you'll have another chance in the next selection. However, upon returning, you must double your efforts. Do not fall back into the habit of believing you are invincible. Arrogance is not a virtue. Zhou Bingquan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, indicating that he had taken the words to heart. Observing this, Xing Jun chose not to elaborate further. Despite his disappointment that Zhou Bingquan, whom he held in high regard, failed the assessment, the remaining 9 candidates were still treasures in his eyes. One may have been caught, but there are still 9 left. While Su Lai's ambush skills may be formidable, Xing Jun was unconvinced that he could take down the remaining 9 one by one. Thus, the situation was not dire. What are you all standing around for? Now that the individual has been returned, you should promptly head out. Upon witnessing Xiao Guo and the others showing no intent to leave after their return, Zhang Weiman urged, have you become complacent just because one has been caught? Is there no need to apprehend the rest? Director Zhang and team leader Han and Su Lai have indicated that we need not concern ourselves with the subsequent matters. Having too many people around could hinder progress, Xiao Guo hastily clarified. Hearing this, both Zhang Weiman and Xing Jun were momentarily taken aback. 2 against 9, surely Han Fei and Su Lai had lost their minds. However, before they could voice their thoughts, 2 individuals entered the police station. These 2 were colleagues of Xing Jun, tasked with remaining at the assembly point to receive the armed police officers who had passed the assessment. Old Xing, why the sudden urgency in calling us to the police station? What is going on? What do you mean what's going on? When did I call you here? Xing Jun replied, equally puzzled. Just a moment ago, 2 officers from the police station approached us, stating that the assessment needed to be paused and claimed that it was your directive. Xing Jun? This was your instruction. How could the police possibly know the location of the assembly point? Upon seeing Xing Jun's bewildered expression, the 2 officers were equally confused. Indeed, how could the police know the location of the assembly point? Xing Jun was just as perplexed. How would I know? You're re-asking me. Who should I ask? Do you think I would disclose the location of the assembly point to them? Informing them would be no different than directly handing over the young ones. The location of the assembly point, of course, must remain confidential. Even if the intensity were to increase, it would not be done in such a manner. If the police were to learn the assembly point's location, they would simply send in their main force to apprehend individuals, rendering the assessment pointless. It was precisely because the police could locate the assembly point and only send in 2 officers that the pair believed it to be Xing Jun's directive. After pondering this bewildering situation, Zhou Bingquan quietly admitted his involvement. It was I who mentioned it, Xing Jun? Why on earth did you tell them that? You got caught in the rain and decided to tear everyone else's umbrella. It wasn't for that reason. I didn't do it intentionally. At that moment I was unsure of what was happening, but there was something almost enchanting about his words when he inquired about the assembly point. I found myself unable to resist divulging. Before Xing Jun could respond further, Zhang Weiman pulled him aside to explain Zhou Bingquan's actions. This isn't entirely Xiao Zhou's fault. I neglected to mention that Xiao Su possesses a knack for brainwashing. He is responsible for interrogating some of the more obstinate offenders, and there is little he cannot extract through questioning. As for fraud, he is quite adept at weaving elaborate tales. His deceptions are remarkably effective. Indeed, Xing Jun? Coercion is one thing, but Su Lai can also brainwash and commit fraud. What sort of outlandish skills are these? How does he possess such versatility? Is he truly a police officer? Who allowed him to take on this role? Observing the shock in Xing Jun's eyes, Zhang Weiman felt his face redden once more. Chapter 90. I did not instruct you to go easy, nor did I permit you to cheat, having lived more than half a lifetime. Xing Jun had encountered a multitude of individuals, yet he had never before met a police officer quite like Su Lai. Ambush, brainwashing, fraud. How extraordinary! Under Xing Jun's scrutinizing gaze, even Zhang Weiman, with his robust composure, felt a twinge of embarrassment. What do you mean by that? Look, old Xing, who decreed that police officers cannot possess these skills. Yes, I understand your point, but still, what officer possesses such abilities? Moreover, if you were aware of his capabilities, why did you not inform me beforehand? I was utterly unprepared. You never asked, Xing Jun. What do you mean, you never asked? Even if I had inquired, I ought to have anticipated this. Who could possibly connect a police officer with such supernatural skills? You could beat me to death, and I still would not have thought of this. Old Zhang, be truthful with me. Did you intentionally approve of his participation in the apprehension, or was it a mere oversight? It was intentional. Did you not emphasize repeatedly that there should be no leniency? Xiao Su is one of my most capable aides. Since you forbade leniency, I had no choice but to include him. Upon hearing this, Xing Jun pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. I instructed you not to go easy, but I certainly did not authorize you to cheat. In Xing Jun's view, Su Lai was like an external force for the Longqing District Bureau. This young man was simply too uncanny, with a combination of ambush tactics, fraud, and brainwashing. Who could withstand such an onslaught? If viewed through this lens, Zhou Bingquan's defeat was indeed not unjust. He bore no fault. It was merely unfortunate that he encountered a police officer with such exceptional ambush talents. In other words, anyone who came up against Su Lai would inevitably fall, as long as he was found. The only outcome would be captured and returned to the police station. But wait, Xing Jun suddenly recalled another critical factor. For Su Lai to successfully ambush Zhou Bingquan, he must have first tracked him down. Without locating Zhou Bingquan, even the most skilled ambusher would be rendered ineffectual. After all, a skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. With this thought in mind, Xing Jun turned to Zhou Bingquan. How were you found? I'm not entirely sure. At that time, I had already disguised myself. My features were obscured, my posture and gait altered, and I even applied some trial perfume from a cosmetics counter. After hearing this, Xing Jun's confusion deepened. Zhou Bingquan had indeed taken substantial measures to conceal himself. He had considered nearly every angle. How then, had he still been located? Xing Jun glanced over at Zhang Weiman. Has your police department developed some new high-tech tracking method? Zhang Weiman shrugged, indicating otherwise, and then inquired of the officers involved in the apprehension. How did you locate him? It was Su Lai who guided us. We tracked him down to the last place he visited before disappearing. There, we found his discarded clothing, and Su Lai was able to trace him through the garments he left behind, one officer replied. So that is how it was. Zhang Weiman started to nod but quickly sensed something amiss. Wait, what did you say? You found him through his clothing? Isn't that the work of police dogs? And not just any police dogs, but those with innate advantages and extensive, systematic training capable of executing such complex tracking tasks. As for anyone who could achieve this, it's unheard of. Xing Jun's thoughts turned to the possibility of recruiting Su Lai. Setting aside the brainwashing and fraud for now, merely his skills in tracking and ambushing would be enough to pique his interest. Such a prodigy in law enforcement was nothing short of a waste of talent. Old Zhang, in my lifetime, I have never asked anyone for a favor. Stop. Zhang Weiman, having discerned Xing Jun's intentions, interrupted him before he could finish. If you continue to speak like this, we won't even be able to remain friends. Meanwhile, at 381 Hahai Road, the assembly point for this assessment task, Hu Tsong appeared at the warehouse entrance, wearing a light yellow dress and holding a pair of high heels that he could no longer manage to wear them. It was a hassle. Initially, he had chosen these shoes to alter his gait and posture to evade detection by the Skynet system, but now that he had arrived at the assembly point, He wasted no time in removing them. Outside the warehouse, a metal plate lay on the ground, which had absorbed the sun's heat, rendering it at least 70 degrees. Ouch, that's hot. Wait, am I the first one here? Joe Gu is slower than I am. Upon entering the warehouse, Hutsong discovered that Joe Binkwan had not arrived before him. At that moment, there were only 3 individuals inside the warehouse, including himself. Aside from him, there were a young man and an elderly man, both clad in fitness attire. It was likely that these two were responsible for receiving them. However, the presence of the older and younger individuals did not give Hutsong the impression that they were part of his team. The older man had a square face and exuded an air of righteousness, though he seemed to have a slight beer belly, suggesting that his physical fitness might be average. The young man possessed thick eyebrows and large eyes. And while his physique was indeed fitting, he had relatively fair skin, which starkly contrasted with that of individuals who had trained under the scorching sun for years. In summary, these two individuals appeared to be anything but members of the team. Leaving a rather peculiar first impression, are you the ones assigned by Commander Xing to meet us? Hutsong inquired, or have I perhaps wandered into the wrong place? Is this how old Xing usually instructs you? You don't even know if you're in the right place. Is this your attitude when executing a mission? The square-faced man did not respond directly but proceeded to bombard him with a series of penetrating questions. Inducing an immediate sense of pressure, this temperament felt all too familiar. It seemed I had been overly concerned. They were indeed the ones responsible for our reception. Hutsong forced a sheepish smile, scratching his head. Refraining from retorting, laugh, if you still have the energy to smile, it indicates that this assessment isn't too strenuous for you. Do 100 push-ups on the spot, prepare. No, I wasn't laughing. 200. Understood. Hutsong dared not say another word, fearing the count might escalate to 300. Without further ado, he dropped down to commence his push-ups. Xiao Su, count for him. 200. He mustn't rise until he completes them. The square-faced man instructed the young man beside him, who began the counting. 1 2 2 2 2 3 3 1. This method of counting evoked the sensation that mathematics was being taught by a physical education teacher, yet it was precisely this that dispelled Hutsong's doubts entirely. That temperament of immediate extra training and this bizarre, exhausting counting method were all too familiar to him. Could they not be members of the team? Chapter 91, Devilish training is merely for amusement. True devils depend on you. While Hutsong dutifully performed his push-ups, he never anticipated that these two individuals were, in fact, police officers. In reality, he had never considered this possibility, although at first glance, the older and younger individuals did not seem like team members. Hutsong had not connected them to the police. After all, the police could not possibly know their rendezvous point. Commander Xing would never divulge such information, while Xing Jun was indeed eager to intensify their training. He would never reveal the meeting point to the police. Little did Hutsong know, the two before him were indeed police officers, Su Lai and Han Fei. Xing Jun would never disclose the location of the meeting point to the police. However, such matters posed no challenge for Su Lai. After learning about the rendezvous from Zhou Binkwan, he and Han Fei rushed over immediately. As a master of deception, Su Lai excelled in the art of lying. To avoid suspicion, he purchased athletic gear on the way and changed out of his police uniform. He had also prepped Han Fei with a few lines of dialogue, the series of penetrating questions posed by Han Fei earlier, as well as the commands for Hutsong to perform push-ups, were precisely what Su Lai had instructed him to say. This set of dialogue proved remarkably effective. Hutsong had no doubts regarding their identities. 3455554. Wait, Hutsong's frustration mounted. Bro, that's not how you count. I've done 60 or 70 already, and you haven't even reached 10. According to Su Lai's method of counting, completing 200 push-ups would leave him unable to rise. You've done 60 or 70, and you're only at 4? Devilish training is merely for amusement. True devils depend on you. TSK, Su Lai's face turned serious. Stop interrupting. I lost track of where I was counting. Let us start over. 1112, Hutsong. What's this? Did you forget where you were counting? I think you're trying to flay my skin off. To be fair, Su Lai indeed harbored such thoughts. He intended to exhaust these armed police warriors until they could hardly move, thus eliminating any fear of resistance. At that point, capturing them would be as easy as child's play. Choosing to deplete their physical strength through rigorous training was a decision made out of compassion. He did not wish to employ the little flying stick technique on them, as receiving a blow could be quite painful. The ambush on Zhou Binkwan had been a matter of urgency. Had there been another way, Su Lai would have refrained from using such a tactic against good people. Before long, Wang Li, who was also participating in this assessment, arrived. Had he been the first to arrive, he might have shared Hutsong's slight suspicions. However, by the time he arrived, Hu Song was already engaged in push-ups. Observing the scene before him, Wang Li had even less reason to doubt Su Lai and Han Fei's identities, seeing another person arrive. Su Lai glanced at Hu Song, who was still doing push-ups, then at the newcomer, and made a subtle gesture, quietly pointing at Han Fei. Wang Li instantly grasped Su Lai's intent, interpreting it as a warning. Han Fei has a bad temper, so you should tread carefully. He immediately cast a grateful glance at Su Lai, thinking, "You're quite the good person." He then dropped down to join Hu Song in doing push-ups. However, he never anticipated that this action would provoke Han Fei's displeasure. "Look at you being so eager, it seems you really enjoy doing push-ups. If that's the case, you should do 300 since he has to do 200. Xiao Su, count for them both." Wang Li? You rascal! He decided to retract his earlier statement. Su Lai was not a pleasant person at all. He was utterly mischievous. As Hu Song continued to do push-ups, his frustration grew, truly feeling the weight of his predicament. Yet, seeing that another unfortunate soul was also subjected to the ordeal, and that this person had to do 100 more than him, his spirits lifted considerably. This is what good brothers are for. One should not enjoy fortune alone but should share in adversity. At that moment, a figure appeared at the warehouse entrance. Zhang Wei, without waiting for Su Lai to set a trap for him. Hu Song and Wang Li began signaling Zhang Wei with their eyes, urging him to drop down and join them. However, Zhang Wei completely ignored their gestures. "You think I'll fall for your trick and join you for push-ups? Dream on, with your little schemes. I see right through them. I won't do a single one." In his view, Hu Song and Wang Li must have done something wrong to incur the instructor's displeasure, resulting in their punishment of push-ups. He had no interest in sharing the punishment with friends. If they were punished, then he would be spared. Zhang Wei resolved to perform well to avoid suffering the same fate as them. He stood tall beside Hu Song and Wang Li, straightening his posture, reporting to the instructor, "The task has been completed. Please advise." According to Zhang Wei's expectations, Han Fei would likely nod and say, before ignoring him, allowing him to remain standing until the designated time for assembly arrived, at which point further instructions would be given. However, imagination is merely that, imagination. Would Han Fei let him off the hook? Do you have eyes for a reason? Can't you see what they're doing? Show a bit of awareness and drop down. Do push-ups with them. One is doing 200, one is doing 300. And you will do 400, Zhang Wei? Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have tried to be clever. I should have just dropped down and done the push-ups with them. After hearing Han Fei's words, Hu Song was momentarily taken aback. He had been assigned 200 push-ups for laughing, which was quite reasonable. However, Wang Li had been rewarded with 300 for being too perceptive. Zhang Wei, having failed to read the situation, was punished with 400. So being too perceptive incurs a penalty, while failing to read the situation also incurs a penalty. So, does that mean you get to say everything? Is this the devil instructor's knack for finding excuses? Truly terrifying. I fear that even the Bull Demon King would have to do 200 push-ups to leave. At the police station, having been deceived back to the station, the two individuals genuinely responsible for the reception were not sent back by Xing Jun. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he wished to assess the young recruit's ability to discern the truth. Secondly, he was skeptical. Could Su Lai truly be so cunning as to deceive one after the other? It was understandable that the two responsible for the reception were tricked back, as Han Fei and Su Lai had approached under the guise of Xing Jun and had clearly stated their identities as police officers, lending credibility to their words. As for whether Su Lai and Han Fei could deceive the armed police warriors participating in the assessment, Xing Jun believed the likelihood was slim. Su Lai and Han Fei did not resemble individuals who had undergone years of training. No matter how masterful Su Lai's deception, he could not disguise that fact. The armed police warriors who completed the assessment and reached the rendezvous point would certainly recognize this discrepancy. A few simple questions regarding internal matters would expose their ruse. At that point, it would be 2 against 9. Even if Su Lai were an expert in ambushes, could he possibly contend with 9 individuals simultaneously? Impossible. If he didn't get beaten to a pulp, it would be a miracle. Pondering this, Xing Jun even began to anticipate the moment when his men would bring Su Lai and Han Fei, bound hand and foot, into the police station. My talents are the most impressive. Xing Jun glanced at Zhang Weiman beside him, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with disdain. Old Zhang, just wait and see, don't start crying later. Chapter 92, You are under arrest. Far away at the police station, Xing Jun naively believed that Su Lai would undoubtedly fall into the hands of his men. This kid is doomed. However, that was merely his imagination. The reality was, Hu Song and the others were nearing exhaustion. They were being thoroughly worn out. Han Fei had employed every conceivable method of physical training he could think of on them. In truth, the exercises he proposed were not particularly intense. For Hu Tsong and the others, these were merely routine and had long since become second nature, while the training subjects were indeed commonplace. The crux of the issue lay in Su Lai, who was responsible for counting and timing. His counting was utterly nonsensical, he consistently miscounted. Certainly, it is of little consequence, after all. Xing Jun often engages in such behavior. However, what truly drives several individuals to the brink of despair is not only Su Lai's inability to count but also his remarkably poor memory. After counting to 198, on the verge of reaching 200, he astonishingly declared that he had forgotten where he had left off and insisted on starting anew. In that moment, the 9 individuals performing push-ups were undoubtedly overwhelmed. It is hard to believe that this thick-browed, wide-eyed fellow is indeed a human being. Is such a thing even conceivable for a person? Ah, this is utterly ludicrous. After a period of training, huffing and puffing, Hu Tsong and the others lay sprawled on the ground, faces upwards in a star-like formation, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Clearly, they were utterly exhausted. This group has shown remarkable resilience, managing to endure for so long before succumbing to fatigue. Su Lai couldn't help but reflect on the distinction of those eligible for Special Forces selection. They truly possess significant strength, although all 9 were now lying on the ground, appearing utterly drained. Should one attempt to subdue them at this moment, there was a high probability of being counterattacked. As they still retain some capacity for resistance, it would be prudent to allow them a brief respite before making a move. After intense exercise and a short rest, one is at their most vulnerable. After waiting a while, Su Lai estimated that the time was right. He exited the warehouse, and when he returned, his hands were filled with handcuffs, neither too many nor too few, exactly 9 pairs. Team leader Han, let us cuff them and take them back to the station. These handcuffs were specially requested by him and his colleagues prior to deployment. He had refrained from carrying them on his person to avoid raising suspicion, choosing instead to leave them in the vehicle. A large question mark appeared in Hu Tsong's mind. What do you mean, take us back to the station? Didn't we successfully pass the assessment? And if we are to go, why the handcuffs? No, this is, what does it mean? Quite literally, Su Lai replied while fastening the handcuffs onto the others. I am a police officer, and you are under arrest. You are a police officer? Hu Tsong was rendered speechless. I had just arrived at the rendezvous point, and you whip out handcuffs to inform me you are a police officer? This is not how one operates. He felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. The stark contrast in his expectations was akin to receiving an alert in his mind. Ding, the host is on the brink of poverty, the wealthy system is binding progress, 1 2 3 99, system binding failed. Wishing you a pleasant life. A cooked duck has flown away. Naturally, they would not stand idly by as Su Lai proceeded to handcuff them. However, after such high-intensity training, their muscles were fatigued due to the accumulation of lactic acid, rendering them incapable of resisting effectively. In stark contrast, Su Lai was still in peak condition. Even if Hu Tsong and the others wished to fight back, they were powerless to do so. In no time at all, Su Lai had secured all of them with handcuffs. The moment the cuffs clicked shut, Hu Tsong realized their fate was sealed. All was lost. No, wait, it's not over yet. They still had one lifeline, Zhou Bingquan. Zhou Bingquan had not yet arrived. Among the 10 of them, Zhou Bingquan possessed the strongest overall abilities. If the other 9 had managed to evade the police and reach the designated location within the given time, how could Zhou Bingquan fail to arrive? Impossible. On the contrary, Hu Tsong believed that Zhou Bingquan could undoubtedly reach the rendezvous point without drawing the attention of the police. Furthermore, with his capabilities, he would surely be the first to arrive. If he had arrived but chose not to reveal himself, why? Hu Tsong surmised that Zhou Bingquan had likely detected the suspicious nature of Su Lai and Han Fei early on and opted to conceal himself and observe them. Yes, that must be it. It's no wonder my brother Zhou is indeed the best. His intellect is remarkable. Is this all part of his plan? With this thought in mind, Hu Tsong resolved to engage Su Lai and Han Fei in conversation, aiming to distract them and lower their guard, thus creating an opportunity for Zhou Bingquan to act. Our rendezvous point was communicated by Captain Xing, wasn't he it? No, it was your teammate who informed me. Haven T, you noticed you're missing a teammate, Su Lai replied candidly. I knew it. Huh? Who did you say told you? Zhou Bingquan, he was captured by us earlier. Hu Tsong? The police station. As time ticked away, Xing Jun began to feel anxious. Why had these 9 rascals not yet returned Su Lai, with a 9-2 advantage? How could this be so difficult, even though Su Lai and Han Fei possessed firearms? They were still at a numerical disadvantage and should not have been able to overpower the well-trained Hu Tsong and his companions. At the beginning of this assessment, Xing Jun had been able to chat amicably with Zhang Weiman. However, at this moment, his spirits had plummeted. He paced back and forth in the office, occasionally glancing at his wristwatch. Old Xing, could you please stop pacing? You're making me dizzy, just sit down for a moment. Zhang Weiman finally interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Under normal circumstances, Xing Jun would have retorted, but he was currently too preoccupied for that. He decided to step out of the office. I'll wait outside. Oh, please just come back and sit down. When they return, someone will come to notify us. What difference does it make where you wait? Of course it makes a difference. When they return victorious, the first person they see will be me, which will surely uplift their spirits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman couldn't help but furrow his brow. What on earth is old Xing talking about? Every word he spoke was comprehensible, yet together they were perplexing. Who is he referring to as returning victorious? Su Lai and Han Fei, those two are my men. Why would they be happy to see you? Like Xing Jun, Zhang Weiman was filled with confidence in his subordinates. He did not believe Su Lai and Han Fei would lose. Almost simultaneously as Xing Jun and Zhang Weiman exited the office, a large van pulled up at the police station. Upon seeing the vehicle, a smile broke out on Xing Jun's face as he hurried forward to greet Hu Tsong and the others. However, before he could reach the van, Su Lai had already opened the driver's side door, stepped out, and proceeded to open the rear door, allowing the handcuffed Hu Tsong and the others to disembark. The smile on Xing Jun's face froze. The good news was that they had returned. The bad news was that those apprehended were his own men. Chapter 93. So love will disappear, will it? Mr. Lucen once stated that a smile does not vanish into thin air, it merely shifts from one person's face to another. For instance, at this moment, the smile on Xing Jun's face had transferred to Zhang Weiman's, even though Zhang Weiman had complete faith in Su Lai and had envisioned this scene long before. Witnessing it unfold before his eyes still left him grinning from ear to ear. Well done, little Su. I knew you could do it. Splendid work. With a beaming expression, he approached Su Lai to congratulate him. However, Zhang Weiman only acknowledged Su Lai. He entirely overlooked Han Fei standing beside him. Han Fei, can you only see Su Lai and not me? I remember you weren't like this before. Director Zhang, so love will disappear, will it? I'm still here, just spare me a glance. I was involved in this too. Why only praise Su Lai? A little acknowledgement for me would be nice. As the dust settled, Xing Jun's plan to showcase his prowess before Zhang Weiman had utterly collapsed. His team had been completely vanquished. After escorting Hu Tsong and the others back to the police station, Su Lai promptly removed the handcuffs from them. At that moment, Xing Jun and Zhou Bingquan approached. After exchanging some pleasantries to soothe their spirits, Xing Jun inquired about the manner of their apprehension. You were also knocked unconscious by Su Lai? Not at all. We were. Wait, what do you mean also? Hu Tsong questioned. Perplexed, Xing Jun gestured toward Zhou Bingquan. He was the one who got knocked out and brought back. Zhou Bingquan vigorously nodded in affirmation of Xing Jun's statement. Su Lai is quite the professional when it comes to knocking people out. I didn't even see him strike before I was out cold, without a chance to resist. Hu Tsong? A police officer is a professional at knocking people out? What is that even supposed to mean? You weren't ambushed. How did you end up captured? Upon learning that they had not been ambushed, Zhou Bingquan's curiosity about their ordeal piqued. They pretended to be the ones picking us up. As soon as I entered, they made me do push-ups, followed by a slew of other physical training until I was too exhausted to move, and then, wait, you only took one blow and that was it? So easy? Where was it easy? Is taking a blow easy? Zhou Bingquan initially intended to refute this notion. However, upon seeing the weariness etched on their faces, he promptly abandoned the thought and chose to remain silent. A single blow may only cause mild pain, but exhausting oneself through physical training until one cannot get up is an entirely different ordeal. In comparison, being struck once was indeed much easier. After the assessment concluded, Xing Jun did not linger much at the police station. He exchanged greetings with Zhang Weiman before swiftly taking his team back, although they did not pass this time. Zhou Bingquan and the others did not give up. Rather, they set aside their pride and worked doubly hard in the days to come. Ultimately, all 10 of them successfully passed the next assessment and became exceptionally skilled Special Forces operatives. With a bright future ahead, however, those are tales for another time, and for now, they shall remain untold. After work, Su Lai, as per his routine, tidied up briefly before changing out of his uniform in preparation to return home. Upon exiting the police station, he spotted a short individual nearby, cupping water from a river with his hands to drink. Witnessing this, Su Lai immediately intended to intervene to prevent the act. This river may appear pristine at first glance, Yet in reality, it is quite filthy, as local children incessantly relieve themselves in its waters. Don't drink it, don't drink it, this water is unfit for consumption, it is contaminated. If you find yourself truly parched, allow me to fetch you some clean water, I implored. What? Upon hearing the interlocutor's remarkably authentic pronunciation, Sue realized that, much to his astonishment, he was conversing with an international friend. He promptly altered his tone. It's drinkable, this water is very good, natural underground river water, exceedingly sweet, truly delectable, drink heartily, it will grant you longevity. Aside from the phrase very good, the international friend comprehended not a single word of Sue's other utterances. Nevertheless, this did not impede their communication. The friend wore an expression of understanding and gestured towards the river. Very good, Sue nodded emphatically. Yes, very good. The international friend, seemingly inspired, cupped his hands and took another sip from the river. That's insufficient. You can't drink just that little bit. Wait here while I fetch you a cup, Sue said, disregarding whether the man understood, before dashing back to the police station to procure a disposable plastic cup. He swiftly returned to the riverside, presenting the cup to his international companion while mimicking the action of scooping water with it. The friend accepted the cup and, imitating Sue, filled it and took a drink. After savoring the taste, he exclaimed, very good. Sue flashed a harmless smile, radiating warmth, and gave his international friend a thumbs up. As long as it's very good, drink more. This water is excellent, it's filled with the urine of children. I've heard that you all enjoy a bit of rock, so this will surely soothe your throat. Although the international friend could not grasp Sue's words, he discerned from the man's expression that the water must be quite delightful. At that moment, Zhang Weiman and Han Fei emerged from the police station, witnessing Sue encouraging another to drink from the river. Why did he return just to fetch a cup after leaving? Is he up to no good again? Can't he ever conduct himself properly? Zhang thought, feeling a surge of anxiety. Is that water safe to drink, and he is letting someone do so, observing the scene. Zhang's scalp tingled, and he quickly urged Han Fei, what are you standing there for? Go and stop your apprentice. Just as Han Fei intended to intervene, he heard the international friend utter a few phrases in a foreign tongue. His steps halted, and he turned to Zhang Weiman, who, equally taken aback, stared blankly for a moment. After a brief pause, he looked skyward, feigning ignorance. The weather seems ominous. Is it about to rain? It certainly appears so. I believe I left my window open at home. Chief Zhang, I must take my leave. You should head back as well, for rain would greatly impede driving. All right. Numerous officers witnessed the scene by the river. Yet all, like Zhang Weiman and Han Fei, chose to feign ignorance. They observed the international friend drinking several cups of river water laced with children's urine before Sue departed, rather than heading straight home. He sought a nearby eatery, intending to dine before returning. Sue possessed a habit of not using his phone while eating. Once the owner served his meal, he tucked his phone away and focused on his food. This very action led to him being targeted. A shifty-eyed individual scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before extracting a pair of tweezers from his pocket and reaching into Sue's pocket. Upon reviewing the comments regarding this segment of the plot, some expressed concerns that the futures of the 10 individuals would be ruined, while others lamented that their military careers were at an end. And some felt sorrowful over the years of effort gone to waste. All events depicted in this novel are purely fictional, and all characters and their fates are entirely fabricated. While I cannot speak to reality, I can assure you that the virtuous in this book will ultimately be rewarded. A tragic conclusion is simply not in the cards. You can rest assured that this is a tale of amusement, devoid of tragedy. As for how this scenario would unfold in the real world, their prospects are hardly doomed, for in reality, police officers do not operate with a system in place. Chapter 94, Did you steal from the ancestor? For Zhou, the notion of working a conventional job was utterly inconceivable. He would never stoop to that level. To make ends meet, he resorted to occasionally pilfering items from others' pockets to sell for a bit of cash. In his earlier years, Zhou thrived due to his exceptional thieving skills. However, in recent years, his fortunes have waned. With the advancement of technology and the economy, surveillance cameras proliferated in public spaces, boosting their coverage and clarity. Additionally, the rise of online payments diminished the profitability of his trade, as people rarely carried cash anymore. The most valuable possession on their person was usually their smartphone, which they clutched incessantly, making theft exceedingly difficult. Individuals like Sue, who abstained from using their phones while dining and kept them tucked away, had become a rarity. Thank you, nature, for your bountiful gifts. Zhou extended his nefarious hand. His thieving prowess was remarkable. He required only a pair of tweezers and a small knife to execute his heists. Items within pockets could be seized with the tweezers, while those in bags could be accessed by first slicing the bag open with the knife before retrieving the items with the tweezers. This entire process was remarkably subtle, and under normal circumstances, he would evade detection. Any profession practiced for long enough leads to mastery. Joe, as a seasoned thief, could ascertain his success without even glancing. The tweezers had evidently clutched something substantial. Instinctively, Joe surmised it must be a smartphone. He was confident in his expertise. In fact, what Joe extracted from Sue's pocket was indeed a phone. However, along with the phone, he inadvertently lifted a dark-colored identification card affixed to the phone's back. The card bore a national emblem, accompanied by a line of text beneath it. Joe, illiterate, couldn't decipher the text below the emblem, but he recognized the symbol. Was that not a police badge? Joe, winky face, oh no. I've stolen from a police officer. His scalp prickled with anxiety. Stealing from an officer was akin to a mouse taunting a cat, an invitation for trouble. In that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: return it. Such an act of theft was entirely unacceptable. While pilfering from a pocket was straightforward, returning the item to its original location posed a challenge he had never learned to navigate, yet, it was not beyond his capabilities. Joe quickly bent down, placing both the phone and the police badge on the ground. After composing himself, he attempted to adopt a polite and puzzled expression. He raised his gaze. Excuse me, is this your hand? Before he could finish his sentence, he halted, realizing that Sue was staring at him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The atmosphere froze in that instant, the air thickening as if it might solidify. Joe remained silent for several seconds, then forced a stiff, awkward smile. You saw that, didn't you? Sue did not respond verbally, merely nodded, a hint of amusement lingering on his lips. Having undergone professional training, he typically maintained a serious demeanor. Save for rare moments when he couldn't contain his laughter, just recently he had been pondering where to capture someone to secure a reward. Little did he know that fate would smile upon him. Delivering a target directly into his hands, it could only be said, "Thank you, nature, for your generous gifts." Upon reflection, Joe's thieving approach was quite commendable, yet regrettably he had encountered a master of the craft. Sue was an expert in this field, perched at the pinnacle of the thieving hierarchy. He would not stoop to stealing from others, let alone permit himself to be a victim of theft. The moment Joe had inserted his tweezers into Sue's pocket, he had sensed the intrusion and immediately turned around. However, Joe had failed to notice him, his gaze fixated ahead while engaged in the act of theft. Only to pivot and examine his spoils after successfully pilfering them. Upon discovering the police badge, Joe had panicked and promptly placed both the phone and badge on the ground, attempting to feign that Sue had accidentally dropped his belongings. Sue had witnessed every moment of Joe's actions. Understanding that fleeing would be futile, Joe complied, clasping his hands together and extending them towards Sue. "I'm off duty, and I haven't brought my handcuffs." "You seem quite familiar with the process," Sue remarked with a smile. "This isn't your first time being apprehended, is it?" Joe, somewhat embarrassed, nodded. "Yes, I seem to get caught often, with all the surveillance cameras nowadays." One slip-up and it's recorded. Sue picked up the phone and called his colleagues on duty to explain the situation. Within moments, a police car arrived at the restaurant. 2 officers disembarked, one carrying a pair of handcuffs. Upon seeing his colleagues, Sue waved them over. "Over here." Joe also waved slightly at the 2 officers, a sycophantic grin on his face. "Hey, Officer Wang, Officer Zhang, nice to see you." "Ugh, not you again," the officers exclaimed upon recognizing Joe, their expressions contorting. "You dare steal from the police?" Joe feigned innocence. "How was I to know he was an officer? I've never seen him before. Had I known, I would have stolen from someone else." "Officer Wang? Just because he is not a police officer means you can steal from him?" Seeing Sue's confusion, Officer Wang elaborated further. "Old Joe has become a frequent visitor to the police station, making appearances every few days. He spends more time in custody than at home. Within our precinct, he is well acquainted with nearly every officer across all local stations, though he has yet to meet you. The last time he was released was during the counterfeit money case, back when you had yet to report for duty." After speaking with Officer Sue, Officer Wang turned to Joe with a tone of exasperation. "Honestly, can't you engage in some legitimate work? It's been a couple of months since you were last caught, and I thought perhaps you had turned over a new leaf, yet here you are, back to your old tricks." Joe's absence from custody was not due to any reformation, rather he had learned which locations lacked surveillance and targeted those spots, successfully evading capture each time. However, it seems that being apprehended sporadically is indeed necessary. An update on the police database is warranted to prevent him from slipping through the cracks again. Joe's primary occupation is theft. Aside from his thieving ways and ancestral needlework, he possesses no other skills and, coupled with his laziness, refuses to consider legitimate employment. He contributes nothing to society and is a source of trouble, causing ordinary citizens to lose their possessions and prompting frequent police responses, while the detention center must even cover his meals. It is not an exaggeration to call him a societal parasite. Each time Joe is caught, the arresting officers engage in heartfelt admonitions, urging him to reform and pursue a more honorable path, hoping against hope that perhaps this time he might change, yet Joe remains obstinate. A case of a man who refuses to learn from his mistakes. This instance was no different. As Officer Wang placed handcuffs on Joe, he prepared to deliver another lecture on the importance of leading an upright life. Before he could utter a word, however, Joe interjected with a smoother rehearsed response. Officer Wang, Officer Zhang, I have come to a profound realization of my errors. I assure you, this will be the last time. Upon my release, I will turn over a new leaf and strive to be a contributing member of society. I swear, if I ever steal again, may I never have a son. His contrition was palpable, his tone laced with genuine remorse. Even resorting to a dramatic oath, the sincerity of his confession was reminiscent of a moment of enlightenment, akin to a person who has just purged undesirable habits. The following day, out of sheer boredom, Joe ventured into the outskirts. Upon hearing those familiar words, Officer Wang could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Joe's remorse was sincere, yet the problem lay in the fact that he had made such promises countless times before. Don't just talk. How many times have you said that? Can you actually follow through for once? Yes, this time I absolutely will, Joe insisted, his conviction unwavering. Observing Joe's demeanor, Officer Wang recognized yet another futile attempt at reformation. Joe would undoubtedly revert to his thieving ways upon release, continuing to trouble the police and inflict losses upon the innocent. Just then, Su Lai unexpectedly spoke up. How about I try to persuade him? Forget it, this guy is incorrigible. No one can change him. As Wang was about to finish his thought, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, all right, go ahead and give it a shot. You see, Su Lai has a knack for persuasion. While others may fail, perhaps he can succeed. Su quickly finished his dinner, secured the keys to the police car, and, wiping his mouth with a napkin, led Joe outside. He intended to utilize the space of the police vehicle for a little brainwashing session. Once inside the car, Su closed the door and turned to Joe. You love your job, and you want to be a person who contributes to society. Joe could not help but burst into laughter. Love my job, I love I'm sorry, officer, I didn't mean to laugh. Love my job, only a fool would love their job. I could never hold a job in my life. 5 minutes later, the rebellious Joe genuinely resolved to turn over a new leaf. I love my job. From today onward, I will be a person who contributes to society. The sincerity of his declaration was starkly different from his previous performances. Devoid of any pretense it seemed he truly intended to reform. Witnessing this transformation, Officer Wang felt a wave of relief. Su, it's all thanks to you. When I first started, I tried to convince him to change. And even now, after having a child, he remains unchanged, yet in just a few minutes, you've managed to turn him around. What a miracle. Before Wang could finish, Officer Zhang covered his mouth. Hey, we can't speak of such things outside. So Su, we want to take up more of your time. Please take him back now. See you later. No trouble at all. I'm a police officer too. It's part of my job. Until next time. The two officers escorted Joe back to the station while Su returned home. Congratulations, host, on successfully apprehending a thief. You are eligible for a random reward, with this round being a choice between two options. Random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete. Please choose. Option 1, Captive 7 Fairies, Black and White Silk Edition. Old Su, would you like a wife? Just utter the words, and this system shall provide. Well, it can't deliver at the moment. You'll have to fly to the peach garden yourself. The journey may be fraught with difficulties, but these are genuine fairies, quite enticing. Option 2, Gold Medal Salesman, you are well versed in the smuggling channels and sales methods of any contraband. There is nothing in this world that you cannot sell. Seeing the cash flowing down the streets awakens an entrepreneurial spirit within you. Act swiftly, young man. Start by earning a small target. Warm reminder, investment carries risks. Entrepreneurship requires caution. When heading out to procure goods, remember to wrap up tightly, never get caught. Damn, investment carries risks and entrepreneurship requires caution. Are you suggesting I go out to procure goods with a stick? That sounds like abduction. However, despite the complaints, the moment this option appeared, Su immediately chose it. The rationale: know your enemy and you shall win every battle. While criminal skills may be morally questionable, their application can yield remarkable results, such as walking the path of criminals. leaving them with nowhere to escape. The next day, while reviewing reports, Zhang Weiman received a phone call that caused his brow to furrow involuntarily. After ending the call, he summoned Han Fei into his office. Observing Zhang's demeanor, Han could surmise that something was amiss. "What's going on, Director Zhang? Did you call me for something specific?" "The Northern Road Police Station contacted me, reporting a concerning surge in missing persons cases. The frequency is alarmingly high." After a pause, Zhang added, "The number is unusually excessive." "Are you suggesting abduction?" "That is a possibility we cannot rule out." "Han, I need you to take a few officers over there. They are short-staffed, so select a few to assist and uncover the truth behind this situation." "Understood. Is there anything else, Director Zhang?" "No, that will be all. You may leave." As he exited the office, Han quickly assembled a team and hurried out of the precinct. Chapter 96. In every field, Su Lai emerges. The police receive numerous reports of missing children each year. Children, after all, can easily get lost while playing, often unaware of their surroundings. Such occurrences are not particularly unusual. However, a series of missing persons reports from the same area in a short span of time is decidedly abnormal. Han suspected that these cases were likely linked to a criminal organization. Given the potential for confrontations with members of such groups, he applied for a firearm prior to departure. While filing the request, Han briefed his colleagues on the mission's purpose: multiple cases of missing children in the same area. Human trafficking. Su Lai perked up at the mention. If it involved human trafficking, he was all too familiar with the subject. His expertise was once again relevant. Before jumping to conclusions, Han refrained from making definitive statements. "I estimate that the likelihood of this being the case is quite high." "Wait a moment, Su Lai, what's with that expression? You seem off, very off." Han stared at Su, his tone laden with suspicion. "Do you understand something about trafficking?" Su Lai responded with a cheerful smile. Han pressed, "What does that mean? Is this some kind of joke?" "I was merely asking casually. You don't actually understand this, do you? So, for every illegal activity, you seem to have some knowledge." "Huh, so it's true, every field has its Su Lai." The question arose. What about skills like lockpicking and theft? Those could be considered a form of craftsmanship. Skills can be learned. With effort and practice, one can become proficient even through self-study. Take lockpicking, for instance. Su Lai explained that he often forgot his keys, and through repeated experiences, he learned to open his own locks. His proficiency stemmed from sheer practice, forgetting his keys often enough to become adept. Furthermore, the mechanics of locks share common traits, which allowed him to master the skill entirely. Was this reasonable? Well, it was somewhat plausible. However, the issue of human trafficking, I fear it may not be easily self-taught. Without some practical experience, how could one truly comprehend this matter? Su Lai, of course, lacks any relevant professional experience. His understanding is entirely attributable to the system. Su Lai pressed his index finger against his thumb, making a pinching gesture, and humbly remarked, "I know a little." Upon witnessing this classic gesture and hearing the familiar tone, Han Fei felt even more convinced of his suspicions. Su Lai is a seasoned expert. "Very well, please commence your performance." Han Fei remained silent, merely observing Su Lai, awaiting this industry connoisseur to continue. Based on past experience, he anticipated that Su Lai would first analyze the modus operandi of the criminal organization, then predict their transportation methods and potential destinations for the abducted individuals before proceeding to apprehend them on the spot. However, Han Fei undoubtedly underestimated Su Lai analysis. Nonsense, that would take too long. Su Lai had a more straightforward and audacious approach. Criminal groups often have connections and sometimes collaborate, especially in the realm of smuggling and trafficking illicit goods. They may occasionally resort to paying for goods or borrowing channels from trustworthy peers when necessary. The moment Su Lai caught the phrase child trafficking, he had a general idea of who was responsible. If the missing individuals are all children, then I believe I know the perpetrators. This group of traffickers operates between our province and the neighboring one. And while I am unaware of the true identity or appearance of their leader, I know that those in the know refer to him as Lu Yi, who specializes in targeting children. After a brief pause, he added, "However, I possess his personal mobile number and can concoct an excuse to lure him and his subordinates out, then apprehend them all at once." Han Fei? You have the contact information of a trafficker? Where did you get that? A contact of mine just informed me. You have a contact. Why does that sound so familiar? Is this the I Have a Friend series? Yet Han Fei was too lazy to dwell on it. Merely asking, "Is this contact reliable?" "My contact." Su Lai recalled the various other worldly skills rewarded by the system and nodded emphatically. "Reliable, exceedingly so. Very well, then devise a way to draw him out." And I will gather more people to ensure we can apprehend them all in one fell swoop. After Han Fei spoke, he turned and left to rally reinforcements. Su Lai, meanwhile, contemplated the dialogue he would use to lure the target out. Quickly rehearsing it in his mind, confirming there were no issues, and promptly took out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, in a certain basement in Shannon City, Lu Yi, who was preparing to contact buyers, received a phone call. To his astonishment, the caller was a significant figure. Lu Yi immediately shouted at several of his subordinates, "Shut up, all of you, I'm taking an important call." He then adopted a sycophantic tone. "Hello, Su Go, it's me, Xiaolu." Su Lai on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. "What is happening? Did I dial in correctly?" He lowered the phone from his ear and carefully verified the number. It was indeed correct. "What is wrong with this idiot trafficker? Why is he acting so strangely? You know me, of course, aren't you Su Go? How could I not know you, Su Lai? How could a trafficker know me and address me as Su Gu?" Hello. Seeing that Su Lai remained silent, Lu Yi assumed the signal in the basement was poor. "Su Gu, can you not hear me? My apologies, I'm in a basement, and the signal isn't great. Please wait a moment. I'll come up and speak with you." During the time Lu Yi spent running up from the basement, the bewildered Su Lai began to piece things together. The reason for the respect shown towards him was undoubtedly tied to the system. Criminals engaged in such activities are both cunning and cautious. To thrive in this business, one must have the identity of an acquaintance. No sane person would do business with a stranger. The identity of Su Gu must have been assigned by the system. The concept of fabricating a person in someone else's memory seems utterly unreasonable. However, with a system in place, what is unreasonable? It is entirely reasonable. System, you truly, I could cry. Are you afraid I might tarnish the reputation of a top salesperson? Su Gu, are you still there? I've come up. Can you hear me clearly now? I can hear you. Here's the situation. I have a wealthy client looking for a child who meets his aesthetic preferences. And he is willing to pay handsomely. However, his standards are quite high. I've searched extensively without finding anyone to his liking, so I wanted to ask if you have any. Rest assured, this client is very generous. If this deal goes through, you will not be left empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi was instantly exhilarated and, without a moment's thought, eagerly agreed. Yes, absolutely. Chapter 97, Do I need to learn to play the villain? I just need to be more subdued. After discussing the specifics with Su Lai over the phone, Lu Yi hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the basement, undoubtedly in high spirits. He was just about to secretly transport a batch of children he had recently abducted out of the province for sale when, unexpectedly, Su Lai introduced him to a lucrative opportunity. If this deal goes through, the profits would allow him to take an extended break. Upon noticing his boss returning with a smile and humming a tune, one of the younger subordinates curiously approached and inquired, "Lu Yi, whose call was that? You seem so happy. Are you deaf? Didn't I just make the call in front of you?" It was Su Gu. "Who else could it be? The Su Gu? Who was that? I've never heard of him." "You don't even know him." Seeing his subordinate's ignorance of Su Gu, Lu Yi expressed disbelief. He is, however, just as he was about to provide a thorough introduction to the Su Gu, he realized that he lacked substantial information about this significant figure and had no means of introducing him. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing: this person's background was not merely formidable, it was immense, the kind that could frighten anyone. What was his background again? Lu Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall. "At my age, my memory is indeed failing me. I've begun to forget even this." Although he could not remember the specifics of the individual's identity, Lu Yi did not wish to lose face in front of his subordinate. He immediately adopted a stern expression. "There are matters that you need not pry into. Revealing Su Ji's identity would frighten you to death." After a pause, he added, "By the way, give these children a bath and buy them new clothes. Make sure they look presentable for the client." "Understood. I'll attend to it right away." "Put some effort into it. Make sure they look their best. This is a significant client, and if this deal goes through, I'll find you a new sister-in-law." "Thank you, Lu Yi." The subordinate joyfully dashed out of the basement, thinking to himself how good his boss was to him, always considering him first in good fortune. However, as soon as he left, he suddenly realized, "What new sister-in-law? What does that have to do with me? This old fool, damn." At the police station, the personnel for this operation had gathered, but the time agreed upon with Su Lai had yet to arrive. So there was no rush to act. During this interim, the officers donned disguises. It would be unwise to approach directly in police uniforms, as that would undoubtedly scare off the suspects. Han Fei, being the eldest, was tasked with portraying the wealthy client who, due to his inability to bear children, was desperately seeking one to inherit his fortune. The other officers would impersonate Su Lai's subordinates. Apart from Su Lai, The rest of the team had varying degrees of experience with similar tasks. In contrast, Su Lai was a newcomer, playing the crucial role of the criminal gang leader. A single misstep could reveal his true identity. To be honest, Han Fei harbored some concerns. Su, do you know how to act? Do you need me to teach you? No need. Su Lai waved his hand dismissively. Do I need to learn how to play a trafficker? I merely need to tone it down a bit, Han Fei. What I meant was, I've seen it on television, I can perform. Don't worry, Han team leader, I assure you there won't be any issues. After making preparations for a while, once the time was nearly upon them, the officers set off. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and his crew had arrived early at the designated meeting spot. The agreed location was quite remote. Practically deserted. He brought all of his subordinates, including the only female member of the team, and had even prepared weapons such as machetes and iron rods. This was done to prevent any backstabbing. As he aged, Lu Yi had become increasingly cautious, only engaging in business through familiar introductions. As for those whose backgrounds were completely unknown, he would not even entertain them. Fortunately, Su Lai was a familiar face. Otherwise, he would never have made this trip. However, even with acquaintances, he remained wary. After all, human nature is complex. If Su Lai were to seize all the children he had taken such colossal risks to acquire, would all his efforts have been in vain? There wouldn't even be a place to argue his case. Other items could be reported stolen, but in the case of black-on-black crime, reporting it was utterly impossible. One could only hold their breath and accept it. After a short wait, 3 vans appeared in the distance. If all went as expected, these were the individuals they were waiting for. Lu Yi opened the car door and stepped out to greet them. 3 vehicles approached from the opposite side, undoubtedly outnumbering us. If they truly intended to engage in a vicious cycle of betrayal, we would certainly be at a disadvantage in a physical confrontation, leaving us with no choice but to flee. As we exited the car, Xiao Yi took a moment to issue a cautionary reminder: start the engine, keep the doors ajar, and those behind the wheel must remain inside. The others should follow my lead and be ready to escape at a moment's notice. We must be sharp. The 3 Jinbei vans came to a halt in the open space, and a group disembarked. Han Fei and Su Lai were at the forefront, with the rest following closely behind. Su Lai scanned the group and quickly identified the leader among them. Tentatively, he called out Xiao Yi. The two had previously communicated. And Xiao Yi recognized Su Lai's voice. He immediately waved his hand dismissively, adopting a humble demeanor. No, I'm not Xiao Yi, that's just something they made up. Su Gu, you can just call me Xiao Lu. Though Su Lai appeared youthful, equating a person's worth with age is evidently a foolish endeavor, Xiao Yi was well aware that this seemingly young man had a formidable background. In the face of such a powerful figure, it would not be a loss to address him as brother. Despite his youth, Su Lai simply smiled, refraining from further discussion regarding titles. While maintaining his gaze on Xiao Yi, he extended his hand backward, and a small black box was passed to him. He accepted the box but did not open it. Instead, he gave it a gentle pat. The buyer needs to see the person first. If he finds someone to his liking, the money in this box is yours. Xiao Yi preferred to inspect the money before proceeding with the transaction, ideally exchanging cash for the captive in hand. However, this exchange was fundamentally a selection process for the buyer, leaving the decision uncertain. Alright, the children are in that van. Xiao Yi indicated towards a nearby minivan. Its doors wide open, revealing the bound children huddled together. Han Fei and Su Lai approached to inspect. There were exactly 8 children, coinciding perfectly with the recent reports of missing children. Just these few? Are there no more? Han Fei inquired. No more, just these, came the reply. That's good. As soon as the words left his mouth, every officer simultaneously drew their firearms, disengaging the safeties, and aimed them at the group of traffickers. Hands on your heads, crouch down. Xiao Yi? Chapter 98. Is this the big shot you spoke of? Prior to departure, Xiao Yi had contemplated the possibility of a double cross, hence he had made ample preparations. Not only had he armed himself and readied for a confrontation, but he had also instructed his subordinates to keep the engine running and leave the doors ajar, ever prepared for a hasty retreat. If they could fight, they would; if not, they would. It was a strategy that allowed for both offense and defense. A prudent approach indeed. However, he never anticipated that despite his thorough preparations, he would still find himself in a precarious situation. The opposing side was armed. In the face of overwhelming firepower, all his preparations seemed utterly futile. Times had changed. When confronted by a group brandishing firearms, Xiao Yi felt his mind nearly wither away. What is happening? What are you doing here with guns? Xiao Yi was aware of Su Lai's formidable background and wild connections. Yet he never imagined that the other side would be so well armed, possessing not antiquated hunting rifles or makeshift weapons, but rather standardized handguns. Each of his subordinates was equipped with one. Bro, if you have this kind of ability, why not pursue something substantial? Is it really worth your while to engage in petty games with someone like me? He was bewildered, and upon seeing Xiao Yi and his companions wearing expressions of utter confusion and refusal to comply, Su Lai shouted, I said hands on your heads, crouch down, don't you understand? Caught off guard, Xiao Yi and his associates had been so dazed that they hadn't registered the officer's commands. However, Su Lai's shout broke through their stupor. No way, crouching down with hands on their heads. This phrase sounded eerily familiar. If memory served, it seemed to be the police's directive, right? So this wasn't a double cross. Su Lai was a police officer. Impossible. How could I possibly know a police officer? Xiao Yi was utterly perplexed. He sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint the issue. Nonetheless, he obediently placed his hands atop his head and slowly crouched down, not daring to move, while most officers focused on subduing the ground suspects. A select few trained their weapons on the individuals inside the vehicle. Hands above your heads, in my line of sight, exit the vehicle. I'm coming out, easy now, don't accidentally fire. Officer. At this moment, it wasn't just Xiao Yi who realized the opposing side was comprised of police officers. His subordinates also came to this realization point one by one. They stood frozen in shock, the closest subordinate, while crouching with his hands on his head, turned toward Xiao Yi and gritted his teeth, asking, Is this the big shot you were talking about, huh? Xiao Yi remained silent, unable to meet his subordinate's gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. No wonder you said revealing their identity would scare me to death. I truly did not expect you to dare engage in business with the police. Were you in such a hurry to find me a new sister-in-law? Are you mad with desire for profit? His subordinate wanted to express his frustration further, but was interrupted by an officer approaching to slap on the handcuffs. What are you babbling about? Behave yourself. In a certain sense, Xiao Yi was not entirely incorrect. He spoke the truth and did not deceive. Was Su Lai a significant figure? Clearly yes, at least to those engaged in illicit activities, for police officers are indeed major players in their world. Dedicated to apprehending them, revealing Su Lai's true identity was undoubtedly terrifying. For instance, the suspects, upon realizing the truth, had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of their situation, selling abducted children to the police. Engaging in transactions with law enforcement, one could only imagine the terror of such a revelation. This operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. None of the traffickers dared to resist. The police managed to control them with minimal effort, successfully rescuing the 8 children who had been kidnapped. However, Han Fei harbored a lingering question and quietly asked Su Lai, I think I heard him call you Su Gu. Do you know him? I don't know him. How could I possibly know a trafficker? He was just shouting randomly. Su Lai firmly denied. I had to embellish quite a bit on the phone to lure him out. I suppose he bought it, which is why he addressed me that way. In truth, had he wished, Su Lai could have easily taken the lead among the traffickers. However, he had no interest in such a prospect, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. He didn't even want to bring it up. What traffickers? He did not know them. Han Fei had witnessed Su Lai's knack for deception before. Coaxing someone out with bluster was not surprising. It was also not unusual for the other party to believe Su Lai's fabrications, mistaking him for some formidable figure. Thus, after hearing Su Lai's explanation, Han Fei nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder he called you bro right away. I thought you were his boss. With the truth unveiled, Han Fei chuckled teasingly. Su Lai remained silent for 2 seconds. Han team, you truly have a way with humor. Meanwhile, at the Bayan Road police station, the facility was not particularly large, and there were not many officers on duty. Typically, they were already swamped dealing with petty neighborhood disputes and various other matters, making it impossible to manage the recent influx of 8 missing persons cases. The staff was critically understaffed, overwhelmed by the workload. The phone had been ringing for quite some time. Director Zhang had promised to send help, yet no one had appeared. Director Yang was at his wits' end, pulling at his hair in frustration. He felt utterly overwhelmed, but he dared not call to rush them. He could only wait impatiently. Just then, a phone call came through. Hello, Han team, where are you? What? Oh, alright, I understand. The call ended quickly, but Director Yang remained in a daze for a long time. Just as he had suspected, this was not a mere case of a child wandering off. It was indeed abduction. However, what astonished him most was that the case had already been solved, the traffickers had been apprehended, and all the kidnapped children had been rescued. The efficiency was astonishing. It was as if they were joking. How long had it been since the call? Han Fei and his team hadn't even arrived yet, and he hadn't had the chance to provide them with a comprehensive briefing on the situation. They had merely sent detailed information about the missing individuals, and the case was already cracked. To be honest, Director Yang could not fathom it. He was utterly bewildered. How did they manage to catch them so quickly? Did the traffickers suddenly lose their minds and collectively turn themselves in? I am immensely grateful to the readers who helped me spot errors in the comments. You truly have my heartfelt thanks. As a token of appreciation, I have decided to draw a few lucky individuals from the comments section to receive some small gifts from me, with no limit on quantity. Everyone who sees this will get a share. Chapter 99, Sister-in-Law, Keep Your Eyes Closed. I'm my brother. Were traffickers truly so easy to capture? Indeed they were, because among the traffickers there were good people. With Su Lai's interference, the speed at which the traffickers were apprehended was nearly on par with their voluntary surrender to the police station. Not only Director Yang but even Zhang Weiman was left in a state of disbelief, particularly after hearing Han Fei recount the entire affair. One could only say that Su Lai's performance remained consistently impressive. He had impersonated a buyer to negotiate with the traffickers, and remarkably, they had fallen for the ruse. When they arrived at the police station, the apprehended traffickers were still struggling to comprehend the situation. Master Lu could not comprehend why he had any acquaintance with a police officer. It was utterly beyond his grasp. His underlings were equally perplexed by their leader's dealings with the law enforcement. Questioning the motives behind such a daring act, how could he dare? Was he truly in such dire financial straits that he would sell a kidnapped child to the very police? Surely that was the act of a fool. No matter how desperate one might be, one cannot stoop to such depths. After apprehending the traffickers, Han Fei immediately contacted the parents of the rescued children to convey the good news. Simultaneously, he initiated interrogations of the traffickers. Ensuring that these sessions were conducted separately to prevent any collusion, the police strategically employed the psychological principle of the prisoner's dilemma, denying the suspects the ability to communicate with one another. During this period, none could ascertain whether their accomplices would betray them. Those engaged in such nefarious activities typically possessed little morality and even less conscience. They thrived on treachery, deceit, scapegoating, and betrayal, often eyeing their brothers' wives with ill intent. Surely they were well aware of the nature of their companions. If they had once dared to sell children, they would not hesitate to sell out their own, especially Master Lu. Ugh, particularly that foolish little Lu. If he could engage in business with the police, what else was he incapable of? When it came to trafficking, he would undoubtedly do so without a second thought. In other words, once they found themselves in the police station, two paths lay before them: one, to actively cooperate with the police, betray their accomplices, and possibly receive a reduced sentence; two, to be betrayed by their accomplices. With these options presented, the choice was inevitable. Inside the interrogation room, one of the underlings exclaimed, "Oh, officer, those children were caught by them. I had nothing to do with it. I merely handled logistics. I heard that exposing the buyers could lead to a reduced sentence. I have a list of buyers stored on my phone." Before Han Fei could pose any questions, one of the underlings freely divulged this information. Thankfully, the subway judge was absent. Otherwise, this turncoat would have surely faced severe repercussions. No, that was not enough. For crimes such as child trafficking and betraying one's accomplices, the minimum penalty was twofold: a list of buyers. Han Fei's interest was piqued as he glanced towards the one-way glass of the interrogation room. Yes, the list of buyers. Well, it wasn't a list per se. There were no names, just photographs. I secretly captured images of each buyer. Shortly thereafter, the door to the interrogation room swung open. As Han Fei had looked towards the one-way glass, the officers in the observation room understood his intent and promptly retrieved the phone seized from the traffickers. "Which one is yours?" Han Fei pointed to the evidence box brought in by the officers. "The black one, password 2580. The buyer photos are stored in an encrypted album, password 49s. Following his instructions, Han Fei found the photographs of the buyers in the encrypted album, although the images were taken surreptitiously. Each buyer's face was remarkably clear, indicating considerable effort had been invested in capturing them. Fearing Han Fei might struggle to locate the images, the trafficker in the interrogation chair craned his neck. But alas, he was no giraffe. No matter how far he stretched, he could not see the phone's screen. "So, officer, have you found them?" "Yes," Han Fei nodded, turning the phone to show the current screen. "Are these the individuals?" Yes, that's them. I've always kept these. I even changed phones 4 times but never dared to delete them. I can't believe they're finally useful." The trafficker continued, "By the way, officer, considering my cooperation, How much will my sentence be reduced? Han Fei disregarded him and, after asking a few more questions, concluded the interrogation. Upon exiting the room, he immediately began searching for the identities and home addresses of the buyers based on the photographs provided. At that moment, Su Lai's mind was once again filled with the familiar notification sound of the system. Congratulations, host, you have successfully solved the case of human trafficking. You are eligible for a random reward. This time in a two-choice mode, random reward selection in progress. Reward selection complete, please choose. Option 1, Unlicensed Racer. Selecting this reward will significantly enhance your driving skills, but the cost is that you will lose your driver's license and will never be able to obtain a new one. I understand that driving without a license may cause you anxiety, but don't panic. Does having a license really matter? After all, if the traffic police can't catch you, if they can't catch you, it's not illegal. Option 2, Sister-in-law, don't open your eyes, I'm your brother. As the saying goes, nothing is better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than, you will gain the ability to change your appearance, allowing you to disguise yourself as another person. Previously, you may have worried that your sister-in-law might suddenly open her eyes, but now you need not worry with this skill at your disposal, even if she opens her eyes. You won't be afraid, just imagine the thrill of locking eyes with her. Young man, act quickly. Choosing this reward also grants you the supreme skill of voice mimicry, enabling you to imitate anyone's voice. Su Lai? As usual, the system remained remarkably consistent, always presenting him with new and bewildering options. It must be said the first reward was indeed quite tempting. As a man, Su Lai held a keen interest in exceptional driving skills. The scenes of high-speed chases in movies were undeniably exhilarating, but, I've lost my license. What use is driving skill to me? What do you mean by if they can't catch you? It's not illegal. Is that even a saying? I'm a police officer. Even if they can't catch me, I can't engage in such activities. Is it sensible to break the law? As for the second reward, sister-in-law, don't open your eyes. I'm your brother. Just listen to that. Is that even sensible? Who taught you that? Who instructed you to name the rewards in such a manner? Each time you offer a skill that bewilders the mind, the names are increasingly absurd. What on earth are these names? Of course, to be fair, while the second reward's name is rather ludicrous, its utility is evidently greater. Moreover, the first reward is exceedingly risky. Driving without a license is illegal, and even if one is not caught, it remains unlawful. Choosing it equates to choosing solitude. The second reward, while also risky, is largely dependent on how it is utilized. After a brief contemplation, Su Lai chose the second reward to Sister-in-law, don't open your eyes, I'm your brother. Chapter 100, is this going to cost me my life? Based on the photographs provided by the traffickers, the police found the buyers with relative ease. However, locating the biological parents of the kidnapped children proved to be a far more arduous task. Fortunately, diligent efforts bore fruit, and after several days of tireless work, the officers managed to reunite all the abducted children with their families. After a long day of labor, Su Lai returned home, dragging his weary body to bed. Collapsing onto it, he pulled out his phone. Playing while pondering what to have for dinner, scrolling through his social media feed, he liked several posts in quick succession. Soon, a message popped up. Kiki, why is your social media so pristine? With not a single post, Su Lai raised his other hand and, cradling his phone, composed a response. I don't know what to post, and I'm not very good at taking photos, so I've never shared anything. Kiki, if you can't take photos, just ask me, I can help. I'm quite skilled at photography, and my friends often ask me to take pictures for them. To prove her point, she sent Su Lai a photo of a camera along with some pictures she had taken. How about it? Interested? When are you free? Let us go hiking. I can take your pictures, and then you can post them on social media. Su Lai had the next day off, making it a perfect opportunity. Given that he had been preoccupied with the trafficking case lately, he thought it was time to unwind, enjoy the scenery, and clear his mind. He promptly accepted Yuki's invitation for hiking. The following day, they set off for a nearby forest scenic area. The scenery there was quite lovely, and admission was free. But very few people attended. This provided Yukiki ample space to exercise her creativity, allowing her to capture photos without worrying about strangers intruding. It seems there is not much left to photograph down here. Let us head up and take some shots from the top. After snapping a few photos at the foot of the mountain, she suggested climbing to the summit for more pictures. Su Lai nodded, and together they ascended the steps to the peak. The view from the summit was far more breathtaking than below. Yukiki immediately spotted several picturesque locations ideal for backgrounds. Su Lai, stand over here. The effect should be fantastic from this angle. Sulai positioned himself by the railing as instructed, like this. Yes, but could you smile a bit? It'll look more cheerful. Perfect, just like that. Hold it. Yukiki had a habit of using burst mode while photographing. Capturing multiple images in quick succession, this method ensures that the same pose need not be repeated. With ample shots, they could simply select the most flattering one. After taking various sets of photos at different locations, Yukiki showed Sulai the images she had just captured. Look at this, you really have a knack for photography. Sulai acknowledged her skills but inquired, but why take so many identical photos? Identical, they are clearly all different. Take a closer look. Hearing this, Sulai examined the photos he had considered identical more closely. Although those photographs may appear identical at first glance, a closer inspection reveals they are indeed strikingly similar. Sulai glanced at the photos and then at Yukiki, whose face was etched with a look of confusion, as if to say, "What are you talking about? Can't you discern any differences in these images?" Seeing Sulai's expression, Yukiki was equally perplexed. How could he not see it? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, they would still look the same. Sulai decisively shook his head, stating, "I cannot perceive any differences at all." Why Yukiki found this hard to comprehend, yet patiently pointed out several discrepancies to Sulai. "How can you not see this? Look at this one, you must have just blinked, as your eyes aren't fully open, and this one, there was a gust of wind when it was taken, causing your hair to be slightly tousled. Furthermore, when taking only one shot, if it turns out poorly, you must retake it." Continuous shooting alleviates this concern, allowing you to select the most flattering image from a multitude. Which one do you find the most appealing? The question of which photograph is the most attractive is undoubtedly a conundrum that plagues all men. Isn't this a matter of life and death? God knows which one is the best. Unable to make a decision, Sulai randomly pointed to one. "Not this one, I believe this one looks the best." "This one, it's quite nice as well," Yukiki replied, looking at Sulai with eager anticipation. "What about besides this one?" Sulai took another look, selecting the most appealing image among numerous photos with identical poses and backgrounds was akin to finding differences in a puzzle. It proved to be quite a challenge. However, after a moment of scrutiny, Sulai indeed discovered a distinction. Upon examining one photo, his expression shifted to seriousness, his brows knitting together as he swiftly dismissed that particular image, then turned to gaze at the mountain across from him. "What's the matter?" Yukiki sensed something was off with Sulai and immediately inquired. "It's nothing. May I borrow your camera's memory card for a while?" Upon hearing this, Yukiki began to understand. She must have inadvertently captured something she shouldn't have. Without further questions, she nodded in agreement. "Sure, take it if you need it." Following this minor incident, the two had to abandon their plans after escorting Yukiki back. Sulai promptly called the precinct. Just moments ago, while reviewing the images captured by the camera, he discovered that during her continuous shooting, Yukiki had inadvertently recorded an event occurring atop the mountain opposite them. Although the distance was considerable and the camera was not aimed directly at the mountain, the unfolding events were still evident in the background of the photographs. It was unmistakable murder. The continuous shooting mode had documented everything. "What did you say? Murder?" On the other end of the line, Hanfei's voice rose in pitch upon hearing the word murder. "Yes, the face isn't clear, as it was taken from a distance. Merely capturing a silhouette, however, the attire of the assailant is discernible, a white shirt, black pants, and black shoes." "Captain Han, I believe we can utilize the nearby surveillance footage to identify this individual." Meanwhile, a small car pulled up at the police station. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly exited the vehicle and dashed into the precinct. His expression conveyed a palpable urgency. "Officer, I need to report an incident. My father-in-law has fallen from the mountain."